Confessor and Writer by Friedrich Nietzsche. 1. Public opinion in Germany seems strictly to forbid any allusion to the evil and dangerous consequences of a war, more particularly when the war in question has been a victorious one. Those writers, therefore, command a more ready attention who, regarding this public opinion as final, proceed to vie with each other in their jubilant praise of the war and of the powerful influences it has brought to bear upon morality, culture, and art. Yet it must be confessed that a great victory is a great danger. Human nature bears a triumph less easily than a defeat. Indeed, it might even be urged that it is simpler to gain a victory of this sort than to turn it to such account that it may not ultimately prove a serious rout. But of all evil results due to the last contest with France, the most deplorable, perhaps, is that widespread and even universal error of public opinion, and of all who think publicly, that German culture was also victorious in the struggle, and that it should now, therefore, be decked with garlands as a fit recognition of such extraordinary events and successes. This error is in the highest degree pernicious, not because it is an error, for there are illusions which are both salutary and blessed, but because it threatens to convert our victory into a signal defeat. A defeat, I should say rather, into the uprooting of the German mind for the benefit of the German Empire. Even supposing that the fight had been between the two cultures, the standard for the value of the victor would still be a very relative one, and in any case would certainly not justify such exaggerated triumph or self-glorification. For, in the first place, it would be necessary to ascertain the worth of the conquered culture. This might be very little, in which case, even if the victory had involved the most glorious display of arms, it would still offer no warrant for inordinate rapture. Even so, however, there can be no question in our case of the victory of German culture, and for the simple reason that French culture remains as heretofore, and that we depend upon it as heretofore. It did not even help towards the success of our arms. Severe military discipline, natural bravery and sustaining power, the superior generalship, unity and obedience in the rank and file, in short, factors which have nothing to do with culture, were instrumental in making us conquer an opponent in whom the most essential of these factors were absent. The only wonder is that precisely what is now called culture in Germany did not prove an obstacle to the military operations which seemed vitally necessary to a great victory. Perhaps, though, this was only owing to the fact that this thing which dubs itself culture saw its advantage, for once, in keeping in the background. If, however, it be permitted to grow and to spread, if it be spoilt by the flattering and nonsensical assurance that it has been victorious, then, as I have said, it will have the power to extirpate the German mind, and when that is done, who knows whether there will still be anything to be made out of the surviving German body? Provided it were possible to direct that calm and tenacious bravery, which the German opposed to the pathetic and spontaneous fury of the Frenchman against the inward enemy, against the highly suspicious and, at all events, unnative cultivation, which, owing to a dangerous misunderstanding, is called culture in Germany, then all hope of a really genuine German culture, the reverse of that cultivation, would not be entirely lost. For the Germans have never known any lack of clear-sighted and heroic leaders, though these often enough, probably, have lacked Germans. But whether it be possible to turn German bravery into a new direction seems to me to become ever more and more doubtful. For I realize how fully convinced everyone is that such a struggle and such bravery are no longer requisite. On the contrary, that most things are regulated as satisfactorily as they possibly can be, or of all events, that everything of moment has long ago been discovered and accomplished. In a word, that the seed of culture is already sown everywhere, and is now either shooting up its fresh green blades, or, here and there, even bursting forth into luxuriant blossom. In this sphere, not only happiness but ecstasy reigns supreme. I am conscious of this ecstasy and happiness in the ineffable, truculent assurance of German journalists and manufacturers of novels, tragedies, poems and histories, for it must be clear that these people belong to one category, who seem to have conspired to improve the leisure and ruminative hours, that is to say, the intellectual lapses of the modern man, by bewildering him with their printed paper. Since the war, all is gladness, dignity and self-consciousness in this merry throng. After the startling successes of German culture, it regards itself not only as approved and sanctioned, but almost as sanctified. It therefore speaks with gravity, affects to apostrophize the German people, and issues complete works, after the manner of the classics. Nor does it shrink from proclaiming in those journals which are open to it some few of its adherents as new German classical writers and model authors. It might be supposed that the dangers of such an abuse of success would be recognized by the more thoughtful and enlightened among cultivated Germans, or at least that these would feel how painful is the comedy that is being enacted around them. For what in truth could more readily inspire pity than the sight of a cripple strutting like a cock before a mirror and exchanging complacent glances with his reflection? But the scholar caste willingly allow things to remain as they are, and are too much concerned with their own affairs to busy themselves with the care of the German mind. Moreover, the units of this caste are too thoroughly convinced that their own scholarship is the ripest and most perfect fruit of the age, in fact of all ages, to see any necessity for a care of German culture in general, since, in so far as they and the legion of their brethren are concerned, preoccupations of this order have everywhere been, so to speak, surpassed. The more conscientious observer, more particularly if he be a foreigner, cannot help noticing withal that no great disparity exists between that which the German scholar regards as his culture and that other triumphant culture of the new German classics, save in respect of the quantum of knowledge. Everywhere where knowledge and not ability, where information and not art hold the first rank, everywhere therefore where life bears testimony to the kind of culture extant, there is now only one specific German culture. And this is the culture that is supposed to have conquered France? The contention appears to be altogether too preposterous. It was solely to the more extensive knowledge of German officers, to the superior training of their soldiers, and to their more scientific military strategy that all impartial judges, and even the French nation, in the end ascribed the victory. Hence, if it be intended to regard German erudition as a thing apart, in what sense can German culture be said to have conquered? In none whatsoever. For the moral qualities of severe discipline, of more placid obedience, have nothing in common with culture. These were characteristic of the Macedonian army, for instance, despite the fact that the Greek soldiers were infinitely more cultivated. To speak of German scholarship and culture as having conquered, therefore, can only be the outcome of a misapprehension, probably resulting from the circumstance that every precise notion of culture has now vanished from Germany. Culture is, before all things, the unity of artistic style in every expression of the life of a people. Abundant knowledge and learning, however, are not essential to it, nor are they a sign of its existence, and, at a pinch, they might coexist much more harmoniously with the very opposite of culture, with barbarity. That is to say, with a complete lack of style, or with a riotous jumble of all styles. But it is precisely amid this riotous jumble that the German of today subsists, and the serious problem to be solved is how, with all his learning, he can possibly avoid noticing it, how, into the bargain, he can rejoice with all his heart in his present culture. For everything conduces to open his eyes for him, every glance he casts at his clothes, his room, his house, every walk he takes through the streets of his town, every visit he pays to his art dealers and to his trader in the articles of fashion. In his social intercourse, he ought to realize the origin of his manners and movements. In the heart of our art institutions, the pleasures of our concerts, theatres and museums, he ought to become apprised of the super and juxtaposition of all imaginable styles. The German heaps up around him the forms, colours, products and curiosities of all ages and zones, and thereby succeeds in producing that garish newness, as of a country fair, which his scholars then proceed to contemplate and to define as modernism per se. And there he remains, squatting peacefully in the midst of this conflict of style, but with this kind of culture, which is at bottom nothing more nor less than a phlegmatic insensibility to real culture. Men cannot vanquish an enemy, least of all an enemy like the French, who, whatever their worth may be, do actually possess a genuine and productive culture, and whom, up to the present, we have systematically copied, though in the majority of cases without skill. Even supposing we had really ceased copying them, it would still not mean that we had overcome them, but merely that we had lifted their yoke from our necks. Not before we have succeeded in forcing an original German culture upon them can there be any question of the triumph of German culture. Meanwhile, let us not forget that in all matters of form we are, and must be, just as dependent upon Paris now as we were before the war. For up to the present, there has been no such thing as an original German culture. We all ought to have become aware of this of our own accord. Besides, one of the few who had the right to speak to Germans in terms of reproach publicly drew attention to the fact. "We Germans are of yesterday," Goethe once said to Eckermann. True, for the last 100 years we have diligently cultivated ourselves, but a few centuries may yet have to run their course before our fellow countrymen become permeated with sufficient intellectuality and higher culture to have it said of them, "It is a long time since they were barbarians." 2. If, however, our public and private life is so manifestly devoid of all signs of a productive and characteristic culture, if, moreover, our great artists, with that earnest vehemence and honesty which is peculiar to greatness, admit, and have admitted this monstrous fact, so very humiliating to a gifted nation, how can it still be possible for contentment to reign to such an astonishing extent among German scholars? And since the last war, this complacent spirit, that seemed ever more and more ready to break forth into exultant cries and demonstrations of triumph. At all events, the belief seems to be rife that we are in possession of a genuine culture, and the enormous incongruity of this triumphant satisfaction in the face of the inferiority which should be patent to all seems only to be noticed by the few and the select. For all those who think with the public mind have blindfolded their eyes and closed their ears. The incongruity is not even acknowledged to exist. How is this possible? What power is sufficiently influential to deny this existence? What species of men must have attained to supremacy in Germany that feelings which are so strong and simple should be denied or prevented from obtaining expression? This power, this species of men, I will name. They are the Philistines of culture. As everyone knows, the word Philistine is borrowed from the vernacular of student life, and in its widest and most popular sense, it signifies the reverse of a son of the muses, of an artist, and of the genuine man of culture. The Philistine of culture, however, the study of whose type and the hearing of whose confessions, when he makes them, have now become tiresome duties, distinguishes himself from the general notion of the order Philistine by means of a superstition. He fancies that he is himself a son of the muses and a man of culture. This incomprehensible error clearly shows that he does not even know the difference between a Philistine and his opposite. We must not be surprised, therefore, if we find him, for the most part, solemnly protesting that he is no Philistine. Owing to this lack of self-knowledge, he is convinced that his culture, is the consummate manifestation of real German culture. And since he everywhere meets with scholars of his own type, since all public institutions, whether schools, universities or academies, are so organized as to be in complete harmony with his education and needs, wherever he goes, he bears with him the triumphant feeling that he is the worthy champion of prevailing German culture, and he frames his pretensions and claims accordingly. If, however, real culture takes unity of style for granted, and even an inferior and degenerate culture cannot be imagined in which a certain coalescence of the profusion of forms has not taken place, it is just possible that the confusion underlying the culture Philistine's error may arise from the fact that, since he comes into contact everywhere with creatures cast in the same mould as himself, he concludes that this uniformity among all scholars must point to a certain uniformity in German education, hence to culture. All round him he sees only needs and views similar to his own. Wherever he goes, he finds himself embraced by a ring of tacit conventions concerning almost everything, but more especially matters of religion and art. This imposing sameness, this tutti unisono, which, though it responds to no word of command, is yet ever ready to burst forth, cozens him into the belief that here a culture must be established and flourishing. But Philistinism, despite its systematic organization and power, does not constitute a culture by virtue of its system alone. It does not even constitute an inferior culture, but invariably the reverse, namely, firmly established barbarity. For the uniformity of character, which is so apparent in the German scholars of today, is only the result of a conscious or unconscious exclusion and negation of all the artistically productive forms and requirements of a genuine style. The mind of the cultured Philistine must have become sadly unhinged, for precisely what culture repudiates, he regards as culture itself. And since he proceeds logically, he succeeds in creating a connected group of these repudiations, a system of non-culture, to which one might at a pinch grant a certain unity of style, provided, of course, it were not nonsense to attribute style to barbarity. If he have to choose between a stylish act and its opposite, he will invariably adopt the latter. And, since this rule holds good throughout, every one of his acts bears the same negative stamp. Now, it is by means of this stamp that he is able to identify the character of the German culture, which is his own patent. And all things that do not bear it are so many enemies and obstacles drawn up against him. In the presence of these arrayed forces, the culture Philistine either does no more than ward off the blows, or else he denies, holds his tongue, stops his ears, and refuses to face facts. He is a negative creature, even in his hatred and animosity. Nobody, however, is more disliked by him than the man who regards him as a Philistine and tells him what he is, namely the barrier in the way of all powerful men and creators, the labyrinth for all who doubt and go astray, the swamp for all the weak and the weary, the fetters of those who would run towards lofty goals, the poisonous mist that chokes all germinating hopes, the scorching sand to all those German thinkers who seek for and thirst after a new life. For the mind of Germany is seeking, and ye hate it because it is seeking, and because it will not accept your word, when ye declare that ye have found what it is seeking. How could it have been possible for a type like that of the culture Philistine to develop? And even granting its development, how is it able to rise to the powerful position of supreme judge concerning all questions of German culture? How could this have been possible, seeing that a whole procession of grand and heroic figures has already filed past us, whose every movement, the expression of whose every feature, whose questioning voice and burning eye betrayed the one fact that they were seekers, and that they sought that which the culture Philistine had long fancied he had found, to wit, a genuine, original German culture. Is there a soil, thus they seemed to ask, a soil that is pure enough, unhandselled enough, of sufficient virgin sanctity to allow the mind of Germany to build its house upon it? Questioning thus, they wandered through the wilderness and the woods of wretched ages and narrow conditions, and as seekers they disappeared from our vision. One of them, at an advanced age, was even able to say, in the name of awe, "For half a century my life has been hard and bitter enough. I have allowed myself no rest, but have ever striven, sought and done to the best and to the utmost of my ability." What does our culture Philistinism say of these seekers? It regards them simply as discoverers, and seems to forget that they themselves only claim to be seekers. "We have our culture," say her sons, "for have we not our classics? Not only is the foundation there, but the building already stands upon it. We ourselves constitute that building." And so saying, the Philistine raises his hand to his brow. But in order to be able thus to misjudge, and thus to grant left-handed veneration to our classics, people must have ceased to know them. This, generally speaking, is precisely what has happened, for otherwise one ought to know that there is only one way of honouring them, and that is to continue seeking with the same spirit and with the same courage, and not to weary of the search. But to foist the doubtful title of classics upon them, and to edify oneself from time to time by reading their works, means to yield to those feeble and selfish emotions which all the paying public may purchase at concert halls and theatres. Even the raising of monuments to their memory, and the christening of feasts and societies with their names, all these things are but so many ringing cash payments, by means of which the culture Philistine discharges his indebtedness to them, so that in all other respects he may be rid of them, and, above all, not bound to follow in their wake and prosecute his search further. For henceforth inquiry is to cease. That is the Philistine watchword. This watchword once had some meaning. In Germany, during the first decade of the 19th century, for instance, when the heyday and confusion of seeking, experimenting, destroying, promising, surmising, and hoping was sweeping in currents and cross-currents over the land, the thinking middle classes were right in their concern for their own security. It was then quite right of them to dismiss from their minds with a shrug of their shoulders the omnium gatherum of fantastic and language-maiming philosophies, and of rabid, special pleading historical studies, the carnival of all gods and myths, and the poetical affectations and fooleries which a drunken spirit may be responsible for. In this respect they were quite right, for the Philistine has not even the privilege of license. With the cunning proper to base natures, however, he availed himself of the opportunity, in order to throw suspicion even upon the seeking spirit, and to invite people to join in the more comfortable pastime of finding. His eye opened to the joy of Philistinism. He saved himself from wild experimenting by clinging to the idyllic, and opposed the restless creative spirit that animates the artist by means of a certain smug ease, the ease of self-conscious narrowness, tranquillity, and self-sufficiency. His tapering finger pointed, without any affectation of modesty, to all the hidden and intimate incidents of his life, to the many touching and ingenuous joys which sprang into existence in the wretched depths of his uncultivated existence, and which modestly blossomed forth on the bogland of Philistinism. There were naturally a few gifted narrators who, with a nice touch, drew vivid pictures of the happiness, the prosaic simplicity, the bucolic robustness, and all the well-being which floods the quarters of children, scholars, and peasants. With picture books of this class in their hands, these smug ones now once and for all sought to escape from the yoke of these dubious classics and the command which they contained, to seek further and to find. They only started the notion of an epigone age in order to secure peace for themselves, and to be able to reject all the efforts of disturbing innovators summarily as the work of epigones. With the view of ensuring their own tranquillity, these smug ones even appropriated history, and sought to transform all sciences that threatened to disturb their wretched ease into branches of history, more particularly philosophy and classical philology. Through historical consciousness, they saved themselves from enthusiasm, for, in opposition to Goethe, it was maintained that history would no longer kindle enthusiasm. No, in their desire to acquire an historical grasp of everything, stultification became the sole aim of these philosophical admirers of nil admirari. While professing to hate every form of fanaticism and intolerance, what they really hated, at bottom, was the dominating genius and the tyranny of the real claims of culture. They therefore concentrated and utilized all their forces in those quarters where a fresh and vigorous movement was to be expected, and then paralyzed, stupefied, and tore it to shreds. In this way, a philosophy which veiled the Philistine confessions of its founder beneath neat twists and flourishes of language proceeded further to discover a formula for the canonization of the commonplace. It expatiated upon the rationalism of all reality, and thus ingratiated itself with the culture Philistine, who also loves neat twists and flourishes, and who, above all, considers himself real, and regards his reality as the standard of reason for the world. From this time forward he began to allow everyone, and even himself, to reflect, to investigate, to aestheticize, and more particularly to make poetry, music, and even pictures, not to mention systems of philosophy, provided, of course, that everything were done according to the old pattern, and that no assault were made upon the reasonable and the real, that is to say, upon the Philistine. The latter really does not at all mind giving himself up, from time to time, to the delightful and daring transgressions of art, or of sceptical historical studies, and he does not underestimate the charm of such recreations and entertainments. But he strictly separates the earnestness of life, under which term he understands his calling, his business, and his wife and child, from such trivialities, and among the latter he includes all things which have any relation to culture. Therefore, woe to the art that takes itself seriously, that has a notion of what it may exact, and that dares to endanger his income, his business, and his habits. Upon such an art he turns his back, as though it were something dissolute, and, affecting the attitude of a guardian of chastity, he cautions every unprotected virtue on no account to look. Being such an adept at cautioning people, he is always grateful to any artist who heeds him and listens to caution. He then assures his protégé that things are to be made more easy for him, that, as a kindred spirit, he will no longer be expected to make sublime masterpieces, but that his work must be one of two kinds, either the imitation of reality to the point of simian mimicry, in idylls or gentle and humorous satires, or the free copying of the best-known and most famous classical works, albeit with shamefast concessions to the taste of the age. For, although he may only be able to appreciate slavish copying or accurate portraiture of the present, still he knows that the latter will but glorify him and increase the well-being of reality, while the former, far from doing him any harm, rather helps to establish his reputation as a classical judge of taste, and is not otherwise troublesome, for he has once and for all come to terms with the classics. Finally, he discovers the general and effective formula health for his habits, methods of observation, judgments, and the objects of his patronage. while he dismisses the importunate disturber of the peace with the epithets hysterical and morbid. It is thus that David Strauss, a genuine example of the satisfait in regard to our scholastic institutions and a typical Philistine, it is thus that he speaks of the philosophy of Schopenhauer as being thoroughly intellectual, yet often unhealthy and unprofitable. It is indeed a deplorable fact that intellect should show such a decided preference for the unhealthy and the unprofitable, and even the Philistine, if he be true to himself, will admit that in regard to the philosophies which men of his stamp produce, he is conscious of a frequent lack of intellectuality, although, of course, they are always thoroughly healthy and profitable. Now and again the Philistines, provided they are by themselves, indulge in a bottle of wine, and then they grow reminiscent, and speak of the great deeds of the war, honestly and ingenuous. On such occasions it often happens that a great deal comes to light which would otherwise have been most steadfastly concealed, and one of them may even be heard to blurt out the most precious secrets of the whole brotherhood. Indeed, a lapse of this sort occurred but a short while ago to a well-known aesthete of the Hegelian school of reasoning. It must, however, be admitted that the provocation thereto was of an unusual character. A company of Philistines were feasting together in celebration of the memory of a genuine anti-Philistine, one who, moreover, had been, in the strictest sense of the words, wrecked by Philistinism. This man was Hölderlin, and the aforementioned aesthete was therefore justified under the circumstances in speaking of the tragic souls who had foundered on reality, reality being understood here to mean Philistine reason. But the reality is now different, and it might well be asked whether Hölderlin would be able to find his way at all in the present great age. I doubt, says Dr. Fisher, whether his delicate soul could have borne all the roughness which is inseparable from war, and whether it had survived the amount of perversity which, since the war, we now see flourishing in every quarter. Perhaps he would have succumbed to despair. His was one of the unarmed souls. He was the Werther of Greece, a hopeless lover. His life was full of softness and yearning, but there was strength and substance in his will, and in his style, greatness, riches, and life. Here and there it is even reminiscent of Aeschylus. His spirit, however, lacked hardness. He lacked the weapon humour. He could not grant that one may be a Philistine and still be no barbarian. Not the sugary condolence of the post-prandial speaker, but this last sentence concerns us. Yes, it is admitted that one is a Philistine, but a barbarian? No, not at any price. Unfortunately, poor Hölderlin could not make such fine distinctions. If one reads the reverse of civilization, or perhaps sea pirating or cannibalism into the word barbarian, then the distinction is justifiable enough. But what the aesthete obviously wishes to prove to us is that we may be Philistines and at the same time men of culture. Therein lies the humour which poor Hölderlin lacked, and the need of which ultimately wrecked him. On this occasion, a second admission was made by the speaker. It is not always strength of will, but weakness, which makes us superior to those tragic souls which are so passionately responsive to the attractions of beauty, or words to this effect. And this was said in the name of the assembled we, that is to say, the superiors through weakness. Let us content ourselves with these admissions. We are now in possession of information concerning two matters from one of the initiated. First, that these we stand beyond the passion for beauty. Secondly, that their position was reached by means of weakness. In less confidential moments, however, it was just this weakness which masqueraded in the guise of a much more beautiful name. It was the famous healthiness of the culture Philistine. In view of this very recent restatement of the case, however, it would be as well not to speak of them any longer as the healthy ones, but as the weakly, or still better, as the feeble. Oh, if only these feeble ones were not in power! How is it that they concern themselves at all about what we call them? They are the rulers, and he is a poor ruler who cannot endure to be called by a nickname. Yes, if one only have power, one soon learns to poke fun, even at oneself. It cannot matter so very much, therefore, even if one do give oneself away, for what could not the purple mantle of triumph conceal? The strength of the culture Philistine steps into the broad light of day when he acknowledges his weakness, and the more he acknowledges it, the more cynically he acknowledges it, the more completely he betrays his consciousness of his own importance and superiority. We are living in a period of cynical Philistine confessions. Just as Friedrich Nietzsche gave us his in a word, so has David Strauss handed us his in a book. And both that word and that book are cynical. 3. Concerning culture Philistinism, David Strauss makes a double confession, by word and by deed. That is to say, by the word of the confessor and the act of the writer. His book, entitled The Old Faith and the New, is, first in regard to its contents, and secondly in regard to its being a book and a literary production, an uninterrupted confession. While in the very fact that he allows himself to write confessions at all about his faith, there already lies a confession. Presumably everyone seems to have the right to compile an autobiography after his 40th year, for the humblest amongst us may have experienced things, and may have seen them at such close quarters, that the recording of them may prove of use and value to the thinker. But to write a confession of one's faith cannot but be regarded as 1,000 times more pretentious, since it takes for granted that the writer attaches worth not only to the experiences and investigations of his life, but also to his beliefs. Now, what the nice thinker will require to know, above all else, is the kind of faith which happens to be compatible with natures of the Straussian order, and what it is they have half-dreamily conjured up concerning matters of which those alone have the right to speak who are acquainted with them at first hand. Whoever would have desired to possess the confession, say, of a Ranke or a Mommsen? And these men were scholars and historians of a very different stamp from David Strauss. If, however, they had ever ventured to interest us in their faith, instead of in their scientific investigations, we should have felt that they were overstepping their limits in a most irritating fashion. Yet Strauss does this when he discusses his faith. Nobody wants to know anything about it, save perhaps a few bigoted opponents of the Straussian doctrines who, suspecting, as they do, a substratum of satanic principles beneath these doctrines, hope that he may compromise his learned utterances by revealing the nature of those principles. These clumsy creatures may perhaps have found what they sought in the last book, but we, who had no occasion to suspect a satanic substratum, discovered nothing of the sort, and would have felt rather pleased than not had we been able to discern even a dash of the diabolical in any part of the volume. But surely no evil spirit could speak as Strauss speaks of his new faith. In fact, spirit in general seems to be altogether foreign to the book, more particularly the spirit of genius. Only those whom Strauss designates as his we speak as he does, and then, when they expatiate upon their faith to us, they bore us even more than when they relate their dreams. Be they scholars, artists, military men, civil employees, merchants, or landed proprietors, come they in their thousands, and not the worst people in the land either. If they do not wish to remain the peaceful ones in town or county, but threaten to wax noisy, then let not the din of their unisono deceive us concerning the poverty and vulgarity of the melody they sing. How can it dispose us more favourably towards a profession of faith to hear that it is approved by a crowd, when it is of such an order that if any individual of that crowd attempted to make it known to us, we should not only fail to hear him out, but should interrupt him with a yawn. If thou sharest such a belief, we should say unto him, in heaven's name, keep it to thyself. Maybe, in the past, some few harmless types looked for the thinker in David Strauss. Now they have discovered the believer in him, and are disappointed. Had he kept silent, he would have remained, for these at least, the philosopher, whereas now no one regards him as such. He no longer craved the honours of the thinker, however. All he wanted to be was a new believer, and he is proud of his new belief. In making a written declaration of it, he fancied he was writing the catechism of modern thought and building the broad highway of the world's future. Indeed, our Philistines have ceased to be faint-hearted and bashful, and have acquired almost cynical assurance. There was a time, long, long ago, when the Philistine was only tolerated as something that did not speak, and about which no one spoke. Then a period ensued during which his roughness was smoothed, during which he was found amusing, and people talked about him. Under this treatment he gradually became a prig, rejoiced with all his heart over his rough places and his wrong-headed and candid singularities, and began to talk on his own account after the style of Reel's music for the home. But what do I see? Is it a shadow? Is it reality? How long and broad my poodle grows! For now he is already rolling like a hippopotamus along the broad highway of the world's future, and his growling and barking have become transformed into the proud incantations of a religious founder. And is it your own sweet wish, great master, to found the religion of the future? The times seem to us not yet ripe. It does not occur to us to wish to destroy a church. But why not, great master? One but needs the ability. Besides, to speak quite openly in the latter, you yourself are convinced that you possess this ability. Look at the last page of your book. There you actually state, forsooth, that your new way alone is the future highway of the world, which now only requires partial completion and especially general use, in order also to become easy and pleasant. Make no further denials, then. The religious founder is unmasked. The convenient and agreeable highway leading to the Straussian paradise is built. It is only the coach in which you wish to convey us that does not altogether satisfy you, unpretentious man that you are. You tell us in your concluding remarks, nor will I pretend that the coach to which my esteemed readers have been obliged to trust themselves with me fulfills every requirement. All through one is much jolted. You are casting about for a compliment, you gallant old religious founder. But let us be straightforward with you. If your reader so regulates the perusal of the 368 pages of your religious catechism as to read only 1 page a day, that is to say, if he take it in the smallest possible doses, then perhaps we should be able to believe that he might suffer some evil effect from the book, if only as the outcome of his vexation when the results he expected fail to make themselves felt. Gulp down more heartily, however, and as much as possible being taken at each draught, according to the prescription to be recommended in the case of all modern books. The drink can work no mischief, and after taking it the reader will not necessarily be either out of sorts or out of temper, but rather merry and well-disposed, as though nothing had happened, as though no religion had been assailed, no world's highway had been built, and no profession of faith been made. And I do indeed call this a result. The doctor, the drug, and the disease, everything forgotten. And the joyous laughter, the continual provocation to hilarity, you are to be envied, sir, for you have founded the most attractive of all religions, one whose followers do honour to its founder by laughing at him. 4. The Philistine as founder of the religion of the future. that is, the new belief in its most emphatic form of expression. The Philistine becomes a dreamer, that is, the unheard-of occurrence which distinguishes the German nation of today. But for the present, in any case, let us maintain an attitude of caution towards this fantastic exaltation. For does not David Strauss himself advise us to exercise such caution, in the following profound passage, the general tone of which leads us to think of the founder of Christianity rather than of our particular author? Quote, "We know there have been noble enthusiasts of genius. The influence of an enthusiast can rouse, exalt, and produce prolonged historic effects. But we do not wish to choose him as the guide of our life. He will be sure to mislead us if we do not subject his influence to the control of reason." Unquote. But we know something more. We know that there are enthusiasts who are not intellectual, who do not rouse or exalt, and who, nevertheless, not only expect to be the guides of our lives, but as such, to exercise a very lasting historical influence into the bargain, and to rule the future. All the more reason why we should place their influence under the control of reason. Lichtenberg even said, "There are enthusiasts quite devoid of ability, and these are really dangerous people." In the first place, as regards the above-mentioned control of reason, we should like to have candid answers to the three following questions. First, how does the new believer picture his heaven? Secondly, how far does the courage lent him by the new faith extend? And thirdly, how does he write his books? Strauss the Confessor must answer the first and second questions. Strauss the writer must answer the third. The heaven of the new believer must, perforce, be a heaven upon earth. For the Christian prospect of an immortal life in heaven, together with the other consolations, must irretrievably vanish for him who has but one foot on the Straussian platform. The way in which a religion represents its heaven is significant. And if it be true that Christianity knows no other heavenly occupations than singing and making music, the prospect of the Philistine, à la Strauss, is truly not a very comforting one. In the Book of Confessions, however, there is a page which treats of paradise. Happiest of Philistines, unroll this parchment scroll before anything else, and the whole of heaven will seem to clamber down to thee. We would but indicate how we act, how we have acted these many years. Besides our profession, and we are the members of the most various professions, and by no means exclusively consist of scholars or artists, but of military men and civil employees, of merchants and landed proprietors. And again, as I have already said, there are not a few of us, but many thousands, and not the worst people in the country. Besides our profession, then, I say, we are eagerly accessible to all the higher interests of humanity. We have taken a vivid interest during late years, and each after his manner has participated in the great national war and the reconstruction of the German state. And we have been profoundly exalted by the turn events have taken, as unexpected as glorious, for our much-tried nation. To the end of forming just conclusions in these things, we study history, which has now been made easy even to the unlearned by a series of attractively and popularly written works. At the same time, we endeavour to enlarge our knowledge of the natural sciences, where also there is no lack of sources of information. And lastly, in the writings of our great poets, in the performances of our great musicians, we find a stimulus for the intellect and heart, for wit and imagination, which leaves nothing to be desired. Thus we live, and hold on our way in joy. "Here is our man," cries the Philistine exultingly, who reads this, "for this is exactly how we live. It is indeed our daily life." And how perfectly he understands the euphemism. When, for example, he refers to the historical studies by means of which we help ourselves in forming just conclusions regarding the political situation, what can he be thinking of if it be not our newspaper reading? when he speaks of the active part we take in the reconstruction of the German state, he surely has only our daily visits to the beer garden in his mind. And is not a walk in the zoological gardens implied by the sources of information through which we endeavour to enlarge our knowledge of the natural sciences? Finally, the theatres and concert halls are referred to as places from which we take home a stimulus for wit and imagination, which leaves nothing to be desired. With what dignity and weight he describes even the most suspicious of our doings. Here indeed is our man, for his heaven is our heaven. Thus cries the Philistine. And if we are not quite so satisfied as he, it is merely owing to the fact that we wanted to know more. Scaliger used to say, "What does it matter to us whether Montaigne drank red or white wine?" But in this more important case, how greatly ought we to value definite particulars of this sort? If we could but learn how many pipes the Philistine smokes daily, according to the prescriptions of the new faith, and whether it is the Spener or the National Gazette that appeals to him over his coffee. But our curiosity is not satisfied. With regard to one point only do we receive more exhaustive information, and fortunately this point relates to the heaven in heaven, the private little art rooms which will be consecrated to the use of great poets and musicians, and to which the Philistine will go to edify himself, in which, moreover, according to his own showing, he will even get all his stains removed and wiped away, so that we are led to regard these private little art rooms as a kind of bathrooms. Quote, "But this is only effected for some fleeting moments. It happens and counts only in the realms of fantasy. As soon as we return to rude reality and the cramping confines of actual life, we are again on all sides assailed by the old cares." Unquote. Thus our master sighs. Let us, however, avail ourselves of the fleeting moments during which we remain in those little rooms. There is just sufficient time to get a glimpse of the apotheosis of the Philistine, that is to say, the Philistine whose stains have been removed and wiped away, and who is now an absolutely pure sample of his type. In truth, the opportunity we have here may prove instructive. Let no one who happens to have fallen a victim to the confession book lay it aside before having read the two appendices, of our great poets and of our great musicians. Here the rainbow of the new brotherhood is set, and he who can find no pleasure in it, for such an one there is no help, as Strauss says on another occasion, and as he might well say here, he is not yet ripe for our point of view. For are we not in the heaven of heavens? The enthusiastic explorer undertakes to lead us about, and begs us to excuse him if, in the excess of his joy at all the beauties to be seen, he should by any chance be tempted to talk too much. Quote, "If I should perhaps become more garrulous than may seem warranted in this place, let the reader be indulgent to me, for out of the abundance of the heart the mouth speaketh. Let him only be assured that what he is now about to read does not consist of older materials, which I take the opportunity of inserting here, but that these remarks have been written for their present place and purpose." Unquote. This confession surprises us somewhat for the moment. What can it matter to us whether or not the little chapters were freshly written, as if it were a matter of writing? Between ourselves, I should have been glad if they had been written a quarter of a century earlier. Then at least I should have understood why the thoughts seem to be so bleached, and why they are so redolent of resuscitated antiquities. But that a thing should have been written in 1872, and already smell of decay in 1872, strikes me as suspicious. Let us imagine someone's falling asleep while reading these chapters. What would he most probably dream about? A friend answered this question for me because he happened to have had the experience himself. He dreamt of a waxwork show. The classical writers stood there elegantly represented in wax and beads. Their arms and eyes moved, and a screw inside them creaked an accompaniment to their movements. He saw something gruesome among them, a misshapen figure, decked with tapes and jaundiced paper, out of whose mouth a ticket hung on which "Lessing" was written. My friend went close up to it and learned the worst. It was the Homeric chimera. In front it was Strauss, behind it was Gervinus, and in the middle, Chimera. The tout ensemble was Lessing. This discovery caused him to shriek with terror. He waked and read no more. In sooth, great master, why have you written such fusty little chapters? We do indeed learn something new from them. For instance, that Gervinus made it known to the world how and why Goethe was no dramatic genius. That in the second part of Faust he had only produced a world of phantoms and of symbols. That Wallenstein is a Macbeth as well as a Hamlet. That the Straussian reader extracts the short stories out of the Wanderjahre, quote, much as naughty children pick the raisins and almonds out of a tough plum cake, end of quote. That no complete effect can be produced on the stage without the forcible element, and that Schiller emerged from Kant as from a cold water cure. All this is certainly new and striking, but even so, it does not strike us with wonder, and so sure as it is new, it will never grow old, for it never was young. It was senile at birth. What extraordinary ideas seem to occur to these blessed ones after the new style in their aesthetic heaven? And why can they not manage to forget a few of them, more particularly when they are of that unaesthetic, earthly and ephemeral order to which the scholarly thoughts of Gervinus belong, and when they so obviously bear the stamp of puerility? But it almost seems as though the modest greatness of a Strauss and the vain insignificance of a Gervinus were only too well able to harmonize. Then long live all those blessed ones. May we, the rejected, also live long, if this unchallenged judge of art continues any longer to teach his borrowed enthusiasm and the gallop of that hired steed, of which the honest Grillparzer speaks with such delightful clearness, until the whole of heaven rings beneath the hoof of that galumphing enthusiasm. Then at least things will be livelier and noisier than they are at the present moment, in which the carpet-slippered rapture of our heavenly leader and the lukewarm eloquence of his lips only succeed in the end in making us sick and tired. I should like to know how a hallelujah sung by Strauss would sound. I believe one would have to listen very carefully, lest it should seem no more than a courteous apology or a lisped compliment. Apropos of this, I might adduce an instructive and somewhat forbidding example. Strauss strongly resented the action of one of his opponents who happened to refer to his reverence for Lessing. The unfortunate man had misunderstood. True, Strauss did declare that one must be of a very obtuse mind not to recognize that the simple words of paragraph 86 come from the writer's heart. Now I do not question this warmth in the very least. On the contrary, the fact that Strauss fosters these feelings towards Lessing has always excited my suspicion. I find the same warmth for Lessing raise almost to heat in Gervinus. Yea, on the whole, no great German writer is so popular among little German writers as Lessing is. But for all that, they deserve no thanks for their predilection. For what is it, in sooth, that they praise in Lessing? At one moment it is his Catholicity, the fact that he was critic and poet, archaeologist and philosopher, dramatist and theologian. Anon, it is the unity in him of the writer and the man, of the head and the heart. The last quality, as a rule, is just as characteristic of the great writer as of the little one. As a rule, a narrow head agrees only too fatally with a narrow heart. And as to the Catholicity, this is no distinction, more especially when, as in Lessing's case, it was a dire necessity. What astonishes one in regard to Lessing enthusiasts is rather that they have no conception of the devouring necessity which drove him on through life and to this Catholicity, no feeling for the fact that such a man is too prone to consume himself rapidly like a flame, nor any indignation at the thought that the vulgar narrowness and pusillanimity of his whole environment, especially of his learned contemporaries, so saddened, tormented, and stifled the tender and ardent creature that he was, that the very universality for which he is praised should give rise to feelings of the deepest compassion. Have pity on the exceptional man, Goethe cries to us, for it was his lot to live in such a wretched age that his life was one long polemical effort. How can ye, my worthy Philistines, think of Lessing without shame? He who was ruined precisely on account of your stupidity, while struggling with your ludicrous fetishes and idols, with the defects of your theatres, scholars, and theologists, without once daring to attempt that eternal flight for which he had been born. And what are your feelings when ye think of Winckelmann, who, in order to turn his eyes from your grotesque puerilities, went begging to the Jesuits for help, and whose ignominious conversion dishonours not him but you? Dare ye mention Schiller's name without blushing? Look at his portrait. See the flashing eyes that glance contemptuously over your heads, the deadly red cheek. Do these things mean nothing to you? In him ye had such a magnificent and divine toy that ye shattered it. Suppose for a moment it had been possible to deprive this harassed and hunted life of Goethe's friendship, ye would then have been responsible for its still earlier, and ye have had no finger in any one of the life works of your great geniuses, and yet ye would make a dogma to the effect that no one is to be helped in the future. But for every one of them ye were the resistance of the obtuse world, which Goethe calls by its name in his epilogue to the Bell. For all of them ye were the grumbling imbeciles, or the envious bigots, or the malicious egoists. In spite of you, each of them created his works, against you each directed his attacks, and thanks to you each prematurely sank, while his work was still unfinished, broken and bewildered by the stress of the battle. And now ye presume that ye are going to be permitted, tamquam re bene gesta, to praise such men, and with words which leave no one in any doubt as to whom ye have in your minds when ye utter your encomiums, which therefore spring forth with such hearty warmth, that one must be blind not to see to whom ye are really bowing. Even Goethe in his day had to cry, "Upon my honour, we are in need of a Lessing, and woe unto all vain masters and to the whole ascetic kingdom of heaven when the young tiger, whose restless strength will be visible in his every distended muscle and his every glance, shall sally forth to seek his prey." 5. How clever it was of my friend to read no further, once he had been enlightened, thanks to that chimerical vision concerning the Straussian Lessing and Strauss himself. We, however, read on further, and even craved admission of the doorkeeper of the new faith to the sanctum of music. The master threw the door open for us, accompanied us, and began quoting certain names, until, at last, overcome with mistrust, we stood still and looked at him. Was it possible that we were the victims of the same hallucination as that to which our friend had been subjected in his dream? The musicians to whom Strauss referred seemed to us to be wrongly designated as long as he spoke about them, and we began to think that the talk must certainly be about somebody else, even admitting that it did not relate to incongruous phantoms. When, for instance, he mentioned Haydn with that same warmth which made us so suspicious when he praised Lessing, and when he posed as the epoch and priest of a mysterious Haydn cult. When, in a discussion upon quartet music, if you please, he even likened Haydn to a good unpretending soup, and Beethoven to sweetmeats. Then, to our minds, one thing and one thing alone became certain. namely, that his sweetmeat Beethoven is not our Beethoven, and his soup Haydn is not our Haydn. The master was moreover of the opinion that our orchestra is too good to perform Haydn, and that only the most unpretentious amateurs can do justice to that music. A further proof that he was referring to some other artist and some other work, possibly to Reel's Music for the Home. But whoever can this sweet-meat Beethoven of Strauss's be? He is said to have composed 9 symphonies, of which the pastoral is the least remarkable. We are told that each time in composing the third he seemed impelled to exceed his bounds and depart on an adventurous quest, from which we might infer that we are here concerned with a sort of double monster, half horse and half cavalier. With regard to a certain Eroica, this centaur is very hard-pressed, because he did not succeed in making it clear, quote, whether it is a question of a conflict on the open field or in the deep heart of man, unquote. In the pastoral there is said to be a furiously raging storm, for which it is almost too insignificant to interrupt a dance of country folk, and which, owing to its arbitrary connection with a trivial motive, as Strauss so adroitly and correctly puts it, renders this symphony the least remarkable. A more drastic expression appears to have occurred to the master, but he prefers to speak here, as he says, with becoming modesty. But no, for once our master is wrong. In this case he is really a little too modest. Who indeed will enlighten us concerning this sweet-meat Beethoven, if not Strauss himself, the only person who seems to know anything about him? But immediately below, a strong judgment is uttered with becoming non-modesty, and precisely in regard to the 9th Symphony. It is said, for instance, that this symphony, quote, is naturally the favourite of a prevalent taste, which in art and music especially mistakes the grotesque for the genial and the formless for the sublime, unquote. It is true that a critic as severe as Gavinus was gave this work a hearty welcome, because it happened to confirm one of his doctrines. But Strauss is far from going to these problematic productions in search of the merits of his Beethoven. It is a pity, cries our master with a convulsive sigh, that one is compelled by such reservations to mar one's enjoyment of Beethoven as well as the admiration gladly accorded to him. For our master is a favourite of the Graces, and these have informed him that they only accompanied Beethoven part of the way, and that he then lost sight of them. This is a defect, he cries, but can you believe that it may also appear as an advantage? He who is painfully and breathlessly rolling the musical idea along will seem to be moving the weightier one, and thus appear to be the stronger. This is a confession, and not necessarily one concerning Beethoven alone, but concerning the classical prose writer himself. He, the celebrated author, is not abandoned by the Graces. From the play of airy jests, that is to say, Straussian jests, to the heights of solemn earnestness, that is to say, Straussian earnestness, they remain stolidly at his elbow. He, the classical prose writer, slides his burden along playfully and with a light heart, whereas Beethoven rolls his painfully and breathlessly. He seems merely to dandle his load. This is indeed an advantage. But would anybody believe that it might equally be a sign of something wanting? In any case, only those could believe this who mistake the grotesque for the genial and the formless for the sublime. Is not that so, you dandling favourite of the Graces? We envy no one the edifying moments he may have, either in the stillness of his little private room or in a new heaven specially fitted out for him. But of all possible pleasures of this order, that of Strauss's is surely one of the most wonderful, for he is even edified by a little holocaust. He calmly throws the sublimest works of the German nation into the flames in order to cense his idols with their smoke. Suppose for a moment that by some accident the Eroica, the Pastoral, and the 9th Symphony had fallen into the hands of our priest of the Graces. and that it had been in his power to suppress such problematic productions in order to keep the image of the master pure, who doubts but what he would have burned them? And it is precisely in this way that the Strausses of our time demean themselves. They only wish to know so much of an artist as is compatible with the service of their rooms. They know only the extremes, sensing or burning. To all this they are heartily welcome. The one surprising feature of the whole case is that public opinion, in matters artistic, should be so feeble, vacillating and corruptible as contentedly to allow these exhibitions of indigent Philistinism to go by without raising an objection. Yea, that it does not even possess sufficient sense of humour to feel tickled at the sight of an unascetic little master sitting in judgment upon Beethoven. As to Mozart, what Aristotle says of Plato ought really to be applied here. Insignificant people ought not to be permitted even to praise him. In this respect, however, all shame has vanished, from the public as well as from the master's mind. He is allowed not merely to cross himself before the greatest and purest creations of German genius, as though he had perceived something godless and immoral in them, but people actually rejoice over his candid confessions and admission of sins, more particularly as he makes no mention of his own, but only of those which great men are said to have committed. Oh, if only our master be in the right, his readers sometimes think, when attacked by a paroxysm of doubt. He himself, however, stands there, smiling and convinced, perorating, condemning, blessing, raising his hat to himself, and is at any minute capable of saying what the Duchesse de la Fort said to Madame de Staël, to wit, "My dear, I must confess that I find no one but myself invariably right." 6. A corpse is a pleasant thought for a worm, and a worm is a dreadful thought for every living creature. Worms fancy their kingdom of heaven in a fat body. Professors of philosophy seek theirs in rummaging among Schopenhauer's entrails, and as long as rodents exist, there will exist a heaven for rodents. In this we have the answer to our first question. How does the believer in the new faith picture his heaven? The Straussian Philistine harbours in the works of our great poets and musicians like a parasitic worm whose life is destruction, whose admiration is devouring, and whose worship is digesting. Now, however, our second question must be answered. How far does the courage lent to its adherents by this new faith extend? Even this question would already have been answered if courage and pretentiousness had been won. For then Strauss would not be lacking even in the just and veritable courage of a Mameluke. At all events, the becoming modesty of which Strauss speaks in the above-mentioned passage, where he is referring to Beethoven, can only be a stylistic and not a moral manner of speech. Strauss has his full share of the temerity to which every successful hero assumes the right. All flowers grow only for him, the conqueror, and he praises the sun because it shines in at his window just at the right time. He does not even spare the venerable old universe in his eulogies, as though it were only now and henceforward sufficiently sanctified by praise to revolve around the central monad, David Strauss. The universe, he is happy to inform us, is, it is true, a machine with jagged iron wheels, stamping and hammering ponderously, but, quote, "We do not only find the revolution of pitiless wheels in our world machine, but also the shedding of soothing oil." Unquote. The universe, provided it submit to Strauss's encomiums, is not likely to overflow with gratitude towards this master of weird metaphors who was unable to discover better similes in its praise. But what is the oil called which trickles down upon the hammers and stampers? And how would it console a workman who chanced to get one of his limbs caught in the mechanism to know that this oil was trickling over him? Passing over this simile as bad, let us turn our attention to another of Strauss's artifices, whereby he tries to ascertain how he feels disposed towards the universe. This question of Marguerite's, he loves me not, loves me, hanging on his lips the while. Now, although Strauss is not telling flower petals or the buttons on his waistcoat, still what he does is not less harmless, despite the fact that it needs perhaps a little more courage. Strauss wishes to make certain whether his feeling for the or is either paralyzed or withered, and he pricks himself, for he knows that one can prick a limb that is either paralyzed or withered without causing any pain. As a matter of fact, he does not really prick himself, but selects another, more violent method, which he describes thus. We open Schopenhauer, who takes every occasion of slapping our idea in the face. Now, as an idea, even that of Strauss's concerning the universe has no face, if there be any face in the question at all, it must be that of the idealist, and the procedure may be subdivided into the following separate actions. Strauss, in any case, throws Schopenhauer open, whereupon the latter slaps Strauss in the face. Strauss then reacts religiously, that is to say, he again begins to belabor Schopenhauer, to abuse him, to speak of absurdities, blasphemies, dissipations, and even to allege that Schopenhauer could not have been in his right senses. Result of the dispute? Quote, we demand the same piety for our cosmos that the devout of old demanded for his God. Unquote. Or briefly, he loves me. Our favourite of the Graces makes his life a hard one, but he is as brave as a Mameluke, and fears neither the devil nor Schopenhauer. How much soothing oil must he use if such incidents are of frequent occurrence? On the other hand, we readily understand Strauss's gratitude to this tickling, pricking and slapping Schopenhauer. Hence we are not so very much surprised when we find him expressing himself in the following kind way about him. We need only turn over the leaves of Arthur Schopenhauer's works, although we shall on many other accounts do well not only to glance over, but to study them, etc. Now, to whom does this captain of Philistines address these words? To him who has clearly never even studied Schopenhauer, the latter might well have retorted, this is an author who does not even deserve to be scanned, much less to be studied. Obviously he gulped Schopenhauer down the wrong way, and this hoarse coughing is merely his attempt to clear his throat. But in order to fill the measure of his ingenuous encomiums, Strauss even arrogates to himself the right of commending old Kant. He speaks of the latter's general history of the heavens of the year 1755 as of, quote, a work which has always appeared to me not less important than his later critique of pure reason. If in the latter we admire the depth of insight, the breadth of observation strikes us in the former. If in the latter we can trace the old man's anxiety to secure even a limited possession of knowledge, so it be but on a firm basis, in the former we encounter the mature man, full of the daring of the discoverer and conqueror in the realm of thought. Unquote. This judgment of Strauss's concerning Kant did not strike me as being more modest than the one concerning Schopenhauer. In the one case we have the little captain, who is above all anxious to express even the most insignificant opinion with certainty, and in the other we have the famous prose writer who, with all the courage of ignorance, exudes his eulogistic secretions over Kant. It is almost incredible that Strauss availed himself of nothing in Kant's critique of pure reason while compiling his testament of modern ideas, and that he knew only how to appeal to the coarsest realistic taste, must also be numbered among the more striking characteristics of this new gospel, the which professes to be but the result of the laborious and continuous study of history and science, and therefore tacitly repudiates all connection with philosophy. For the Philistine captain and his we, Kantian philosophy does not exist. He does not dream of the fundamental antinomy of idealism and of the highly relative sense of all science and reason. and it is precisely reason that ought to tell him how little it is possible to know of things in themselves. It is true, however, that people of a certain age cannot possibly understand Kant, especially when, in their youth, they understood or fancied they understood that gigantic mind, Hegel, as Strauss did, and had moreover concerned themselves with Schleiermacher, who, according to Strauss, quote, was gifted with perhaps too much acumen, unquote. It will sound odd to our author when I tell him that even now he stands absolutely dependent upon Hegel and Schleiermacher, and that his teaching of the cosmos, his way of regarding things sub specie biennii, his salams to the state of affairs now existing in Germany, and above all his shameless Philistine optimism, can only be explained by an appeal to certain impressions of youth, early habits and disorders. For he who has once sickened on Hegel and Schleiermacher never completely recovers. There is one passage in the Confession book where the incurable optimism referred to above bursts forth with the full joyousness of holiday spirits. If the universe is a thing which had better not have existed, says Strauss, then surely the speculation of the philosopher as forming part of this universe is a speculation which had better not have speculated. The pessimist philosopher fails to perceive that he, above all, declares his own thought, which declares the world to be bad, as bad also. But if the thought which declares the world to be bad is a bad thought, then it follows naturally that the world is good. As a rule, optimism may take things too easily. Schopenhauer's references to the colossal part which sorrow and evil play in the world are quite in their right place as a counterpoise. But every true philosophy is necessarily optimistic, as otherwise she hews down the branch on which she herself is sitting." Unquote. If this refutation of Schopenhauer is not the same as that to which Strauss refers somewhere else as the refutation loudly and jubilantly acclaimed in higher spheres, then I quite fail to understand the dramatic phraseology used by him elsewhere to strike an opponent. Here optimism has, for once, intentionally simplified her task. But the masterstroke lay in thus pretending that the refutation of Schopenhauer was not such a very difficult task after all, and in playfully wielding the burden in such a manner that the three graces attendant on the dandling optimist might constantly be delighted by his methods. The whole purpose of the deed was to demonstrate this one truth, that it is quite unnecessary to take a pessimist seriously. The most vapid sophisms become justified, provided they show that, in regard to a philosophy as unhealthy and unprofitable as Schopenhauer's, not proofs, but quicks and sallies alone are suitable. While perusing such pages, the reader will grasp the full meaning of Schopenhauer's solemn utterance to the effect that, where optimism is not merely the idle prattle of those beneath whose flat brows words and only words are stored, it seemed to him not merely an absurd but a vicious attitude of mind, and one full of scornful irony towards the indescribable sufferings of humanity. When a philosopher like Strauss is able to frame it into a system, it becomes more than a vicious attitude of mind. It is then an imbecile gospel of comfort for the I or for the we, and can only provoke indignation. Who could read the following psychological avowal, for instance, without indignation, seeing that it is obviously but an offshoot from this vicious gospel of comfort? Quote, Beethoven remarked that he could never have composed a text like Figaro or Don Juan. Life had not been so profuse of its snubs to him that he could treat it so gaily or deal so lightly with the foibles of men. Unquote. In order, however, to adduce the most striking instance of this dissolute vulgarity of sentiment, let it suffice here to observe that Strauss knows no other means of accounting for the terribly serious negative instinct and the movement of ascetic sanctification which characterized the first century of the Christian era than by supposing the existence of a previous period of surfeit in the matter of all kinds of sexual indulgence, which of itself brought about a state of revulsion and disgust. 7. As a matter of fact, our Philistine captain is brave, even audacious in words, particularly when he hopes by such bravery to delight his noble colleagues, the we, as he calls them. So the asceticism and self-denial of the ancient anchorite and saint was merely a form of Katzenjammer? Jesus may be described as an enthusiast who nowadays would scarcely have escaped the madhouse, and the story of the resurrection may be termed a worldwide deception. For once we will allow these views to pass without raising any objection, seeing that they may help us to gauge the amount of courage which our classical Philistine Strauss is capable of. Let us first hear his confession. Quote, "It is certainly an unpleasant and a thankless task to tell the world those truths which it is least desirous of hearing. It prefers, in fact, to manage its affairs on a profuse scale, receiving and spending after the magnificent fashion of the great, as long as there is anything left. Should any person, however, add up the various items of its liabilities and anxiously call its attention to the sum total, he is certain to be regarded as an importunate meddler. And yet this has always been the bent of my moral and intellectual nature." End of quote. A moral and intellectual nature of this sort might possibly be regarded as courageous, but what still remains to be proved is whether this courage is natural and inborn, or whether it is not rather acquired and artificial. Perhaps Strauss only accustomed himself by degrees to the role of an importunate meddler, until he gradually acquired the courage of his calling. Innate cowardice, which is the Philistine's birthright, would not be incompatible with this mode of development, and it is precisely this cowardice which is perceptible in the want of logic of those sentences of Strauss's which it needed courage to pronounce. They sound like thunder, but they do not clear the air. No aggressive action is performed, aggressive words alone are used, and these he selects from among the most insulting he can find. He moreover exhausts all his accumulated strength and energy in coarse and noisy expression, and when once his utterances have died away, he is more of a coward even than he who has always held his tongue. The very shadow of his deeds, his morality, shows us that he is a word hero, and that he avoids everything which might induce him to transfer his energies from mere verbosity to really serious things. With admirable frankness he announces that he is no longer a Christian, but disclaims all idea of wishing to disturb the commitment of anyone. He seems to recognize a contradiction in the notion of abolishing one society by instituting another, whereas there is nothing contradictory in it at all. With a certain rude self-satisfaction he swathes himself in the hirsute garment of our simian genealogists, and extols Darwin as one of mankind's greatest benefactors. But our perplexity is great when we find him constructing his ethics quite independently of the question, what is our conception of the universe? In this department he had an opportunity of exhibiting native pluck, for he ought to have turned his back on his we and have established a moral code for life out of bellum omnium contra omnes and the privileges of the strong. But it is to be feared that such a code could only have emanated from a bold spirit like that of Hobbes, and must have taken its root in a love of truth quite different from that which was only able to vent itself in explosive outbursts against parsons, miracles, and the worldwide humbug of the resurrection. For whereas the Philistine remained on Strauss's side in regard to these explosive outbursts, he would have been against him had he been confronted with a genuine and seriously constructed ethical system based upon Darwin's teaching. Says Strauss, I should say that all moral action arises from the individual's acting in consonance with the idea of kind. But quite clearly and comprehensively this means live as a man and not as an ape or a seal. Unfortunately, this imperative is both useless and feeble. For in the class man, what a multitude of different types are included, to mention only the Patagonian and the master Strauss, and no one would ever dare to say with any right, live like a Patagonian and live like the master Strauss. Should anyone, however, make it his rule to live like a genius, that is to say, like the ideal type of the genus man, and should he perchance at the same time be either a Patagonian or Strauss himself, what should we then not have to suffer from the importunities of genius-mad eccentrics, concerning whose mushroom growth in Germany even Lichtenberg had already spoken, who with savage cries would compel us to listen to the confession of their most recent belief. Strauss has not yet learned that no idea can ever make man better or more moral, and that the preaching of a morality is as easy as the establishment of it is difficult. His business ought rather to have been to take the phenomena of human goodness, such, for instance, as pity, love, and self-abnegation, which are already to hand, and seriously to explain them and show their relation to his Darwinian first principle. But no, he preferred to soar into the imperative, and thus escape the task of explaining. But even in his flight he was irresponsible enough to soar beyond the very first principles of which we speak. "Ever remember," says Strauss, "that thou art human, not merely a natural production. Ever remember that all others are human also, and with all individual differences the same as thou, having the same needs and claims as thyself. This is the sum and the substance of morality." But where does this imperative hail from? How can it be intuitive in man, seeing that, according to Darwin, man is indeed a creature of nature, and that his ascent to his present stage of development has been conditioned by quite different laws, by the very fact that he was continually forgetting that others were constituted like him and shared the same rights with him, by the very fact that he regarded himself as a stronger and thus brought about the gradual suppression of weaker types? Though Strauss is bound to admit that no two preachers have ever been quite alike, and that the ascent of man from the lowest species of animals to the exalted height of the culture Philistine depended upon the law of individual distinctness, he still sees no difficulty in declaring exactly the reverse in his law. "Behave thyself as though there were no such thing as individual distinctions." Where is the Strauss-Darwin morality here? Whither, above all, has the courage gone? In the very next paragraph we find further evidence tending to show us the point at which this courage veers round to its opposite. For Strauss continues, quote, "Ever remember that thou, and all that thou beholdest within and around thee, all that befalls thee and others, is no disjointed fragment, no wild chaos of atoms or casualties, but that, following eternal law, it springs from the one primal source of all life, all reason, and all good. This is the essence of religion." End of quote. Out of that one primal source, however, all ruin and irrationality, all evil flows as well, and its name, according to Strauss, is cosmos. Now, how can this cosmos, with all the contradictions and the self-annihilating characteristics which Strauss gives it, be worthy of religious veneration and be addressed by the name God, as Strauss addresses it? Quote, "Our God does not indeed take us into his arms from the outside." Here one expects, as an antithesis, a somewhat miraculous process of being taken into his arms from the inside. But he unseals the well-springs of consolation within our own bosoms. He shows us that although chance would be an unreasonable ruler, Yet necessity, or the enchainment of causes in the world, is reason itself. End of quote. A misapprehension of which only the we can fail to perceive the folly, because they were brought up in the Hegelian worship of reality as the reasonable, that is to say, in the canonization of success. Quote, "He teaches us to perceive that to demand an exception in the accomplishment of a single natural law would be to demand the destruction of the universe." End of quote. On the contrary, great master, an honest natural scientist believes in the unconditional rule of natural laws in the world without, however, taking up any position in regard to the ethical or intellectual value of these laws. Wherever neutrality is abandoned in this respect, it is owing to an anthropomorphic attitude of mind which allows reason to exceed its proper bounds. But it is just at the point where the natural scientist resigns that Strauss, to put it in his own words, reacts religiously, and leaves the scientific and scholarly standpoint in order to proceed along less honest lines of his own. Without any further warrant, he assumes that all that has happened possesses the highest intellectual quality, that it was therefore absolutely reasonably and intentionally so arranged, and that it even contained a revelation of eternal goodness. He therefore has to appeal to a complete cosmodesy, and finds himself at a disadvantage in regard to him who is contented with a theodicy, and who, for instance, regards the whole of man's existence as a punishment for sin or a process of purification. At this stage, and in this embarrassing position, Strauss even suggests a metaphysical hypothesis, the driest and most palsied ever conceived, and in reality but an unconscious parody of one of Lessing's sayings. We read on page 255, quote, "And that other saying of Lessing's, if God, holding truth in his right hand and in his left only the ever-living desire for it, although on condition of perpetual error, left him the choice of the two, he would, considering that truth belongs to God alone, humbly seize his left hand and beg its contents for himself." This saying of Lessing's has always been accounted one of the most magnificent which he has left us. It has been found to contain the general expression of his restless love of inquiry and activity. The saying has always made a special impression upon me, because behind its subjective meaning I still seem to hear the faint ring of an objective one of infinite import. For does it not contain the best possible answer to the rude speech of Schopenhauer respecting the ill-advised God who had nothing better to do than to transform himself into this miserable world? If, for example, the Creator himself had shared Lessing's conviction of the superiority of struggle to tranquil possession. End of quote. What? A God who would choose perpetual error together with a striving after truth, and who would perhaps fall humbly at Strauss's feet and cry to him, "Take thou all truth, it is thine." If ever a God and a man were ill-advised, they are this Straussian God, whose hobby is to err and to fail, and this Straussian man, who must atone for this erring and failing. Here indeed one hears a faint ring of infinite import. Here flows Strauss's cosmic soothing oil. Here one has a notion of the rationale of all becoming and all natural laws. Really? Is not our universe rather the work of an inferior being, as Lichtenberg suggests? Of an inferior being who did not quite understand his business. Therefore an experiment, an attempt, upon which work is still proceeding. Strauss himself, then, would be compelled to admit that our universe is by no means the theatre of reason, but of error, and that no conformity to law can contain anything consoling, since all laws have been promulgated by an erratic God who even finds pleasure in blundering. It really is a most amusing spectacle to watch Strauss as a metaphysical architect building castles in the air, But for whose benefit is this entertainment given? For the smug and noble we, that they may not lose conceit with themselves. They may possibly have taken sudden fright in the midst of the inflexible and pitiless wheel-works of the world machine, and are tremulously imploring their leader to come to their aid. That is why Strauss pours forth the soothing oil. That is why he leads forth on a leash a god whose passion it is to err. It is for the same reason, too, that he assumes for once the utterly unsuitable role of a metaphysical architect. He does all this because the noble souls already referred to are frightened, and because he is too. And it is here that we reach the limit of his courage, even in the presence of his we. He does not dare to be honest and to tell them, for instance, "I have liberated you from a helping and pitiful God. The cosmos is no more than an inflexible machine. Beware of its wheels, that they do not crush you." He dare not do this. Consequently, he must enlist the help of a witch, and he turns to metaphysics. To the Philistine, however, even Strauss's metaphysics is preferable to Christianity's, and the notion of an erratic God more congenial than that of one who works miracles. For the Philistine himself errs, but has never yet performed a miracle. Hence his hatred of the genius, for the latter is justly famous for the working of miracles. It is therefore highly instructive to ascertain why Strauss, in one passage alone, suddenly takes up the cudgels for genius and the aristocracy of intellect in general. Whatever does he do it for? He does it out of fear of the social democrat. He refers to Bismarck and Moltke, quote, "whose greatness is the less open to controversy as it manifests itself in the domain of tangible external facts. No help for it, therefore. Even the most stiff-necked and obdurate of these fellows must condescend to look up a little, if only to get a sight, be it no farther than the knees, of those august figures." End of quote. Do you, master metaphysician, perhaps intend to instruct the social democrats in the art of getting kicks? The willingness to bestow them may be met with everywhere, and you are perfectly justified in promising to those who happen to be kicked a sight of those sublime beings as far as the knee. Also in the domain of art and science, Strauss continues, there will never be a dearth of kings whose architectural undertakings will find employment for a multitude of carters. End of quote. Granted, but what if the carters should begin building? It does happen at times, great master, as you know, and then the kings must grin and bear it. As a matter of fact, this union of impudence and weakness, of daring words and cowardly concessions, this cautious deliberation as to which sentences will or will not impress the Philistine or smooth him down the right way, this lack of character and power masquerading as character and power, this meagre wisdom in the guise of omniscience, these are the features in this book which I detest. If I could conceive of young men having patience to read it and to value it, I should sorrowfully renounce all hope for their future. And is this confession of wretched, hopeless, and really despicable Philistinism supposed to be the expression of the thousands constituting the we of whom Strauss speaks, and who are to be the fathers of the coming generation? Unto him who would fain help this coming generation to acquire what the present one does not yet possess, namely a genuine German culture, the prospect is a horrible one. To such a man the ground seems strewn with ashes, and all stars are obscured, while every withered tree and field laid waste seems to cry to him, "Barren, forsaken, springtime is no longer possible here." He must feel as young Goethe felt when he first peered into the melancholy atheistic twilight of the Système de la Nature. To him this book seemed so grey, so Cimmerian and deadly, that he could only endure its presence with difficulty, and shuddered at it, as one shudders at a spectre. 8. We ought now to be sufficiently informed concerning the heaven and the courage of our new believer to be able to turn to the last question: how does he write his books, and of what order are his religious documents? He who can answer this question uprightly and without prejudice will be confronted by yet another serious problem, and that is, how this Straussian pocket oracle of the German Philistine was able to pass through 6 editions. And he will grow more than ever suspicious when he hears that it was actually welcomed as a pocket oracle, not only in scholastic circles, but even in German universities as well. Students are said to have greeted it as a canon for strong intellects, and, from all accounts, the professors raised no objections to this view, while here and there people have declared it to be a religion's book for scholars. Strauss himself gave out that he did not intend his profession of faith to be merely a reference book for learned and cultured people, but here let us abide by the fact that it was first and foremost a work appealing to his colleagues, and was ostensibly a mirror in which they were to see their own way of living faithfully reflected. For therein lay the feat. The master feigned to have presented us with a new ideal conception of the universe, and now adulation is being paid him out of every mouth, because each is in a position to suppose that he too regards the universe and life in the same way. Thus Strauss has seen fulfilled in each of his readers what he only demanded of the future. In this way, the extraordinary success of his book is partially explained. Thus we live and hold on our way in joy, the scholar cries in his book, and delights to see others rejoicing over the announcement. If the reader happened to think differently from the master in regard to Darwin or to capital punishment, it is of very little consequence, for he is too conscious throughout of breathing an atmosphere that is familiar to him, and of hearing but the echoes of his own voice and wants. However painfully this unanimity may strike the true friend of German culture, it is his duty to be unrelenting in his explanation of it as a phenomenon, and not to shrink from making this explanation public. We all know the peculiar methods adopted in our own time of cultivating the sciences. We all know them because they form a part of our lives. And for this very reason, scarcely anybody seems to ask himself what the result of such a cultivation of the sciences will mean to culture in general, even supposing that everywhere the highest abilities and the most earnest will be available for the promotion of culture. In the heart of the average scientific type, quite irrespective of the examples thereof with which we meet today, there lies a pure paradox. He behaves like the veriest idler of independent means, to whom life is not a dreadful and serious business, but a sound piece of property, settled upon him for all eternity, and it seems to him justifiable to spend his whole life in answering questions which, after all is said and done, can only be of interest to that person who believes in eternal life as an absolute certainty. The heir of but a few hours, he sees himself encompassed by yawning abysses, terrible to behold, and every step he takes should recall the questions, wherefore, whither, and whence, to his mind. But his soul rather warms to his work, and, be this the counting of a floweret's petals or the breaking of stones by the roadside, he spends his whole fund of interest, pleasure, strength, and aspirations upon it. This paradox, the scientific man, has lately dashed ahead at such a frantic speed in Germany that one would almost think the scientific world were a factory in which every minute wasted meant a fine. Today the man of science works as arduously as the fourth or slave caste. His study has ceased to be an occupation, it is a necessity. He looks neither to the right nor to the left, but rushes through all things, even through the serious matters which life bears in its train, with that semi-listlessness and repulsive need of rest so characteristic of the exhausted labourer. This is also his attitude towards culture. He behaves as if life to him were not only otium, but sine dignitate. Even in his sleep he does not throw off the yoke, but like an emancipated slave still dreams of his misery, his forced haste, and his floggings. Our scholars can scarcely be distinguished, and even then not to their advantage, from agricultural labourers who, in order to increase a small patrimony, assiduously strive day and night to cultivate their fields, drive their ploughs, and urge on their oxen. Now, Pascal suggests that men only endeavour to work hard at their business and sciences with the view of escaping those questions of greatest import which every moment of loneliness or leisure presses upon them, the questions relating to the wherefore, the whence, and the whither of life. Curiously enough, our scholars never think of the most vital question of all, the wherefore of their work, their haste and their painful ecstasies. Surely their object is not the earning of bread or the acquiring of posts of honour. No, certainly not. But ye take as much pains as the famishing and breadless, and with that eagerness and lack of discernment which characterizes the starving, ye even snatch the dishes from the sideboard of science. If, however, as scientific men, ye proceed with science, as the labourers with the tasks which the exigencies of life impose upon them, what will become of a culture which must await the hour of its birth and its salvation in the very midst of all this agitated and breathless running to and fro, this sprawling scientifically? For it no one has time, and yet for what shall science have time, if not for culture? Answer us here then, at least, whence, whither, wherefore all science, if it do not lead to culture, the like to barbarity? And in this direction we already see the scholar caste ominously advanced, if we are to believe that such superficial books as this one of Strauss's meet the demand of their present degree of culture. For precisely in him do we find that repulsive need of rest and that incidental semi-listless attention to and coming to terms with philosophy, culture, and every serious thing on earth. It will be remembered that, at the meetings held by scholars, as soon as each individual has had his say in his own particular department of knowledge, signs of fatigue, of a desire for distraction at any price, of waning memory, and of incoherent experiences of life begin to be noticeable while listening to Strauss discussing any worldly question, be it marriage, the war, or capital punishment. We are startled by his complete lack of anything like first-hand experience, or of any original thought on human nature. All his judgments are so redolent of books, yea, even of newspapers. Literary reminiscences do duty for genuine ideas and views, and the assumption of a moderate and grandfatherly tone take the place of wisdom and mature thought. How perfectly in keeping all this is with the fulsome spirit animating the holders of the highest places in German science in large cities. How thoroughly this spirit must appeal to that other, for it is precisely in those quarters that culture is in the saddest plight. It is precisely there that its fresh growth is made impossible. So boisterous are the preparations made by science, so sheepishly are favourite subjects of knowledge allowed to oust questions of much greater import. What kind of lantern would be needed here in order to find men capable of a complete surrender to genius, and of an intimate knowledge of its depths, men possessed of sufficient courage and strength to exorcise the demons that have forsaken our age? Viewed from the outside, such quarters certainly do appear to possess the whole pomp of culture. With their imposing apparatus, they resemble great arsenals fitted with huge guns and other machinery of war. We see preparations in progress and most strenuous activity, as though the heavens themselves were to be stormed, and truth were to be drawn out of the deepest of all wells. And yet, in war, the largest machines are the most unwieldy. Genuine culture therefore leaves such places as these religiously alone, for its best instincts warn it that in their midst it has nothing to hope for and very much to fear. Or the only kind of culture with which the inflamed eye and obtuse brain of the scholar working classes concern themselves is of that Philistine order of which Strauss has announced the gospel. If we consider for a moment the fundamental causes underlying the sympathy which binds the learned working classes to culture Philistinism, we shall discover the road leading to Strauss the writer, who has been acknowledged classical, and thence to our last and principal theme. To begin with, that culture has contentment written in its every feature, and will allow of no important changes being introduced into the present state of German education. It is above all convinced of the originality of all German educational institutions, more particularly the public schools and universities. It does not cease recommending these to foreigners, and never doubts that if the Germans have become the most cultivated and discriminating people on earth, it is owing to such institutions. Culture Philistinism believes in itself. Consequently, it also believes in the methods and means at its disposal. Secondly, however, it leaves the highest judgment concerning all questions of taste and culture to the scholar, and even regards itself as the ever-increasing compendium of scholarly opinions regarding art, literature, and philosophy. Its first care is to urge the scholar to express his opinions. These it proceeds to mix, dilute, and systematize, and then it administers them to the German people in the form of a bottle of medicine. What comes to life outside this circle is either not heard or attended at all, or if heard, is heeded half-heartedly, until at last a voice, it does not matter whose, provided it belong to someone who is strictly typical of the scholar tribe, is heard to issue from the temple in which traditional infallibility of taste is said to reside, and from that time forward public opinion has one conviction more, which it echoes and re-echoes hundreds and hundreds of times. As a matter of fact, though, the aesthetic infallibility of any utterance emanating from the temple is the more doubtful, seeing that the lack of taste, thought, and artistic feeling in any scholar can be taken for granted, unless it has previously been proved that, in his particular case, the reverse is true. And only a few can prove this. For how many who have had a share in the breathless and unending scurry of modern science have preserved that quiet and courageous gaze of the struggling man of culture, if they ever possessed it, that gaze which condemns even the scurry we speak of as a barbarous state of affairs? That is why these few are forced to live in an almost perpetual contradiction. What could they do against the uniform belief of the thousands who have enlisted public opinion in their cause, and who mutually defend each other in this belief? What purpose can it serve when one individual openly declares war against Strauss, seeing that a crowd have decided in his favour, and that the masses led by this crowd have learned to ask 6 consecutive times for the master's Philistine sleeping mixture? If, without further ado, we here assume that the Straussian confession book had triumphed over public opinion, and had been acclaimed and welcomed as conqueror, its author might call our attention to the fact that the multitudinous criticisms of his work in the various public organs are not of an altogether unanimous or even favourable character, and that he therefore felt it incumbent upon himself to defend himself against some of the more malicious, impudent, and provoking of these newspaper pugilists by means of a postscript. How can there be a public opinion concerning my book, he cries to us, if every journalist is to regard me as an outlaw and to mishandle me as much as he likes? This contradiction is easily explained as soon as one considers the 2 aspects of the Straussian book, the theological and the literary, and it is only the latter that has anything to do with German culture. Thanks to its theological colouring, it stands beyond the pale of our German culture and provokes the animosity of the various theological groups, yea, even of every individual German, insofar as he is a theological sectarian from birth, and only invents his own peculiar private belief in order to be able to dissent from every other form of belief. But when the question arises of talking about Strauss the writer, pray listen to what the theological sectarians have to say about him. As soon as his literary side comes under notice, all theological objections immediately subside, and the dictum comes plain and clear, as if from the lips of one congregation. In spite of it all, he is still a classical writer. Everybody, even the most bigoted Orthodox churchman, pays the writer the most gratifying compliments, while there is always a word or two thrown in as a tribute to his almost Lessing-esque language, his delicacy of touch, or the beauty and accuracy of his ascetic views. As a book, therefore, the Straussian performance appears to meet all the demands of an ideal example of its kind. The theological opponents, despite the fact that their voices were the loudest of all, nevertheless constitute but an infinitesimal portion of the great public. And even with regard to them, Strauss still maintains that he is right when he says, "Compared with my thousands of readers, a few dozen public cavaliers form but an insignificant minority, and they can hardly prove that they are their faithful interpreters. It was obviously in the nature of things that opposition should be clamorous and assent tacit." Thus, apart from the angry bitterness which Strauss's profession of faith may have provoked here and there, even the most fanatical of his opponents, to whom his voice seems to rise out of an abyss like the voice of a beast, are agreed as to his merits as a writer. And that is why the treatment which Strauss has received at the hands of the literary lackeys of the theological groups proves nothing against our contention that culture Philistinism celebrated its triumph in this book. It must be admitted that the average educated Philistine is a degree less honest than Strauss, or is at least more reserved in his public utterances. But this fact only tends to increase his admiration for honesty in another. At home, or in the company of his equals, he may applaud with wild enthusiasm, but takes care not to put on paper how entirely Strauss's words are in harmony with his innermost feelings. For, as we have already maintained, our culture Philistine is somewhat of a coward, even in his strongest sympathies. Hence Strauss, who can boast of a trifle more courage than he, becomes his leader, notwithstanding the fact that even Straussian pluck has its very definite limits. If he overstepped these limits, as Schopenhauer does in almost every sentence, he would then forfeit his position at the head of the Philistines, and everybody would flee from him as precipitately as they are now following in his wake. He who would regard this artful, if not sagacious moderation, and this mediocre valour as an Aristotelian virtue would certainly be wrong. For the valour in question is not the golden mean between two faults, but between a virtue and a fault, and in this mean between virtue and fault all Philistine qualities are to be found. 9. In spite of it all, he is still a classical writer. Well, let us see. Perhaps we may now be allowed to discuss Strauss, the stylist and master of language, but in the first place let us inquire whether, as a literary man, he is equal to the task of building his house, and whether he really understands the architecture of a book. From this inquiry we shall be able to conclude whether he is a respectable, thoughtful, and experienced author, and even should we be forced to answer no to these questions, he may still, as a last shift, take refuge in his fame as a classical prose writer. This last-mentioned talent alone, it is true, would not suffice to class him with the classical authors, but at most with the classical improvisers and virtuosos of style, who, however, in regard to power of expression and the whole planning and framing of the work, revealed the awkward hand and the embarrassed eye of the bungler. We therefore put the question whether Strauss really possesses the artistic strength necessary for the purpose of presenting us with a thing that is a whole, totum ponere. As a rule, it ought to be possible to tell from the first rough sketch of a work whether the author conceived the thing as a whole, and whether, in view of this original conception, he has discovered the correct way of proceeding with his task and of fixing its proportions. Should this most important part of the problem be solved, and should the framework of the building have been given its most favourable proportions, even then there remains enough to be done. How many smaller faults have to be corrected? How many gaps require filling in? Here and there a temporary partition or flaw was found to answer the requirements. Everywhere dust and fragments litter the ground, and no matter where we look, we see the signs of work done and work still to be done. The house as a whole is still uninhabitable and gloomy, its walls are bare, and the wind blows in through the open windows. Now, whether this remaining, necessary, and very irksome work has been satisfactorily accomplished by Strauss does not concern us at present. Our question is whether the building itself has been conceived as a whole, and whether its proportions are good. The reverse of this, of course, would be a compilation of fragments, a method generally adopted by scholars. They rely upon it that these fragments are related among themselves, and thus confound the logical and the artistic relation between them. Now, the relation between the four questions which provide the chapter headings of Strauss's book cannot be called a logical one. Are we still Christians? Have we still a religion? What is our conception of the universe? What is our rule of life? And it is by no means contended that the relation is illogical simply because the third question has nothing to do with the second, nor the fourth with the third, nor all three with the first. The natural scientist who puts the third question, for instance, shows his unsullied love of truth by the simple fact that he tacitly passes over the second. And with regard to the subject of the fourth chapter, marriage, republicanism, and capital punishment, Strauss himself seems to have been aware that they could only have been muddled and obscured by being associated with the Darwinian theory expounded in the third chapter, for he carefully avoids all reference to this theory when discussing them. But the question, are we still Christians, destroys the freedom of the philosophical standpoint at one stroke, by lending it an unpleasant theological colouring. Moreover, in this matter he quite forgot that the majority of men today are not Christians at all, but Buddhists. Why should one, without further ceremony, immediately think of Christianity at the sound of the words old faith? Is this a sign that Strauss has never ceased to be a Christian theologian, and that he has therefore never learned to be a philosopher? For we find still greater cause for surprise in the fact that he quite fails to distinguish between belief and knowledge, and continually mentions his new belief and the still newer science in one breath. Or is new belief merely an ironical concession to ordinary parlance? This almost seems to be the case, for here and there he actually allows new belief and newer science to be interchangeable terms, as for instance on page 11, where he asks on which side, whether on that of the ancient orthodoxy or of modern science, exist more of the obscurities and insufficiencies unavoidable in human speculation. Moreover, according to the scheme laid down in the introduction, his desire is to disclose those proofs upon which the modern view of life is based. But he derives all these proofs from science, and in this respect assumes far more the attitude of a scientist than of a believer. At bottom, therefore, the religion is not a new belief, but being of a piece with modern science, it has nothing to do with religion at all. If Strauss, however, persists in his claims to be religious, the grounds for these claims must be beyond the pale of recent science. Only the smallest portion of the Straussian book, that is to say but a few isolated pages, refer to what Strauss in all justice might call a belief, namely, that feeling for the all for which he demands the piety that the old believer demanded for his God. On the pages in question, however, he cannot claim to be altogether scientific, but if only he could lay claim to being a little stronger, more natural, more outspoken, more pious, we should be content. Indeed, what perhaps strikes us most forcibly about him is the multitude of artificial procedures of which he avails himself before he ultimately gets the feeling that he still possesses a belief and a religion. He reaches it by means of stings and blows, as we have already seen. How indigently and feebly this emergency belief presents itself to us. We shiver at the sight of it. Although Strauss, in the plan laid down in his introduction, promises to compare the two faiths, the old and the new, and to show that the latter will answer the same purpose as the former, even he begins to feel in the end that he has promised too much. For the question whether the new belief answers the same purpose as the old, or is better or worse, is disposed of incidentally, so to speak, and with uncomfortable haste in 2 or 3 pages, and is actually bolstered up by the following subterfuge. He who cannot help himself in this matter is beyond help, is not yet ripe for our standpoint. How differently and with what intensity of conviction did the ancient Stoic believe in the all and the rationality of the all? And, viewed in this light, how does Strauss's claim to originality appear? But, as we have already observed, it would be a matter of indifference to us whether it were new, old, original, or imitated, so that it were only more powerful, more healthy, and more natural. Even Strauss himself leaves this double-distilled emergency belief to take care of itself as often as he can do so, in order to protect himself and us from danger, and to present his recently acquired biological knowledge to his we with a clear conscience. The more embarrassed he may happen to be when he speaks of faith, the rounder and fuller his mouth becomes when he quotes the greatest benefactor to modern men, Darwin. Then he not only exacts belief for the new Messiah, but also for himself, the new apostle. For instance, while discussing one of the most intricate questions in natural history, he declares with true ancient pride, "I shall be told that I am here speaking of things about which I understand nothing. Very well, but others will come who will understand them, and who will also have understood me." According to this, it would almost seem as though the famous we were not only in duty bound to believe in the all, but also in the naturalist Strauss. In this case, we can only hope that in order to acquire the feeling for this last belief, other processes are requisite than the painful and cruel ones demanded by the first belief. Or is it perhaps sufficient in this case that the subject of belief himself be tormented and stabbed with the view of bringing the believers to that religious reaction which is the distinguishing sign of the new faith? What merit should we then discover in the piety of those whom Strauss calls we? Otherwise, it is almost to be feared that modern men will pass on in pursuit of their business without troubling themselves overmuch concerning the new furniture of faith offered them by the apostle, just as they have done heretofore without the doctrine of the rationality of the all. The whole of modern biological and historical research has nothing to do with the Straussian belief in the all, and the fact that the modern Philistine does not require the belief is proved by the description of his life given by Strauss in the chapter, "What is our rule of life?" He is therefore quite right in doubting whether the coach, to which his esteemed readers have been obliged to trust themselves with him, fulfills every requirement. It certainly does not, for the modern man makes more rapid progress when he does not take his place in the Straussian coach, or rather he got ahead much more quickly long before the Straussian coach ever existed. Now, if it be true that the famous minority, which is not to be overlooked, and of which, and in whose name Strauss speaks, attaches great importance to consistency, it must be just as dissatisfied with Strauss the coach-builder as we are with Strauss the logician. Let us, however, drop the question of the logician. Perhaps from the artistic point of view, the book really is an example of a well-conceived plan, and does, after all, answer to the requirements of the laws of beauty, despite the fact that it fails to meet with the demands of a well-conducted argument. And now, having shown that he is neither a scientist nor a strictly correct and systematic scholar, for the first time we approach the question, is Strauss a capable writer? Perhaps the task he set himself was not so much to scare people away from the old faith as to captivate them by a picturesque and graceful description of what life would be with the new. If he regarded scholars and educated men as his most probable audience, experience ought certainly to have told him that whereas one can shoot such men down with the heavy guns of scientific proof, but cannot make them surrender, they may be got to capitulate all the more quickly before lightly equipped measures of seduction. Lightly equipped, and intentionally so, thus Strauss himself speaks of his own book. Nor do his public eulogizers refrain from using the same expression in reference to the work, as the following passage, quoted from one of the least remarkable among them, and in which the same expression is merely paraphrased, will go to prove. The discourse flows on with delightful harmony. Wherever it directs its criticism against old ideas, it wields the art of demonstration almost playfully, and it is with some spirit that it prepares the new ideas it brings so enticingly and presents them to the simple as well as to the fastidious taste. The arrangement of such diverse and conflicting material is well thought out for every portion of it required to be touched upon, without being made too prominent. At times the transitions leading from one subject to another are artistically managed, and one hardly knows what to admire most, the skill with which unpleasant questions are shelved, or the discretion with which they are hushed up. The spirit of such eulogies, as the above clearly shows, is not quite so subtle in regard to judging of what an author is able to do as in regard to what he wishes. What Strauss wishes, however, is best revealed by his own emphatic and not quite harmless commendation of Voltaire's charms, in whose service he might have learned precisely those lightly equipped arts of which his admirer speaks, granting, of course, that virtue may be acquired and a pedagogue can ever be a dancer. Who could help having a suspicion or two when reading the following passage, for instance, in which Strauss says of Voltaire, "As a philosopher, he is certainly not original, but in the main a mere exponent of English investigations. In this respect, however, he shows himself to be completely master of his subject, which he presents with incomparable skill, in all possible lights and from all possible sides, and is able withal to meet the demands of thoroughness, without, however, being over-severe in his method." Now, all the negative traits mentioned in this passage might be applied to Strauss. No one would contend, I suppose, that Strauss is original, or that he is over-severe in his method, but the question is whether we can regard him as master of his subject and grant him incomparable skill. The confession to the effect that the treatise was intentionally lightly equipped leads us to think that it at least aimed at incomparable skill. It was not the dream of our architect to build a temple, nor yet a house, but a sort of summer pavilion, surrounded by everything that the art of gardening can provide. Yea, it even seems as if that mysterious feeling for the all were only calculated to produce an aesthetic effect, to be, so to speak, a view of an irrational element, such as the sea, looked at from the most charming and rational of terraces. The walk through the first chapters, that is to say, through the theological catacombs, with all their gloominess and their involved and baroque embellishments, was also no more than an aesthetic expedient in order to throw into greater relief the purity, clearness, and common sense of the chapter, "What is our conception of the universe?" For immediately after that walk in the gloaming and that peep into the wilderness of irrationalism, we step into a hall with a skylight to it. Soberly and limpidly it welcomes us. Its mural decorations consist of astronomical charts and mathematical figures. It is filled with scientific apparatus, and its cupboards contain skeletons, stuffed apes, and anatomical specimens. But now, really rejoicing for the first time, we direct our steps into the innermost chamber of bliss belonging to our pavilion dwellers. There we find them with their wives, children, and newspapers, occupied in the commonplace discussion of politics. We listen for a moment to their conversation on marriage, universal suffrage, capital punishment, and workmen's strikes, and we can scarcely believe it to be possible that the rosary of public opinions can be told off so quickly. At length an attempt is made to convince us of the classical taste of the inmates. A moment's halt in the library and the music room suffices to show us what we had expected all along, namely that the best books lay on the shelves, and that the most famous musical compositions were in the music cabinets. Someone actually played something to us, and even if it were Haydn's music, Haydn could not be blamed because it sounded like Riel's music for the home. Meanwhile, the host had found occasion to announce to us his complete agreement with Lessing and Goethe, although with the latter only up to the second part of Faust. At last our pavilion owner began to praise himself and assured us that he who could not be happy under his roof was beyond help and could not be ripe for his standpoint, whereupon he offered us his coach, but with the polite reservation that he could not assert that it would fulfill every requirement, and that owing to the stones on his road having been newly laid down, we were not to mind if we were very much jolted. Our Epicurean garden god then took leave of us with the incomparable skill which he praised in Voltaire. Who could now persist in doubting the existence of this incomparable skill? The complete master of his subject is revealed, the lightly equipped artist-gardener is exposed, and still we hear the voice of the classical author saying, "As a writer I shall for once cease to be a Philistine. I will not be one, I refuse to be one, but of Voltaire, the German Voltaire, or at least the French Lessing." With this we have betrayed a secret. Our master does not always know which he prefers to be, Voltaire or Lessing. But on no account will he be a Philistine. At a pinch he would not object to being both Lessing and Voltaire, that the word might be fulfilled that is written, "He had no character, but when he wished to appear as if he had, he assumed one." 10. If we have understood Strauss the Confessor correctly, he must be a genuine Philistine, with a narrow, parched soul and scholarly and commonplace needs. Albeit no one would be more indignant at the title than David Strauss the writer. He would be quite happy to be regarded as mischievous, bold, malicious, daring, but his ideal of bliss would consist in finding himself compared with either Lessing or Voltaire, because these men were undoubtedly anything but Philistines. In striving after this state of bliss, he often seems to waver between two alternatives, either to mimic the brave and dialectical petulance of Lessing, or to affect the manner of the fawn-like and free-spirited man of antiquity that Voltaire was. When taking up his pen to write, he seems to be continually posing for his portrait, and whereas at times his features are drawn to look like Lessing's, anon they are made to assume the Voltairean mould. While reading his praise of Voltaire's manner, we almost seem to see him abjuring the consciences of his contemporaries for not having learned long ago what the modern Voltaire had to offer them. "Even his excellencies are wonderfully uniform," he says. "Simple naturalness, transparent clearness, vivacious mobility, seductive charm. Warmth and emphasis are also not wanting where they are needed, and Voltaire's innermost nature always revolted against stiltedness and affectation, while, on the other hand, if at times wantonness or passion descend to an unpleasantly low level, the fault does not rest so much with the stylist as with the man." According to this, Strauss seems only too well aware of the importance of simplicity in style. It is ever the sign of genius, which alone has the privilege to express itself naturally and guilelessly. When, therefore, an author selects a simple mode of expression, this is no sign whatever of vulgar ambition. For although many are aware of what such an author would fain be taken for, they are yet kind enough to take him precisely for that. The genial writer, however, not only reveals his true nature in the plain and unmistakable form of his utterance, but his superabundant strength actually dallies with the material he treats, even when it is dangerous and difficult. Nobody treads stiffly along unknown paths, especially when these are broken throughout their course by thousands of crevices and furrows. But the genius speeds nimbly over them, and, leaping with grace and daring, scorns the wistful and timorous step of caution. Even Strauss knows that the problems he prances over are dreadfully serious, and have ever been regarded as such by the philosophers who have grappled with them. Yet he calls his book lightly equipped. But of this dreadfulness and of the usual dark nature of our meditations when considering such questions as the worth of existence and the duties of man, we entirely cease to be conscious when the genial master plays his antics before us, lightly equipped and intentionally so. Yes, even more lightly equipped than his Rousseau, of whom he tells us it was said that he stripped himself below and adorned himself on top, whereas Goethe did precisely the reverse. Perfectly guileless geniuses do not, it appears, adorn themselves at all. Possibly the word lightly equipped may simply be a euphemism for naked. The few who happen to have seen the goddess of truth declare that she is naked, and perhaps in the minds of those who have never seen her, but who implicitly believe those few, nakedness or light equipment is actually a proof, or at least a feature, of truth. Even this vulgar superstition turns to the advantage of the author's ambition. Someone sees something naked, and he exclaims, "What if this were the truth?" Whereupon he grows more solemn than is his wont. By this means, however, the author scores a tremendous advantage, for he compels his reader to approach him with greater solemnity than another, and perhaps more heavily equipped writer. This is unquestionably the best way to become a classical author. Hence Strauss himself is able to tell us, "I even enjoy the unsought honour of being, in the opinion of many, a classical writer of prose." He has therefore achieved his aim. Strauss, the genius, goes gadding about the streets in the garb of lightly equipped goddesses as a classic, while Strauss the Philistine, to use an original expression of this genius's, must, at all costs, be declared on the decline or irrevocably dismissed. But alas, in spite of all declarations of decline and dismissal, the Philistine still returns, and all too frequently. Those features, contorted to resemble Lessing and Voltaire, must relax from time to time to resume their old and original shape. The mask of genius falls from them too often, and the master's expression is never more sour and his movements never stiffer than when he has just attempted to take the leap or to glance with the fiery eye of a genius. Precisely owing to the fact that he is too lightly equipped for our zone, he runs the risk of catching cold more often and more severely than another. It may seem a terrible hardship to him that everyone should notice this, but if he wishes to be cured, the following diagnosis of his case ought to be publicly presented to him. Once upon a time there lived a Strauss, a brave, severe, and stoutly equipped scholar, with whom we sympathized as wholly as with all those in Germany who seek to serve truth with earnestness and energy, and to rule within the limits of their powers. He, however, who is now publicly famous as David Strauss, is another person. The theologians may be to blame for this metamorphosis, but at any rate his present toying with the mask of genius inspires us with as much hatred and scorn as his former earnestness commanded respect and sympathy. When, for instance, he tells us, "It would also argue ingratitude towards my genius if I were not to rejoice that to the faculty of an incisive analytical criticism was added the innocent pleasure in artistic production," it may astonish him to hear that, in spite of this self-praise, there are still men who maintain exactly the reverse, and who say not only that he has never possessed the gift of artistic production, but that the innocent pleasure he mentions is of all things the least innocent, seeing that it succeeded in gradually undermining and ultimately destroying a nature as strongly and deeply scholarly and critical as Strauss's, in fact, the real Straussian genius. In a moment of unlimited frankness, Strauss himself indeed adds, "Merck was always in my thoughts, calling out, 'Don't produce such child's play again, others can do that too.'" That was the voice of the real Straussian genius, which also asked him what the worth of his newest, innocent and lightly equipped modern Philistine's testament was. Others can do that too, and many could do it better. And even they who could have done it best, i.e. those thinkers who are more widely endowed than Strauss, could still only have made nonsense of it. I take it that you are now beginning to understand the value I set on Strauss, the writer. You are beginning to realize that I regard him as a mummer who would parade as an artless genius and classical writer. When Lichtenberg said, "A simple manner of writing is to be recommended, if only in view of the fact that no honest man trims and twists his expressions," he was very far from wishing to imply that a simple style is a proof of literary integrity. I, for my part, only wish that Strauss the writer had been more upright, for then he would have written more becomingly and have been less famous. Or if he would be a mummer at all costs, how much more would he have not pleased me if he had been a better mummer, one more able to ape the guileless genius and classical author. For it yet remains to be said that Strauss was not only an inferior actor, but a very worthless stylist as well. 11. Of course, the blame attaching to Strauss for being a bad writer is greatly mitigated by the fact that it is extremely difficult in Germany to become even a passable or moderately good writer, and that it is more the exception than not to be a really good one. In this respect, the natural soil is wanting, as are also artistic values and the proper method of treating and cultivating oratory. This latter accomplishment, as the various branches of it, i.e. drawing-room, ecclesiastical and parliamentary parlance show, has not yet reached the level of a national style. Indeed, it has not yet shown even a tendency to attain to a style at all, and all forms of language in Germany do not yet seem to have passed a certain experimental stage. In view of these facts, the writer of today, to some extent, lacks an authoritative standard, and he is in some measure excused if, in the matter of language, he attempts to go ahead of his own accord. As to the probable result which the present dilapidated condition of the German language will bring about, Schopenhauer perhaps has spoken most forcibly. "If the existing state of affairs continues," he says, "in the year 1900 German classics will cease to be understood, for the simple reason that no other language will be known save the trumpery jargon of the noble present, the chief characteristic of which is impotence." End of quote. And in truth, if one turn to the latest periodicals, one will find German philologists and grammarians already giving expression to the view that our classics can no longer serve us as examples of style, owing to the fact that they constantly use words, modes of speech, and syntactic arrangements which are fast dropping out of currency. Hence the need of collecting specimens of the finest prose that has been produced by our best modern writers, and of offering them as examples to be followed, after the style of Sanders' Pocket Dictionary of Bad Language. In this book, that repulsive monster of style, Gutzkow, appears as a classic, and according to its injunctions, we seem to be called upon to accustom ourselves to quite a new and wondrous crowd of classical authors, among which the first, or one of the first, is David Strauss, he whom we cannot describe more aptly than we have already, that is to say, as a worthless stylist. Now, the notion which the culture Philistine has of a classic and standard author speaks eloquently for his pseudo-culture. He who only shows his strength by opposing a really artistic and severe style, and who, thanks to the persistence of his opposition, finally arrives at a certain uniformity of expression, which again almost appears to possess unity of genuine style. In view, therefore, of the right which is granted to everyone to experiment with the language, how is it possible at all for individual authors to discover a generally agreeable tone? What is so generally interesting in them? In the first place, a negative quality, the total lack of offensiveness. But every really productive thing is offensive. The greater part of a German's daily reading matter is undoubtedly sought either in the pages of newspapers, periodicals, or reviews. The language of these journals gradually stamps itself on his brain by means of its steady drip, drip, drip of similar phrases and similar words. And, since he generally devotes to reading those hours of the day during which his exhausted brain is in any case not inclined to offer resistance, his ear for his native tongue so slowly but surely accustoms itself to this everyday German that it ultimately cannot endure its absence without pain. But the manufacturers of these newspapers are, by virtue of their trade, most thoroughly inured to the effluvia of this journalistic jargon. They have literally lost all taste, and their palate is rather gratified than not by the most corrupt and arbitrary innovations. Hence the tutti unisono, with which, despite the general lethargy and sickliness, every fresh solecism is greeted. It is with such impudent corruptions of the language that her hirelings are avenged against her for the incredible boredom she imposes ever more and more upon them. I remember having read An Appeal to the German Nation by Berthold Auerbach, in which every sentence was un-German, distorted and false, and which as a whole resembled a soulless mosaic of words cemented together with international syntax. As to the disgracefully slipshod German with which Edward de Vriant solemnized the death of Mendelssohn, I do not even wish to do more than refer to it. A grammatical error, and this is the most extraordinary feature of the case, does not therefore seem an offence in any sense to our Philistine, but a most delightful restorative in the barren wilderness of everyday German. He still, however, considers all really productive things to be offensive. The wholly bombastic, distorted and threadbare syntax of the modern standard author, yea, even his ludicrous neologisms, are not only tolerated, but placed to his credit as a spicy element in his works. But woe to the stylist with character who seeks as earnestly and perseveringly to avoid the trite phrases of everyday parlance as the yester-night monster blooms of modern ink-flingers, as Schopenhauer says. When platitudes, hackneyed, feeble and vulgar phrases are the rule, and the bad and the corrupt become refreshing exceptions, then all that is strong, distinguished and beautiful perforce acquires an evil odour. From which it follows that, in Germany, the well-known experience which befell the normally built traveller in the land of hunchbacks is constantly being repeated. It will be remembered that he was so shamefully insulted there, owing to his quaint figure and lack of dorsal convexity, that a priest at last had to harangue the people on his behalf as follows: "My brethren, rather pity this poor stranger, and present thank-offerings unto the gods, that ye are blessed with such attractive gibbosities." If anyone attempted to compose a positive grammar out of the international German style of today, and wished to trace the unwritten and unspoken laws followed by everyone, he would get the most extraordinary notions of style and rhetoric. He would meet with laws which are probably nothing more than reminiscences of bygone school days, vestiges of impositions for Latin prose, and results perhaps of choice readings from French novelists, over whose incredible crudeness every decently educated Frenchman would have the right to laugh. But no conscientious native of Germany seems to have given a thought to these extraordinary notions under the yoke of which almost every German lives and writes. As an example of what I say, we may find an injunction to the effect that a metaphor or a simile must be introduced from time to time, and that it must be new. But since to the mind of the shallow-pated writer newness and modernity are identical, he proceeds forthwith to rack his brains for metaphors in the technical vocabularies of the railway, the telegraph, the steamship, and the stock exchange, and is proudly convinced that such metaphors must be new because they are modern. In Strauss's Confession book, we find liberal tribute paid to modern metaphor. He treats us to a simile covering a page and a half, drawn from modern road improvement work. A few pages farther back, he likens the world to a machine, with its wheels, stampers, hammers, and soothing oil. A repast that begins with champagne. Cant is a cold water cure. The Swiss constitution is to that of England as a watermill is to a steam engine, as a waltz tune or a song to a fugue or symphony. In every appeal, the sequence of procedure must be observed. Now the mean tribunal between the individual and humanity is the nation. If we would know whether there be still any life in an organism which appears dead to us, we are wont to test it by a powerful, even painful stimulus, as for example a stab. The religious domain in the human soul resembles the domain of the Red Indian in America. Virtuosos in piety, in convents, and place the sum total of the foregoing in round numbers under the account. Darwin's theory resembles a railway track that is just marked out, where the flags are fluttering joyfully in the breeze. End of quotes. In this really highly modern way, Strauss has met the Philistine injunction to the effect that a new simile must be introduced from time to time. Another rhetorical rule is also very widespread, namely that didactic passages should be composed in long periods and should be drawn out into lengthy abstractions, while all persuasive passages should consist of short sentences followed by striking contrasts. On page 154 in Strauss's book, we find a standard example of the didactic and scholarly style, a passage blown out after the genuine Schleiermacher manner, and made to stumble along at a true tortoise pace. Quote, "The reason why, in the earlier stages of religion, there appear many instead of this single whereon, a plurality of gods instead of the one, is explained in this deduction of religion from the fact that the various forces of nature or relations of life which inspire man with a sentiment of unqualified dependence still act upon him in the commencement with the full force of their distinctive characteristics. That he has not as yet become conscious how, in regard to his unmitigated dependence upon them, there is no distinction between them, and that therefore the whereon of this dependence, or the being to which it conducts in the last instance, can only be one." End of quote. On pages 7 and 8 we find an example of the other kind of style, that of the short sentences containing that affected liveliness which so excited certain readers that they cannot mention Strauss any more without coupling his name with Lessing's. Quote, "I am well aware that what I propose to delineate in the following pages is known to multitudes as well as to myself, to some even much better. A few have already spoken out on the subject. Am I therefore to keep silence? I think not. For do we not all supply each other's deficiencies? If another is better informed as regards some things, I may perhaps be so as regards others, while yet others are known and viewed by me in a different light. Out with it, then, let my colours be displayed, that it may be seen whether they are genuine or not. End of quote. It is true that Strauss's style generally maintains a happy medium between this sort of merry quick march and the other funereal and indolent pace. But between two vices one does not invariably find a virtue, more often rather only weakness, helpless paralysis and impotence. As a matter of fact, I was very disappointed when I glanced through Strauss's book in search of fine and witty passages, for not having found anything praiseworthy in the Confessor, I had actually set out with the express purpose of meeting here and there with at least some opportunities of praising Strauss the writer. I sought and sought, but my purpose remained unfulfilled. Meanwhile, however, another duty seemed to press itself strongly on my mind, that of enumerating the solecisms, the strained metaphors, the obscure abbreviations, the instances of bad taste, and the distortions which I encountered. And these were of such a nature that I dare do no more than select a few examples of them from among a collection which is too bulky to be given in full. By means of these examples I may succeed in showing what it is that inspires, in the hearts of modern Germans, such faith in this great and seductive stylist Strauss. I refer to his eccentricities of expression, which, in the barren waste and dryness of his whole book, jump out at one, not perhaps as pleasant, but as painfully stimulating surprises. When perusing such passages, we are at least assured, to use a Straussian metaphor, that we are not quite dead, but still respond to the test of a stab. But the rest of the book is entirely lacking in offensiveness, that quality which alone, as we have seen, is productive, and which our classical author has himself reckoned among the positive virtues. When the educated masses meet with exaggerated dullness and dryness, when they are in the presence of really vapid commonplaces, they now seem to believe that such things are the signs of health. And in this respect, the words of the author of the Dialogus de Oratoribus are very much to the point. Illam ipsam quam jactant sanitatem non firmitate sed to junio consequenter. That is why they so unanimously hate every firmitas, because it bears testimony to a kind of health quite different from theirs. Hence their one wish, to throw suspicion upon all austerity and terseness, upon all fiery and energetic movement, and upon every fall and delicate play of muscles. They have conspired to twist nature and the names of things completely round, and for the future to speak of health only there where we see weakness, and to speak of illness and excitability where for our part we see genuine vigour. From which it follows that David Strauss is to them a classical author. If only this dullness were of a severely logical order, but simplicity and austerity in thought are precisely what these weaklings have lost, and in their hands even our language becomes illogically tangled. As a proof of this, let anyone try to translate Strauss's style into Latin. In the case of Kant, be it remembered, this is possible, while with Schopenhauer it even becomes an agreeable exercise. The reason why this test fails with Strauss's German is not owing to the fact that it is more Teutonic than theirs, but because his is distorted and illogical, whereas theirs is lofty and simple. Moreover, he who knows how the ancients exerted themselves in order to learn to write and speak correctly, and how the moderns omit to do so, must feel, as Schopenhauer says, a positive relief when he can turn from a German book like the one under our notice to dive into those other works, those ancient works, which seem to him still to be written in a new language. For in these books, says Schopenhauer, I find a regular and fixed language which, throughout, faithfully follows the laws of grammar and orthography, so that I can give up my thoughts completely to their matter. whereas in German I am constantly being disturbed by the author's impudence and his continual attempts to establish his own orthographical freaks and absurd ideas, the swaggering foolery of which disgusts me. It is really a painful sight to see a fine old language possessed of classical literature being botched by asses and ignoramuses. Thus Schopenhauer's holy anger cries out to us, and you cannot say that you have not been warned. He who turns a deaf ear to such warnings, and who absolutely refuses to relinquish his faith in Strauss, the classical author, can only be given this last word of advice: to imitate his hero. In any case, try it at your own risk, but you will repent it, not only in your style, but in your head, that it may be fulfilled which was spoken by the Indian prophet, saying, "He who gnaweth a cow's horn gnaweth in vain, and shorteneth his life. For he grindeth away his teeth, yet his belly is empty." 12. By way of concluding, we shall proceed to give our classical prose writer the promised examples of his style which we have collected. Schopenhauer would probably have classed the whole lot as new documents serving to swell the trumpery jargon of the present day. For David Strauss may be comforted to hear, if what follows can be regarded as comfort at all, that everybody now writes as he does, some, of course, worse, and that among the blind the one-eyed is king. Indeed, we allow him too much when we grant him one eye, but we do this willingly because Strauss does not write so badly as the most infamous of all corrupters of German, the Hegelians and their crippled offspring. Strauss at least wishes to extricate himself from the mire, and he is already partly out of it. Still, he is very far from being on dry land, and he still shows signs of having stammered Hegel's prose in youth. In those days, possibly, something was sprained in him, some muscle must have been overstrained. His ear, perhaps, like that of a boy brought up amid the beating of drums, grew dull, and became incapable of detecting those artistically subtle and yet mighty laws of sound, under the guidance of which every writer is content to remain who has been strictly trained in the study of good models. But in this way, as a stylist, he has lost his most valuable possessions, and stands condemned to remain reclining his life long on the dangerous and barren shifting sand of newspaper style, that is, if he do not wish to fall back into the Hegelian mire. Nevertheless, he has succeeded in making himself famous for a couple of hours in our time, and perhaps in another couple of hours people will remember that he was once famous. Then, however, night will come, and with her oblivion, and already at this moment, while we are entering his sins against style in the Black Book, the sable mantle of twilight is falling upon his fame. For he who has sinned against the German language has desecrated the mystery of all our Germanity. Throughout all the confusion and the changes of races and of customs, the German language alone, as though possessed of some supernatural charm, has saved herself, and with her own salvation she has wrought that of the spirit of Germany. She alone holds the warrant for this spirit in future ages, provided she be not destroyed at the sacrilegious hands of the modern world. But de meliora, avaunt, ye pachyderms, avaunt! This is the German language, by means of which men express themselves, and in which great poets have sung and great thinkers have written. Hands off! To put it in plain words, what we have seen have been feet of clay, and what appeared to be of the colour of healthy flesh was only applied paint. Of course, culture philistinism in Germany will be very angry when it hears its one living God referred to as a series of painted idols. He, however, who dares to overthrow its idols will not shrink, despite all indignation, from telling it to its face that it has forgotten how to distinguish between the quick and the dead, the genuine and the counterfeit, the original and the imitation, between a god and a host of idols, that it has completely lost the healthy and manly instinct for what is real and right. It alone deserves to be destroyed, and already the manifestations of its power are sinking. Already are its purple honours falling from it. But when the purple falls, its royal wearer soon follows. Here I come to the end of my confession of faith. This is the confession of an individual, and what can such an one do against the whole world, even supposing his voice were heard everywhere? In order for the last time to use a precious Straussism, his judgment only possesses that amount of subjective truth which is compatible with a complete lack of objective demonstration. Is not that so, my dear friends? Meanwhile, be of good cheer. For the time being, let the matter rest at this amount which is compatible with a complete lack. For the time being, that is to say, for as long as that is held to be out of season, which in reality is always in season, and is now more than ever pressing. I refer to speaking the truth. Michael Luntz was reading David Strauss, The Confessor and Writer, by Friedrich Nietzsche. Schopenhauer as Educator, by Friedrich Nietzsche. Translated by Adrian Collins. Read by Michael Luntz. 1. When the traveller, who had seen many countries and nations and continents, was asked what common attribute he had found everywhere existing among men, he answered, "They have a tendency to sloth." Many may think that the fuller truth would have been, "They are all timid." They hide themselves behind manners and opinions. At bottom, every man knows well enough that he is a unique being, only once on this earth, and by no extraordinary chance will such a marvellously picturesque piece of diversity and unity as he is ever be put together a second time. He knows this, but hides it like an evil conscience. And why? From fear of his neighbour, who looks for the latest conventionalities in him and is wrapped up in them himself. But what is it that forces the man to fear his neighbour, to think and act with his herd and not seek his own joy? Shyness, perhaps, in a few rare cases, but in the majority it is idleness, the taking things easily, in a word, the tendency to sloth, of which the traveller spoke. He was right. Men are more slothful than timid, and their greatest fear is of the burdens that an uncompromising honesty and nakedness of speech and action would lay on them. It is only the artists who hate this lazy wandering in borrowed manners and ill-fitting opinions, and discover the secret of the evil conscience, the truth that each human being is a unique marvel. They show us how in every little movement of his muscles the man is an individual self, and further, as an analytical deduction from his individuality, a beautiful and interesting object, a new and incredible phenomenon, as is every work of nature, that can never become tedious. If the great thinker despise mankind, it is for their laziness. They seem mere indifferent bits of pottery, not worth any commerce or improvement. The man who will not belong to the general mass has only to stop taking himself easily, to follow his conscience, which cries out to him, "Be thyself. All that thou doest and thinkest and desirest is not thyself." Every youthful soul hears this cry day and night, and quivers to hear it, for she divines the sum of happiness that has been from eternity destined for her, if she think of her true deliverance. And towards this happiness she can in no wise be helped, so long as she lies in the chains of opinion and of fear. And how comfortless and unmeaning may life become without this deliverance! There is no more desolate or Ishmaelitish creature in nature than the man who has broken away from his true genius, and does nothing but peer aimlessly about him. There is no reason to attack such a man at all, for he is a mere husk without a kernel, a painted trough, tattered and sagging, a scarecrow ghost that can rouse no fear and certainly no pity. And though one be right in saying of a sluggard that he is killing time, yet in respect of an age that rests its salvation on public opinion, that is, on private laziness, one must be quite determined that such a time shall be killed once and for all. I mean that it shall be blotted from life's true history of liberty. Later generations will be greatly disgusted when they come to treat the movements of a period in which no living men ruled, but shadow men on the screen of public opinion, and to some far posterity our age may well be the darkest chapter of history, the most unknown because the least human. I have walked through the new streets of our cities, and thought how of all the dreadful houses that these gentlemen with their public opinion have built for themselves, not a stone will remain in 100 years, and that the opinions of these busy masons may well have fallen with them. But how full of hope should they all be who feel that they are no citizens of this age? If they were, they would have to help on the work of killing their time and of perishing with it, when they wish rather to quicken the time to life, and in that life themselves to live. But even if the future leave us nothing to hope for, the wonderful fact of our existing at this present moment of time gives us the greatest encouragement to live after our own rule and measure. So inexplicable is it that we should be living just today, though there have been an infinity of time wherein we might have arisen, that we own nothing but a span's length of it, this today, and must show in it wherefore and whereunto we have arisen. We have to answer for our existence to ourselves, and will therefore be our own true pilots, and not admit that our being resembles a blind fortuity. One must take a rather impudent and reckless way with the riddle, especially as the key is apt to be lost, however things turn out. Why cling to your bit of earth or your little business, or listen to what your neighbour says? It is so provincial to bind oneself to views which are no longer binding a couple of 100 miles away. East and west are signs that somebody chalks up in front of us to fool such cowards as we are. I will make the attempt to gain freedom, says the youthful soul, and will be hindered just because two nations happen to hate each other and go to war, or because there is a sea between two parts of the earth, or a religion is taught in the vicinity which did not exist 2,000 years ago. And this is not thyself, the soul says. No one can build thee the bridge over which thou must cross the river of life, save thyself alone. There are paths and bridges and demigods without number that will gladly carry thee over, but only at the price of thine own self. Thyself wouldst thou have to give in pawn, and then lose it. There is in the world one road whereon none may go except thou. Ask not whither it lead, but go forward. Who was it that spake that true word? A man has never risen higher than when he knoweth not whither his road may yet lead him. But how can we find ourselves again, and how can man know himself? He is a thing obscure and veiled. If the hare have 7 skins, man can cast from him 70 times 7, and yet will not be able to say, Here art thou in very truth, this is outer shell, no more. Also this digging into oneself, this straight, violent descent into the pit of one's being, is a troublesome and dangerous business to start. A man may easily take such hurt that no physician can heal him. And again, what were the use, since everything bears witness to our essence? Our friendships and enmities, our looks and greetings, our memories and forgetfulnesses, our books and our writings. This is the most effective way to let the youthful soul look back on life with the question, What hast thou up to now truly loved? What has drawn thy soul upward, mastered it, and blessed it too? Set up these things that thou hast honoured before thee, and maybe they will show thee, in their being and their order, a law which is the fundamental law of thine own self. Compare these objects, consider how one completes and broadens and transcends and explains another, how they form a ladder on which thou hast all the time been climbing to thyself. For thy true being lies not deeply hidden in thee, but an infinite height above thee, or at least above that which thou dost commonly take to be thyself. The true educators and moulders reveal to thee the real groundwork and import of thy being, something that in itself cannot be moulded or educated, but is anyhow difficult of approach, bound and crippled. Thy educators can be nothing but thy deliverers. And that is the secret of all culture. It does not give artificial limbs, wax noses, or spectacles for the eyes. A thing that could buy such gifts is but the base coin of education. But it is rather a liberation, a removal of all the weeds and rubbish and vermin that attack the delicate shoots, the streaming forth of light and warmth, the tender dropping of the night rain. It is the following and the adoring of nature when she is pitifully minded as a mother. Her completion, when it bends before her fierce and ruthless blasts and turns them to good, and draws a veil over all expression of her tragic unreason. For she is a stepmother too, sometimes. There are other means of finding ourselves, of coming to ourselves out of the confusion wherein we all wander as in a dreary cloud, but I know none better than to think on our educators. So I will today take as my theme the hard teacher Arthur Schopenhauer, and speak of others later. 2. In order to describe properly what an event my first look into Schopenhauer's writings was for me, I must dwell for a minute on an idea that recurred more constantly in my youth and touched me more nearly than any other. I wandered then as I pleased in a world of wishes, and thought that destiny would relieve me of the dreadful and wearisome duty of educating myself. Some philosopher would come at the right moment to do it for me, some true philosopher who could be obeyed without further question, as he would be trusted more than oneself. Then I said within me, what would be the principles on which he might teach thee? And I pondered in my mind what he would say to the two maxims of education that hold the field in our time. The first demands that the teacher should find out at once the strong point in his pupil, and then direct all his skill and will, all the moisture and all the sunshine, to bring the fruit of that single virtue to maturity. The second requires him to raise to a higher power all the qualities that already exist, cherish them, and bring them into a harmonious relation. But we may ask, should one who has a decided talent for working in gold be made for that reason to learn music? And can we admit that Benvenuto Cellini's father was right in continually forcing him back to the dear little horn, the cursed piping, as his son called it? We cannot think so in the case of such a strong and clearly marked talent as his, and it may well be that this maxim of harmonious development applies only to weaker natures, in which there is a whole swarm of desires and inclinations, though they may not amount to very much, singly or together. On the other hand, where do we find such a blending of harmonious voices, nay, the soul of harmony itself, as we see in natures like Cellini's, where everything, knowledge, desire, love, and hate, tends towards a single point, the root of all, and a harmonious system, the resultant of the various forces, is built up through the irresistible domination of this vital centre. And so perhaps the two maxims are not contrary at all, the one merely saying that man must have a centre, the other a circumference as well. The philosophic teacher of my dream would not only discover the central force, but would know how to prevent its being destructive of the other powers. His task, I thought, would be the welding of the whole man into a solar system with life and movement, and the discovery of its paraphysical laws. In the meantime, I could not find my philosopher, however I tried. I saw how badly we moderns compare with the Greeks and Romans, even in the serious study of educational problems. You can go through all Germany, and especially all the universities, with this need in your heart, and will not find what you seek. Many humbler wishes than that are still unfulfilled there. For example, if a German seriously wished to make himself an orator, or to enter a school for authors, he will find neither master nor school. No one yet seems to have thought that speaking and writing are arts which cannot be learnt without the most careful method and untiring application. But, to their shame, nothing shows more clearly the insolent self-satisfaction of our people than the lack of demand for educators. It comes partly from meanness, partly from want of thought. Anything will do as a so-called family tutor, even among our most eminent and cultured people. And what a menagerie of crazy heads and mouldy devices mostly go to make up the belauded gymnasium. And consider what we are satisfied with in our finishing schools, our universities. Look at our professors and their institutions, and compare the difficulty of the task of educating a man to be a man. Above all, the wonderful way in which the German savants fall to their dish of knowledge shows that they are thinking more of science than mankind, and they are trained to lead a forlorn hope in her service in order to encourage ever new generations to the same sacrifice. If their traffic with knowledge be not limited and controlled by any more general principles of education, but allowed to run on indefinitely, the more the better, it is as harmful to learning as the economic theory of laissez-faire to common morality. No one recognizes now that the education of the professors is an exceedingly difficult problem if their humanity is not to be sacrificed or shriveled up. This difficulty can be actually seen in countless examples of natures warped and twisted by their reckless and premature devotion to science. There is a still more important testimony to the complete absence of higher education, pointing to a greater and more universal danger. It is clear at once why an orator or writer cannot now be educated, because there are no teachers, and why a savant must be a distorted and perverted thing, because he will have been trained by the inhuman abstraction science. This being so, let a man ask himself, where are now the types of moral excellence and fame for all our generation, learned and unlearned, high and low, the visible abstract of constructive ethics for this age? Where has vanished all the reflection on moral questions that has occupied every great developed society at all epochs? There is no fame for that now, and there are none to reflect. We are really drawing on the inherited moral capital which our predecessors accumulated for us, and which we do not know how to increase, but only to squander. Such things are either not mentioned in our society, or, if at all, with a naive want of personal experience that makes one disgusted. It comes to this, that our schools and professors simply turn aside from any moral instruction or content themselves with formulae. Virtue is a word and nothing more on both sides, an old-fashioned word that they laugh at, and it is worse when they do not laugh, for then they are hypocrites. An explanation of this faint-heartedness and ebbing of all moral strength would be difficult and complex. But whoever is considering the influence of Christianity in its hour of victory on the morality of the medieval world must not forget that it reacts also in its defeat, which is apparently its position today. By its lofty ideal, Christianity has outbidden the ancient systems of ethics and their invariable naturalism, with which men came to feel a dull disgust. and afterwards, when they did reach the knowledge of what was better and higher, they found they had no longer the power, for all their desire, to return to its embodiment in the antique virtue. And so the life of the modern man is passed in seesawing between Christianity and paganism, between a furtive or hypocritical approach to Christian morality and an equally shy and spiritless dallying with the antique, and he does not thrive under it. His inherited fear of naturalism and its more recent attraction for him, his desire to come to rest somewhere, while in the impotence of his intellect he swings backwards and forwards between the good and the better course, all this argues an instability in the modern mind that condemns it to be without joy or fruit. Never were moral teachers more necessary, and never were they more unlikely to be found. Physicians are most in danger themselves in times when they are most needed and many men are sick. For where are our modern physicians who are strong and sure-footed enough to hold up another or lead him by the hand? There lies a certain heavy gloom on the best men of our time, an eternal loathing for the battle that is fought in their hearts between honesty and lies, a wavering of trust in themselves which makes them quite incapable of showing to others the way they must go. So I was right in speaking of my wandering in a world of wishes, when I dreamt of finding a true philosopher who could lift me from the slough of insufficiency and teach me again, simply and honestly, to be in my thoughts and life, in the deepest sense of the word, out of season. Simply and honestly, for men have now become such complicated machines that they must be dishonest if they speak at all, or wish to act on their words. With such needs and desires within me, did I come to know Schopenhauer. I belong to those readers of Schopenhauer who know perfectly well, after they have turned the first page, that they will read all the others and listen to every word that he has spoken. My trust in him sprang to life at once and has been the same for 9 years. I understood him as though he had written for me. This is the most intelligible, though a rather foolish and conceited way of expressing it. Hence I never found a paradox in him, though occasionally some small errors, for paradoxes are only assertions that carry no conviction, because the author has made them himself without any conviction, wishing to appear brilliant, or to mislead, or, above all, to pose. Schopenhauer never poses. He writes for himself, and no one likes to be deceived, least of all a philosopher who has set this up as his law. Deceive nobody, not even thyself, neither with the white lies of all social intercourse, which writers almost unconsciously imitate, still less with the more conscious deceits of the platform and the artificial methods of rhetoric. Schopenhauer's speeches are to himself alone, or if you like to imagine an auditor, let it be a son whom the father is instructing. It is a rough, honest, good-humoured talk to one who hears and loves. Such writers are rare. His strength and sanity surround us at the first sound of his voice. It is like entering the heights of the forest, where we breathe deep and are well again. We feel a bracing air everywhere, a certain candour and naturalness of his own that belongs to men who are at home with themselves, and masters of a very rich home indeed. He is quite different from the writers who are surprised at themselves if they have said something intelligent, and whose pronouncements for that reason have something nervous and unnatural about them. We are just as little reminded in Schopenhauer of the professor with his stiff joints, worse for want of exercise, his narrow chest and scraggy figure, his slinking or strutting gait. And again his rough and rather grim soul leads us not so much to miss as to despise the suppleness and courtly grace of the excellent Frenchman. And no one will find in him the gilded imitations of pseudo-Gallicism that our German writers prize so highly. His style in places reminds me a little of Goethe, but is not otherwise on any German model. For he knows how to be profound with simplicity, striking without rhetoric, and severely logical without pedantry. and of what German could he have learnt that? He also keeps free from the hair-splitting, jerky and, with all respect, rather un-German manner of Lessing. No small merit in him, for Lessing is the most tempting of all models for prose style. The highest praise I can give his manner of presentation is to apply his own phrase to himself. A philosopher must be very honest to avail himself of no aid from poetry or rhetoric. That honesty is something, and even a virtue, is one of those private opinions which are forbidden in this age of public opinion. And so I shall not be praising Schopenhauer, but only giving him a distinguishing mark when I repeat that he is honest, even as a writer. So few of them are that we are apt to mistrust everyone who writes at all. I only know a single author that I can rank with Schopenhauer, or even above him, in the matter of honesty, and that is Montaigne. The joy of living on this earth is increased by the existence of such a man. The effect on myself, at any rate, since my first acquaintance with that strong and masterful spirit, has been that I can say of him as he of Plutarch, "As soon as I open him, I seem to grow a pair of wings." If I had the task of making myself at home on the earth, I would choose him as my companion. Schopenhauer has a second characteristic in common with Montaigne, besides honesty, a joy that really makes others joyful. Alias laetus sibi sapiens. There are two very different kinds of joyfulness. The true thinker always communicates joy and life, whether he is showing his serious or comic side, his human insight or his godlike forbearance, without surly looks or trembling hands or watery eyes, but simply and truly, with fearlessness and strength, a little cavalierly perhaps, and sternly, but always as a conqueror. And it is this that brings the deepest and intensest joy, to see the conquering God with all the monsters that he has fought. But the joyfulness one finds here and there in the mediocre writers and limited thinkers makes some of us miserable. I felt this, for example, with the joyfulness of David Strauss. We are generally ashamed of such a quality in our contemporaries because they show the nakedness of our time and of the men in it to posterity. Such fils de joie do not see the sufferings and the monsters that they pretend as philosophers to see and fight, and so their joy deceives us, and we hate it. It tempts to the false belief that they have gained some victory. At bottom there is only joy where there is victory, and this applies to true philosophy as much as to any work of art. The contents may be forbidding and serious, as the problem of existence always is. The work will only prove tiresome and oppressive if the slipshod thinker and the dilettante have spread the mist of their insufficiency over it, while nothing happier or better can come to man's lot than to be near one of those conquering spirits whose profound thought has made them love what is most vital, and whose wisdom has found its goal in beauty. They really speak. They are no stammerers or babblers. They live and move and have no part in the danse macabre of the rest of humanity. And so in their company one feels a natural man again, and could cry out with Goethe, "What a wondrous and priceless thing is a living creature! How fitted to his surroundings, how true and real!" I have been describing nothing but the first, almost physiological impression made upon me by Schopenhauer, the magical emanation of inner force from one plant of nature to another, that follows the slightest contact. Analyzing it, I find that this influence of Schopenhauer has three elements: his honesty, his joy, and his consistency. He is honest as speaking and writing for himself alone, joyful because his thought has conquered the greatest difficulties, consistent because he cannot help being so. His strength rises like a flame in the calm air, straight up, without a tremor or deviation. He finds his way without our noticing that he has been seeking it. So surely and cleverly and inevitably does he run his course, as if by some law of gravitation. If anyone have felt what it means to find in our present world of centaurs and chimeras a single-hearted and unaffected child of nature who moves unconstrained on his own road, he will understand my joy and surprise in discovering Schopenhauer. I knew in him the educator and philosopher I had so long desired, only, however, in his writings, which was a great loss. All the more did I exert myself to see behind the book the living man whose testament it was, and who promised his inheritance to such as could and would be more than his readers, his pupils, and his sons. 3. I get profit from a philosopher just so far as he can be an example to me. There is no doubt that a man can draw whole nations after him by his example, as is shown by Indian history, which is practically the history of Indian philosophy. But this example must exist in his outward life, not merely in his books. It must follow the way of the Grecian philosophers, whose doctrine was in their dress and bearing and general manner of life, rather than in their speech or writing. We have nothing yet of this breathing testimony in German philosophical life. The spirit has apparently long completed its emancipation, while the flesh has hardly begun. Yet it is foolish to think that the spirit can be really free and independent when this victory over limitation, which is ultimately a formative limiting of oneself, is not embodied anew in every look and movement. Kant held to his university, submitted to its regulations, and belonged, as his colleagues and students thought, to a definite religious faith, and naturally his examples produced, above all, university professors of philosophy. Schopenhauer makes small account of the learned tribe, keeps himself exclusive, and cultivates an independence from state and society as his ideal, to escape the chains of circumstance here. That is his value to us. Many steps in the enfranchisement of the philosopher are unknown in Germany. They cannot always remain so. Our artists live more bravely and honourably than our philosophers, and Richard Wagner, the best example of all, shows how genius need not fear a fight to the death with the established forms and ordinances if we wish to bring the higher truth and order that lives in him to the light. The truth, however, of which we hear so much from our professors, seems to be a far more modest being, and no kind of disturbance is to be feared from her. She is an easy-going and pleasant creature, who is continually assuring the powers that be that no one need fear any trouble from her quarter, for man is only pure reason. And therefore I will say that philosophy in Germany has more and more to learn not to be pure reason, and it may well take as its model Schopenhauer the man. It is no less than a marvel that he should have come to be this human kind of example, for he was beset within and without by the most frightful dangers that would have crushed and broken a weaker nature. I think there was a strong likelihood of Schopenhauer the man going under and leaving at best a residue of pure reason, and only at best. It was more probable that neither man nor reason would survive. A modern Englishman sketches the most usual danger to extraordinary men who live in a society that worships the ordinary in this manner. Such uncommon characters are first cowed, then become sick and melancholy, and then die. A Shelley could never have lived in England. A race of Shelleys would have been impossible. Our Hölderlins and Kleists were undone by their unconventionality, and were not strong enough for the climate of the so-called German culture, and only iron natures like Beethoven, Goethe, Schopenhauer and Wagner could hold out against it. Even in them the effect of this weary toiling and moiling is seen in many lines and wrinkles. Their breathing is harder and their voice is forced. The old diplomatist who had only just seen and spoken to Goethe said to a friend, "Voilà un homme qui a eu de grands chagrins," which Goethe translated to mean, "That is a man who has taken great pains in his life." And he adds, If the trace of the sorrow and activity we have gone through cannot be wiped from our features, it is no wonder that all that survives of us and our struggles should bear the same impress. And this is the Goethe to whom our cultured Philistines point as the happiest of Germans, that they may prove their thesis, that it must be possible to be happy among them, with the unexpressed corollary that no one can be pardoned for feeling unhappy and lonely among them. Hence they push their doctrine in practice to its merciless conclusion that there is always a secret guilt in isolation. Poor Schopenhauer had this secret guilt too in his heart, the guilt of cherishing his philosophy more than his fellow men. And he was so unhappy as to have learnt from Goethe that he must defend his philosophy at all costs from the neglect of his contemporaries to save its very existence. For there is a kind of grand inquisitor's censure in which the Germans, according to Goethe, are great adepts. It is called inviolable silence. This much at least was accomplished by it. The greater part of the first edition of Schopenhauer's masterpiece had to be turned into waste paper. The imminent risk that his great work would be undone merely by neglect bred in him a state of unrest, perilous and uncontrollable, for no single adherent of any note presented himself. It is tragic to watch his search for any evidence of recognition, and his piercing cry of triumph at last that he would now really be read, legor et legar, touches us with a thrill of pain. All the traits in which we do not see the great philosopher show us the suffering man, anxious for his noblest possessions. He was tortured by the fear of losing his little property, and perhaps of no longer being able to maintain in its purity his truly antique attitude towards philosophy. He often chose falsely in his desire to find real trust and compassion in men, only to return with a heavy heart to his faithful dog again. He was absolutely alone, with no single friend of his own kind to comfort him, and between one and none there lies an infinity, as ever, between something and nothing. No one who has true friends knows what real loneliness means, though he may have the whole world in antagonism around him. Ah, I see well ye do not know what isolation is. Whenever there are great societies with governments and religions and public opinions, where there is a tyranny, in short, there will the lonely philosopher be hated, for philosophy offers an asylum to mankind where no tyranny can penetrate, the inner sanctuary, the centre of the heart's labyrinth, and the tyrants are galled at it. Here do the lonely men lie hid, but here too lurks their greatest danger. These men who have saved their inner freedom must also live and be seen in the outer world. They stand in countless human relations by their birth, position, education and country, their own circumstances and the importunity of others, and so they are presumed to hold an immense number of opinions simply because these happen to prevail. Every look that is not a denial counts as an assent. Every motion of the hand that does not destroy is regarded as an aid. These free and lonely men know that they perpetually seem other than they are. While they wish for nothing but truth and honesty, they are in a net of misunderstanding, and that ardent desire cannot prevent a mist of false opinions, of adaptations and wrong conclusions, of partial misapprehension and intentional reticence from gathering round their actions. And there settles a cloud of melancholy on their brows, for such natures hate the necessity of pretense worse than death, and the continual bitterness gives them a threatening and volcanic character. They take revenge from time to time for their forced concealment and self-restraint. They issue from their dens with lowering looks. Their words and deeds are explosive and may lead to their own destruction. Schopenhauer lived amid dangers of this sort. Such lonely men need love and friends to whom they can be as open and sincere as to themselves, and in whose presence the deadening silence and hypocrisy may cease. Take their friends away, and there is left an increasing peril. Heinrich von Kleist was broken by the lack of love, and the most terrible weapon against unusual men is to drive them into themselves. And then their issuing forth again is a volcanic eruption. Yet there are always some demigods who can bear life under these fearful conditions and can be their conquerors. And if you would hear their lonely chant, listen to the music of Beethoven. So the first danger in whose shadow Schopenhauer lived was isolation. The second is called doubting of the truth. To this every thinker is liable who sets out from the philosophy of Kant, provided he be strong and sincere in his sorrows and his desires, and not to be a tinkling thought box or calculating machine. We all know the shameful state of things implied by this last reservation, and I believe it is only a very few men that Kant has so vitally affected as to change the current of their blood. To judge from what one reads, there must have been a revolution in every domain of thought since the work of this unobtrusive professor. I cannot believe it myself, for I see men, though darkly, as themselves needing to be revolutionized before any domains of thought can be so. In fact, we find the first mark of any influence Kant may have had on the popular mind in a corrosive skepticism and relativity. But it is only a noble and active spirits who could never rest in doubt that the shattering despair of truth itself could take the place of doubt. This was, for example, the effect of the Kantian philosophy on Heinrich von Kleist. It was only a short time ago, he writes in his poignant way, that I became acquainted with the Kantian philosophy, and I will tell you my thought, though I cannot fear that it will rack you to your inmost soul, as it did me. We cannot decide whether what we call truth is really truth, or whether it only seems so to us. If the latter, the truth that we amass here does not exist after death, and all our struggle to gain a possession that may follow us even to the grave is in vain. If the blade of this thought do not cut your heart, yet laugh not at another who feels himself wounded by it in his holy of holies. My one highest aim has vanished, and I have no more. Yes, when will men feel again deeply as Christ did, and learn to measure a philosophy by what it means to be the holy of holies? And yet we must make this estimate of what Schopenhauer can mean to us, after Kant, as the first pioneer to bring us from the heights of skeptical disillusionment or critical renunciation to the greater height of tragic contemplation, the nocturnal heaven with its endless crown of stars. His greatness is that he can stand opposite the picture of life and interpret it to us as a whole, while all the clever people cannot escape the error of thinking one comes nearer to the interpretation by a laborious analysis of the colours and material of the picture, with the confession probably that the texture of the canvas is very complicated and the chemical composition of the colours undiscoverable. Schopenhauer knew that one must guess the painter in order to understand the picture. But now the whole learned fraternity is engaged on understanding the colours and canvas and not the picture. And only he who has kept the universal panorama of life and being firmly before his eyes will use the individual sciences without harm to himself. For without this general view as a norm, they are threads that lead nowhere and only confuse still more the maze of our existence. Here we see, as I said, the greatness of Schopenhauer, that he follows up every idea as Hamlet follows the ghost, without allowing himself to turn aside for a learned digression or be drawn away by the scholastic abstractions of a rabid dialectic. The study of the minute philosophers is only interesting for the recognition that they have reached those stages in the great edifice of philosophy where learned disquisitions for and against, where hair-splitting objections and counter-objections are the rule, and for that reason they evade the demand of every great philosophy to speak sub specie eternitatis. This is the picture of the whole of life, learn thence the meaning of thine own life. And the converse, read thine own life and understand thence the hieroglyphs of the universal life. In this way must Schopenhauer's philosophy always be interpreted, as an individualist philosophy, starting from the single man in his own nature to gain an insight into his personal miseries and needs and limitations, and find out the remedies that will console them, namely, the sacrifice of the ego and its submission to the nobler ends, especially those of justice and mercy. He teaches us to distinguish between the true and the apparent furtherance of man's happiness, and neither the attainment of riches, nor honour, nor learning can raise the individual from his deep despair at his unworthiness, and how the quest for these good things can only have meaning through a universal end that transcends and explains them. The gaining of power to aid our physical nature by them, and, as far as may be, correct its folly and awkwardness. For oneself only, in the first instance, and finally through oneself for all. It is a task that leads to skepticism, for there is so much to be made better yet in one and all. Applying this to Schopenhauer himself, we come to the third and most intimate danger in which he lived, and which lay deep in the marrow of his being. Everyone is apt to discover a limitation in himself, in his gifts of intellect as well as his moral will, that fills him with yearning and melancholy. And as he strives after holiness through a consciousness of sin, so, as an intellectual being, he has a deep longing after the genius in himself. This is the root of all true culture. And if we say this means the aspiration of man to be born again as saint and genius, I know that one need not be a Buddhist to understand the myth. We feel a strong loathing when we find talent without such aspiration in the circle of the learned or among the so-called educated. For we see that such men, with all their cleverness, are no aid but a hindrance to the beginnings of culture and the blossoming of genius, the aim of all culture. There is a rigidity in them parallel to the cold arrogance of conventional virtue, which also remains at the opposite pole to true holiness. Schopenhauer's nature contained an extraordinarily dangerous dualism. Few thinkers have felt as he did the complete and unmistakable certainty of genius within them, and his genius made him the highest of all promises, that there could be no deeper furrow than that which he was ploughing in the ground of the modern world. He knew one half of his being to be fulfilled according to its strength, with no other need, and he followed with greatness and dignity his vocation of consolidating his victory. In the other half, there was a gnawing aspiration which we can understand when we hear that he turned away with a sad look from the picture of Marseille, the founder of the Trappists, with the words, "That is a matter of grace." For genius evermore yearns after holiness as it sees further and more clearly from its watchtower than other men, deep into the reconciliation of thought and being, the kingdom of peace and the denial of the will, and up to that other shore of which the Indians speak. The wonder is that Schopenhauer's nature should have been so inconceivably stable and unshakable that it could neither be destroyed nor petrified by this yearning. Everyone will understand this after the measure of his own character and greatness. None of us will understand it in the fullness of its meaning. The more one considers these three dangers, the more extraordinary will appear his vigour in opposing them and his safety after the battle. True, he gained many scars and open wounds, and a cast of mind that may seem somewhat too bitter and pugnacious, but his single ideal transcends the highest humanity in him. Schopenhauer stands as a pattern to men in spite of all those scars and scratches. We may even say that what was imperfect and all too human in him brings us nearer to him as a man, for we see a sufferer and a kinsman to suffering, not merely a dweller on the unattainable heights of genius. These three constitutional dangers that threaten Schopenhauer threaten us all. Each one of us bears a creative solitude within himself, and his consciousness of it forms an exotic aura of strangeness round him. Most men cannot endure it, because they are slothful, as I said, and because their solitude hangs round them a chain of troubles and burdens. No doubt, for the man with this heavy chain, life loses almost everything that one desires from it in youth: joy, safety, honour. His fellow men pay him his due of isolation. The wilderness and the cave are about him wherever he may live. He must look to it that he be not enslaved and oppressed, and become melancholy thereby. And let him surround himself with the pictures of good and brave fighters, such as Schopenhauer. The second danger, too, is not rare. Here and there we find one dowered by nature with a keen vision. His thoughts dance gladly in the witch's sabbath of dialectic, and if he uncautiously give his talent the rein, it is easy to lose all humanity and live a ghostly life in the realm of pure reason, or through the constant search for the pros and cons of things, he may go astray from the truth and live without courage or confidence, in doubt, denial and discontent, and the slender hope that waits on disillusion. No dog could live long thus. The third danger is a moral or intellectual hardening. Man breaks the bond that united him to his ideal. He ceases to be fruitful and reproduce himself in this or that province, and becomes an enemy or a parasite of culture. The solitude of his being has become an indivisible, unrelated atom, an icy stone. And one can perish of this solitude as well as of the fear of it, of one's self as well as one's self-sacrifice, of both aspiration and petrifaction, and to live is ever to be in danger. Beside these dangers, to which Schopenhauer would have been constitutionally liable in whatever century he had lived, there were also some produced by his own time, and it is essential to distinguish between these two kinds in order to grasp the typical and formative elements in his nature. The philosopher casts his eye over existence and wishes to give it a new standard value, for it has been the peculiar task of all great thinkers to be lawgivers for the weight and stamp in the mint of reality. And his task will be hindered if the men he sees near him be a weakly and worm-eaten growth. To be correct in his calculation of existence, the unworthiness of the present time must be a very small item in the addition. The study of ancient or foreign history is valuable, if at all, for a correct judgment on the whole destiny of man, which must be drawn not only from an average estimate, but from a comparison of the highest destinies that can befall individuals or nations. The present is too much with us. It directs the vision even against the philosopher's will, and it will inevitably be reckoned too high in the final sum. And so he must put a low figure on his own time as against others, and suppress the present in his picture of life as well as in himself, must put it into the background or paint it over, a difficult and almost impossible task. The judgment of the ancient Greek philosophers on the value of existence means so much more than our own, because they had the full bloom of life itself before them, and their vision was untroubled by any felt dualism between their wish for freedom and beauty on the grand scale and their search after truth with its single question, what is the real worth of life? Empedocles lived when Greek culture was full to overflowing with the joy of life, and all ages may take profit from his words, especially as no other great philosopher of that great time ventured to contradict them. Empedocles is only the clearest voice among them. They all say the same thing, if a man will but open his ears. A modern thinker is always in the throes of an unfulfilled desire. He is looking for life, warm, red life, that he may pass judgment on it. At any rate, he will think it necessary to be a living man himself before he can believe in his power of judging. And this is the title of the modern philosophers, to sit among the great aiders of life, or rather of the will to live, and the reason why they can look from their own out-wearied time and aspire to a truer culture and a clearer explanation. Their yearning is, however, their danger. The reformer in them struggles with the critical philosopher, and whichever way the victory incline, it also implies a defeat. How was Schopenhauer to escape this danger? We like to consider the great man as the noble child of his age, who feels its defects more strongly and intimately than the smaller men. And therefore the struggle of the great man against his age is apparently nothing but a mad fight to the death with himself. Only apparently, however. He only fights the elements in his time that hinder his own greatness, in other words, his own freedom and sincerity. And so, at bottom, he is only an enemy to that element which is not truly himself, the irreconcilable antagonism of the temporal and eternal in him. The supposed child of his age proves to be but a stepchild. From boyhood Schopenhauer strove with his time, a false and unworthy mother to him, and as soon as he had banished her, he could bring back his being to its native health and purity. For this very reason, we can use his writings as mirrors of his time. It is no fault of the mirror if everything contemporary appear in it stricken by a ravaging disease, pale and thin, with tired looks and hollow eyes, the stepchild's sorrow made visible. The yearning for natural strength, for a healthy and simple humanity, was a yearning for himself, and as soon as he had conquered his time within him, he was face to face with his own genius. The secret of nature's being and his own lay open. The stepmother's plot to conceal his genius from him was foiled. And now he could turn a fearless eye towards the question, what is the real worth of life, without having any more to weigh a bloodless and chaotic age of doubt and hypocrisy. He knew that there was something higher and purer to be won on this earth than the life of his time, and a man does bitter wrong to existence who only knows it and criticizes it in this hateful form. Genius, itself the highest product of life, is now summoned to justify life if it can. The noble, creative soul must answer the question, dost thou in thy heart say yea unto this existence? Is it enough for thee? Wilt thou be its advocate and its redeemer? One true yea from thy lips, and the sorely accused life shall go free. How shall he answer? In the words of Empedocles. 4. The last hint may well remain obscure for a time. I have something more easy to explain, namely how Schopenhauer can help us to educate ourselves in opposition to our age, since we have the advantage of really knowing our age through him, if it be an advantage. It may be no longer possible in a couple of 100 years. I sometimes amuse myself with the idea that men may soon grow tired of books and their authors, and the savant of tomorrow come to leave directions in his will that his body be burned in the midst of his books, including, of course, his own writings. And in the gradual clearing of the forests, might not our libraries be very reasonably used for straw and brushwood? Most books are born from the smoke and vapour of the brain, and to vapour and smoke may they well return. For having no fire within themselves, they shall be visited with fire. And possibly, to a later century, our own may count as the Dark Age, because our productions heated the furnace hotter and more continuously than ever before. We are anyhow happy that we can learn to know our time, and if there be any sense in busying ourselves with our time at all, we may as well do it as thoroughly as we can, so that no one may have any doubt about it. The possibility of this we owe to Schopenhauer. Our happiness would of course be infinitely greater if our inquiry showed that nothing so hopeful and splendid as our present epoch had ever existed. There are simple people in some corner of the earth today, perhaps in Germany, who are disposed to believe in all seriousness that the world was put right 2 years ago, and that all stern and gloomy views of life are now contradicted by facts. The foundation of the new German Empire is, to them, the decisive blow that annihilates all the pessimistic philosophers, no doubt of it. To judge the philosopher's significance in our time as an educator, we must oppose a widespread view like this, especially common in our universities. We must say it is a shameful thing that such abominable flattery of the time fetish should be uttered by a herd of so-called reflective and honourable men. It is a proof that we no longer see how far the seriousness of philosophy is removed from that of a newspaper. Such men have lost the last remnant of feeling not only for philosophy, but also for religion, and have put in its place a spirit not so much of optimism as of journalism, the evil spirit that broods over the day and the daily paper. Every philosophy that believes the problem of existence to be shelved or even solved by a political event is a sham philosophy. There have been innumerable states founded since the beginning of the world. That is an old story. How should a political innovation manage once and for all to make a contented race of the dwellers on this earth? If anyone believe in his heart that this is possible, he should report himself to our authorities. He really deserves to be professor of philosophy in a German university like Harms in Berlin, Jürgen Meyer in Bonn, and Carrier in Munich. We are feeling the consequences of the doctrine preached lately from all the housetops that the state is the highest end of man, and there is no higher duty than to serve it. I regard this not a relapse into paganism, but into stupidity. A man who thinks state service to be his highest duty very possibly knows no higher one. Yet there are both men and duties in a region beyond, and one of these duties, that seems to me at least of higher value than state service, is to destroy stupidity in all its forms, and this particular stupidity among them. And I have to do with a class of men whose teleological conceptions extend further than the well-being of a state. I mean with philosophers, and only with them in their relation to the world of culture, which is again almost independent of the good of the state. Of the many links that make up the twisted chain of humanity, some are of gold and others of pewter. How does the philosopher of our time regard culture? Quite differently, I assure you, from the professors who are so content with their new state. He seems to see the symptoms of an absolute uprooting of culture in the increasing rush and hurry of life, and the decay of all reflection and simplicity. The waters of religion are ebbing and leaving swamps or stagnant pools. The nations are drawing away in enmity again and long to tear each other in pieces. The sciences, blindly driving along on a laissez-faire system, without a common standard, are splitting up and losing hold of every firm principle. The educated classes are being swept along in the contemptible struggle for wealth. Never was the world more worldly, never poorer in goodness and love. Men of learning are no longer beacons or sanctuaries in the midst of this turmoil of worldliness. They themselves are daily becoming more restless, thoughtless, loveless. Everything bows before the coming barbarism, art and science included. The educated men have degenerated into the greatest foes of education, for they will deny the universal sickness and hinder the physician. They become peevish, these poor, nerveless creatures, if one speak of their weakness and combat the shameful spirit of lies in them. They would gladly make one believe that they have outstripped all the centuries, and they walk with a pretense of happiness which has something pathetic about it, because their happiness is so inconceivable. One would not even ask them, as Tannhäuser did Bitterolf, "What hast thou, poor wretch, enjoyed?" For alas, we know far better ourselves in another way. There is a wintry sky over us, and we dwell on a high mountain, in danger and in need. Short-lived is all our joy, and the sun's rays strike palely, on our white mountains. Music is heard. An old man grinds an organ, and the dancers whirl round, and the heart of the wanderer is shaken within him to see it. Everything is so disordered, so drab, so hopeless. Even now there is a sound of joy, of clear, thoughtless joy, but soon the mist of evening closes round, the note dies away, and the wanderer's footsteps are heard on the gravel. As far as his eye can reach, there is nothing but the grim and desolate face of nature. It may be one-sided to insist only on the blurred lines and the dull colours in the picture of modern life. Yet the other side is no more encouraging, it is only more disturbing. There is certainly strength there, enormous strength, but it is wild, primitive and merciless. One looks on with a chill expectancy, as though into the cauldron of a witch's kitchen. Every moment there may arise sparks and vapour to herald some fearful apparition. For a century we have been ready for a world-shaking convulsion, and though we have lately been trying to set the conservative strength of the so-called national state against the great modern tendency to volcanic destructiveness, it will only be, for a long time yet, an aggravation of the universal unrest that hangs over us. We need not be deceived by individuals behaving as if they knew nothing of all this anxiety. Their own restlessness shows how well they know it. They think more exclusively of themselves than men ever thought before. They plant and build for their little day, and the chase for happiness is never greater than when the quarry must be caught today or tomorrow. The next day perhaps there is no more hunting. We live in the atomic age, or rather in the atomic chaos. The opposing forces were practically held together in medieval times by the Church, and in some measure assimilated by the strong pressure which she exerted. When the common tie broke and the pressure relaxed, they rose once more against each other. The Reformation taught that many things were adiophora, departments that needed no guidance from religion. This was the price paid for its own existence. Christianity paid a similar one to guard itself against the far more religious antiquity, and laid the seeds of discord at once. Everything nowadays is directed by the fools and the knaves, the selfishness of the money-makers and the brute forces of militarism. The state in their hands makes a good show of reorganizing everything and of becoming the bond that unites the warring elements. In other words, it wishes for the same idolatry from mankind as they showed to the Church. And we shall yet feel the consequences. We are even now on the ice floes in the stream of the Middle Ages. They are thawing fast, and their movement is ominous. The banks are flooded and giving way. The revolution, the atomistic revolution, is inevitable. But what are those smallest indivisible elements of human society? There is surely far more danger to mankind in transitional periods like these than in the actual time of revolution and chaos. They are tortured by waiting and snatch greedily at every moment, and this breeds all kinds of cowardice and selfishness in them, whereas the true feeling of a great and universal need ever inspires men and makes them better. In the midst of such dangers, who will provide the guardians and champions for humanity, for the holy and inviolate treasure that has been laid up in the temples little by countless generations? Who will set up again the image of man, when men in their selfishness and terror see nothing but the trail of the serpent or the cur in them, and have fallen from their higher state to that of the brute or the automaton? There are three images of man fashioned by our modern time, which for a long while yet will urge mortal men to transfigure their own lives. They are the men of Rousseau, Goethe, and Schopenhauer. The first has the greatest fire and is most calculated to impress the people. The second is only for the few, for those contemplative natures in the grand style who are misunderstood by the crowd. The third demands the highest activity in those who will follow it. Only such men will look on that image without harm, for it breaks the spirit of that merely contemplative man, and the rabble shudder at it. From the first has come forth a strength that led and still leads to fearful revolution. For in all socialistic upheavals it is ever Rousseau's man who is the Typhoeus under the Etna. Oppressed and half-crushed to death by the pride of caste and the pitilessness of wealth, spoilt by priests and bad education, a laughing-stock even to himself, man cries in his need on Holy Mother Nature, and feels suddenly that she is as far from him as any god of the Epicureans. His prayers do not reach her. So deeply sunk is he in the chaos of the unnatural. He contemptuously throws aside all the finery that seemed his truest humanity a little while ago, or his arts and sciences, all the refinements of his life. He beats with his fists against the walls in whose shadow he has degenerated, and goes forth to seek the light and the sun, the forest and the crag, and crying out, "Nature alone is good, the natural man alone is human," he despises himself and aspires beyond himself, a state wherein the soul is ready for a fearful resolve, but calls the noble and the rare as well from their utter depths. Goethe's man is no such threatening force. In a certain sense he is a corrective and a sedative to those dangerous agitations of which Rousseau's man is a prey. Goethe himself in his youth followed the gospel of kindly nature with all the ardour of his soul. His Faust was the highest and boldest picture of Rousseau's man, so far at any rate as his hunger for life, his discontent and yearning, his intercourse with the demons of the heart could be represented. But what comes from these congregated storm clouds? Not a single lightning flash. And here begins the new image of man, the man according to Goethe. One might have thought that Faust would have lived a continual life of suffering, as a revolutionary and a deliverer, as the negative force that proceeds from goodness, as the genius of ruin, alike religious and demonic, in opposition to his utterly undemonic companion. Though, of course, he could not be free of this companion, and had at once to use and despise his evil and destructive scepticism, which is the tragic destiny of all revolutionary deliverers. One is wrong, however, to expect anything of the sort. Goethe's man here parts company with Rousseau's, for he hates all violence, all sudden transition, that is, all action, and the universal deliverer becomes merely the universal traveller. All the riches of life and nature, all antiquity, arts, mythologies and sciences pass before his eager eyes, his deepest desires are aroused and satisfied. Helen herself can hold him no more, and the moment must come for which his mocking companion is waiting. At a fair spot on the earth his flight comes to an end, his pinions drop, and Mephistopheles is at his side. When the German ceases to be Faust, there is no danger greater than of becoming a Philistine and falling into the hands of the devil. Heavenly powers alone can save him. Goethe's man is, as I said, the contemplative man in the grand style, who is only kept from dying of ennui by feeding on all the great and memorable things that have ever existed, and by living from desire to desire. He is not the active man, and when he does take a place among active men, as things are, you may be sure that no good will come of it. Think, for example, of the zeal with which Goethe wrote for the stage. And further, you may be sure that things as they are will suffer no change. Goethe's man is a conciliatory and conservative spirit, though in danger of degenerating into a Philistine, just as Rousseau's man may easily become a Catiline. All his virtues would be the better by the addition of a little brute force and elemental passion. Goethe appears to have seen where the weakness and danger of his creation lay, as is clear from Jarno's word to Wilhelm Meister, "You are bitter and ill-tempered," which is quite an excellent thing. If you could once become really angry, it would be still better. To speak plainly, it is necessary to become really angry in order that things may be better. The picture of Schopenhauer's man can help us here. Schopenhauer's man voluntarily takes upon himself the pain of telling the truth. This pain serves to quench his individual will and make him ready for the complete transformation of his being, which it is the inner meaning of life to realize. This openness in him appears to other men to be an effect of malice, for they think the preservation of their shifts and pretenses to be the first duty of humanity, and anyone who destroys their playthings to be merely malicious. They are tempted to cry out to such a man, in Faust's words to Mephistopheles, "So to the active and eternal creative force, in cold disdain you now oppose the fist infernal." And he who would live according to Schopenhauer would seem to be more like a Mephistopheles than a Faust, that is, to our weak modern eyes, which always discover signs of malice in any negation. But there is a kind of denial and destruction that is the effect of that strong aspiration after holiness and deliverance, which Schopenhauer was the first philosopher to teach our profane and worldly generation. Everything that can be denied deserves to be denied, and real sincerity means the belief in a state of things which cannot be denied, or in which there is no lie. The sincere man feels that his activity has a metaphysical meaning. It can only be explained by the laws of a different and a higher life. It is in the deepest sense an affirmation, even if everything that he does seem utterly opposed to the laws of our present life. It must lead, therefore, to constant suffering. But he knows, as Meister Eckhart did, that the quickest beast that will carry you to perfection is suffering. Everyone, I should think, who has such an ideal before him must feel a wider sympathy, and he will have a burning desire to become a Schopenhauer man, pure and wonderfully patient, on his intellectual side full of a devouring fire, and far removed from the cold and contemptuous neutrality of the so-called scientific man, so high above any warped and morose outlook on life as to offer himself as the first victim of the truth he has won, with a deep consciousness of the sufferings that must spring from his sincerity. His courage will destroy his happiness on earth. He must be an enemy to the men he loves and the institutions in which he grew up. He must spare neither person nor thing, however it may hurt him. He will be misunderstood and thought an ally of forces that he abhors. In his search for righteousness, he will seem unrighteous by human standards. But he must comfort himself with the words that his teacher Schopenhauer once used. A happy life is impossible. The highest thing that man can aspire to is a heroic life. Such as a man lives who is always fighting against unequal odds for the good of others, and wins in the end without any thanks. After the battle is over, he stands like the prince in the Re Corvo of Gozzi, with dignity and nobility in his eyes, but turned to stone. His memory remains and will be reverenced as a hero's. His will, that has been mortified all his life by toiling and struggling, by evil payment and ingratitude, is absorbed into nirvana. Such a heroic life, with its full mortification, corresponds very little to the paltry ideas of the people who talk most about it, and make festivals in memory of great men, in the belief that a great man is great in the sense that they are small, either through exercise of his gifts to please himself, or by a blind mechanical obedience to this inner force. So that the man who does not possess the gift or feel the compulsion has the same right to be small as the other to be great. But gift and compulsion are contemptible words, mere means of escape from an inner voice, a slander on him who has listened to the voice, the great man. He, least of all, will allow himself to be given or compelled to anything, for he knows as well as any smaller man how easily life can be taken, and how soft the bed whereon he might lie if he went the pleasant and conventional way with himself and his fellow creatures. All the regulations of mankind are turned to the end that the intense feeling of life may be lost in continual distractions. Now why will he so strongly choose the opposite, and try to feel life, which is the same as to suffer from life. Because he sees that men will tempt him to betray himself, and that there is a kind of agreement to draw him from his den. He will prick up his ears and gather himself together and say, "I will remain mine own." He gradually comes to understand what a fearful decision it is, for he must go down into the depths of being with a string of curious questions on his lips. Why am I alive? What lesson have I to learn from life? How have I become what I am, and why do I suffer in this existence? He is troubled, and sees that no one is troubled in the same way, but rather that the hands of his fellow men are passionately stretched out towards the fantastic drama of the political theatre, or they themselves are treading the boards under many disguises, youths, men and greybeards, fathers, citizens, priests, merchants and officials, busy with the comedy they are all playing, and never thinking of their own selves. To the question, "To what end dost thou live?" they would all immediately answer with pride, "To become a good citizen, or professor, or statesman." And yet they are something which can never be changed. And why are they just this? And why nothing better? The man who only regards his life as a moment in the evolution of a race, or a state, or a science, and will belong merely to a history of becoming, has not understood the lesson of existence, and must learn it over again. This eternal becoming something is a lying puppet show in which man has forgot himself. It is the force that scatters individuality to the four winds, the eternal childish game that the big baby time is playing in front of us and with us. The heroism of sincerity lies in ceasing to be the plaything of time. Everything in the process of becoming is a hollow sham, contemptible and shallow. Man can only find the solution of his riddle in being something definite and unchangeable. He begins to test how deep both becoming and being are rooted in him, and a fearful task is before his soul, to destroy the first and bring all the falsity of things to the light. He wishes to know everything, not to feed a delicate taste, like Goethe's man, to take delight from a safe place in the multiplicity of existence, but he himself is the first sacrifice that he brings. The heroic man does not think of his happiness or misery, his virtues or his vices, or of his being the measure of things. He has no further hopes of himself, and will accept the utter consequences of his hopelessness. His strength lies in his self-forgetfulness. If he have a thought for himself, it is only to measure the vast distance between himself and his aim, and to view what he has left behind him as so much dross. The old philosophers sought for happiness and truth with all their strength, and there is an evil principle in nature that not one shall find that which he cannot help seeking. But the man who looks for a lie in everything, and becomes a willing friend to unhappiness, shall have a marvellous disillusioning. There hovers near him something unutterable, of which truth and happiness are but idolatrous images born of the night. The earth loses her dragging weight, the events and powers of earth become as a dream, and a gradual clearness widens round him like a summer evening. It is as though the beholder of these things began to wake, and it had only been the clouds of a passing dream that had been weaving about him. They will at some time disappear, and then will it be day. 5. But I have promised to speak of Schopenhauer, as far as my experience goes, as an educator, and it is far from being sufficient to paint the ideal humanity, which is the Platonic idea in Schopenhauer, especially as my representation is an imperfect one. The most difficult task remains, to say how a new circle of duties may spring from this ideal, and how one can reconcile such a transcendent aim with ordinary action, to prove, in short, that the ideal is educative. One might otherwise think it to be merely the blissful or intoxicating vision of a few rare moments that leaves us afterwards the prey of a deeper disappointment. It is certain that the ideal begins to affect us in this way when we come suddenly to distinguish light and darkness, bliss and abhorrence. This is an experience that is as old as ideals themselves. But we ought not to stand in the doorway for long. We should soon leave the first stages and ask the question seriously and definitely, is it possible to bring that incredibly high aim so near us that it should educate us or lead us out as well as lead us upward, in order that the great words of Goethe be not fulfilled in our case? Man is born to a state of limitation. He can understand ends that are simple, present and definite, and is accustomed to make use of means that are near to his hand. But as soon as he comes into the open, he knows neither what he wishes nor what he ought to do, and it is all one whether he be confused by the multitude of objects, or set beside himself by their greatness and importance. It is always his misfortune to be led to strive after something which he cannot attain by any ordinary activity of his own. The objection can be made with apparent reason against Schopenhauer's man that his greatness and dignity can only turn our heads and put us beyond all community with the active men of the world. The common round of duties, the noiseless tenor of life has disappeared. One man may possibly get accustomed to living in a reluctant dualism, that is, in a contradiction with himself, becoming unstable, daily weaker and less productive, while another will renounce all action on principle and scarcely endure to see others active. The danger is always great when a man is too heavy-laden and cannot really accomplish any duties. Stronger natures may be broken by it. The weaker, which are the majority, sink into a speculative laziness, and at last, from their laziness, lose even the power of speculation. With regard to such objections, I will admit that our work has hardly begun, and so far as I know, I only see one thing clearly and definitely, that it is possible for that ideal picture to provide you and me with a chain of duties that may be accomplished, and some of us already feel its pressure. In order, however, to be able to speak in plain language of the formula under which I may gather the new circle of duties, I must begin with the following considerations. The deeper minds of all ages have had pity for animals because they suffer from life and have not the power to turn the sting of the suffering against themselves and understand their being metaphysically. The sight of blind suffering is the spring of the deepest emotion, and in many quarters of the earth men have supposed that the souls of the guilty have entered into beasts, and that the blind suffering which at first sight calls for such pity has a clear meaning and purpose to the divine justice of punishment and atonement, and a heavy punishment it is to be condemned to live in hunger and need in the shape of a beast, and to reach no consciousness of oneself in this life. I can think of no harder lot than the wild beasts. He is driven to the forest by the fierce pang of hunger that seldom leaves him at peace, and peace is itself a torment, the surfeit after horrid food, won maybe by a deadly fight with other animals. To cling to life, blindly and madly, with no other aim, to be ignorant of the reason or even the fact of one's punishment, nay, to thirst after it as if it were a pleasure, with all the perverted desire of a fool, this is what it means to be an animal. If universal nature leads up to man, it is to show us that he is necessary to redeem her from the curse of the beast's life, and that in him existence can find a mirror of itself wherein life appears no longer blind, but in its real metaphysical significance. But we should consider where the beast ends and the man begins, the man, the one concern of nature. As long as anyone desires life as a pleasure in itself, he has not raised his eyes above the horizon of the beast. He only desires more consciously what the beast seeks by a blind impulse. It is so with us all for the greater part of our lives. We do not shake off the beast, but are beasts ourselves, suffering we know not what. But there are moments when we do know, and then the clouds break and we see how, with the rest of nature, we are straining towards the man as to something that stands high above us. We look round and behind us and fear the sudden rush of light. The beasts are transfigured, and ourselves with them. The enormous migrations of mankind in the wildernesses of the world, the cities they found and the wars they wage, their ceaseless gatherings and dispersions and fusions, the doctrines they blindly follow, their mutual frauds and deceits, the cry of distress, the shriek of victory, are all a continuation of the beast in us, as if the education of man has been intentionally set back and his promise of self-consciousness frustrated, as if, in fact, after yearning for man so long and at last reaching him by her labour, nature should now recoil from him and wish to return to a state of unconscious instinct. She has need of knowledge and shrinks before the very knowledge she needs. The flame flickers unsteadily and fears its own brightness and takes hold of 1,000 things before the one thing for which knowledge is necessary. There are moments when we all know that our most elaborate arrangements are only designed to give us refuge from our real task in life. We wish to hide our head somewhere, as if our Argus-eyed conscience could not find us out. We are quick to send our hearts on state service or money-making or social duties or scientific work in order to possess them no longer ourselves. We are more willing and instinctive slaves of the hard day's work than mere living requires, because it seems to us more necessary not to be in a position to think. The hurry is universal because everyone is fleeing before himself. Its concealment is just as universal as we wish to seem contented and hide our wretchedness from the keener eyes. And so there is a common need for a new carillon of words to hang in the temple of life and peal for its noisy festival. We all know the curious way in which unpleasant memories suddenly throng on us, and how we do our best by loud talk and violent gestures to put them out of our minds. But the gestures and the talk of our ordinary life make one think we are all in this condition, frightened of any memory or any inward gaze. What is it that is always troubling us? What is the gnat that will not let us sleep? There are spirits all about us. Each moment of life has something to say to us, but we will not listen to the spirit voices. When we are quiet and alone, we fear that something will be whispered in our ears, and so we hate the quiet and dull our senses in society. We understand this sometimes, as I say, and stand amazed at the whirl and the rush and the anxiety and all the dream that we call our life. We seem to fear the awakening, and our dreams too become vivid and restless as the awakening draws near. But we feel as well that we are too weak to endure long those intimate moments, and that we are not the men to whom universal nature looks as her redeemers. It is something to be able to raise our heads but for a moment and see the stream in which we are sunk so deep. We cannot gain even this transitory moment of awakening by our own strength. We must be lifted up. And who are they that will uplift us? The sincere men who have cast out the beast, the philosophers, artists, and saints. Nature, quae nunquam facit soltum, has made her one leap in creating them, a leap of joy, as she feels herself for the first time at her goal, where she begins to see that she must learn not to have goals above her, and that she has played the game of transition too long. The knowledge transfigures her, and there rests on her face the gentle weariness of evening that men call beauty. The words after this transfiguration are as a great light shed over existence, and the highest wish that mortals can reach is to listen continually to her voice with ears that hear. If a man think of all that Schopenhauer, for example, must have heard in his life, he may well say to himself, "The deaf ears, the feeble understanding and shrunken heart, everything that I call mine, how I despise them." Not to be able to fly, but only to flutter one's wings, to look above oneself and have no power to rise, to know the road that leads to the wide vision of the philosopher, and to reel back after a few steps. Were there but one day when the great wish might be fulfilled, how gladly would we pay for it with the rest of life! To rise as high as any thinker, yet into the pure, icy air of the mountain, where there are no mists and veils, and the inner constitution of things is shown in a stark and piercing clarity. Even by thinking of this, the soul becomes infinitely alone. But were its wish fulfilled, did its glance once fall straight as a ray of light on the things below, were shame and anxiety and desire gone forever, one could find no words for its state then, for the mystic and tranquil emotion with which, like the soul of Schopenhauer, it would look down on the monstrous hieroglyphics of existence and the petrified doctrines of becoming, not as the brooding night, but as the red and glowing day that streams over the earth. And what a destiny it is, only to know enough of the fixity and happiness of the philosopher to feel the complete unfixity and unhappiness of the false philosopher, who without hope lives in desire, to know oneself to be the fruit of a tree that is too much in the shade ever to ripen, and to see a world of sunshine in front, where one may not go. There were sorrow enough here, if ever, to make such a man envious and spiteful, but he will turn aside that he may not destroy his soul by a vain aspiration, and will discover a new circle of duties. I can now give an answer to the question whether it be possible to approach the great ideal of Schopenhauer's man by any ordinary activity of our own. In the first place, the new duties are certainly not those of a hermit. They imply rather a vast community, held together not by external forms, but by a fundamental idea, namely that of culture, though only so far as it can put a single task before each of us, to bring the philosopher, the artist, and the saint within and without us to the light, and to strive thereby for the completion of nature. For nature needs the artist as she needs the philosopher for a metaphysical end, the explanation of herself, whereby she may have a clear and sharp picture of what she only saw dimly in the troubled period of transition, and so may reach self-consciousness. Goethe, in an arrogant yet profound phrase, showed how all nature's attempts only have value in so far as the artist interprets her stammering words, meets her halfway, and speaks aloud what she really means. "I have often said, and will often repeat," he exclaims in one place, "the causa finalis of natural and human activity is dramatic poetry. Otherwise, the stuff is of no use at all." Finally, nature needs the saint. In him the ego has melted away, and the suffering of his life is, practically, no longer felt as individual, but as the spring of the deepest sympathy and intimacy with all living creatures. He sees the wonderful transformation scene that the comedy of becoming never reaches, the attainment, at length, of the high state of man after which all nature is striving, that she may be delivered from herself. Without doubt we all stand in close relation to him as well as to the philosopher and the artist. There are moments, sparks from the clear fire of love, in whose light we understand the word "I" no longer. There is something beyond our being that comes, for those moments, to the hither side of it. And this is why we long in our hearts for a bridge from here to there. In our ordinary state, we can do nothing towards the production of the new Redeemer, and so we hate ourselves in this state with a hatred that is the root of the pessimism which Schopenhauer had to teach again to our age, though it is as old as the aspiration after culture. its root, not its flower, the foundation, not the summit, the beginning of the road, not the end. For we have to learn at some time to hate something else, more universal than our own personality, with its wretched limitation, its change and its unrest. And this will be when we shall learn to love something else than we can love now. When we are ourselves received into that high order of philosophers, artists and saints, in this life or a reincarnation of it, a new object for our love and hate will also rise before us. As it is, we have our task and our circle of duties, our hates and our loves. For we know that culture requires us to make ready for the coming of the Schopenhauer man, and this is the use we are to make of him. We must know what obstacles there are and strike them from our path. In fact, wage unceasing war against everything that hindered our fulfillment and prevented us from becoming Schopenhauer's men ourselves. 6. It is sometimes harder to agree to a thing than to understand it. Many will feel this when they consider the proposition, mankind must toil unceasingly to bring forth individual great men. This and nothing else is its task. One would like to apply to society and its ends a fact that holds universally in the animal and vegetable world, where progress depends only on the higher individual types, which are rarer yet more persistent, complex and productive. But traditional notions of what the end of society is absolutely bar the way. We can easily understand how in the natural world, where one species passes at some point into a higher one, the aim of their evolution cannot be held to lie in the high level attained by the mass, or in the latest types developed, but rather in what seem accidental beings produced here and there by favourable circumstances. It should be just as easy to understand that it is the duty of mankind to provide the circumstances favourable to the birth of the new Redeemer, simply because men can have a consciousness of their object. But there is always something to prevent them. They find their ultimate aim in the happiness of all, or the greatest number, or in the expansion of a great commonwealth. A man will very readily decide to sacrifice his life for the state. He will be much slower to respond if an individual, and not a state, asked for the sacrifice. It seems to be out of reason that one man should exist for the sake of another. Let it be rather for the sake of every other, or at any rate of as many as possible. O upright judge, as if it were more in reason to let the majority decide a question of value and significance. For the problem is, in what way may your life, the individual life, retain the highest value and the deepest significance, and how may it least be squandered? Only by your living for the good of the rarest and most valuable types, not for that of the majority, who are the most worthless types taken as individuals. This way of thinking should be implanted and fostered in every young man's mind. He should regard himself both as a failure of nature's handiwork and a testimony to her larger ideas. She has succeeded badly, he should say, but I will do honour to her great idea by being a means to its better success. With these thoughts he will enter the circle of culture, which is the child of every man's self-knowledge and dissatisfaction. He will approach and say aloud, I see something above me, higher and more human than I. Let all help me to reach it, as I will help all who know and suffer as I do, that the man may arise at last, who feels his knowledge and love, vision and power to be complete and boundless, who in his universality is one with nature, the critic and judge of existence. It is difficult to give anyone this courageous self-consciousness because it is impossible to teach love. From love alone the soul gains not only the clear vision that leads to self-contempt, but also the desire to look to a higher self which is yet hidden, and strive upward to it with all its strength. And so he who rests his hope on a future great man receives his first initiation into culture. The sign of this is shame or vexation at oneself, a hatred of one's own narrowness, a sympathy with the genius that ever raises its head again from our misty wastes, a feeling for all that is struggling into life, the conviction that nature must be helped in her hour of need to press forward to the man, however ill she seem to prosper, whatever success may attend her marvellous forms and projects, so that the men with whom we live are like the debris of some precious sculptures which cry out, "Come and help us, put us together, for we long to become complete." I called this inward condition the first initiation into culture. I have now to describe the effects of the second initiation, a task of greater difficulty. It is the passage from the inner life to the criticism of the outer life. The eye must be turned to find in the great world of movement the desire for culture that is known from the immediate experience of the individual, who must use his own strivings and aspirations as the alphabet to interpret those of humanity. He cannot rest here either, but must go higher. Culture demands from him not only that inner experience, not only the criticism of the outer world surrounding him, but action too to crown them all, the fight for culture against the influences and conventions and institutions where he cannot find his own aim, the production of genius. Anyone who can reach the second step will see how extremely rare and imperceptible the knowledge of that end is, though all men busy themselves with culture and expend vast labour in her service. He asks himself in amazement, is not such knowledge, after all, absolutely necessary? Can nature be said to attain her end if men have a false idea of the aim of their own labour? And anyone who thinks a great deal of nature's unconscious adaptation of means to ends will probably answer at once, yes, men may think and speak what they like about their ultimate end. Their blind instinct will tell them the right road. It requires some experience of life to be able to contradict this. But let a man be convinced of the real aim of culture, the production of the true man and nothing else. Let him consider that amid all the pageantry and ostentation of culture at the present time, the conditions for his production are nothing but a continual battle of the beasts, and he will see that there is great need for a conscious will to take the place of that blind instinct. There is another reason also, to prevent the possibility of turning this obscure impulse to quite different ends, in a direction where our highest aim can no longer be attained. For we must beware of a certain kind of misapplied and parasitical culture. The powers at present most active in its propagation have other casts of thought that prevent their relation to culture from being pure and disinterested. The first of these is the self-interest of the businessmen. This needs the help of culture and helps her in return, though at the price of prescribing her ends and limits. And their favourite sorites is, we must have as much knowledge and education as possible. This implies as great a need as possible for it, this again as much production, this again as much material wealth and happiness as possible. This is the seductive formula. Its preachers would define education as the insight that makes man through and through a child of his age, in his desires and their satisfaction, and gives him command over the best means of making money. Its aim would be to make current men, in the same sense as one speaks of the currency in money. And in their view, the more current men there are, the happier the people. The object of modern educational systems is therefore to make each man as current as his nature will allow him, and to give him the opportunity for the greatest amount of success and happiness that can be got from his particular stock of knowledge. He is required to have just so much idea of his own value through his liberal education as to know what he can ask of life, and he is assured that a natural and necessary connection between intelligence and property not only exists, but is also a moral necessity. All education is detested that makes for loneliness, and has an aim above money-making, and requires a long time. Men look askance on such serious education as mere refined egoism or immoral Epicureanism. The converse, of course, holds, according to the ordinary morality, that education must be soon over to allow the pursuit of money to be soon begun, and should be just thorough enough to allow of much money being made. The amount of education is determined by commercial interests. In short, man has a necessary claim to worldly happiness. Only for that reason is education necessary. There is, secondly, the self-interest of the state, which requires the greatest possible breadth and universality of culture, and has the most effective weapons to carry out its wishes. If it be firmly enough established not only to initiate but control education and bear its whole weight, such breadth will merely profit the competition of the state with other states. A highly civilized state generally implies at the present time the task of setting free the spiritual forces of a generation just so far as they may be of use to the existing institutions, as a mountain stream is split up by embankments and channels, and its diminished power made to drive mill wheels, its full strength being more dangerous than useful to the mills. And thus setting free comes to mean rather chaining up. Compare, for example, what the self-interest of the state has done for Christianity. Christianity is one of the purest manifestations of the impulse towards culture and the production of the saint. But being used in countless ways to turn the mills of the state authorities, it gradually became sick at heart, hypocritical and degenerate, and in antagonism with its original aim. Its last phase, the German Reformation, would have been nothing but a sudden flickering of its dying flame, had it not taken new strength and light from the clash and conflagration of states. In the third place, culture will be favoured by all those people who know their own character to be offensive or tiresome, and wish to draw a veil of so-called good form over them. Words, gestures, dress, etiquette, and such external things are meant to produce a false impression, the inner side to be judged from the outer. I sometimes think that modern men are eternally bored with each other and look to the arts to make them interesting. They let their artists make savoury and inviting dishes of them. They steep themselves in the spices of the East and West and have a very interesting aroma after it all. They are ready to suit all palates, and everyone will be served, whether he wants something with a good or bad taste, something sublime or coarse, Greek or Chinese, tragedy or gutter drama. The most celebrated chefs among the moderns who wish to interest and be interested at any price are the French. The worst are the Germans. This is really more comforting for the latter, and we have no reason to mind the French despising us for our want of interest, elegance, and politeness, and being reminded of the Indian who longs for a ring through his nose and then proceeds to tattoo himself. Here I must digress a little. Many things in Germany have evidently been altered since the late war with France, and new requirements for German culture brought over. The war was, for many, their first venture into the more elegant half of the world, and what an admirable simplicity the conqueror shows in not scorning to learn something of culture from the conquered. The applied arts especially will be reformed to emulate our more refined neighbours, The German house furnished, like the French, a sound taste applied to the German language by means of an academy on the French model, to shake off the doubtful influence of Goethe. This is the judgment of our new Berlin academician, Dubois Raymond. Our theatres have been gradually moving in a dignified way towards the same goal. Even the elegant German savant is now discovered, and we must now expect everything that does not conform to this law of elegance, our music, tragedy, and philosophy, to be thrust aside as un-German. But there were no need to raise a ringer for German culture, did German culture, which the Germans have yet to find, mean nothing but the little amenities that make life more decorative, including the arts of the dancing master and the upholsterer, or were they merely interested in academic rules of language and a general atmosphere of politeness? The late war and the self-comparison with the French do not seem to have aroused any further desires, and I suspect that the German has a strong wish for the moment to be free of the old obligations laid on him by his wonderful gifts of seriousness and profundity. He would much rather play the buffoon and the monkey and learn the arts that make life amusing. But the German spirit cannot be more dishonoured than by being treated as wax for any elegant mould. And if, unfortunately, a good many Germans will allow themselves to be thus moulded, one must continually say to them, till at last they listen, "The old German way is no longer yours. It was hard, rough, and full of resistance. But it is still the most valuable material, one which only the greatest modellers can work with, for they alone are worthy to use it. What you have in you now is a soft, pulpy stuff. Make what you will out of it, elegant dolls and interesting idols." Richard Wagner's phrase will still hold good. The German is awkward and ungainly when he wishes to be polite. He is high above all others when he begins to take fire. All the elegant people have reason to beware of this German fire. It may one day devour them with all their wax dolls and idols. The prevailing love of good form in Germany may have a deeper cause in the breathless seizing at what the moment can give, the haste that plucks the fruit too green, the race and the struggle that cut the furrows in men's brows and stamp the same mark on all their actions. As if there were a poison in them that would not let them breathe, they rush about in disorder, anxious slaves of the three M's, the moment, the mode, and the mob. They see too well their want of dignity and fitness, and need of false elegance to hide their galloping consumption. The fashionable desire of good form is bound up with a loathing of man's inner nature. The one is to conceal, the other to be concealed. Education means now the concealment of man's misery and wickedness, his wild beast quarrels, his eternal greed, his shamelessness in fruition. In pointing out the absence of a German culture, I have often had the reproach flung at me. This absence is quite natural, for the Germans have been too poor and modest up to now. Once rich and conscious of themselves, our people will have a culture too. Faith may often produce happiness, yet this particular faith makes me unhappy, for I feel that the culture whose future raises such hopes, the culture of riches, politeness, and elegant concealments, is the bitterest foe of that German culture in which I believe. Everyone who has to live among Germans suffers from the dreadful greyness and apathy of their lives, their formlessness, torpor and clumsiness, still more their envy, secretiveness and impurity. He is troubled by their innate love of the false and the ignoble, their wretched mimicry and translation of a good foreign thing into a bad German one. But now that the feverish unrest, the quest of gain and success, the intense prizing of the moment is added to it all, it makes one furious to think that all this sickness can never be cured, but only painted over by such a cult of the interesting. and this among a people that has produced a Schopenhauer and a Wagner, and will produce others unless we are blindly deceiving ourselves. For should not their very existence be a guarantee that such forces are even now potential in the German spirit? Or will they be exceptions, the last inheritors of the qualities that were once called German? I can see nothing to help me here, and return to my main argument again, from which my doubts and anxieties have made me digress. I have not yet enumerated all the forces that help culture without recognizing its end, the production of genius. 3 have been named: the self-interest of business, of the state, and of those who draw the cloak of good form over them. There is, fourthly, the self-interest of science, and the peculiar nature of her servants, the learned. Science has the same relation to wisdom as current morality to holiness. She is cold and dry, loveless, and ignorant of any deep feeling of dissatisfaction and yearning. She injures her servants in helping herself, for she impresses her own character on them and dries up their humanity. As long as we actually mean by culture the progress of science, she will pass by the great suffering man and harden her heart, for science only sees the problems of knowledge, and suffering is something alien and unintelligible to her world, though no less a problem for that. If one accustom himself to put down every experience in a dialectical form of question and answer, and translate it into the language of pure reason, he will soon wither up and rattle his bones like a skeleton. We all know it, and why is it that the young do not shudder at these skeletons of men, but give themselves blindly to science without motive or measure? It cannot be the so-called impulse to truth, for how could there be an impulse towards a pure, cold, and objectless knowledge? The unprejudiced eye can see the real driving forces only too plainly. The vivisection of the Professor has much to recommend it, as he himself is accustomed to finger and analyze all things, even the worthiest. To speak honestly, the savant is a complex of very various impulses and attractive forces. He is a base metal throughout. Take first a strong and increasing desire for intellectual adventure, the attraction of the new and rare as against the old and tedious. Add to that a certain joy in nosing the trail of dialectic and beating the cover where the old fox, fought, lies hid. The desire is not so much for truth as the chase of truth, and the chief pleasure is in surrounding and artistically killing it. Add thirdly a love of contradiction, whereby the personality is able to assert itself against all others. The battle's the thing, and the personal victory its aim, truth only its pretext. The impulse to discover particular truths plays a great part in the Professor, coming from his submission to definite ruling persons, classes, opinions, churches, governments, for he feels it a profit to himself to bring truth to their side. The following characteristics of the savant are less common, but still found. Firstly, downrightness and a feeling for simplicity, very valuable if more than a mere awkwardness and inability to deceive, deception requiring some mother wit. Actually, we may be on our guard against too obvious cleverness and resource, and doubt the man's sincerity. Otherwise, this downrightness is generally of little value, and rarely of any use to knowledge, as it follows tradition and speaks the truth only in adiaphora, it being lazier to speak the truth here than ignore it. Everything new means something to be unlearnt, and your downright man will respect the ancient dogmas and accuse the new evangelist of failing in the sensus recti. There was a similar opposition with probability and custom on its side to the theory of Copernicus. The Professor's frequent hatred of philosophy is principally a hatred of the long trains of reasoning and artificiality of the proofs. Ultimately, the savants of every age have a fixed limit, beyond which ingenuity is not allowed, and everything suspected as a conspirator against honesty. Secondly, a clear vision of near objects, combined with great short-sightedness for the distant and universal. The professor's range is generally very small, and his eye must be kept close to the object. To pass from a point already considered to another, he has to move his whole optical apparatus. He cuts a picture into small sections, like a man using an opera glass in the theatre, and sees now a head, now a bit of the dress, but nothing as a whole. The single sections are never combined for him. He only infers their connection, and consequently has no strong general impression. He judges a literary work, for example, by certain paragraphs or sentences or errors, as he can do nothing more. He will be driven to see in an oil painting nothing but a mass of daubs. Thirdly, a sober conventionality in his likes and dislikes. Thus he especially delights in history because he can put his own motives into the actions of the past. A mole is most comfortable in a molehill. He is on his guard against all ingenious and extravagant hypotheses, but digs up industriously all the commonplace motives of the past because he feels in sympathy with them. He is generally quite incapable of understanding and valuing the rare or the uncommon, the great or the real. Fourthly, a lack of feeling, which makes him capable of vivisection. He knows nothing of the suffering that brings knowledge, and does not fear to tread where other men shudder. He is cold and may easily appear cruel. He is thought courageous, but he is not, any more than the mule who does not feel giddiness. Fifthly, diffidence, or a low estimate of himself. Though he live in a miserable alley of the world, he has no sense of sacrifice or surrender. He appears often to know in his inmost heart that he is not a flying, but a crawling creature, and this makes him seem even pathetic. Sixthly, loyalty to his teachers and leaders. From his heart he wishes to help them, and knows he can do it best with the truth. He has a grateful disposition, for he has only gained admittance through them to the high hall of science. He would never have entered by his own road. Any man today who can throw open a new province where his lesser disciples can work to some purpose is famous at once. So great is the crowd that presses after him. These grateful pupils are certainly a misfortune to their teacher, as they all imitate him. His faults are exaggerated in their small persons, his virtues correspondingly diminished. Seventhly, he will follow the usual road of all the professors, where a feeling for truth springs from a lack of ideas, and the wheel once started goes on. Such natures become compilers, commentators, makers of indices and herbaria. They rummage about one special department because they have never thought there are others. Their industry has something of the monstrous stupidity of gravitation, and so they can often bring their labours to an end. Eighthly, a dread of ennui. While the true thinker desires nothing more than leisure, the professor fears it, not knowing how it is to be used. Books are his comfort. He listens to everybody's different thoughts and keeps himself amused all day. He especially chooses books with a personal relation to himself, that make him feel some emotion of like or dislike, books that have to do with himself or his position, his political, aesthetic, or even grammatical doctrines. If he have mastered even one branch of knowledge, the means to flap away the flies of ennui will not fail him. Ninthly, the motive of the breadwinner, the cry of the empty stomach, in fact. Truth is used as a direct means of preferment when she can be attained, or as a way to the good graces of the fountains of honour and bread. Only, however, in the sense of the particular truth. There is a gulf between the profitable truths that many serve and the unprofitable truths to which only those few people devote themselves whose motto is not ingenii largitor venter. Tenthly, a reverence for their fellow professors and a fear of their displeasure, a higher and rarer motive than the last, though not uncommon. All the members of the guild are jealously on guard that the truth which means so much bread and honour and position may really be baptized in the name of its discoverer. The one pays the other reverence for the truth he has found in order to exact the toll again if he should find one himself. The untruth, the error, is loudly exploded that the workers may not be too many. Here and there the real truth will be exploded to let a few bold and stiff-necked errors be on show for a time. There is never a lack of moral idiosyncrasies, formerly called rascalities. 11thly, the savant for vanity, now rather rare. He will get a department for himself somehow and investigate curiosities, especially if they demand unusual expenditure, travel, research, or communication with all parts of the world. He is quite satisfied with the honour of being regarded as a curiosity himself, and never dreams of earning a living by his erudite studies. 12thly, the savant for amusement. He loves to look for knots in knowledge and to untie them. Not too energetically, however, lest he lose the spirit of the game. Thus he does not penetrate the depths, though he often observes something that the microscopic eyes of the bread-and-butter scientist never see. If I speak lastly of the impulse towards justice as a further motive of the savant, I may be answered that this noble impulse, being metaphysical in its nature, is too indistinguishable from the rest, and really incomprehensible to mortal mind. And so I leave the 13th heading with the pious wish that the impulse may be less rare in the professor than it seems. For a spark in his soul from the fire of justice is sufficient to irradiate and purify it, so that he can rest no more and is driven forever from the cold or lukewarm condition in which most of his fellows do their daily work. All these elements, or a part of them, must be regarded as fused and pounded together to form the servant of truth. For the sake of an absolutely inhuman thing, mere purposeless and therefore motiveless knowledge, a mass of very human little motives have been chemically combined, and as the result we have the professor, so transfigured in the light of that pure, unearthly object that the mixing and pounding which went to form him are all forgot. It is very curious. Yet there are moments when they must be remembered, when we have to think of the professor's significance to culture. Anyone with observation can see that he is in his essence and by his origin unproductive, and has a natural hatred of the productive, and thus there is an endless feud between the genius and the savant in idea and practice. The latter wishes to kill nature by analysing and comprehending it, the former to increase it by a new living nature. The happy age does not need or know the savant. The sick and sluggish time ranks him as its highest and worthiest. Who a physician enough to know the health or sickness of our time? It is clear that the professor is valued too highly, with evil consequences for the future genius, for whom he has no compassion, merely a cold, contemptuous criticism, a shrug of the shoulders, as if at something strange and perverted, for which he has neither time nor inclination, and so he too knows nothing of the aim of culture. In fact, all these considerations go to prove that the aim of culture is most unknown precisely where the interest in it seems liveliest. The state may trumpet as it will its services to culture, it merely helps culture in order to help itself, and does not comprehend an aim that stands higher than its own well-being or even existence. The businessmen, in their continual demand for education, merely wish for business. When the pioneers of good form pretend to be the real helpers of culture, imagining that all art, for example, is merely to serve their own needs, they are clearly affirming themselves in affirming culture. Of the savant, enough has already been said. All four are emulously thinking how they can benefit themselves with the help of culture, but have no thoughts at all when their own interests are not engaged. And so they have done nothing to improve the conditions for the birth of genius in modern times, and the opposition to original men has grown so far that no Socrates could ever live among us, and certainly could never reach the age of 70. I remember saying in the 3rd chapter that our whole modern world was not so stable that one could prophesy an eternal life to its conception of culture. It is likely that the next millennium may reach 2 or 3 new ideas that might well make the hair of our present generation stand on end. The belief in the metaphysical significance of culture would not be such a horrifying thing, but its effect on educational methods might be so. It requires a totally new attitude of mind to be able to look away from the present educational institutions to the strangely different ones that will be necessary for the 2nd or 3rd generation. At present, the labours of higher education produce merely the savant or the official or the businessman or the Philistine or, more commonly, a mixture of all four. And the future institutions will have a harder task, not in itself harder, as it is really more natural and so easier, and further, could anything be harder than to make a youth into a savant against nature, as now happens? But the difficulty lies in unlearning what we know and setting up a new aim. It will be an endless trouble to change the fundamental idea of our present educational system, that has its roots in the Middle Ages and regards the medieval savant as the ideal type of culture. It is already time to put these objects before us, for some generation must begin the battle, of which a later generation will reap the victory. The solitary man who has understood the new fundamental idea of culture is at the parting of the ways. On the one he will be welcomed by his age, laurels and rewards will be his, powerful parties will uphold him, he will have as many in sympathy behind him as in front, and when the leader speaks the word of deliverance, it will echo through all the ranks. The first duty is to fight in line, the second to treat as foes all who will not fall in. On the other way, he will find fewer companions. It is steeper and more tortuous. The travellers on the first road laugh at him, as his way is the more troublesome and dangerous, and they try to entice him over. If the 2 ways cross, he is ill-treated, cast aside or left alone. What significance has any particular form of culture for these several travellers? The enormous throng that press to their end on the first road understand by it the laws and institutions that enable them to go forward in regular fashion and rule out all the solitary and obstinate people who look towards higher and remoter objects. To the small company on the other road, it has quite a different office. They wish to guard themselves by means of a strong organization from being swept away by the throng, to prevent their individual members from fainting on the way or turning in spirit from their great task. These solitary men must finish their work. That is why they should all hold together, and those who have their part in the scheme will take thought to prepare themselves with ever-increasing purity of aim for the birth of the genius, and ensure that the time be ripe for him. Many are destined to help on the labour, even among the second-rate talents, and it is only in submission to such a destiny that they can feel they are living for a duty and have a meaning and an object in their lives. For at present these talents are being turned from the road their instinct has chosen by the seductive tones of the fashionable culture that plays on their selfish side their vanities and weaknesses, and the time spirit ever whispers in their ears its flattering counsel, "Follow me and go not thither. There you are only servants and tools, overshadowed by higher natures with no scope for your own, drawn by threads, hung with fetters, slaves, and automatons. With me, you may enjoy your true personality and be masters. Your talents may shine with their own light, and yourselves stand in the front ranks with an immense following round you, and the acclamation of public opinion will rejoice you more than a wandering breath of approval sent down from the cold, ethereal heights of genius. Even the best men are snared by such allurements, and the ultimate difference comes not so much from the rarity and power of their talent as the influence of a certain heroic disposition at the base of them, and an inner feeling of kinship with genius. For there are men who feel it as their own misery when they see the genius in painful toil and struggle, in danger of self-destruction, or neglected by the short-sighted selfishness of the state, the superficiality of the businessmen, and the cold arrogance of the professors. And I hope there may be some to understand what I mean by my sketch of Schopenhauer's destiny, and to what end Schopenhauer can really educate. 7. But setting aside all thoughts of any educational revolution in the distant future, what provision is required now that our future philosopher may have the best chance of opening his eyes to a life like Schopenhauer's, hard as it is, yet still livable? What further must be discovered that may make his influence on his contemporaries more certain? And what obstacles must be removed before his example can have its full effect and the philosopher train another philosopher? Here we descend to be practical. Nature always desires the greatest utility, but does not understand how to find the best and handiest means to her end. That is her great sorrow and the cause of her melancholy. The impulse towards her own redemption shows clearly her wish to give men a significant existence by the generation of the philosopher and the artist, but how unclear and weak is the effect she generally obtains with her artists and philosophers, and how seldom is there any effect at all. She is especially perplexed in her efforts to make the philosopher useful. Her methods are casual and tentative, her failures innumerable. Most of her philosophers never touch the common good of mankind at all. Her actions seem those of a spendthrift, but the cause lies in no prodigal luxury, but in her inexperience. Were she human, she would probably never cease to be dissatisfied with herself and her bungling. Nature shoots the philosopher at mankind like an arrow. She does not aim, but hopes that the arrow will stick somewhere. She makes countless mistakes that give her pain. She is as extravagant in the sphere of culture as in her planting and sowing. She fulfills her ends in a large and clumsy fashion, using up far too much of her strength. The artist has the same relation to the connoisseurs and lovers of his art as a piece of heavy artillery to a flock of sparrows. It is a fool's part to use a great avalanche to sweep away a little snow, to kill a man in order to strike the fly on his nose. The artist and the philosopher are witnesses against nature's adaptation of her means, however well they may show the wisdom of her ends. They only reach a few and should reach all, and even these few are not struck with the strength they used when they shot. It is sad to have to value art so differently as cause and effect, how huge in its inception, how faint the echo afterwards. The artist does his work as nature bids him, for the benefit of other men, no doubt of it, but he knows that none of those men will understand and love his work as he understands and loves it himself. That lonely height of love and understanding is necessary by nature's clumsy law to produce a lower type. The great and noble are used as the means to the small and ignoble. Nature is a bad manager. Her expenses are far greater than her profits. For all her riches, she must one day go bankrupt. She would have acted more reasonably to make the rule of her household small expense and hundredfold profit. If there had been, for example, only a few artists with moderate powers, but an immense number of hearers to appreciate them, stronger and more powerful characters than the artists themselves, then the effect of the artwork, in comparison with the cause, might be a 100-tongued echo. One might at least expect cause and effect to be of equal power, but nature lags infinitely behind this consummation. An artist, and especially a philosopher, seems often to have dropped by chance into his age as a wandering hermit or straggler cut off from the main body. Think how utterly great Schopenhauer is, and what a small and absurd effect he has had. An honest man can feel no greater shame at the present time than at the thought of the casual treatment Schopenhauer's received, and the evil powers that have up to now killed his effect among men. First there was the want of readers, to the eternal shame of our cultivated age, then the inadequacy of his first public adherents, as soon as he had any. Further, I think, the crassness of the modern man towards books, which he will no longer take seriously. As an outcome of many attempts to adapt Schopenhauer to this enervated age, the new danger has gradually arisen of regarding him as an odd kind of pungent herb, of taking him in grains, as a sort of metaphysical pepper. In this way he has gradually become famous, and I should think more have heard his name than Hegel's, and for all that he is still a solitary being who has failed of his effect, though the honour of causing the failure belongs least of all to the barking of his literary antagonists. First, because there are few men with the patience to read them, and secondly, because anyone who does is sent immediately to Schopenhauer himself. For who will let a donkey-driver prevent him from mounting a fine horse, however much he praise his donkey? Whoever has recognized nature's unreason in our time will have to consider some means to help her. His task will be to bring the free spirits and the sufferers from this age to know Schopenhauer, and make them tributaries to the flood that is to overbear all the clumsy uses to which nature even now is accustomed to put her philosophers. Such men will see that the identical obstacles hinder the effect of a great philosophy and the production of the great philosopher, and so will direct their aims to prepare the regeneration of Schopenhauer, which means that of the philosophical genius. The real opposition to the further spread of his doctrine in the past and the regeneration of the philosopher in the future is the perversity of human nature as it is, and all the great men that are to be must spend infinite pains in freeing themselves from it. The world they enter is plastered over with pretense, including not merely religious dogmas, but such juggling conceptions as progress, universal education, nationalism, the modern state. Practically all our general terms have an artificial veneer over them that will bring a clearer-sighted posterity to reproach our age bitterly for its warped and stunted growth, however loudly we may boast of our health. The beauty of the antique vases, says Schopenhauer, lies in the simplicity with which they express their meaning and object. It is so with all the ancient implements. If nature produced amphorae, lamps, tables, chairs, helmets, shields, breastplates, and the like, they would resemble these. And as a corollary, whoever considers how we all manage our art, politics, religion, and education, to say nothing of our vases, will find in them a barbaric exaggeration and arbitrariness of expression. Nothing is more unfavourable to the rise of genius than such monstrosities. They are unseen and undiscoverable, the leaden weights on his hand when he will set it to the plough. The weights are only shaken off with violence, and his highest work must to an extent always bear the mark of it. In considering the conditions that, at best, keep the born philosopher from being oppressed by the perversity of the age, I'm surprised to find they are partly those in which Schopenhauer himself grew up. True, there was no lack of opposing influences. The evil time drew perilously near him in the person of a vain and pretentious mother. But the proud republican character of his father rescued him from her and gave him the first quality of a philosopher, a rude and strong virility. His father was neither an official nor a savant. He travelled much abroad with his son, a great help to one who must know men rather than books, and worship truth before the state. In time he got accustomed to national peculiarities. He made England, France, and Italy equally his home, and felt no little sympathy with the Spanish character. On the whole, he did not think it an honour to be born in Germany, and I'm not sure that the new political conditions would have made him change his mind. He held quite openly the opinion that the state's one object was to give protection at home and abroad, and even protection against its protectors, and to attribute any other object to it was to endanger its true end. And so, to the consternation of all the so-called liberals, he left his property to the survivors of the Prussian soldiers who fell in 1848 in the fight for order. To understand the state and its duties in this single sense may seem more and more henceforth the sign of intellectual superiority. For the man with the furor philosophicus in him will no longer have time for the furor politicus, and will wisely keep from reading the newspapers or serving a party, though he will not hesitate a moment to take his place in the ranks if his country be in real need. All states are badly managed when other men than politicians busy themselves with politics, and they deserve to be ruined by their political amateurs. Schopenhauer had another great advantage, that he had never been educated for a professor, but worked for some time, though against his will, as a merchant's clerk, and through all his early years breathed the freer air of a great commercial house. A savant can never become a philosopher. Kant himself could not, but remained in a chrysalis stage to the end, in spite of the innate force of his genius. Anyone who thinks I do Kant wrong in saying this does not know what a philosopher is, not only a great thinker, but also a real man. And how could a real man have sprung from a savant? He who lets conceptions, opinions, events, books come between himself and things, and is born for history in the widest sense, will never see anything at once, and never be himself a thing to be seen at once, though both these powers should be in the philosopher, as he must take most of his doctrine from himself, and be himself the copy and compendium of the whole world. If a man look at himself through a veil of other people's opinions, no wonder he sees nothing but those opinions. And it is thus that the professors see and live. But Schopenhauer had the rare happiness of seeing the genius not only in himself, but also outside himself, in Goethe. And this double reflection taught him everything about the aims and culture of the learned. He knew by this experience how the free, strong man to whom all artistic culture was looking must come to be born. And could he, after this vision, have much desire to busy himself with the so-called art in the learned, hypocritical manner of the moderns? He had seen something higher than that, an awful, unearthly judgment scene in which all life, even the highest and completest, was weighed and found too light. He had beheld the saint as the judge of existence. We cannot tell how early Schopenhauer reached this view of life, and came to hold it with such intensity as to make all his writings an attempt to mirror it. We know that the youth had this great vision, and can well believe it of the child. Everything that he gained later from life and books, from all the realms of knowledge, was only a means of colour and expression to him. The Kantian philosophy itself was to him an extraordinary rhetorical instrument for making the utterance of his vision, as he thought, clearer. The Buddhist and Christian mythologies occasionally served the same end. He had one task and 1,000 means to execute it, one meaning and innumerable hieroglyphs to express it. It was one of the high conditions of his existence that he really could live for such a task, according to his motto, vitam impendere vero, and none of life's material needs could shake his resolution. And we know the splendid return he made his father for this. The contemplative man in Germany usually pursues his scientific studies to the detriment of his sincerity as a considerate fool, in search of place and honour, circumspect and obsequious, and fawning on his influential superiors. Nothing offended the savants more than Schopenhauer's unlikeness to them. 8. These are a few of the conditions under which the philosophical genius can at least come to light in our time, in spite of all thwarting influences. A virility of character, an early knowledge of mankind, an absence of learned education and a narrow patriotism, of compulsion to earn his livelihood or depend on the state. Freedom, in fact, and again freedom, the same marvellous and dangerous element in which the Greek philosophers grew up. The man who will reproach him, as Niebuhr did Plato, with being a bad citizen may do so, and be himself a good one. So he and Plato will be right together. Another may call this great freedom presumption. He is also right, as he could not himself use the freedom properly if he desired it, and would certainly presume too far with it. This freedom is really a grave burden of guilt, and can only be expiated by great actions. Every ordinary son of earth has the right of looking askance on such endowments, and may Providence keep him from being so endowed, burdened, that is, with such terrible duties. His freedom and his loneliness would be his ruin, and ennui would turn him into a fool, and a mischievous fool at that. The father may possibly learn something from this that he may use for his son's private education, though one must not expect fathers to have only philosophers for their sons. It is possible that they will always oppose their sons becoming philosophers, and call it mere perversity. Socrates was sacrificed to the father's anger for corrupting the youth, and Plato even thought a new ideal state necessary to prevent the philosopher's growth from being dependent on the father's folly. It looks at present as though Plato had really accomplished something, for the modern state counts the encouragement of philosophy as one of its duties, and tries to secure for a number of men at a time the sort of freedom that conditions the philosopher. But historically, Plato has been very unlucky. As soon as a structure has risen corresponding actually to his proposals, it has always turned on a closer view into a goblin child, a monstrous changeling. Compare the ecclesiastical state of the Middle Ages with the government of the God-born king of which Plato dreamed. The modern state is furthest removed from the idea of the philosopher-king. Thank heaven for that, the Christian will say. But we must think whether it takes that very encouragement of philosophy, in a Platonic sense I mean, as seriously and honestly as if its highest object were to produce more Platos. If the philosopher seem, as usual, an accident of his time, does the state make it its conscious business to turn the accidental into the necessary, and help nature here also? Experience teaches us a better way, or a worse. It says that nothing so stands in the way of the birth and growth of nature's philosopher as the bad philosophers made by order. A poor obstacle, isn't it? And the same that Schopenhauer pointed out in his famous essay on university philosophy. I return to this point, as men must be forced to take it seriously, to be driven to activity by it, and I think all writing is useless that does not contain such a stimulus to activity. And anyhow, it is a good thing to apply Schopenhauer's eternal theories once more to our own contemporaries, as some kindly soul might think that everything has changed for the better in Germany since his fierce diatribes. Unfortunately, his work is incomplete on this side as well, unimportant as the side may be. The freedom that the state, as I said, bestows on certain men for the sake of philosophy is, properly speaking, no freedom at all, but an office that maintains its holder. The encouragement of philosophy means that there are today a number of men whom the state enables to make their living out of philosophy, whereas the old sages of Greece were not paid by the state, but at best were presented, as Zeno was, with a golden crown and a monument in the Ceramicus. I cannot say generally whether truth is served by showing the way to live by her, since everything depends on the character of the individual who shows the way. I can imagine a degree of pride in a man saying to his fellow men, "Take care of me, as I have something better to do, namely, to take care of you." We should not be angry at such a heightened mode of expression in Plato and Schopenhauer, and so they might properly have been university philosophers, as Plato, for example, was a court philosopher for a while, without lowering the dignity of philosophy. But in Kant we have the usual submissive professor, without any nobility in his relations with the state, and thus he could not justify the university philosophy when it was once assailed. If there be natures like Schopenhauer's and Plato's which can justify it, I fear they will never have the chance, as the state would never venture to give such men these positions, for the simple reason that every state fears them, and will only favour philosophers it does not fear. The state obviously has a special fear of philosophy, and will try to attract more philosophers to create the impression that it has philosophy on its side, because it has those men on its side who have the title without the power. But if there should come one who really proposes to cut everything to the quick, the state included, with the knife of truth, the state, that affirms its own existence above all, is justified in banishing him as an enemy, just as it bans a religion that exalts itself to be its judge. The man who consents to be a state philosopher must also consent to be regarded as renouncing the search for truth in all its secret retreats. At any rate, so long as he enjoys his position, he must recognize something higher than truth, the state, and not only the state, but everything required by it for existence, a definite form of religion, a social system, a standing army. A noli me tangere is written above all these things. Can a university philosopher ever keep clearly before him the whole round of these duties and limitations? I do not know. The man who has done so and remains a state official is a false friend to truth. If he has not, I think he is no friend to truth either. But general considerations like these are always the weakest in their influence on mankind. Most people will find it enough to shrug their shoulders and say, as if anything great and pure has ever been able to maintain itself on this earth without some concession to human vulgarity. Would you rather the state persecuted philosophers than paid them for official services? Without answering this last question, I will merely say that these concessions of philosophy to the state go rather far at present. In the first place, the state chooses its own philosophical servants, as many as its institutions require. It therefore pretends to be able to distinguish the good and the bad philosophers, and even assumes there must be a sufficient supply of good ones to fill all the chairs. The state is the authority not only for their goodness, but their numbers. Secondly, it confines those it has chosen to a definite place and a definite activity among particular men. They must instruct every undergraduate who wants instruction daily at stated hours. The question is whether a philosopher can bind himself with a good conscience to have something to teach every day to anyone who wishes to listen. Must he not appear to know more than he does, and speak before an unknown audience of things that he could mention without risk only to his most intimate friends? And above all, does he not surrender the precious freedom of following his genius when and wherever it call him, by the mere fact of being bound to think at stated times on a fixed subject? And before young men, too. Is not such thinking in its nature emasculating? And suppose he felt some day that he had no ideas just then, and yet must be in his place and appear to be thinking, What then? But, one will say, he is not a thinker, but mainly a depository of thought, a man of great learning in all previous philosophies. Of these he can always say something that his scholars do not know. This is actually the third and the most dangerous concession made by philosophy to the state, when it is compelled to appear in the form of erudition as the knowledge, more specifically, of the history of philosophy. The genius looks purely and lovingly on existence, like a poet, and cannot dive too deep into it. And nothing is more abhorrent to him than to burrow among the innumerable strange and wrong-headed opinions. The learned history of the past was never a true philosopher's business in India or Greece, and a professor of philosophy who busies himself with such matters must be, at best, content to hear it said of him, "He is an able scholar, antiquary, philologist, historian, but never, he is a philosopher." I said at best, for a scholar feels that most of the learned works written by university philosophers are badly done, without any real scientific power, and generally are dreadfully tedious. Who will blow aside, for example, the Lethean vapour with which the history of Greek philosophy has been enveloped by the dull, though not very scientific works of Ritter, Brandis, and Zeller? I, at any rate, would rather read Diogenes Laertius than Zeller, because at least the spirit of the old philosophers lives in Diogenes, but neither that nor any other spirit in Zeller. And after all, what does the history of philosophy matter to our young men? Are they to be discouraged by the welter of opinions from having any of their own, or taught to join the chorus that approves the vastness of our progress? Are they to learn to hate, or perhaps despise, philosophy? One might expect the last, knowing the torture the students endure for their philosophical examinations, in having to get into their unfortunate heads the maddest efforts of the human mind, as well as the greatest and profoundest. The only method of criticizing a philosophy that is possible and proves anything at all, namely to see whether one can live by it, has never been taught at the universities. Only the criticism of words and again words is taught there. Imagine a young head, without much experience of life, being stuffed with 50 systems in the form of words and 50 criticisms of them, all mixed up together. What an overgrown wilderness he will come to be, what contempt he will feel for a philosophical education. It is, of course, not an education in philosophy at all, but in the art of passing a philosophical examination, the usual result being the pious ejaculation of the wearied examinee, "Thank God I am no philosopher, but a Christian and a good citizen." What if this cry were the ultimate object of the state, and the education, or leading to philosophy, were merely a leading from philosophy? We may well ask, but if so, there is one thing to fear, that the youth may some day find out to what end philosophy is thus mishandled. Is the highest thing of all, the production of the philosophical genius, nothing but a pretext, and the main object, perhaps, to hinder his production? And is reason turned to unreason? Then woe to the whole machinery of political and professorial trickery. Will it soon become notorious? I do not know, but anyhow university philosophy has fallen into a general state of doubting and despair. The cause lies partly in the feebleness of those who hold the chairs at present, and if Schopenhauer had to write his treatise on university philosophy today, he would find the club no longer necessary, but could conquer with a bull-rush. They are the heirs and successors of those slipshod thinkers whose crazy heads Schopenhauer struck at. Their childish natures and dwarfish frames remind one of the Indian proverb, "Men are born according to their deeds, deaf, dumb, misshapen." Those fathers deserved such sons according to their deeds, as the proverb says. Hence the students will no doubt soon get on without the philosophy taught at their university, just as those who are not university men managed to do without it already. This can be tested from one's own experience. In my student days, for example, I found the university philosophers very ordinary men indeed, who had collected together a few conclusions from the other sciences, and in their leisure hours read the newspapers and went to concerts. They were treated by their academic colleagues with politely veiled contempt. They had the reputation of knowing very little, but of never being at a loss for obscure expressions to conceal their ignorance. They had a preference for those obscure regions where a man could not walk long with clear vision. One said of the natural sciences, "Not one of them can fully explain to me the origin of matter. Then what do I care about them all?" Another said of history, "It tells nothing new to the man with ideas." In fact, they always found reasons for its being more philosophical to know nothing than to learn anything. If they let themselves be drawn to learn, a secret instinct made them fly from the actual sciences and found a dim kingdom amid their gaps and uncertainties. They led the way in the sciences in the sense that the quarry leads the way for the hunters who are behind him. Recently they have amused themselves with asserting they are merely the watchers on the frontier of the sciences. The Kantian doctrine is of use to them here, and they industriously build up an empty scepticism on it, of which in a short time nobody will take any more notice. Here and there one will rise to a little metaphysic of his own, with the general accompaniment of headaches and giddiness and bleeding at the nose. After the usual ill success of their voyages into the clouds and the mist, some hard-headed young student of the real sciences will pluck them down by the skirts, and their faces will assume the expression now habitual to them of offended dignity at being found out. They have lost their happy confidence, and not one of them will venture a step further for the sake of his philosophy. Some used to believe they could find out new religions or reinstate old ones by their systems. They have given up such pretensions now, and have become mostly mild, muddled folk, with no Lucretian boldness, but merely some spiteful complaints of the dead weight that lies on the intellects of mankind. No one can even learn logic from them now, and their obvious knowledge of their own powers has made them discontinue the dialectical disputations common in the old days. There is much more care and modesty, logic and inventiveness, in a word, more philosophical method in the work of the special sciences than in the so-called philosophy, and everyone will agree with the temperate words of Bagehot on the present system builders. Unproved abstract principles without number have been eagerly caught up by sanguine men, and then carefully spun out into books and theories which were to explain the whole world. But the world goes clear against these abstractions, and it must do so as they require it to go in antagonistic directions. The mass of a system attracts the young and impresses the unwary, but cultivated people are very dubious about it. They are ready to receive hints and suggestions, and the smallest real truth is ever welcome. But a large book of deductive philosophy is much to be suspected. Who is not almost sure beforehand that the premises will contain a strange mixture of truth and error, and therefore that it will not be worthwhile to spend life in reasoning over their consequences? The philosophers, especially in Germany, used to sink into such a state of abstraction that they were in continual danger of running their heads against a beam. But there is a whole herd of Laputan flappers about them to give them in time a gentle stroke on their eyes or anywhere else. Sometimes the blows are too hard, and then these scorners of earth forget themselves and strike back, but the victim always escapes them. "Fool, you do not see the beam," says the flapper, and often the philosopher does see the beam and calms down. These flappers are the natural sciences and history. Little by little they have so overawed the German dreamcraft, which has long taken the place of philosophy, that the dreamer would be only too glad to give up the attempt to run alone. But when they unexpectedly fall into the other's arms, or try to put leading strings on them that they may be led themselves, those others flap as terribly as they can, as if they would say, "This is all that is wanting, that a philosophaster like this should lay his impure hands on us, the natural sciences and history. Away with him." Then they start back, knowing not where to turn or to ask the way. They wanted to have a little physical knowledge at their back, possibly in the form of empirical psychology, like the Herbartians, or perhaps a little history, and then they could at least make a public show of behaving scientifically, although in their hearts they may wish all philosophy and all science at the devil. But granted that this herd of bad philosophers is ridiculous, and who will deny it, how far are they also harmful? They are harmful just because they make philosophy ridiculous. As long as this imitation thinking continues to be recognized by the state, the lasting effect of a true philosophy will be destroyed or at any rate circumscribed. Nothing does this so well as the curse of ridicule that the representatives of the great cause have drawn on them, for it attacks that cause itself. And so I think it will encourage culture to deprive philosophy of its political and academic standing, and relieve state and university of the task, impossible for them, of deciding between true and false philosophy. Let the philosophers run wild. Forbid them any thoughts of office or civic position, hold them out no more bribes, nay, rather persecute them and treat them ill. You will see a wonderful result. They will flee in terror and seek a roof where they can, these poor phantasms. One will become a parson, another a schoolmaster, another will creep into an editorship, another write school books for young ladies' colleges. The wisest of them will plough the fields, the vainest go to court. Everything will be left suddenly empty, the birds flown, for it is easy to get rid of bad philosophers. One only has to cease paying them. And that is a better plan than the open patronage of any philosophy, whatever it be, for state reasons. The state has never any concern with truth, but only with the truth useful to it, or rather with anything that is useful to it, be it truth, half-truth, or error. A coalition between state and philosophy has only meaning when the latter can promise to be unconditionally useful to the state, to put its well-being higher than truth. It would certainly be a noble thing for the state to have truth as a paid servant, but it knows well enough that it is the essence of truth to be paid nothing and serve nothing. So the state servant turns out to be merely false truth, a masked actor who cannot perform the office required from the real truth, the affirmation of the state's worth and sanctity. When a medieval prince wished to be crowned by the Pope, but could not get him to consent, he appointed an anti-pope to do the business for him. This may serve up to a certain point, but not when the modern state appoints an anti-philosophy to legitimize it, for it has true philosophy against it just as much as before, or even more so. I believe in all seriousness that it is to the state's advantage to have nothing further to do with philosophy, to demand nothing from it and let it go its own way as much as possible. Without this indifferent attitude, philosophy may become dangerous and oppressive, and will have to be persecuted. The only interest the state can have in the university lies in the training of obedient and useful citizens, and it should hesitate to put this obedience and usefulness in doubt by demanding an examination in philosophy from the young men. To make a bogey of philosophy may be an excellent way to frighten the idle and incompetent from its study, but this advantage is not enough to counterbalance the danger that this kind of compulsion may arouse from the side of the more reckless and turbulent spirits. They learn to know about forbidden books, begin to criticize their teachers, and finally come to understand the object of university philosophy and its examinations, not to speak of the doubts that may be fostered in the minds of young theologians, as a consequence of which They are beginning to be extinct in Germany, like the ibexes in the Tyrol. I know the objections that the state could bring against all this, as long as the lovely Hegel corn was yellowing in all the fields. But now that hail has destroyed the crop and all men's hopes of it, now that nothing has been fulfilled and all the barns are empty, there are no more objections to be made, but rather rejections of philosophy itself. The state has now the power of rejection. In Hegel's time, it only wished the habit, and that makes a great difference. The state needs no more the sanction of philosophy, and philosophy has thus become superfluous to it. It will find advantage in ceasing to maintain its professors, or, as I think will soon happen, in merely pretending to maintain them. But it is of still greater importance that the university should see the benefit of this as well. At least I believe the real sciences must see that their interest lies in freeing themselves from all contact with sham science. And further, the reputation of the universities hangs too much in the balance for them not to welcome a severance from methods that are thought little of even in academic circles. The outer world has good reason for its widespread contempt of universities. They are reproached with being cowardly, the small fearing the great, and the great fearing public opinion. It is said that they do not lead the higher thought of the age, but hobble slowly behind it, and cleave no longer to the fundamental ideas of the recognized sciences. Grammar, for example, is studied more diligently than ever, without anyone seeing the necessity of a rigorous training in speech and writing. The gates of Indian antiquity are being opened, and the scholars have no more idea of the most imperishable works of the Indians, their philosophies, than a beast has of playing the harp. Though Schopenhauer thinks that the acquaintance with Indian philosophy is one of the greatest advantages possessed by our century. Classical antiquity is the favourite playground nowadays, and its effect is no longer classical and formative, as is shown by the students, who are certainly no models for imitation. Where is now the spirit of Friedrich August Wolff to be found, of whom Franz Passau could say that he seemed a loyal and humanistic spirit with force enough to set half the world aflame? Instead of that, a journalistic spirit is arising in the university, often under the name of philosophy. The smooth delivery, the very cosmetics of speech, with Faust and Nathan the Wise forever on the lips, the accent and the outlook of our worst literary magazines, and more recently much chatter about our holy German music, and the demand for lectures on Schiller and Goethe, all this is a sign that the university spirit is beginning to be confused with the spirit of the age. Thus, the establishment of a higher tribunal outside the universities to protect and criticize them with regard to culture would seem a most valuable thing, and as soon as philosophy can sever itself from the universities and be purified from every unworthy motive or hypocrisy, it will be able to become such a tribunal. It will do its work without state help in money or honours, free from the spirit of the age as well as from any fear of it, being in fact the judge, as Schopenhauer was, of the so-called culture surrounding it. And in this way, the philosopher can also be useful to the university by refusing to be a part of it, but criticizing it from afar. Distance will lend dignity. But after all, what does the life of a state or the progress of universities matter in comparison with the life of philosophy on earth? For, to say quite frankly what I mean, it is infinitely more important that a philosopher should arise on the earth than that a state or a university should continue. The dignity of philosophy may rise in proportion as the submission to public opinion and the danger to liberty increase. It was at its highest during the convulsions marking the fall of the Roman Republic, and in the time of the Empire, when the names of both philosophy and history became ingrata principibus nomina. Brutus shows its dignity better than Plato. His was a time when ethics ceased to have commonplaces. Philosophy is not much regarded now, and we may well ask why no great soldier or statesman has taken it up. and the answer is that a thin phantom has met him under the name of philosophy, the cautious wisdom of the learned professor. And philosophy has soon come to seem ridiculous to him. It ought to have seemed terrible, and men who are called to authority should know the heroic power that has its source there. An American may tell them what a centre of mighty forces a great thinker can prove on this earth. Beware when the great God lets loose a thinker on this planet, says Emerson. Then all things are at risk. It is as when a conflagration has broken out in a great city, and no man knows what is safe or where it will end. There is not a piece of science but its flank may be turned tomorrow. There is not any literary reputation, not the so-called eternal names of fame, that may not be revised and condemned. The things which are dear to men at this hour are so on account of the ideas which have emerged on their mental horizon, and which cause the present order of things as a tree bears its apples. A new degree of culture would instantly revolutionize the entire system of human pursuits. If such thinkers are dangerous, it is clear why our university thinkers are not dangerous, for their thoughts bloom as peacefully in the shade of tradition as ever tree bore its apples. They do not frighten, they carry away no gates of Gaza, and to all their little contemplations one may make the answer of Diogenes when a certain philosopher was praised. What great result has he to show, who has so long practised philosophy and yet has hurt nobody? Yes, the university philosophy should have on its monument, "It has hurt nobody." But this is rather the praise one gives to an old woman than to a goddess of truth, and it is not surprising that those who know the goddess only as an old woman are the less men for that, and are naturally neglected by the real men of power. If this be the case in our time, the dignity of philosophy is trodden in the mire, and she seems herself to have become ridiculous or insignificant. All her true friends are bound to bear witness against this transformation, at least to show that it is merely her false servants in philosophers' clothing who are so. Or better, they must prove by their own deed that the love of truth has itself awe and power. Schopenhauer proved this and will continue to prove it more and more. Michael Luntz was reading Schopenhauer as Educator by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Adrian Collins. On the Use and Abuse of History for Life by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Ian Johnston, read by Michael Luntz. Preface. Incidentally, I despise everything which merely instructs me without increasing or immediately enlivening my activity. These are Goethe's words. With them, as with a heartfelt expression of ceterum censeo, our consideration of the worth and the worthlessness of history may begin. For this work is to set down why, in the spirit of Goethe's words, we must in all seriousness despise instruction without vitality, knowledge which enervates activity, and history as an expensive surplus of knowledge and a luxury, because we still lack what is still most essential to us, and because what is superfluous is hostile to what is essential. To be sure, we need history, but we need it in a manner different from the way in which the spoilt idler in the garden of knowledge uses it, no matter how elegantly he may look down on our coarse and graceless needs and distresses. That is, we need it for life and for action, not for a comfortable turning away from life and from action, or for merely glossing over the egotistical life and the cowardly bad act. We wish to serve history only in so far as it serves living. But there is a degree of doing history and valuing it through which life atrophies and degenerates. To bring this phenomenon to light as a remarkable symptom of our time is now every bit as necessary as it may be painful. I have tried to describe a feeling which has often enough tormented me. I take my revenge on this feeling when I expose it to the general public. Perhaps with such a description, someone or other will have reason to point out to me that he also knows this sensation, but that I have not felt it with sufficient purity and naturalness, and definitely have not expressed myself with the appropriate certainty and mature experience. Perhaps one or two will respond in this way. However, most people will tell me that this feeling is totally wrong, unnatural, abominable, and absolutely forbidden, that with it, in fact, I have shown myself unworthy of the powerful historical tendency of the times, as it has been by common knowledge observed for the past 2 generations, particularly among the Germans. Whatever the reaction, now that I dare to expose myself with this natural description of my feeling, common decency will be fostered rather than shamed, because I am providing an opportunity for many people to make polite pronouncements about a contemporary trend, like the one just mentioned. Moreover, I obtain for myself something of even more value to me than respectability. I become publicly instructed and set straight about our times. This essay is also out of touch with the times, because here I am trying for once to see as a contemporary disgrace, infirmity and defect, something of which our age is justifiably proud, its historical culture. For I believe, in fact, that we are all suffering from a consumptive historical fever, and at least should recognize that we are afflicted with it. If Goethe, with good reason, said that with our virtues we simultaneously cultivate our faults as well, and if, as everyone knows, our hypertrophic virtue, as the historical sense of our age appears to me to be, can serve to destroy a people just as well as a hypertrophic vice, then people may make allowance for me just this once. Also, in my defence, I should not conceal the fact that the experiences which aroused in me these feelings of torment have derived for the most part from myself, and from others only for the purpose of comparison, and that, insofar as I am a student of more ancient times, particularly the Greeks, I come as a child of these present times to such anachronistic experiences concerning myself. But I must be allowed to ascribe this much to myself on account of my profession as a classical philologist, for I would not know what sense classical philology would have in our age, unless it is to be effective by its inappropriateness for the times, that is, in opposition to the age, thus working on the age, and, we hope, for the benefit of a coming time. 1. Observe the herd which is grazing beside you. It does not know what yesterday or today is. It springs around, eats, rests, digests, jumps up again, and so from morning to night, and from day to day, with its likes and dislikes closely tied to the peg of the moment, and thus is neither melancholy nor weary. To witness this is difficult for man, because he boasts to himself that his human condition is better than the beast's, and yet looks with jealousy at its happiness. For he wishes only to live like the beast, neither weary with things nor in pain, and yet he wants it in vain, because he does not desire it as the animal does. One day the man demands of the beast, "Why do you not talk to me about your happiness and only gaze at me?" The beast wants to answer, too, and say, "That comes about because I always immediately forget what I wanted to say." But by then the beast has already forgotten this reply and remains silent, so that the man keeps on wondering about it. But he also wonders about himself, that he is not able to learn to forget, and that he always hangs on to the past. No matter how far or how fast he may run, the chain runs with him. It is something amazing. The moment, in one sudden motion there, in one sudden motion gone, before nothing, afterwards nothing, nevertheless comes back again as a ghost and disturbs the tranquillity of a later moment. A leaf is continuously released from the roll of time, falls out, flutters away, and suddenly flutters back again into the man's lap. The man says, "I remember," and envies the beast, which immediately forgets and sees each moment really perish, sink back in cloud and night, and vanish forever. In this way the beast lives unhistorically, for it goes into the present like a number without any odd fraction left over. It does not know how to play a part, hides nothing, and appears in each moment exactly and entirely what it is. Thus, a beast can be nothing other than honest. The human being, by contrast, braces himself against the large and ever-increasing burden of the past, which pushes him down or bows him over. It makes his way difficult like an invisible and dark weight, which he can, for appearance's sake, at some point deny, and which he is only too happy to deny in his interactions with his peers in order to awaken their envy. And so it moves him, as if he imagined a lost paradise, to see the grazing herd, or, something more closely familiar, the child, which does not yet have a past to deny, and plays in blissful blindness between the fences of the past and future. Nonetheless, this game must be upset for the child. It will be summoned all too soon out of its forgetfulness, for it learns to understand the expression "it was," that password with which struggle, suffering, and weariness come over human beings, so as to remind him what his existence basically is, a past tense that is never over and done with. If death finally brings the longed-for forgetting, nevertheless in the process, at the same moment it destroys the present and life, and thus impresses its seal on that knowledge that existence is only an uninterrupted living in the past, gewesen sein, something which exists for the purpose of self-denial, self-destruction, and self-contradiction. If happiness, or a reaching out for new happiness, is in some sense or other what holds the living person onto life and pushes him forward into continued living, then perhaps no philosopher has more justification than the cynic. For the happiness of the beast, like that of the complete cynic, is the living proof of the rightness of cynicism. The smallest happiness, if only it is uninterrupted and makes one happy, is incomparably more happiness than the greatest, which comes only as an episode, as a mood, so to speak, as an amazing interruption between nothing but boredom, desire, and deprivation. However, with the smallest and with the greatest happiness, there is always one way in which happiness becomes happiness, through the ability to forget, or, to express the matter in a more scholarly fashion, through the capacity, for as long as the happiness lasts, to sense things unhistorically. Anyone who cannot set himself down on the crest of the moment, forgetting everything from the past, who is not capable of standing on a single point like a goddess of victory without dizziness and fear, will never know what happiness is, and even worse, he will never do anything to make other people happy. Imagine the most extreme example, a person who did not possess the power of forgetting at all, who would be condemned to see everywhere a coming into being. Such a person no longer believes in his own being, no longer believes in himself, sees everything in moving points flowing out of each other, and loses himself in this stream of becoming. He will, like the true pupil of Heraclitus, finally hardly dare any more to lift his finger. Forgetting belongs to all action, just as not only light but also darkness belong in the life of all organic things. A person who wanted to feel utterly and only historically would be like someone who had been forced to abstain from sleep, or like the beast that is to continue its life only from rumination, to constantly repeated rumination. Moreover, it is possible to live almost without remembering, indeed, to live happily, as the beast demonstrates. However, it is completely and utterly impossible to live at all without forgetting. Or, to explain myself even more simply concerning my thesis, there is a degree of insomnia, of rumination, of the historical sense, through which something living comes to harm and finally perishes, whether it is a person, or a people, or a culture. In order to determine this degree of history, and through that the borderline at which the past must be forgotten if it is not to become the grave digger of the present, we would have to know precisely how great the plastic force of a person, a people, or a culture is. I mean that force of growing in a different way out of oneself, of reshaping and incorporating the past and the foreign, of healing wounds, compensating for what has been lost, rebuilding shattered forms out of oneself. There are people who possess so little of this force that they bleed to death incurably from a single experience, a single pain, often even from a single tender injustice, as from a really small bloody scratch. On the other hand, there are people whom the wildest and most horrific accidents in life, and even actions of their own wickedness, injure so little that right in the middle of these experiences, or shortly after, they bring the issue to a reasonable state of well-being and a sort of quiet conscience. The stronger the roots which the innermost nature of a person has, the more he will appropriate or forcibly take from the past. And if we were to imagine the most powerful and most immense nature, then we would recognize there that for it there would be no frontier at all over which the historical sense would be able to grow or cause damage. Everything in the past, in its own and in the most alien, this nature would draw upon, take it into itself, and, as it were, transform into blood. What such a nature does not subjugate, it knows how to forget. It is there no more. The horizon is closed and complete, and nothing can recall that there still are men, passions, doctrines, and purposes beyond it. And this is a general principle. Each living being can become healthy, strong, and fertile only within a horizon. If it is incapable of drawing a horizon around itself, and too egotistical to enclose its own view within an alien one, then it wastes away there, pale or weary, to an early death. Cheerfulness, good conscience, joyful action, trust in what is to come, all these depend, with the individual as with a people, on the following facts. That there is a line which divides what is observable and bright from what is unilluminated and dark. That we know how to forget at the right time, just as well as we remember at the right time. That we feel with powerful instinct the time when we must perceive historically and when unhistorically. This is the specific principle which the reader is invited to consider. That for the health of a single individual, a people, and a culture, the unhistorical and the historical are equally essential. Now, at this point, everyone makes the initial observation that a person's historical knowledge and feeling can be very limited, his horizon hemmed in like that of an inhabitant of an alpine valley. In every judgment he might set down an injustice, and in every experience he may mistakenly assume he was the first to have it. And nevertheless, in spite of all injustice and every mistake, he stands there in invincible health and vigour, and fills every eye with joy, while close beside him the far more just and scholarly person grows ill and collapses, because the lines of his horizon are always being shifted about restlessly once again, because he cannot wriggle out of the much softer nets of his justices and truths to strong willing and desiring. By contrast, we saw the beast, which is completely unhistorical and which lives almost in the middle of a sort of horizon of points, and yet which exists with a certain happiness, at least without weariness and pretense. Thus we will have to assess the capacity of being able to feel to a certain degree unhistorically as more important and more basic, to the extent that in it lies the foundation above which something right, healthy and great, something truly human, can generally first grow. The unhistorical is like an enveloping atmosphere in which alone life generates itself, only to disappear again with the destruction of this atmosphere. The truth is that in the process by which the human being, in thinking, reflecting, comparing, separating and combining, first limits that unhistorical element, the process by which inside that surrounding misty cloud a bright gleaming beam of light first arises, only then, through the power of using the past for living and making history again out of what has happened, does a person first become a person. But in an excess of history, the human being stops once more, and without that cover of the unhistorical, he would never have started and dared to start. Where do the actions occur which human beings are capable of doing without previously having gone into that misty patch of the unhistorical? Or to set pictures to one side and to grasp an example for illustration, imagine a man whom a violent passion for a woman or for a great idea shakes up and draws forward. How his world is changed for him. Looking backwards, he feels blind. Listening to the side, he hears the strangeness, like a dull sound, empty of meaning. What he is generally aware of, he has never yet perceived as so true, so perceptibly close, coloured, resounding, illuminated, as if he is comprehending with all the senses simultaneously. All his estimates of worth are altered and devalued. He is unable any longer to value so many things because he can hardly feel them any more. He asks himself whether he has been the fool of strange words and strange opinions all this time. He is surprised that his memory turns tirelessly in a circle, but is nevertheless too weak and tired just to make a single leap out of this circle. It is the most unjust condition of the world, narrow, thankless with respect to the past, blind to dangers, deaf to warnings, a small living vortex in a dead sea of night and forgetting. Nevertheless, this condition, unhistorical, thoroughly anti-historical, is the birthing womb not only of an unjust deed, but even more of every just deed. And no artist would achieve his picture, no field marshal his victory, and no people its freedom, without previously having desired and striven for them in that sort of unhistorical condition. As the active person, according to what Goethe said, is always without conscience, so he is also always without knowledge. He forgets most things in order to do one thing. He is unjust towards what lies behind him and knows only one right, the right of what is to come into being now. So every active person loves his deed infinitely more than it deserves to be loved, and the best deeds happen in such an excess of love that they would certainly have to be unworthy of this love, even if their worth were otherwise incalculably great. Should a person be in a position to sniff out and catch the fragrance in many examples of this unhistorical atmosphere, in which every great historical event has arisen, then such a person might perhaps be able, as a knowledgeable being, to elevate himself to a super-historical standpoint, in the way Niebuhr once described it as a possible result of historical observations. In one thing at least, he says, is history, clearly and thoroughly grasped, useful, the fact that one knows, as even the greatest and highest spirits of our human race do not know, how their eyes have acquired by chance the way in which they see, and the way in which they forcefully demand that everyone see, forcefully, that is, because the intensity of their awareness is particularly great. Someone who has not, through many illustrations, precisely determined, known, and grasped this point, is overthrown by the appearance of a mighty spirit who in a given shape presents the highest form of passionate dedication. We could call such a standpoint super-historical, because a person who assumes such a stance could feel no more temptation to continue living and to participate in history, since he would have recognized the single condition of every event, that blindness and injustice in the soul of the man of action. He himself would have been cured from now on of still taking history excessively seriously. But he would have learned, for every person and for every experience, among the Greeks or Turks, from a moment of the 1st or of the 19th century, to answer for himself the questions how and why people lived. Anyone who asks his acquaintances whether they would like to live through the last 10 or 20 years over again will easily perceive which of them has been previously educated for that super-historical point of view, for they will probably all answer no, but they will substantiate that no differently. Some of them perhaps with the hope, but the next 20 years will be better. Those are the ones of whom David Hume mockingly says, and from the dregs of life hope to receive what the first sprightly running could not give. We wish to call these the historical people. The glance into the past pushes them into the future, fires their spirit to take up life for a longer time yet, kindles the hope that justice may still come and that happiness sits behind the mountain up which they are tramping. These historical people believe that the meaning of existence will come increasingly to light in the course of its own process. Therefore they look backwards only to understand the present by considering the previous process and to learn to desire the future more keenly. In spite of all their history, they do not understand at all how unhistorically they think and act, and also how their concern with history stands not in service to pure knowledge, but to living. But that question, whose first answer we have heard, can be answered again in a different way, that is, once more with a no, but with a no that has a different grounding. The denial comes from the super-historical person, who does not see salvation in the process, and for whom the world is much more complete and has attained its end in every single moment. What could 10 new years teach that the past 10 years have not been able to teach? Now, whether the meaning of the theory is happiness or resignation or virtue or repentance, on that issue the super-historical people have never been united. But contrary to all the historical ways of considering the past, they do come to full unanimity on the following principle. The past and the present are one and the same, that is, in all their multiplicity typically identical, and as unchanging types everywhere and always present, they are a motionless picture of immutable values and an eternally similar meaning. Just as the hundreds of different languages correspond to the same typically permanent needs of people, so that someone who understood these needs could learn nothing new from all the languages, in the same way the super-historical thinker illuminates for himself all the histories of people and of individuals from within, guessing like a clairvoyant the original sense of the different hieroglyphics, and gradually even growing tired, avoiding the constantly new streams of written signals streaming forth. For in the endless excess of what is happening, how is he not to reach saturation, supersaturation, and yes, even revulsion? So that the most daring one is perhaps finally ready, with Giacomo Leopardi, to say to his heart, "Nothing lives which would be worthy of your striving, and the earth deserves not a sigh. Pain and boredom is our being, and the world is excrement, nothing else. Calm yourself." However, let us leave the super-historical people to their revulsion and their wisdom. Today, for once, we much prefer to become joyful in our hearts with our lack of wisdom, and to make the day a good one for ourselves as active and progressive people, as those who revere the process. Let our evaluation of the historical be only a Western bias, if only from within this bias we at least move forward and do not remain still. If only we always just learn better to carry on history for the purposes of living. For we wish happily to concede that the super-historical people possess more wisdom than we do, if only, that is, we may be confident that we possess more life than they do. For in this way, at any rate, our lack of wisdom will have more of a future than their wisdom. Moreover, so as to remove the slightest doubt about the meaning of this contrast between living and wisdom, I wish to reinforce my argument with a method well established from time immemorial. I will immediately establish a few theses. A historical phenomenon, purely and completely known and resolved into an object of knowledge, is, for the person who has recognized it, dead. For in it that person has perceived the delusion, the injustice, the blind passion, and in general the entire dark temporal horizon of that phenomenon, and at the same time, in the process, he perceives its historical power. This power has now become for him, as a knower, powerless, but perhaps not yet for him as a living person. History, conceived as pure science, once it became sovereign, would be a kind of conclusion to living and a final reckoning for humanity. The historical culture, by contrast, is something healthy, which bodes well for the future only when it comes with a powerful new stream of life, a developing culture, for example, and thus only at those times when it is ruled and led on by a higher power and does not itself govern and lead. Insofar as history stands in the service of life, it stands in the service of an unhistorical power, and will, therefore, in this subordinate position, never be able to, and should never be able to, become pure science, the way mathematics is, for example. However, the problem to what degree living generally requires the services of history is one of the most important questions and concerns with respect to the health of a human being, a people, or a culture. For with a certain excess of history, living crumbles away and degenerates, and through this decay, history itself also finally degenerates. 2. However, the fact that living requires the services of history must be understood just as clearly as the principle, which will be demonstrated later, that an excess of history harms the living person. In 3 respects, history belongs to the living person. It belongs to him as an active and striving person. It belongs to him as a person who preserves and reveres. It belongs to him as a suffering person in need of emancipation. This trinity of relationships corresponds to a trinity of methods for history, to the extent that one may make the distinctions: a monumental method, an antiquarian method, and a critical method. History belongs, above all, to the active and powerful man, the one who fights a great battle, who leads the exemplary men, teachers, and comforters, and cannot find them among his contemporary companions. That is the way history belonged to Schiller. For our age is so bad, said Goethe, that the poet no longer encounters any useful nature in the human life surrounding him. In considering the active men, Polybius, for example, calls political history the right preparation for ruling a state, and the most outstanding teacher something which, through the memory of other people's accidents, advises us to bear changes in fortune with resolution. Anyone who has learned to recognize the sense of history in this way must get annoyed to see inquisitive travellers or painstaking micrologists clambering all over the pyramids of the great things of the past. There, in the place where he finds the stimulation to imitate and to make things better, he does not wish to come across an idler who prowls around, greedy for distraction or sensation, as if among the heaped-up art treasures of a gallery. In order not to despair and feel disgust in the midst of weak and hopeless idlers, surrounded by apparently active, but really only agitated and fidgeting companions, the active man looks behind him and interrupts the path to his goal to take a momentary deep breath. His purpose is some happiness or other, perhaps not his own, often that of a people or of humanity collectively. He runs back away from resignation and uses history as a way of fighting resignation. For the most part, no reward beckons him on other than fame, that is, becoming a candidate for an honoured place in the temple of history, where he himself can be, in his turn, a teacher, consoler, and adviser for those who come later. For his orders state, "Whatever once was able to expand the idea of human being and to satisfy it more beautifully must constantly be present in order that it remain eternally possible. That the great moments in the struggle of single individuals make up a chain, that in them a range of mountains of humanity are joined over thousands of years, that, for me, the loftiest thing of such a moment from the distant past is still vital, bright, and great. That is the basic idea of the faith in humanity which expresses itself in the demand for a monumental history. However, with this very demand that greatness should be eternal, there is ignited the most dreadful struggle. For everything else still living cries out, no. The monumental should not be created. That is the opposition's slogan. The dull habit, the small and the base, filling all corners of the world, like a heavy atmosphere clouding around everything great, casts itself as a barrier, deceiving, dampening and suffocating along the road which greatness has to go towards immortality. This way, however, leads through human brains, through the brains of anxious and short-lived animals who always come back to the same needs and who with difficulty fend off their destruction for a little while. For as a first priority they want only one thing, to live at any price. Who might suppose among them that difficult torch race of monumental history through which alone greatness lives once more? Nevertheless, a few of them always wake up again, those who, by a look back at past greatness and strengthened by their observation, feel so blessed as if the life of human beings is a beautiful thing, as if it is indeed the most beautiful fruit of this bitter plant, to know that in earlier times one man once went through this existence proud and strong, another with profundity, a third with pity and a desire to help, all, however, leaving behind one teaching, that the person lives most beautifully who does not think about existence. If the common man considers this time span with such melancholy seriousness and longing, those men on their way to immortality and to monumental history knew how to treat things with an Olympian laughter, or at least to a lofty scorn. Often they climbed with irony into their graves, for what was there of them to bury? Surely only what had always impressed them as cinders, garbage, vanity, animality, and what now sinks into oblivion long after it was exposed to their contempt. But one thing will live on, the monogram of their most essential individual essence, a work, a deed, an uncommon inspiration, a creation. That will live, because no later world can do without it. In this most blissful form, fame is indeed something more than the dearest piece of our amour propre, as Schopenhauer has called it. It is the belief in the unity and continuity of the greatness of all times. It is a protest against the changes of the generations and against transience. Now, what purpose is served for contemporary man by the monumental consideration of the past, by busying himself with the classical and rare person of earlier times? He derives from the fact that the greatness which was once there, at all events once was possible, and therefore really will be possible once again. He goes along his path more bravely, For now the doubt which falls over him in weaker hours, that he might perhaps be wishing for the impossible, is beaten back from the field. Let us assume that somebody believes it would take no more than 100 productive men, effective people, brought up in a new spirit, to get rid of what has become culturally fashionable in Germany right now. How must it strengthen him to perceive that the culture of the Renaissance raised itself on the shoulders of such a crowd of 100 men? Nevertheless, to learn right away something new from the same example, how fleeting and weak, how imprecise that comparison would be. If the comparison is to carry out that powerful effect, how much of the difference must be missed in the process? How forcefully must the individuality of the past be wrenched into a general shape with all its sharp corners and angles broken off for the sake of the correspondence? In fact, basically something that once was possible could appear possible a second time only if the Pythagoreans were correct in thinking that with the same constellations of the celestial bodies, the same phenomenon on the earth also had to repeat itself, even in small single particulars, so that when the stars have a certain position relative to each other, a Stoic and an Epicurean will, in an eternal recurrence, unite and assassinate Caesar, and, with another stellar position, Columbus will eternally rediscover America. Only if the earth were always to begin its theatrical performance once again after the fifth act, if it were certain that the same knot of motives, the same deus ex machina, the same catastrophe returned in determined intervals, could the powerful man desire monumental history in complete iconic truthfulness, that is, each fact in its precisely described particularity and unity, and thus probably not before astronomers have once again become astrologers. Until that time, monumental history will not be able to produce that full truthfulness. It will always bring closer what is unlike, generalize, and finally make things equal. It will always tone down the difference in motives and events in order to set down the monumental effectus, effect, that is, the exemplary effect worthy of imitation at the cost of the causae, cause. Thus, because monumental history turns away as much as possible from the cause, we can call it with less exaggeration a collection of effects in themselves, of events which will have an effect on all ages. What is celebrated in folk festivals and religious or military remembrance days is essentially such an effect in itself. It is the thing which does not let the ambitious sleep, which for enterprising people lies like an amulet on the heart, but it is not the true historical interconnection between causes and effects, which, fully recognized, would only prove that never again could anything completely the same fall out in the dice throw of future contingency. As long as the soul of historical writing lies in the great driving impulses which a powerful man derives from it, as long as the past must be written about as worthy of imitation, as capable of being imitated, with the possibility of a second occurrence, history is definitely in danger of becoming somewhat altered, reinterpreted into something beautiful, and thus coming close to free poeticizing. Indeed, there are times when one cannot distinguish at all between a monumental past and a mythic fiction, because exactly the same impulses can be derived from one of those worlds as from the other. Thus, if the monumental consideration of the past rules over the other forms of analyzing it, I mean over the antiquarian and the critical methods, then the past itself suffers harm. Really large parts of it are forgotten, despised, and flow off like an uninterrupted grey flood, and only a few embellished facts raise themselves up above like islands. Something unnatural and miraculous strikes our vision of the remarkable people who become especially visible, just like the golden hits which the pupils of Pythagoras wished to attribute to their master. Monumental history deceives through its analogies. With its seductive similarities, it attracts the spirited man to daring acts and the enthusiastic man to fanaticism. If we imagine this history really in the hands and heads of talented egoists and wild crowds of evil rascals, then empires are destroyed, leaders assassinated, wars and revolutions instigated, and the number of historical effects in themselves, that is, effects without adequate causes, increased once more. So much for the reminders of the injuries which monumental history can cause among great and active people, whether they were good or evil. But look at what it brings about when the impotent and inactive empower themselves with it and use it. Let us take the simplest and most frequent example. If we imagine to ourselves uncultured and weakly cultured natures energized and armed by monumental cultural history, against whom will they now direct their weapons? Against their hereditary enemies, the strong cultural spirits, and thus against the only ones who are able to learn truly from that history, that is, for life, and to convert what they have learned into a higher practice, praxis. For them, the path will be blocked and the air darkened if people dance around a half-understood monument of some great past or other, like truly zealous idolaters, as if they wanted to state, "See, this is the true and real culture. Why concern yourself with those who are transforming themselves and wanting something new?" Apparently, this dancing swarm possesses even the privilege of good taste. For the creative person always stands at a disadvantage with respect to someone who merely looks on and does not put his own hands to work, just as, for example, the political know-it-all has always been wiser, more just, and more considerate than the ruling statesman. But if we want to transfer into the realm of art the use of plebiscites and of the numerical majority, and, as it were, require the artist to stand in his own defence before the forum of aesthetically inert types, then we can take an oath in advance that he will be condemned, not in spite of, but precisely because of the fact that his judges have solemnly proclaimed the canon of monumental art, that is, in accordance with the official explanation of art, which in all ages has had effects. Whereas for the judges all art which is not yet monumental, because it is contemporary, is always, first, unnecessary, second, without pure tendencies, and third, lacking that authority of history. On the other hand, their instinct tells them that art can be struck dead by art. The monumental is definitely not to rise up once more, and for that their instinct uses precisely what has the authority of the monumental from the past. So they are connoisseurs of art because they generally like to get rid of art. They behave as if they were doctors, while basically they are concerned with mixing poisons. Thus they develop their languages and their taste in order to explain in their discriminating way why they so persistently disapprove of all the nourishing artistic food offered to them. For they do not want greatness to arise. Their method is to say, "See, greatness is already there." In truth, this greatness that is already there is of as little concern to them as what is emerging. Of that their life bears witness. Monumental history is the theatrical costume in which they pretend that their hate for the powerful and the great of their time is a fulfilling admiration for the strong and the great of past times. In this, through disguise, they invert the real sense of that method of historical observation into its opposite. Whether they clearly know it or not, they certainly act as if their motto were, "Let the dead bury the living." Each of the three existing types of history is right only for a single soil and a single climate. On every other one it grows up into a destructive weed. If a man who wants to create greatness uses the past at all, then he will empower himself through monumental history. On the other hand, the man who wishes to emphasize what is customary and what is traditionally valued cultivates the past as an antiquarian historian. Only the man whose breast is oppressed by a present need and who wants to cast off his load at any price has a need for critical history, that is, history which sits in judgment and passes judgment. From the thoughtless transplanting of growing things stem many ills. The critical man without need, the antiquarian without reverence, and the authority on greatness without the ability for greatness are the sort who turn into weeds, estranged from their natural Mother Earth, and therefore into degenerate growths. 3. History belongs secondly to the man who preserves and honours, to the person who with faith and love looks back in the direction from which he has come, where he has been. Through this reverence he, as it were, gives thanks for his existence. While he nurtures with a gentle hand what has stood from time immemorial, he wants to preserve the conditions under which he came into existence for those who are to come after him. And so he serves life. The possession of his ancestors' household goods changes the ideas in such a soul, for those goods are far more likely to take possession of his soul. The small, limited, crumbling and archaic keep their own worth and integrity, because the conserving and honouring soul of the antiquarian person settles on these things, and there prepares for itself a secret nest. The history of his city becomes for him the history of his own self. He understands the walls, the turreted gate, the dictate of the city council, and the folk festival like an illustrated diary of his youth, and he rediscovers for himself in all this his force, his purpose, his passion, his opinion, his foolishness, and his bad habits. He says to himself, "Here one could live, for here one can live, and here one will be able to go on living, because we are tenacious and do not collapse overnight." Thus, with this "we," he looks back over the amazing past lives of individuals and feels himself as the spirit of the house, the family, and the city. From time to time he personally greets from the distant, obscure, and confused centuries the soul of his people as his own soul. Feeling his way back, having a premonition of things, a scent of almost lost tracks, an instinctively correct reading even of a past which has been written over, a swift understanding of the erased and reused parchments which have, in fact, been erased and written over many times. These are his gifts and his virtues. With them stands Goethe in front of the memorial to Erwin von Steinbach. In the storm of his feeling, the veil of the historical cloud spread out between them was torn apart. He saw again the German work for the first time, appearing out of the strong, rough German soul. Such a sense and attraction led the Italians of the Renaissance and reawaken in their poets the old Italian genius poets to a wonderfully renewed sound of the ancient lyre, as Jacob Burckhardt says. But that antiquarian historical sense of reverence has the highest value when it infuses into the modest, raw, even meagre conditions in which an individual or a people live a simple, moving feeling of pleasure and satisfaction, in the way, for example, Niebuhr admits with honest sincerity he could live happily on moor and heath among free farmers who have a history without missing art. How could history better serve living than by the fact that it thus links the less favoured races and populations to their home region and home traditions, keeps them settled there, and prevents them from roaming around in foreign places looking for something better and, in search of that, fighting competitive wars? Sometimes it seems as if it is an obstinacy and lack of understanding which keeps individuals, as it were, screwed tight to these companions and surroundings, to this arduous daily routine, to these bare mountain ridges. But it is the most healthy lack of understanding, the most beneficial to the community, as anyone knows who has clearly experienced the frightening effects of an adventurous desire to wander away, sometimes even among entire hordes of people, or who sees close up the condition of a people which has lost faith in its ancient history and has fallen into a restless cosmopolitan choice and a constant search for novelty after novelty. The opposite feeling, the sense of well-being of a tree for its roots, the happiness to know oneself in a manner not entirely arbitrary and accidental, but as someone who has grown out of a past, as an heir, flower and fruit, and thus to have one's existence excused, indeed justified. This is what people nowadays lovingly describe as the real historical sense. Now, that is naturally not the condition in which a person would be most capable of dissolving the past into pure knowledge. Thus we also perceive here what we discerned in connection with monumental history, that the past itself suffers so long as history serves life and is ruled by the drive for living. To speak with some freedom through an illustration, the tree feels its roots more than it can see them. This feeling, however, measures their size by the size and strength of its visible branches. If the tree makes a mistake here, then how mistaken it will be about the entire forest around it. From that forest, the tree only knows and feels something insofar as this hinders or helps it, but not otherwise. The antiquarian sense of a person, a civic community, or an entire people always has a very highly restricted field of vision. It does not perceive most things at all, and the few things which it does perceive, it looks at far too closely and in isolation. It cannot measure it, and therefore takes everything as equally important. Thus, for the antiquarian sense, each single thing is too important, for it assigns to the things of the past no differences in value and proportions which would distinguish things from each other fairly, but always measures the mass and proportions of things only with reference to the antiquarian individual or people looking back into the past. Here there is always a very imminent danger. In the end, everything old and past, especially what still enters a field of vision, is simply taken as equally worthy of reverence. But everything which does not fit this respect for ancient things, like the new and the coming into being, is rejected and treated as hostile. So even the Greeks tolerated the hieratic style of their plastic arts alongside the free and the great styles. Indeed, they not only later tolerated the pointed noses and the frosty smiles, but even made them into an elegant fashion. When the sense of a people is hardened like this, when history serves the life of the past in such a way that it buries further living, especially higher living, when the historical sense no longer conserves life, but mummifies it, then the tree dies unnaturally, from the top gradually down to the roots, and at last even the roots are generally destroyed. Antiquarian history itself degenerates in that moment when it no longer inspires and fills with enthusiasm the fresh life of the present. Then reverence withers away. The scholarly habit lives on without it, and orbits in an egotistical and self-satisfied manner around its own centre. Then we get a glimpse of the wretched drama of a blind mania for collecting, a restless compiling together of everything that ever existed. The man envelops himself in a mouldy smell. With the antiquarian style, he manages to corrupt even a more significant talent, a nobler need, into an insatiable lust for novelty, a desire for everything really old. Often he sinks so low that he is finally satisfied with any nourishment, and takes pleasure in gobbling up even the dust of biographical rubbish. But even when this degeneration does not enter into it, when antiquarian history does not lose the basis upon which it alone can take root as a cure for living, enough dangers still constantly remain. especially if it becomes too powerful and grows over the other ways of dealing with the past. Antiquarian history knows only how to preserve life, not how to generate it. Therefore, it always undervalues what is coming into being because it has no instinctive feel for it, the way, for example, monumental history has. Thus, antiquarian history hinders the powerful willing of new things. It cripples the active man who always, as an active person, will and must set aside reverence to some extent. The fact that something has become old now gives birth to the demand that it must be immortal. For when a person reckons what every such ancient fact, an old custom of his fathers, a religious belief, an inherited political right, has undergone throughout its existence, what a sum of reverence and admiration from individuals and generations ever since, then it seems presumptuous or even criminal to replace such an antiquity with something new and to set up in opposition to such a numerous cluster of revered and admired things the single fact of what is coming into being and what is present. Here it becomes clear how often enough a third method of analyzing the past is necessary for human beings, alongside the monumental and the antiquarian, the critical method. Once again, this is in the service of living. In order to be able to live, a person must have the power and from time to time use it to break a past and to dissolve it. He manages to do this by dragging the past before the court of justice, investigating it meticulously, and finally condemning it. Every past is worthy of condemnation, for that is how it stands with human things. In them, human force and weakness have always been strong. Here it is not righteousness which sits in the judgment seat, or even less, mercy which announces judgment, but life alone, that dark, driving, insatiable, self-desiring force. Its sentence is always unmerciful, always unjust, because it never flows out of a pure spring of knowledge. But in most cases the sentence would be like that anyway, even if righteousness itself were to utter it. For everything that arises is worthy of perishing. Therefore, it would be better that nothing arose. It requires a great deal of power to be able to live and to forget just how much living and being unjust are one and the same. Luther himself once voiced the opinion that the world only came into being through the forgetfulness of God. For if God had thought about heavy artillery, he would not have made the world. From time to time, however, this same life, which uses forgetting, demands the temporary destruction of this forgetfulness. For it should be made quite clear how unjust the existence of something or other is, a right, a caste, a dynasty, for example, and how much this thing really merits destruction. For if its past is analyzed critically, then we grasp with a knife at its roots and go cruelly beyond all reverence. It is always a dangerous process that is dangerous for life itself. And people or ages serving life in this way by judging and destroying a past are always dangerous and in danger. For since we are now the products of earlier generations, we are also the products of their aberrations, passions, mistakes, even crimes. It is impossible to loose oneself from this chain entirely. When we condemn those mistakes and consider ourselves released from them, then we have not overcome the fact that we are derived from them. In the best case, we bring the matter to a conflict between our inherited customary nature and our knowledge, in fact, even to a war between a new, strict discipline and how we have been brought up, and what has been congenital to us from time immemorial. We cultivate a new habit, a new instinct, a second nature, so that the first nature atrophies. It is an attempt to give oneself, as it were, a past a posteriori, after the fact, out of which we may be descended, in opposition to the one from which we are descended, always a dangerous attempt, because it is so difficult to find a borderline to the denial of the past, and because the second natures usually are weaker than the first. Too often what remains is a case of someone who understands the good without doing it, because we also understand what is better without being able to do it. But here and there victory is nevertheless achieved, and for the competents, for those who make use of critical history for living, there is even a remarkable consolation, namely, they know that that first nature was at one time or another once a second nature, and that every victorious second nature becomes a first nature. 4. These are the services which history can carry out for living. Every person and every people, according to its goals, forces and needs, uses a certain knowledge of the past, sometimes as monumental history, sometimes as antiquarian history, and sometimes as critical history, but not as a crowd of pure thinkers merely peering at life, not as people eager for knowledge, individuals only satisfied by knowledge, for whom an increase of knowledge is the goal itself, but always only for the purpose of living, and, in addition, under the command and the highest guidance of this purpose. This is the natural relationship to history of an age, a culture, and a people. Summoned up by hunger, regulated by the degree of the need, held to limits by the plastic power within, the fact that the understanding of the past is desired at all times only to serve the future and the present, not to weaken the present, not to uproot a forceful, living future. All that is simple, as the truth is simple, and is also immediately convincing even to someone who has not first been provided a historical proof of it. And now for a quick look at our time. We are frightened and run back. Where has all the clarity gone, all the naturalness and purity of that connection between life and history? How confusedly, excessively and anxiously this problem now streams before our eyes. Does the fault lie with us, the observers, or has the constellation of life and history truly altered, because a powerful and hostile star has interposed itself between them? Other people might point out that we have seen things incorrectly. We, however, wish to state what we think we see. For it is true that such a star has come in between, an illuminating and beautiful star. The constellation has truly changed, through science, through the demand that history is to be a science. Now not only does life no longer rule and control knowledge about the past, but also all the border markings have been ripped up, and everything that used to exist has come crashing down onto people. All perspectives have also been moved as far back as there has been a coming into being, far back into the endless depths. No generation ever saw such an incalculable spectacle as is shown now by the science of universal becoming, by history. Of course, history even demonstrates this with the dangerous boldness of its motto, Fiat veritas pereat vita. Let us now picture to ourselves the spiritual result produced by this process in the soul of the modern man. Historical knowledge streams out of inexhaustible sources in on him, always renewing itself with more. Strange and disconnected things push forward. Memory opens all its gates, and is nevertheless not open wide enough. Nature strives its utmost to receive these strange guests, to arrange and honour them. But these are at war with each other, and it appears necessary to overcome and forcibly restrain them all, in order not to destroy oneself in their conflict. Habituation to such a disorderly, stormy and warring household gradually becomes a second nature, although it is immediately beyond question that this second nature is much weaker, much more restless, and entirely less healthy than the first. Modern man finally drags a huge crowd of indigestible rocks of knowledge around with him, which then occasionally audibly bang around in his body, as it says in fairy tales. Through this noise, the most characteristic property of this modern man reveals itself. The remarkable contrast between an inside to which nothing on the outside corresponds and an outside to which nothing inside corresponds, an opposition of which ancient peoples were ignorant. Knowledge, taken up to excess without hunger, even in opposition to any need, now works no longer as a motive which reshapes and has a drive towards the outside. It stays hidden in a certain chaotic inner world which that modern man describes with a strange pride as an inwardness peculiar to him. Thus, people say that we have the content and that only the form is lacking. But with respect to every living person, this is a totally improper contradiction. For that very reason, our modern culture is not something living, because it does not let itself be understood at all without that contradiction. That is, it is really no true culture, but only a way of knowing about culture. There remain in it thoughts of culture, feelings of culture, but no cultural imperatives come from it. In contrast to this, what then really motivates and moves outward into visible action often amounts to not much more than a trivial convention, a pathetic imitation, or even a crude grimace. At that point, the inner feeling is probably resting, like the snake which has swallowed an entire rabbit and then lies down contentedly still in the sunlight and avoids all movements other than the most essential. The inner process, that is now the entire business, that essentially is culture. Everyone who wanders by has only one wish, that such a culture does not collapse from indigestion. Think, for example, of a Greek going past such a culture. He would perceive that for more recent people, educated and historically educated appear to belong together, as if they were one and the same, and distinguished only by the number of words. If he talked of his own principle, that it is possible for an individual to be very educated and nevertheless not to be historically educated at all, then people would think they had not heard him correctly and shake their heads. That famous small nation from a not too distant past, I mean those very Greeks, in the period of their greatest power, protected an unhistorical sense, tenacious. A contemporary man, magically forced to return back into that world, would presumably find the Greeks very uneducated. In that reaction, of course, the secret of modern culture, so painstakingly disguised, would be exposed to public laughter. For we modern people have nothing at all which comes from us. Only because we fill and overfill ourselves with foreign ages, customs, arts, philosophies, religions, and discoveries, do we become something worthy of consideration, that is, like wandering encyclopedias, as some ancient Greek who strayed into our age would perhaps put it. However, people encounter the entire value of encyclopedias only in what is inside, in the contents, not in what is on the outside or in the binding and on the cover. Thus, all modern culture is essentially inner. The bookbinder has printed on the outside a phrase he knows by heart, something to this effect: Handbook of Inner Culture for External Barbarians. In fact, this contrast between inner and outer makes the outer even more barbaric than it would have to be if a rough people were evolving out of themselves only according to their basic needs. For what means does nature still have at its disposal to overcome the superabundance forcing itself on it? Only one means: to take it as lightly as possible in order to shove it aside again quickly and dispose of it. From that arises a habit of not taking real things seriously anymore. From that arises the weak personality, as a result of which reality, what exists, makes only an insignificant impression. Finally, on the outside, people become constantly more negligent and more comfortable and widen the disturbing gulf between content and form until they are insensitive to the barbarism, so long as the memory is always newly stimulated, so long as constantly new things worthy of knowledge flow by, which can be neatly packaged in the compartments of memory. The culture of a people, as the contrast to that barbarism, was once described, with some justice in my view, as a unity of the artistic style in all expressions of the life of the people. This description must not be misunderstood as if the issue were an opposition between barbarism and a beautiful style. The people to whom we ascribe a culture should in everything real only exist in a vital unity and not be split apart so miserably into inner and outer, into content and form. Anyone who wants to strive after and foster the culture of a people should strive after and foster this higher unity and, for the sake of a true culture, work to destroy the modern notion of being cultured. He dares to consider how the health of a people which has been disturbed by history could be restored, how a people could find its instinct once again, and with that its integrity. Now I want to speak bluntly about us Germans of the present day. It is our lot to suffer more than other people from that weakness of the personality and from the contradiction between content and form. Form is commonly accepted by us Germans as a convention, as a disguise and a pretense, and is thus, when not hated, then at any rate not loved. It would be even more just to say that we have an extraordinary anxiety about the word convention, and probably about the fact of convention as well. In this anxiety the German abandoned the French school, for he wanted to become more natural and thereby more German. Now, however, with this thereby, he seems to have made a miscalculation. Having run off away from the school of convention, he now lets himself go how and where he had the mere desire to go, and basically imitated haphazardly whatever he wanted in semi-forgetfulness of what in earlier times he imitated meticulously and often happily. Thus, measured against earlier times, even nowadays people still live according to a slipshod, incorrect French convention, as all our moving, standing, conversing, clothing and dwelling demonstrate. While people believe they are escaping back to the natural, they think only about letting themselves go, about comfort, and about the smallest possible amount of self-control. Wander through a German city. Everything is conventional compared to the particular national characteristics of foreign cities. This shows itself in negatives. All is colourless, worn out, badly copied, apathetic. Each man goes about as he wishes, but not in response to a forceful desire rich in ideas, but following the laws which the general haste, along with the general desire for comfort, establish. A piece of clothing, whose invention required no brain power, whose production took no time, an article of clothing derived from foreigners and imitated as casually as possible, instantly counts among the Germans as a contribution to German national dress. The sense of form they disavow with perfect irony, for indeed they do have the sense of the content. After all, they are the renowned people of the inward life. However, there is now a well-known danger with this inwardness. The content itself, which people assume they cannot see at all from the outside, may at some point disappear. From the outside, however, people would not notice either its absence or its earlier presence. But even if people think that, in any case, the German people are as far as possible from this danger, the foreigner will always have a certain justification when he levels the accusation at us that our inner life is too weak and unorganized to be effective on the outside and to give itself a shape. This inward life can to a rare degree well prove delicately sensitive, serious, strong and sincere, and perhaps even richer than the inner lives of other peoples. But as a totality it remains weak, because all the beautiful threads are not tied together into a powerful knot. Thus the visible act is not the total action and self-revelation of this inwardness, but only a weak or crude attempt of a few strands or other to will something whose appearance might for once pass muster as the totality. And so one cannot judge the German at all according to a single action. As an individual, he is still completely hidden after the action. As is well known, he must be measured by his thoughts and feelings, and he expresses these nowadays in his books. If only these very books did not awaken, in recent times more than ever, a doubt about whether the famous inwardness is really still sitting in its inaccessible little temple. It would be a horrible idea that one day it may have disappeared, and now the only thing still left behind is the externality, that arrogant, clumsy, and respectfully unkempt externality, as the hallmark of the German. Almost as terrible as if that inwardness, without people being able to see it, sat inside, counterfeit, coloured, painted over, and had become an actress, if not something worse, as, for example, Grillparzer, who stood on the sidelines as a quiet observer, appears to assume about his experience as a dramatist in the theatre. We feel with abstractions, he says. We hardly know any more how feeling expresses itself among our contemporaries. We let our feelings jump about in ways they no longer do nowadays. Shakespeare has destroyed everything for us moderns. This is a single example, perhaps too quickly generalized, but how fearful would his justified generalization be if the individual cases should force themselves upon the observer far too frequently? How despairingly the statement would echo, "We Germans feel with abstractions. We have all been corrupted by history." A statement which would destroy at the root every hope for a national culture still to come, for every hope of that kind grows out of the faith in the authenticity and the immediacy of German feeling, from the belief in the undamaged inner life. What is there still to be hoped for or still believed if the wellspring of believing and hoping has deteriorated, if the inner life has learned to leap about, to dance, to put on makeup, and to express itself with abstraction and calculation, and gradually to lose itself? And how is the great productive spirit still to maintain himself among a people which is no longer sure of its unified inner life, and which falls apart into sections, with a miseducated and seduced inner life among the cultured, and an inaccessible inner life among the uneducated? How is he to keep going if the unity of the people's feeling gets lost, if, in addition, he knows that the very part which calls itself the cultured portion of the people, and which arrogates to itself a right to the national artistic spirit, has false and dyed feeling? Here and there the judgment and taste of individuals may themselves have become finer and more sublimated, but that is no compensation for him. It torments the productive spirit to have to speak, as it were, only to one sect, and no longer to be necessary within his own people. Perhaps he would now sooner bury his treasure, since it disgusts him to be exquisitely patronized by one sect, while his heart is full of pity for all. The instinct of the people no longer comes to meet him. It is useless to stretch out one's arms toward it in yearning. What now still remains for him, other than to turn his enthusiastic hate against that restricting prohibition, against the barriers erected in the so-called culture of his people, in order at least as a judge to condemn what for him, the living person and the producer of life, is destruction and degradation? Thus he exchanges the deep understanding of his own fate for the divine pleasure of the Creator and Helper, and finishes up a lonely man of knowledge, a super-saturated wise man. It is the most painful spectacle. Generally, whoever sees it will recognize a holy need here. He tells himself, here it is necessary to give assistance. That higher unity in the nature and soul of a people must be established once more. That gulf between the inner and the outer must disappear again under the hammer blows of necessity. What means should he now reach for? But what remains for him now other than his deep understanding? By speaking out on this and spreading awareness of it, by sowing from his full hands, he hopes to plant a need. And out of the strong need will one day arise the strong deed. And so that I leave no doubt where I derive the example of that need, that necessity, that knowledge, here my testimony should stand explicitly, that it is German unity in that highest sense which we are striving for, and striving for more passionately than for political reunification. The unity of the German spirit and life after the destruction of the opposition of form and content, of inwardness and convention. 5. In 5 respects, the supersaturation of an age in history seems to me hostile and dangerous to life. Through such an excess, that hitherto mentioned contrast between inner and outer is produced, and in the process the personality is weakened. Through this excess, an age is caught up in the fantasy that it possesses the rarest virtue, justice, in a higher degree than any other time. Through this excess, the instincts of a people are disrupted, and the individual, no less than the totality, is hindered from developing maturely. Through this excess, the always dangerous belief in the old age of humanity takes root, the belief that we are late arrivals and epigones. Through this excess, an age attains the dangerous mood of irony about itself, and from that an even more dangerous mood of cynicism. In this, however, it increasingly ripens towards a cleverly egotistical practice, through which the forces of life are crippled and finally destroyed. And now back to our first statement. Modern man suffers from a weakened personality. Just as the Roman in the time of the Caesars became un-Roman with regard to the area of the earth standing at his disposal, as he lost himself among the foreign things streaming in and degenerated with the cosmopolitan carnival of gods, customs and arts, so matters must go with the modern person who continually allows his historical artists to prepare the celebration of a world market fair. He has become a spectator, enjoying himself and wandering around, converted into a condition in which even great wars and huge revolutions are hardly able to change anything momentarily. The war has not yet ended, and already it is transformed on printed paper 100,000 times over. It is already being promoted as the newest stimulant for the exhausted palate of those greedy for history. It appears almost impossible that a strong and full tone will be produced even by the most powerful plucking of the strings. It dies away again immediately. In the next moment it is already growing fainter, softly evaporating without force into history. To state the matter in moral terms, you do not manage to hold on to what is noble anymore. Your deeds are sudden bangs, not rolling thunder. If the very greatest and most wonderful thing is accomplished, it must nevertheless move to Hades silently without any fuss. For art runs away when you instantly throw over your actions the roof of the historical marquee. The person who wants to understand, calculate and grasp in an instant, where he should, in an enduring shock, hang on to the unknowable as something sublime, may be called intelligent, but only in the sense in which Schiller speaks of the understanding of the intelligent person. He does not see some things which even the child sees. He does not hear some things which even the child hears. These things are precisely the most important thing. Because he does not understand this, his understanding is more childish than the child, and more simplistic than simple-mindedness. in spite of the many shrewd wrinkles on his parchment-like features and the virtuoso practice of his fingers unravelling complexities. The reason is that he has destroyed and lost his instinct. Now he can no longer let the reins hang loose, trusting the divine animal when his understanding wavers and his road leads through deserts. Thus the individual becomes timid and unsure and can no longer believe in himself. He sinks into himself, into the inner life. That means here only into the piled-up jumble of scholarly data which does not work towards the outside, instruction which does not become living. If we look for a moment from outside, then we notice how the expulsion of instinct by history has converted people almost into nothing but abstractis, abstractions, and shadows. No one gambles his identity on that instinct anymore. Instead, he masks himself as cultured man, as scholar, as poet, as politician. If we seize such masks, because we believe the matter is something serious and not merely a puppet show play, for they all paper themselves over with seriousness, then we suddenly have only rags and bright patches in our hands. Therefore, we should no longer allow ourselves to be deceived and should yell at them, "Strip off your jackets or be what you seem." No longer should everyone with seriousness in his blood turn into a Don Quixote, for he has something better to do than to keep getting into fights with such illusory realities. In any case, however, he must keenly inspect each mask, cry, "Halt, who goes there?" and pull the mask down onto its neck. Strange! We should have thought that history encouraged human beings above all to be honest, even if only an honest fool. This has always been its effect, but nowadays it is no longer that. Historical culture and the common uniform of the middle class both rule at the same time. While never before has there been such sonorous talk of the free personality, we never once see personalities, to say nothing of free people, but only anxiously disguised universal people. The individual has drawn himself back into the inner life. On the outside, we no longer observe any of him. This being the case, we might not be certain whether, in general, there could be causes without effects. Or should a race of eunuchs be necessary as a guard over the great historical harem of the world? For them, of course, pure objectivity is well and truly established on their faces. However, it does seem almost as if it was their assignment to stand guardian over history, so that nothing comes out of it other than just histories, but without events, to ensure that through it no personalities become free, that is, true to themselves and true with respect to others in word and deed. Only through this truthfulness will the need, the inner misery of the modern man see the light of day, and in place of that anxiously concealed convention and masquerade, art and religion will be able to enter as true helpers in order to cultivate a common culture corresponding to real needs, culture which does not, like the present universal education, just teach one to lie to oneself about these needs, and thus to become a wandering lie in what an unnatural, artificial, and definitely unworthy position must the most sincere of all sciences, the truly naked goddess philosophy, be in a time which suffers from universal education. In such a world of compulsory external uniformity, she remains the learned monologue of the solitary stroller, an individual's accidental hunting trophy, a hidden parlour secret, or harmless prattle between academic old men and children. No one is allowed to venture on fulfilling the law of philosophy in himself. No one lives philosophically, with that simple manly truth which acted forcefully on a man in ancient times, wherever he was and whatever he did, to behave as a Stoic, if he had once promised to be true to the Stoa. All modern philosophy is political and police-like, restricted to the appearance of learning through the ruling powers, churches, academies, customs, and human cowardice. What remains in it are sighs of if only or the knowledge of once upon a time. If philosophy wants to be more than an inner knowledge, which holds one back and has no active effect, then it has no rights in the heart of historical education. If only the modern human being were, in general, courageous and decisive, if he were even in his hostility not just an inner being, he would banish philosophy. Thus he contents himself by modestly covering up her nudity. Yes, people think, write, print, speak, and teach philosophically. To this extent almost everything is allowed. Only in action, in so-called living, are things otherwise. There only one thing is always allowed, and everything else is simply impossible. So historical culture wills it. Are they still human beings, we ask ourselves then, or perhaps only thinking, writing, and speaking machines? Of Shakespeare, Goethe once said, "No one hated the material costume more than he. He understood really well the inner costume of human beings, and here all people are alike." People say he presented the Romans excellently. I do not find that. They are nothing but inveterate Englishmen, but naturally they are human beings, people from the ground up, and the Roman toga suits them well enough. Now, I ask if it might also be possible to lead out our contemporary men of letters, men of the people, officials and politicians as Romans. It will not work at all, because they are not human beings, but only physical compendia and, as it were, concrete abstractions. If they should have character and their own style, this is all buried so deep that it has no power whatsoever to wriggle out into the daylight. If they are to be human beings, then they are that only for the man who tests the kidneys. For everyone else they are something other, not human beings, not gods, not animals, but historically educated pictures, completely and utterly education, picture, form without demonstrable content, unfortunately only bad form, and, in addition, uniform. And in this sense may my claim be understood and considered. History is born only by strong personalities. The weak personalities it obliterates completely. It comes down to this. History bewilders feeling and sensing where these are not strong enough to measure the past against themselves. Anyone who does not dare any longer to trust himself, but who involuntarily seeks advice from history about his feeling by asking, "What should I feel here?" in his timidity gradually becomes an actor and plays a role, usually in fact many roles, and therefore he plays each badly and superficially. Little by little, all congruence between the man and his historical sphere fails. We see small, pushy young men associating with the Romans as if they were their equals. They rummage around and dig away in the remnants of the Greek poets, as if even these were corpora or bodies, ready for their post-mortem examination, and were as biliar, vile, as their own literary corpora might be. Suppose there is a concern in one man's case with Democritus, then the question always on my lips is this: why not Heraclitus, or Philo, or Bacon, or Descartes? And so on to one's heart's content. And then why just a philosopher? Why not a poet, an orator? And why particularly a Greek? Why not an Englishman, a Turk? Is the past then not large enough to find something so that you do not make yourself look so gratuitously ridiculous by comparison? But as I have mentioned, it is a race of eunuchs. For a eunuch, one woman is like another, in effect merely a woman, the woman in itself, the eternally unapproachable. And so what drives them is something indifferent, so long as history itself remains splendidly objective, and of course protected by precisely the sort of people who could never create history themselves. And since the eternally feminine will never draw you upward, then you pull her down to yourselves and assume, since you are neuters, that history is also a neuter. However, so that people do not think that I'm serious in comparing history with the eternally feminine, I wish to express myself much more clearly. I consider that history is the opposite of the eternally masculine, but for those who are historically educated through and through, it must be quite unimportant whether history is one or the other. But whatever the case, such people are themselves neither male nor female, not something common to both, but always only neuter, or, to express myself in a more educated way, they are just the eternally objective. If personalities are, first of all, as has been described, deflated to an eternal loss of subjectivity, or as people say, to objectivity, then nothing more can work on them. Let something good and right come about, in action, poetry, or music. Immediately the person emptied out by his education looks out over the work and asks about the history of the author. If this author has already created a number of things, immediately the person must allow himself to point out the earlier and the presumed future progress of the author's development. Right away he will bring in others for comparative purposes. He will dissect and rip apart the choice of the author's material and his treatment, and will, in his wisdom, fit the work together again anew, in general giving him advice and setting him right about everything. Let the most astonishing thing occur. The crowd of historical neutrals is always in place, ready to assess the author even from a great distance. Momentarily the echo resounds, but always as criticism. A short time before, however, the critic did not permit himself to dream that such an event was possible. The work never achieves an effect, but only more criticism, and the criticism itself in its turn has no effect, but leads only to further criticism. In this business, people have agreed to consider a lot of criticism as an effect, and a little criticism, or none, as a failure. Basically, however, everything remains as in the past, even with this effect. True, people chat for a while about something new, and then about something else new, and in between do what they always have done. The historical education of our critics no longer permits an effect on our real understanding, namely something that produces an effect on life and action. On the blackest writing, they impress immediately their blotting paper. To the most delightful drawing, they apply their thick brushstrokes, which are to be considered corrections. And then everything is over once again. However, their critical pens never cease flying, for they have lost power over them and are led on by them rather than leading them. It is precisely in this excess of their critical ejaculations, in the lack of control over themselves, in what the Romans called impotentia or impotence, that the weakness of the modern personality reveals itself. 6. But let us leave this weakness. Let us rather turn to a much-praised strength of the modern person, with the truly awkward question whether, on account of his well-known historical objectivity, he has a right to call himself strong, that is, just, and just to a higher degree than the people of other times. Is it true that this objectivity originates from a heightened need and demand for justice? Or does it, as an effect with quite different causes, merely create the appearance that justice might be its real cause? Does this objectivity perhaps tempt one to a bias concerning the virtues of modern man, a bias which is detrimental because it is far too flattering? Socrates considered it an illness close to insanity to imagine oneself in possession of a virtue and not to possess it. Certainly such conceit is more dangerous than the opposite delusion, suffering from a mistake or vice. For through the latter delusion it is perhaps still possible to become better. The former conceit, however, makes a person or a time daily worse, and thus, in this case, less just. It is true that no one has a higher claim on our veneration than the man who possesses the drive and the power for justice. For in justice are united and hidden the highest and rarest virtues, as in a bottomless sea that receives streams from all sides and absorbs them into itself. The hand of the just man, authorized to sit in judgment, no longer trembles when it holds the scales. Unsparingly he puts on weight after weight, even against himself. His eye does not become dim when the scale pans rise and fall, and his voice rings out neither hard nor broken when he delivers the verdict. If he were a cold demon of knowledge, then he would spread out around him the ice-cold atmosphere of a terrifying superhuman majesty, which we would have to be afraid of and not revere. But since he is a human being, and yet is trying to rise above venial doubt to a strong certainty, above a patient leniency to an imperative "you must," above the rare virtue of magnanimity to the rarest virtue of all, justice, since he now is like this demon, but from the very beginning, without being anything other than a poor human being, and above all, since in each moment he has to atone for his humanity and be tragically consumed by an impossible virtue, all this places him on a lonely height, as the example of the human race most worthy of reverence. For he wants truth, not merely as cold knowledge without consequences, but as the ordering and punishing judge, truth not as a selfish possession of the individual, but as the sacred entitlement to shift all the boundary stones of egotistical possessions. In a word, truth as the last judgment, and not at all as something like the captured trophy desired by the individual hunter. Only insofar as the truthful man has the unconditional will to be just is the striving after truth, which is so faultlessly glorified everywhere, something great. By contrast, in the case of duller eyes, a large number of very different sorts of drives, like curiosity, the flight from boredom, resentment, vanity, playfulness, which have nothing at all to do with the truth, blend in with that striving for truth, which has its roots in justice. So the world does indeed seem to be full of such people who serve the truth, and yet the virtue of justice is very seldom present, even more rarely recognized, and almost always hated to the death, whereas the crowd of the apparently virtuous in every age marches around with honor and a great public display. In truth, few people serve truthfulness, because only a few have the purity of will to be just, and even among these the fewest have the strength to be capable of being just. It is certainly not enough to have only the will for justice, and the most horrible sufferings among human beings have come directly from the drive for justice without the power of judgment. For this reason, the general welfare would require nothing more than to scatter the seeds of the power of judgment as widely as possible, so that the fanatic remain distinguishable from the judge, and blind desire to be a judge distinguishable from the conscious power to be able to judge. But where would one find a means of cultivating the power of judgment? Thus, when there is talk of truth and justice, people will remain in an eternal wavering hesitation whether a fanatic or a judge is talking to them. Hence we should forgive those who have welcomed with special kindness these servers of the truth, who possess neither the will nor the power to judge, and who set themselves the task of searching for knowledge which is pure and without consequences, or more clearly, of searching for the truth from which nothing emerges. There are a great many trivial truths. There are problems that never require effort, let alone any self-sacrifice, in order for one to judge them correctly. In this realm of the trivial and the safe, a person indeed succeeds in becoming a cold demon of knowledge. And yet, when, in especially favourable times, whole cohorts of learned people and researchers are turned into such demons, it always remains unfortunately possible that the time in question suffers from a lack of strict and great justice, in short, of the noblest kernel of the so-called drive to the truth. Let us now place before our eyes the historical virtuoso of the present age. Is he the most just man of his time? It is true that he has cultivated in himself such a tenderness and sensitivity of feeling that for him nothing human is far distant. The most different times and people ring out at once from his lyre in harmonious tones. He has become a tuneful, passive thing, which through its resounding tone also works on other passive things of the same type, until finally the entire air of an age is full of such delicate reverberations, twanging away in concord. But in my view, in every original historical major chord, we hear only its overtone, so to speak. The sturdiness and power of the original can no longer be sensed in the celestially thin and sharp sound of the strings, whereas the original tone usually aroused actions, needs and terrors. This lulls us to sleep and makes us weak hedonists. It is as if we have arranged the Eroica Symphony for 2 flutes, and use it for dreamy opium smokers. By that we may now measure among the virtuosi how things will stand concerning the highest demands of modern man for a loftier and purer justice. This virtue never has anything pleasant, knows no attractive feelings, and is hard and terrifying. Measured by that, how low even magnanimity stands now on the ladder of virtues. Magnanimity, the characteristic of a few rare historians. But for many more it is a matter only of tolerance, of allowing to remain valid what cannot be once and for all denied, of editing and glossing over in a moderate and benevolent way, of a clever acceptance of the fact that the inexperienced man interprets it as a virtue of justice if the past is generally explained without harsh accents and without an expression of hatred. But only the superior power can judge. Weakness must tolerate unless it wishes to feign strength and turn justice on the judgment seat into a performing actress. Now there still remains one fearful species of historian, efficient, severe, and honest characters, but with narrow heads. Here goodwill to be just is present, together with strong feeling in the judgments, but all their judicial pronouncements are false, roughly for the same reasons that the judgments of the ordinary sworn juries are false. And so how unlikely the frequency of historical talent is, to say nothing at all here about the disguised egoists and fellow-travellers who adopt a thoroughly objective demeanour for the insidious games they play. And by the same token, to say nothing of the entirely unthinking people who write as historians in the naive belief that their own age is exactly right in all its popular views, and that to write by the standards of this age generally amounts to being right, a faith in which each and every religion lives, and about which, in the case of religions, there is nothing more to say. Those naive historians call objectivity the process of measuring past opinions and deeds by the universal public opinions of the moment. Here they find the canon of all truths. Their work is to adapt the past to contemporary triviality. By contrast, they call subjective all history writing which does not take those popular opinions as canonical. And might not an illusion have crept into even the highest interpretation of the word objectivity? For with this word people understand a condition in the historian in which he looks at an event in all its motives and consequences with such purity that they have no effect at all on his subject. People mean that aesthetic phenomenon, that state of being detached from one's personal interests, with which the painter in a stormy landscape, under lightning and thunder, or on the moving sea looks at his inner picture, and in the process forgets his own person. Thus, people also demand from the historian the artistic tranquillity and the complete immersion in things. However, it is a myth that the picture which things bring out in a person constituted in this way reflects the empirical essence of things. Or is it the case that through their own activity, as it were, At these times things depict themselves, draw a good likeness of themselves, or photograph themselves on a purely passive medium. This would be a mythology, and on top of that a bad one. In addition, people might forget that that very moment is the most powerful and most spontaneous creative moment in the inner life of the artist, a moment of composition of the very highest order, whose result may well be a true artistic picture, not a historically true one. To think of history as objective in this way is the silent work of the dramatist, that is, to think of everything one after the other, to weave the isolated details into a totality, always on the condition that a unity of the plan in the material has to be established, if it is not inherent in it. Thus man spins a web over the past and tames it. In this way he expresses his artistic impulse, but not his drive for truth, his drive for justice. Objectivity and justice have nothing to do with each other. One might imagine a historical writing which had no drop of the common empirical truth in it, and yet which might be entitled to claim the highest rating on a scale of objectivity. Indeed, Grillparzer ventures to clarify this point. What is history, then, other than the way in which the spirit of man takes in the events which are impenetrable to him, something in which only God knows whether there is a relationship holding it together, in which that spirit replaces an incomprehensible thing with something comprehensible, from the outside underwrites with his ideas of purposefulness a totality which really can be known only from within, and also assumes chance events where 1,000 small causes were at work. At any one time, everyone has his own individual necessity, so that millions of trends run next to each other in parallel, crooked and straight lines, intersect each other, help, hinder, flow forward and backwards, thus taking on in relation to each other the character of chance, and to say nothing of the effects of natural events, thus render it impossible to prove a compelling, all-encompassing necessity for events. However, it is precisely such necessity, the result of that objective look at the matter at hand, which is supposed to be revealed. This is an assumption which, when it is voiced as dogma by the historian, can only assume an odd form. Schiller, in fact, is completely clear concerning the essential subjectivity of this assumption when he says of the historian, "One phenomena after another begins to liberate itself from blind contingency and lawless freedom, and to become joined as a coordinated link into a harmonious totality, which, of course, is present only in its depiction." But how should we consider the claim made in good faith by a famous historical virtuoso, a claim hovering artificially between tautology and absurdity? The fact is that all human action and striving are subordinate to the light and often unnoticed, but powerful and irresistible progress of things. In such a statement, we do not feel any enigmatic wisdom expressing itself as obvious illogic, as in the saying of Goethe's gardener, "Nature may let itself be forced, but not compelled," or in the inscription on a booth in a fairground, as Swift tells it, "Here you can see the largest elephant in the world except itself." For what is, in fact, the difference between the actions and the drives of men and the process of things? Besides, it strikes me that such historians, like that one from whom we quoted a sentence, cease to instruct as soon as they generalize, and then reveal a sense of their own weakness in their obscurities. In other sciences, generalizations are the most important thing, insofar as they contain laws. However, if statements like the one we quoted were to serve as valid laws, one would have to reply that then the work of the writer of history is changed, for what remains generally true in such statements, once we remove the irreconcilably dark remainder we spoke about, is well known and even trivial, for it will be visibly apparent to everyone in the smallest area of experience. However, for that reason to inconvenience entire peoples and to spend wearisome years of work on the subject amounts to nothing more than, as in the natural sciences, to pile experiment on experiment long after the law can be inferred from the present store of experiments. Incidentally, according to Zellner, natural science nowadays allegedly suffers from a senseless excess of experimentation. If the value of a drama is to lie only in the main and concluding ideas, then drama itself would be the furthest possible route to the goal, crooked and laborious. And thus I hope history can realize that its significance is not in universal ideas, like some sort of blossom or fruit, but that its value comes directly from reworking a well-known, perhaps habitual theme, a daily melody, in a stimulating way, elevating it, intensifying it to an inclusive symbol, and thus allowing one to make out in the original theme an entire world of profundity, power, and beauty. What is appropriate, however, in this process, before everything else, is a great artistic potential, a creative hovering above and a loving immersion in the empirical data, a further poetical composing on the given types. To this process objectivity certainly belongs, but as a positive quality. But too often objectivity is only a phrase. Instead of that innerly flashing, externally unmoving and mysterious composure in the artist's eyes, the affectation of composure emerges, just as the lack of pathos and moral power habitually disguises itself in a biting coldness of expression. In certain cases, the banality of the conviction ventures to appear, that wisdom of every man which merely because of its tediousness creates the impression of a calm, unexcited person, in order to pass muster as that artistic condition in which the subject is silent and becomes completely imperceptible. So everything which generally does not rouse emotion is sought out, and the driest expression is precisely the correct one. Indeed, people go as far as to assume that the person whom a moment in the past does not affect in the slightest is competent to present it. Philologists and Greeks frequently behave towards each other in this way. They do not concern themselves with each other in the least. And people also call this objectivity. Now it is precisely in those places where the highest and rarest matter is to be presented that it is absolutely outrageous to find the deliberate state of indifference, something put on for show, the acquired flat and sober art of seeking out motives, especially when the vanity of the historian drives towards this objective behavior of indifference. Incidentally, with such authors people should base their judgment more closely on the principle that each man's vanity is inversely proportional to his understanding. No, at least be honest. Do not seek the appearance of the artistic power truly called objectivity, and do not seek the appearance of justice, if you have not been ordained for the fearful vocation of the just man. As if it also were the work of every age to have to be just in relation to everything that has ever been. As a matter of fact, times and generations never have the right to be the judges of all earlier times and generations. Such a troublesome task always falls only to individuals, indeed to the rarest people. Who compels you then to judge? And so just test yourselves whether you could be just if you wanted to. As judges, you would have to stand higher than what is being judged, whereas you have only come later. The guests who come last to the table should in all fairness receive the last places, and you wish to have the first? Then at least do something of the highest and best order. Perhaps people will then really make a place for you. Even if you come at the end, you can interpret the past only on the basis of the highest power of the present. Only in the strongest tension of your noblest characteristics will you surmise what from the past is great and worth knowing and preserving. Like by like. Otherwise you drag the past down to your level. Do not believe a piece of historical writing if it does not spring out of the head of the rarest of spirits. You will always perceive the quality of its spirit if it is forced to express something universal or to repeat once more something universally known. The true historian must have the power of reshaping the universally known into what has never been heard, and to announce what is universal so simply and deeply that people overlook the simplicity in the profundity and the profundity in the simplicity. No person can be simultaneously a great historian, an artistic person, and a numbskull. On the other hand, people should not rate as insignificant the workers who go around with a cart, shaking things and sifting through them on the ground that they will certainly not be able to become great historians. Even less should we confuse these workers with great historians. Instead, we should see them as the necessary colleagues and manual labourers in the service of the master, in something like the way the French, with greater naivety than is possible among the Germans, were accustomed to speak of the historians of Monsieur Thiers. These workers should gradually become great scholars, but for that very reason cannot ever become masters. An eminently learned man and a great numbskull, those go together more easily under a single hat. Thus the person of experience and reflection writes history. Anyone who has not lived through something greater and higher than everyone else will not know how to interpret anything great and lofty from the past. The utterance of the past is always an oracular pronouncement. You will understand it only as a master builder of the future and as a person who knows about the present. People now explain the extraordinarily deep and far-reaching effect of Delphi by the particular fact that the Delphic priests had precise knowledge about the past. It is appropriate now to understand that only the man who builds the future has a right to judge the past. In order to look ahead, set yourselves an important goal and at the same time control that voluptuous analytical drive with which you now lay waste the present and render almost impossible all tranquility, all peaceful growth and maturing. Draw around yourself the fence of a large and extensive hope, an optimistic striving. Create in yourselves a picture to which the future is to correspond, and forget the myth that you are epigones. You have enough to plan and to invent when you ponder that future life. But in considering history, do not ask that she show you the how and the with what. If, however, you live your life in the history of great men, then you will learn from her the supreme command, to become mature and to flee away from that paralyzing and restricting upbringing of the age which sees advantages for itself in not allowing you to become mature, in order to rule and exploit you, the immature. And when you ask after biographies, then do not ask for those with the refrain, Mr. So-and-so and his age, but for those whose title page must read, A Fighter Against His Age. Fill your souls with Plutarch, and dare to believe in yourselves when you have faith in his heroes. With 100 people raised in such an unmodern way, that is, people who have become mature and familiar with the heroic, one could permanently silence the entire noisy pseudo-culture of this age. 7. When the historical sense reigns unchecked, and drags along with it all its consequences, it uproots the future, because it destroys illusions, and takes from existing things the atmosphere in which they alone can live. Historical justice, even if it is practiced truly and with a purity of conviction, is therefore a fearful virtue, because it always undermines what is living and brings about its downfall. Its judgment is always an annihilation. If behind the historical drive no constructive urge is at work, if things are not destroyed and cleared away, so that a future, something already alive in hope, builds its dwelling on the liberated ground, if justice alone rules, then the creative instinct is enfeebled and disheartened. For example, a religion which is to be turned into historical knowledge under the power of pure justice A religion which is to be scientifically understood through and through is by the end of this process immediately destroyed. The reason for this is that in the historical method of reckoning, so many false, crude, inhuman, absurd and violent things always emerge that the pious atmosphere of illusion, in which alone everything that wants to live can live, necessarily disappears. But only in love, only in a love overshadowed by illusion, does a person create. That is, only in the unconditional belief in what is perfect and right. Anything which compels a person no longer to love unconditionally cuts away the roots of his power. He must wither up, that is, become dishonest. In effects like this, history is opposed by art. And only when history undertakes to be turned into an artwork, and thus to become a purely artistic picture, can it perhaps maintain the instincts or even arouse them. Such historical writing, however, would go completely against the analytical and inartistic trends of our time. Indeed, they would consider it counterfeit. But history which only destroys, without an inner drive to build guiding it, in the long run makes its implements blasé and unnatural. For such people destroy illusions, and whoever destroys illusions in himself and others is punished by the sternest tyrant, nature. True, for a fairly long time one can keep oneself really busy with history, completely harmlessly and thoughtlessly, as if it were an occupation as good as any other. The newer theology, in particular, seems to have become involved with history purely harmlessly, and now it will hardly notice that in doing so it stands, probably very much against its will, in the service of Voltaire's écrasé. No one should assume that behind this there is a new, powerfully constructive instinct. For that, we would have to let the so-called Protestant Union be considered the maternal womb of a new religion, and someone like Lawyer Holzendorf, the editor of and chief spokesman for the even more questionable Protestant Bible, as John at the River Jordan. For some time, perhaps, the Hegelian philosophy still clouding the brains of older people will help to promote that harmlessness, somewhat in the way that people differentiate the idea of Christianity from its manifold, incomplete, apparent forms, and convince themselves it is really just a matter of the preferred tendency of the idea to reveal itself in ever purer forms, and finally, as certainly the purest of all and most transparent, that is, the hardly visible form in the brain of the present theologus liberalis vulgaris, liberal theologian for the rabble. However, if we listen to this purest of all Christianities expressing itself concerning the earlier impure forms of Christianity, then the uninvolved listener often has the impression that the talk is not about Christianity at all, but of, now what are we to think if we find Christianity described by the greatest theologian of the century as the religion which makes the claim that, quote, it can be felt in all true and even in a few other barely possible religions, unquote, and when the true church is to be the one which, quote, becomes a flowing mass where there is no outline, where each part finds itself sometimes here, sometimes there, and everything mingles peacefully with everything else. End of quote. Once again, what are we to think? What we can learn from Christianity, how under the effect of a historicizing treatment it has become blasé and unnatural until finally a fully historical, that is, an impartial treatment, dissolves it into pure knowledge about Christianity and thereby destroys it. That fact we can study in everything which has life. It ceases to live when it is completely dissected, and it exists in pain and sickness if we start to practice historical dissection on it. There are people who believe in a revolutionary and reforming art of healing in German music among German people. They get angry and consider it an injustice committed against the most living aspect of our culture, when even such men as Mozart and Beethoven are inundated nowadays with the entire scholarly welter of biographical detail, and are compelled, through the systematic torture of historical criticism, to answer to 1,000 importunate questions. Through this method, is it not the case that something which has definitely not yet exhausted its living effects is dismissed as irrelevant, or at least paralyzed, because we direct our curiosity at countless microscopic details of the life and the work, and seek problems of knowledge in places where we should learn to live and to forget all problems? Think about a pair of such modern biographers set in the birthplace of Christianity, or of Luther's Reformation. Their dispassionate pragmatic curiosity would immediately manage to make every spiritual actio in distance, action at a distance, impossible, just as the most wretched animal can prevent the origin of the most powerful oak by gobbling down the acorn. All living things need an atmosphere around them, a secret circle of darkness. If this veil is taken from them, if people condemn a religion, an art, a genius to orbit like a star without an atmosphere, then they should no longer wonder about their rapid decay and the way they become hard and barren. That is the way it is now with all great things, which never succeed without some delusion, as Hans Sachs says in the Meistersinger. But every people, indeed every person who wishes to become mature, needs such an enveloping delusion, such a protecting and veiling cloud. Today, however, people generally despise becoming mature because they honor history more than living. In fact, people exult over the fact that now science is beginning to rule over living. It is possible that people will attain that goal, but it is certain that a life so governed is not worth much, because it is much less living, and it establishes a life for the future far less than does the previous life governed not by knowledge, but by instinct and powerful illusory images. But as stated, it is clearly not to be the era of people who have become fully developed and mature, of harmonious personalities, but the era of common work, which is as useful as possible. That, however, amounts simply to the fact that people are to be trained for the purposes of the time in order to get to work with their hands as promptly as possible. They are to labor in the factories of universal utilities before they are mature, indeed so that in the process they really no longer become mature, because this would be a luxury which would deprive the labor market of a lot of power. We blind some birds so that they sing more beautifully. I do not think that today's people sing more beautifully than their grandfathers, but I do know this: we blind them early. But the method, the disreputable method which people use to blind them, is excessively bright, excessively sudden, and excessively changing light. The young person is whipped through all the millennia. Youngsters who understand nothing about a war, a diplomatic action, or a trade policy are considered worthy of being introduced to political history. But then, just as the young person races through history, so we moderns race through the storerooms of art and listen to concerts. We really do feel that something sounds different from something else, that something has a different effect from something else. Constantly losing this feeling of surprise and dislike, becoming excessively astonished no longer about anything, finally allowing oneself to enjoy everything, people really call that the historical sense, historical culture. Without saying anything to gloss over what I'm saying, the mass of stuff streaming in is so great, what is strange, barbaric, and forceful concentrated in a dreadful cluster, presses so overpoweringly on the young soul that it knows how to rescue itself only with a deliberate apathy. Where a keener and stronger consciousness is firmly established, then indeed a very different feeling appears: disgust. The young man has become so homeless and has doubts about all customs and ideas. Now he knows this fact. In every age and times, things have been different, and what you are like is irrelevant. In melancholy absence of feeling, he lets opinion after opinion flow past him, and understands a feeling in Hölderlin's words in response to his reading of Diogenes Laertius concerning the life and teaching of the Greek philosophers. Quote, "Here I have also experienced more of what I have already come across sometimes, that what passes temporarily by and what comes and goes in human thoughts and systems strike me as almost more tragic than the fates which we usually call the only realities. No, such an overwhelming, anesthetizing and powerful historicizing is certainly not required for the young, as the ancients demonstrate, and is indeed dangerous in the highest degree, as more recent people reveal. But now let us really look at the historical student, the inheritor of a blasé attitude, already apparent all too early, almost in childhood. Now the method in personal work, the right grip and the elegant tone of the master's manner have become his own. An entire, isolated little chapter of the past has fallen victim to his keen mind and the method he has learned. He has already produced, indeed, in prouder language, he has created. He has now become a servant of truth through his actions and a master in the world empire of history. If, as a child, he was already prepared, now he is already over-prepared. One needs only to shake him for wisdom to fall into one's lap with a rattle. But the wisdom is rotten, and each apple has its own worm. Believe me on this point. When people work in the scientific factory and are to become useful before they are mature, then science itself is quickly ruined, just as the slaves used too early nowadays in this factory are ruined. I regret that we even find it necessary to use the verbal jargon of the slaveholder and employer to describe such relationships, which should be thought of as free from utility, free from life's needs, but the words factory, labour market, bargain, exploitation, uttered like all the words assisting egoism, spontaneously press themselves on the lips when we want to describe the youngest generation of scholars. The stolid mediocrity becomes ever more mediocre. Science becomes ever more practical economically. Essentially, all the most recent scholars are wise in only a single point, and in that naturally wiser than all people of the past. In all other points they are, to speak with care, only infinitely different from all the scholars of the old stamp. Nevertheless, they demand respect and perquisites for themselves, as if the state and public opinion were under an obligation to consider the new coins just as valuable as the old. The labourers have made a working compact among themselves and decreed that genius is superfluous because each labourer is stamped as a genius. Presumably a later time will consider how they have piled up a structure, not built it together. To those who tirelessly proclaim the modern cry of combat and sacrifice, division of labour in rows and tiers, we can once and for all say clearly and firmly, if you want to advance science as quickly as possible, you will destroy it as quickly as possible. Just as you destroy hens, which you artificially compel to lay eggs much too quickly. Well, in the last decade, science has been promoted at an astonishing rate. But take a look now at the scholars, the exhausted hens. There are, in truth, no harmonious natures. They can only cackle more than before because they lay eggs more often. Naturally, however, the eggs have become constantly smaller, although the books have become constantly thicker. As the final natural result, things resign themselves to the commonly loved popularizing of science, in addition to the feminization and infantization, that is, the notorious tailoring of the scientific coat to the body of the motley public. I am attempting here to cultivate a type of cutting German to describe an activity appropriate to tailors. Goethe saw an abuse in this and demanded that sciences should have an effect on the external world only through an enhanced praxis. Besides, to the older generations of scholars, such an abuse appeared for good reasons difficult and tiresome. For similarly good reasons, it comes easily to the younger scholars because they themselves, with the exception of a really small corner of knowledge, are very much the motley public and carry its needs in themselves. They only need to settle themselves down comfortably for once in order for them to succeed in opening up even their own small area of study to the miscellaneous needs of popular curiosity. People pretend that behind this action of making themselves comfortable stands the title, "The Modest Condescension of the Scholar for His People," while at bottom the scholar, to the extent that he is not a learned man, but a member of the rabble, is only descending into himself. If you create for yourself the idea of a people, then you can never think sufficiently nobly and highly of it. If you thought highly of a people, then you would also be compassionate towards them and would be on your guard against offering them your historical nitric acid as a living and refreshing drink. But at the deepest level, you think little of the people because you are permitted to have no true and confidently based respect for their future, and you operate as practical pessimists, I mean as people led by the premonition of destruction, people who thus become indifferent and permissive towards the welfare of others, in fact even towards their own. If only the soil still supports us, and if it no longer carries us, then that is also all right. In this way they feel and live an ironic existence. 8. In fact, it should seem odd, although not contradictory, when to the age which so audibly and insistently is in the habit of bursting out in the most carefree exultation over its historical culture, I nevertheless ascribe a kind of ironical self-consciousness, a presentiment which hovers all around it, that here is nothing to rejoice about, a fear that perhaps soon all the celebrations over historical knowledge will be gone. Goethe proposed to us a similar enigma with respect to a single personality in his remarkable characterization of Newton. He found at bottom, or more correctly at the top, of his being a dark premonition of his own error, something like the expression, noticeable in solitary moments, of a consciousness with a superior power of judgment which had gained a certain ironical perspective over the essential nature dwelling inside him. Thus we find, particularly in the greater and more highly developed historical people, a consciousness, often toned down to a universal skepticism, of how much folly and superstition are in the belief that the education of a people must be so overwhelmingly historical as it is now. But it has been precisely the most powerful people, that is, powerful in deeds and works, who have lived differently and have raised their young people differently. However, that folly and that superstition suit us, so runs the sceptical objection, us, the latecomers, the faded last shoots of more powerful and more happily courageous generations, us in whom one can see realized Herod's prophecy, that one day people would be born with instant grey beards, and that Zeus would exterminate this generation as soon as that sign became visible to him. But historical culture is really a kind of congenital grey-haired condition, and those who bear its mark from childhood on would have to come to the instinctive belief in the old age of humanity. However, in old age, what is suitable now is an old person's occupation, that is, looking back, tallying the accounts, balancing the books, seeking through memories consolation in what used to be, in short, a historical culture. The human race, however, is a tough and persistent thing, and does not wish to have its steps forward and backwards viewed according to millennia, or indeed hardly according to hundreds of thousands of years. That is, it does not at all wish to be viewed as a totality by the infinitely small atomic point of the individual person. Then what will a couple of 1,000 years signify? Or, put another way, the time period of 34 consecutive human lives, reckoned at 60 years each, so that we can still speak of the beginning of such a time as still the youth of mankind, and the end of it as already the old age of mankind? Is it not much more the case that in this paralyzing belief in an already faded humanity there sticks the misunderstanding of an idea of Christian theology inherited from the Middle Ages, the idea of the imminent end of the world, of the nervously awaited judgment? Has that idea put on new clothes through the intensified need of history to judge, as if our time, the last of all possible, has been authorized to consider itself the universal courtroom for everything in the past, something which Christian belief awaited, not in any way from human beings, but from the Son of Man? In earlier times this was, for humanity as well as for the individual, a loudly proclaimed memento mori, an always tormenting barb, and, so to speak, the summit of medieval knowledge and conscience. The phrase of more recent times, called out in a contrasting response, memento vivere, sounds, to speak openly, still quite timid, is not a full-throated cry, and has something almost dishonest about it. For humanity still sits firmly on the memento mori, and betrays the fact through its universal need for history. In spite of the most powerful beating of its wings, knowledge cannot tear itself loose in freedom. A deep feeling of hopelessness is left over and has taken on that historical colouring, because of which all higher education and culture are now melancholy and dark. A religion which of all the hours of a person's life considers the last the most important, which generally predicts the end of earthly life and condemns all living people to live in the fifth act of the tragedy, certainly arouses the deepest and noblest forces, but it is hostile to all new cultivation, daring undertakings, and free desiring. It resists every flight into the unknown, because there it does not love and does not hope. It lets what is coming into being push forward only unwillingly, so that at the right time it can force it to the side or sacrifice it as a seducer of being, as a liar about the worth of existence. What the Florentines did when, under the influence of Savonarola's sermon calling for repentance, they organized those famous sacrificial fires of paintings, manuscripts, mirrors and masks, Christianity would like to do with every culture which rouses one to renewed striving, and which leads to that slogan, memento vivere. And if it is not possible to achieve this directly, without a digression, that is, through superior force, then it attains its goal nonetheless if it unites itself with historical culture, for the most part even without its knowledge, and now, speaking out through historical knowledge, with a shrug of its shoulders, rejects all becoming, and thus disseminates the feeling of the person who has come much too late, and who has the characteristics of an epigone, in short, of the person born with grey hair. The stringent and profoundly serious consideration of the worthlessness of everything which has happened, of the way in which the world in its maturity is ready for judgment, has evaporated to a sceptical consciousness that it is in any case good to know everything that has happened, because it is too late to do anything better. Thus the historical sense makes its servants passive and retrospective. It is almost the case that only in momentary forgetfulness, when that very sense is intermittent, does the patient suffering from the historical fever become active, so that as soon as the action is over and done with, he may dissect his deed through analytical consideration, prevent any further effects, and finally flay it for history. In this sense, we are still living in the Middle Ages, and history is still a disguised theology, in exactly the same way that the reverence with which the unscientific laity treat the scientific caste is a reverence inherited from the clergy. What people in earlier times gave the church, people now give, although in scantier amounts, to scientific knowledge. However, the fact that people give was something the church brought about in earlier times, not something first done by the modern spirit, which, along with its other good characteristics, instead has something stingy about it, as is well known, and is, so far as the preeminent virtue of generosity is concerned, a miser. Perhaps this observation is not pleasant, perhaps no more pleasant than that derivation of the excess of history from the medieval memento mori, and from the hopelessness which Christianity carries in its heart concerning all future ages of earthly existence. But at any rate, people should replace the explanation which I have put down only hesitantly with better explanations. For the origin of historical culture and its inherent and totally radical opposition to the spirit of a new age, of a modern consciousness, this origin must itself in its turn be understood historically. History must itself resolve the problem of history. Knowledge must turn its barbs against itself. This triple must is the spiritual imperative of the new age, if there is in it truly something new, powerful, vital, and original. Or could it be the case that, to leave the Romance peoples out of consideration, it should be the case that we Germans, in all higher matters of culture, have always had to be merely followers, just because that is the only thing we could be, as William of Wackernagel once expressed it in a statement well worth thinking about, quote, "We Germans are a nation of followers. With all our higher knowledge and even with our faith, we are still only successors of the old world. Even those who are certainly hostile to this and do not want it are constantly breathing the spirit of Christianity along with the immortal spirit of old classical culture. And if anyone were to succeed in separating out these two elements from the living air which envelops the inner man, then not much would be left over with which one might still eke out a spiritual life." End of quote. But even if we wanted to reassure ourselves happily about this calling to be the followers of antiquity, even if we would only make up our minds to take the calling as something right, urgent, serious, and great, and would recognize in this urgency our designated and unique privilege, none the less we would find it necessary to ask whether it must always be our purpose to be pupils of a declining antiquity. At some time or other we might be permitted gradually to set our goals somewhat higher and further. At some time or other we might be permitted to praise ourselves for having reworked so fruitfully and splendidly the spirit of Alexandrian Roman culture in ourselves also through our universal history, so that now, as the most noble reward, we might be allowed to set ourselves the still more monumental task of getting back behind and above this Alexandrian world, and seeking out our models of the courageous gaze in the ancient Greek original world of the great, the natural, and the human. But that is the place where we find the reality of an essentially unhistorical culture, a culture nevertheless, or rather therefore, unspeakably rich and vital. Even if we Germans were nothing but followers, then if we looked at such a culture as a legacy we had appropriated, there could be nothing greater or prouder than for us to be followers. As a result, we should say only this, and nothing but this, that even the often distressingly strange thought that we are epigones, nobly thought out, can guarantee important effects and a richly hopeful desire for the future, both for the individual and for a people, to the extent that we understand ourselves as the heirs and followers of astonishing classical powers, and see in that our legacy and our spur, and thus not as pale and withered late arrivals of powerful races who scrape out a cold living as antiquarians and grave diggers of those races. Such late arrivals naturally live an ironic existence. Destruction follows closely on the heels of their limping passage through life. They shudder in the face of that when they derive enjoyment from the past, for they are living memories, and yet their thoughts are senseless without someone to inherit them. Thus the dark premonition envelops them that their life may be an injustice, for no future life can justify it. However, if we were to imagine such antiquarian latecomers suddenly exchanging that painfully ironic moderation for impudence, and if we imagine them to ourselves as if they were reporting with a ringing voice, the race is at its peak, because now for the first time it has the knowledge of itself and has become clear to itself. Then we would have a performance in which, as in an allegory, the enigmatic meaning of a certain very famous philosophy is deciphered for German culture. I believe that there has been no dangerous variation or change in German culture in this century which has not become more dangerous through the monstrous influence of this philosophy of Hegel, an influence which continues to flow right up to the present. The belief that one is a latecomer of the age is truly crippling and disorienting, but it must appear fearful and destructive when such a belief one day with a bold reversal idolizes this latecomer as the true meaning and purpose of everything which has happened before, when his knowledgeable misery is equated to the completion of world history. Such a way of thinking has made the Germans accustomed to talk about the world process and to justify their own time as the necessary result of this world process. Such a way of thinking has set up history as the single sovereign in the place of the other spiritual powers, culture and religion, insofar as history is the self-realizing idea and the dialectic of the spirits of peoples and the last judgment. People have scornfully called this Hegelian understanding of history God's stroll on the earth. But this God, for his part, was first created by history. However, this God became intelligible and comprehensible to himself inside Hegelian brain cases and has already ascended all the dialectically possible steps of his being right up to that self-revelation, so that for Hegel, the summit and end point of the world process coincided with his own individual existence in Berlin. In fact, he ought to have said that everything coming after him should, in fact, be valued only as a musical coda of the world historical rondo, or even more truly, as superfluous. He did not say that. Instead, he planted in the generations leavened by him that admiration for the power of history, which transforms practically every moment into a naked admiration of success, and leads to idolatrous worship of the factual. For this service, people nowadays commonly repeat the very mythological and, beyond that, truly German expression, to take the facts into account. But once a person has learned to stoop down and to bow his head before the power of history, he finally nods his yes mechanically, in the Chinese fashion, to every power, whether it is government or public opinion or a numerical majority, and moves his limbs precisely to the rhythm of strings pulled by some power or other. If every success contains within itself a rational necessity, if every event is the victory of the logical or the idea, then just get down quickly and kneel now before the entire ladder of success. What? Are there no ruling mythologies anymore? Religions are dying out? Just look at the religion of the power of history. Pay attention to the priests of the mythology of the idea and their knees all covered in cuts. Surely all the virtues come only in the wake of this new faith. Is it not unselfishness when the historical person lets himself be blown into an objective glass mirror? Is it not generosity to dispense with all the force in heaven and on earth, so that in every power people worship pure force in itself? Is it not justice to have a scale balance of powers always in one's hands, and to watch closely what sinks down as the stronger and heavier? And what a scold of respectability such a consideration of history is! To take everything objectively, to get angry about nothing, to love nothing, to understand everything, how gentle and flexible that makes people. And even if one man brought up in this school becomes publicly angry at some point and gets annoyed, We can enjoy that, for we know it is really only intended as an artistic expression. It is ira and studium, and yet entirely sine ira et studio. What antiquated thoughts I have in my heart about such a complex of mythology and virtue. But they should come out for once, even if people may just go on laughing all the time. Therefore, I would say this. History constantly impresses on us, it was once, and the moral, you should not, or you ought not to have. So history turns into a compendium of what is actually immoral. How seriously mistaken would the person be who also considered history the judge of this factual immorality? For example, it is offensive to morality that a Raphael had to die at 36 years of age. Such a being should not have died. Now, if you want to come to the help of history as the apologist for what actually happened, then you will say that Raphael expressed everything that was in him. With a longer life, he would have been able to create something beautiful only as a similar beauty, and not as something newly beautiful, and so on. In so doing, you would be the devil's advocate for the very reason that you make success, the fact, your idol, whereas the fact is always dumb, and at all times has looked more like a calf than a god. Besides, as apologists for history, you are prompted by ignorance. Simply because you do not know what such a natura naturans like Raphael is, it does not make you hot to hear that such a person was and will never be again. In Goethe's case recently, someone wanted to teach us that with his 82 years he had lived a full life, and yet I would happily trade a couple of years of the washed-up Goethe for an entire cart full of fresh, ultra-modern lifetimes, in order still to share in conversations like the ones Goethe conducted with Eckermann, and in this way remain protected from all the contemporary teachings of the legionaries of the moment. In comparison with such dead people, how few living people generally have any right to live. That the many live, and that those few are no longer alive, is nothing but a brutal truth, that is, an incorrigible stupidity, a blatant "that is the case." In contrast to the moral, "it should not have been so." Yes, in contrast to the moral. For let people speak about whatever virtue they want, about righteousness, generosity, courage, wisdom, and human sympathy. It is always virtuous precisely because it rebels against that blind power of the factual, against the tyranny of the real, and submits itself to laws which are not the laws of that historical fluctuation. It constantly swims against the historical waves, whether fighting its passions as the closest stupid facts of its existence, or whether committing itself to truthfulness, while the lies spin around it their glittering webs. If history were in general nothing more than the world system of passion and error, then human beings would have to read it in the way Goethe summoned us to read Werther, exactly as if it cried out, "Be a man and do not follow me." Fortunately, history also preserves the memory of the great fighters against history, that is, against the blind force of the real, and thus puts itself right in the pillory, because it brings out directly as the essential historical natures those who worried so little about the "thus it is," in order instead to follow with a more cheerful pride a "so it should be." Not to drag their race to the grave, but to found a new race that drives them ceaselessly forwards, and even if they were born latecomers, there is an art of living which makes them forget this. The generations to come will know them only as first-comers. 9. Is our age perhaps such a first-comer? In fact, the vehemence of its historical sense is so great, and expresses itself in such a universal and simply unlimited way, that at least in this the coming ages will assess its quality as a first-comer, if in fact there are going to be coming ages at all, understood in the sense of culture. But right here there remains a serious doubt. close by the pride of the modern man stands his irony about his very self, his consciousness that he must live in a historicizing and, as it were, a twilight mood, his fear that in future he will be totally unable to rescue any more of his youthful hopes and youthful powers. Here and there people go even further, into cynicism, and justify the passage of history, indeed of the whole development of the world, as essentially for the use of modern man, according to the cynical rule that things had to turn out just as they were going right now, that man had to be nothing other than what people now are, and that against this had to, no one is entitled to rebel. A person who cannot maintain an ironical stance takes refuge in the sense of well-being which comes from this sort of cynicism. In addition, the last decade offers him as a gift one of its most beautiful inventions, a rounded and sonorous phrase for such cynicism. It calls his style of living, totally mindlessly and in keeping with the times, the full dedication of the personality to the world process. The personality and the world process. The world process and the personality of the turnip flea. If only people did not have to hear all the time the hyperbole of all hyperboles, the word world, 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 when really each person should speak in all honesty only of men, men, men. Heirs of the Greeks and Romans, of Christianity, all that appears as nothing to those cynics, but heirs of the world process. Eye points and targets of the world process, sense and solution of all riddles of becoming in general expressed in the modern man, the ripest fruit of the tree of knowledge. I call that a swollen feeling of elation. By this symbol are the first comers of all ages known, even if they have come along right at the end. Historical considerations have never flown so far afield, not even in their dreams. For now the history of human beings is only the continuation of the history of animals and plants. Indeed, even in the furthest depths of the sea, the historical universalist still finds the traces of himself as living slime. He gazes in astonishment, as if at a miracle, at the immense route which human beings have already passed through, and trembles at the sight of the even more astonishing miracle, at modern man himself, who has the ability to survey this route. He stands high and proud on the pyramid of the world process. As he sets down on the top of it the keystone of his knowledge, he appears to call out to nature, listening all around, "We are at the goal. We are the goal. We are the perfection of nature." Arrogant European of the 19th century, you are raving. Your knowledge does not complete nature, but only kills your own. For once, just measure your height as a knower against your depth as a person who can do something. Of course, you clamber on the solar rays of knowledge upward towards heaven, but you also climb downward to chaos. Your way of going, that is, clambering about as a knower, is your fate. The ground and floor move back away from you into the unknown. For your life, there are no supports anymore, but only spiders' threads, which every new grasp of your knowledge rips apart. But no more serious talk about this, for it is possible to say something more cheerful. The incredibly thoughtless fragmenting and fraying of all the fundamentals, their disintegration into a constantly flowing and dissolving becoming, the inexhaustible spinning away and historicizing of all that has come into being because of modern men, the great garden spiders in the knots of the entire cosmic net, that may keep the moralists, the artists, the devout, as well as the statesmen busy and worried. Today it should for once cheer us up, because we see all this in the gleaming magical mirror of a philosophical writer of parodies, in whose head the age has come to an ironical consciousness of itself, a consciousness clear all the way to wickedness, to speak in Goethe's style. Hegel once taught us, quote, "When the spirit makes a sudden turn, then we philosophers are also there." Unquote. Our age has made a turn into self-irony, and, lo and behold, E. von Hartmann was also at hand and had written his famous philosophy of the unconscious, or, to speak more clearly, his philosophy of unconscious irony. Rarely have we read a more amusing invention and a more philosophically roguish prank than Hartmann's. Anyone who is not enlightened by him concerning becoming, who is not really set right on the inside, is truly ripe for the state of existing in the past, the start and the goal of the world process, from the first motions of consciousness right to the state of being hurled back into nothingness, together with the precisely defined task of our generation for the world process, all presented from such a wittily inventive font of inspiration of the unconscious and illuminated with an apocalyptic light, with everything so deceptively imitative of an unsophisticated seriousness, as if it were really serious philosophy and not merely a philosophical joke. Such a totality makes its creator one of the preeminent writers of philosophical parody of all times. So let us sacrifice on his altar, sacrifice to him, the inventor of a truly universal medicine, a lock of hair to steal an expression of admiration from Schleiermacher. For what medicine would be healthier against the excess of historical culture and Hartmann's parody of all world history? If we wanted a truly matter-of-fact account of what Hartmann is telling us from his smoky tripod stool of unconscious irony, then we would say that he is telling us that our age would have to be just the way it is if humanity is ever going to get seriously fed up with this existence. That is what we believe in our hearts. That frightening fossilizing of the age, that anxious rattling of the bones which David Strauss has described for us in his naive way as the most beautiful reality, is justified in Hartmann not only retrospectively ex causis efficientibus, but even looking ahead ex causa finale. The Joker lets the light of the day of judgment stream over our time and finds that our age is very good, especially for the person who wants to suffer as strongly as possible from the indigestible nature of life and who cannot wish that doomsday comes quickly enough. True, Hartmann calls the age which humanity is now approaching the maturity of humanity, but that maturity is, according to his own description, the fortunate condition where there is still only pure mediocrity, and art is some evening farce for the Berlin stockbroker, where geniuses are no longer a requirement of the age, because that means casting pearls before swine, or because the age has progressed to a more important level, beyond the stage for which geniuses are appropriate. That is, to that stage of social development in which each worker, with a period of work which allows him sufficient leisure for his intellectual development, leads a comfortable existence. You rogue of all rogues, you speak of the yearning of contemporary humanity, but you also know what sort of ghost will stand at the end of this maturity of humanity as the result of that intellectual development to solid mediocrity, disgust. Things stand in a state of visible wretchedness, but they will still get much more wretched. Quote, "Before our eyes the Antichrist reaches out further and further around him." End of quote. But things must be so. Things must come about this way, because for all that we are on the best route, to disgust with all existing things. Quote, "Thus go forward vigorously into the world process as a worker in the vineyard of the Lord, for the process is the only thing which can lead to redemption." End of quote. The vineyard of the Lord, the process for redemption. Who does not see and hear in this the historical culture, which knows only the word becoming as it intentionally disguises itself in a misshapen parody, as it expresses through the grotesque, grimacing mask held up in front of its face the most woeful things about itself. For what does this last mischievous summons to the workers in the vineyard essentially want from them? In what work are they to strive vigorously forwards? Or to ask the question another way, what has the historically educated man, the modern fanatic of the process swimming and drowning in the flood of becoming, still left to do in order at some point to reap that disgust, the expensive grapes of that vineyard? He has to do nothing other than continue living as he has been living, to continue loving what he has been loving, to continue hating what he has been hating, and to continue reading the newspapers which he has been reading. For him there is only one sin, to live differently from the way he has been living. But we are told the way he has been living with the excessive clarity of something written in stone by that famous page with the sentences in large print, thanks to which the entire kingdom of the contemporary cultural rabble is caught up in a blind rapture and frenzy of delight, because they believe that in these sentences they read their own justification, indeed their own justification in the light of the apocalypse. For the unconscious writer of parody has required of each one of them, quote, the complete dedication of his personality to the world process in pursuit of its goal, for the sake of the redemption of the world, or still more clearly and brightly, for the time being the affirmation of the will to live is proclaimed as the only correct way, for only in the full dedication to life and its pains, not in cowardly personal renunciation and drawing back, is there something to achieve for the world process. The striving for individual denial of the will is just as foolish and useless, in fact even more foolish than suicide. The thinking reader will also understand without further suggestions how a practical philosophy built on these principles would look, and that such a philosophy cannot contain any divisiveness, but only the full reconciliation with life. End of quote. The thinking reader will understand it, and people could misunderstand Hartmann. How unspeakably amusing it is that people misunderstand him. Could contemporary Germans be very sensitive? A trusty Englishman finds them lacking a delicacy of perception, and even dares to say, in the German mind there does seem to be something splay, something blunt-edged, unhandy and infelicitous. Would the great German writer of parodies really contradict him? In fact, according to Hartmann's explanation, we are approaching, quote, that ideal condition where the race of mankind consciously makes its own history. End of quote. But obviously we are quite far from that state, perhaps even more ideal, where humanity reads Hartmann's book with awareness. If that state ever arrives, then no person will let the word world process pass his lips any more without these lips breaking into a smile. For with that phrase, people will remember the time when Hartmann's parodying gospel was listened to, absorbed, disputed, honoured, publicised and canonized with the stolidly middle-class probity of that German mind, in fact with the strained seriousness of the owl, as Goethe puts it. But the world must go forward. That ideal condition cannot be dreamed up, it must be fought for and won. Only through joy does the way go to redemption from that misunderstood owlish seriousness. The time will come in which people wisely refrain from all constructions of the world process, or even of the history of mankind. A time in which people in general no longer consider the masses, but individuals once again, who construct a sort of bridge over the desolate storm of becoming. These individuals do not set out some sort of process, but live timelessly and contemporaneously. Thanks to the history which permits such a combination, they live like the Republic of Geniuses, about which Schopenhauer once explained that one giant shouts out to another across the barren intervals of time, and undisturbed by the wanton and noisy midgets who creep around underneath them, continues their lofty spiritual conversation. The task of history is to be a mediator between them, and thus always to provide opportunities and lend energy for the development of greatness. No, the goal of humanity cannot lie in its ending, but only in its highest examples. By contrast, of course, our comic person states, with that wonderful dialectic, which is just as genuine as its admirers are worthy of admiration, with the idea of evolution, it would be inconsistent to ascribe to the world process an infinite length of time in the past, because then each and every imaginable development must have already been gone through. That, however, is not the case. Oh, you rascal! And we are no more able to assign to the process an infinite future period. Both of these would repudiate the idea of evolution towards a final goal. Oh, once again, you rascal! And would make the world process like the water drawing of the Danaids, a complete victory of the logical over the illogical. Oh, you rascal of all rascals! Must, however, coincide with the temporal end of the world process, the day of judgment. No, you lucid and mocking spirit, as long as the illogical still prevails to the extent it does today, as long as people can, for example, still talk of the world process with general approval, the way you talk, Judgment Day is still a long way off. For it is still too joyful on this earth. Many illusions are still blooming. For instance, the illusion of your contemporaries about you. We are not yet sufficiently ripe to be flung back into your nothingness, for we believe that things here will get even more amusing when people first have started to understand you, you misunderstood man of the unconscious. However, in spite of this, disgust should come with power, just as you have predicted to your readers. If you should be right in your description of your present and future, and no one has hated both and hated with such disgust as you have, then I am happily prepared to vote with the majority, in the way you have proposed, that next Saturday evening at 12 o'clock precisely, your world will go under, and our decree may conclude that from tomorrow on there will be no more time and no newspaper will appear any more. However, perhaps the result will fail to materialize, and we will have made our decree in vain. But then, at any rate, we will not lack the time for a beautiful experiment. We take a balance scale and put in one scale pan Hartmann's unconscious, and in the other Hartmann's world process. There are people who think that they will both weigh exactly the same, for in each scale pan would lie an equally poor word and an equally good jest. When people first come to understand Hartmann's joke, then no one will use Hartmann's talk of world process any more as anything but a joke. In fact, it is high time we moved forward with the entire army of satirical malice against the excesses of the historical sense, against the overindulgent pleasure in the process at the expense of being and living, against the senseless shifting of all perspectives. And in praise of the author of Philosophy of the Unconscious, it should always be repeated that he was the first to succeed in registering keenly the ridiculousness of the idea of the world process, and to allow an even keener appreciation of that ridiculousness through the particular seriousness of his treatment. Why the world is there, why humanity is there, these should not concern us at all for the time being, unless we want to make a joke. For the presumptuousness of the small human worm is simultaneously the funniest and the most joyful thing on this earthly stage. But why you, as an individual, are there, that is something I'm asking you, and if no one else can say it for you, then at least try for once to justify the sense of your existence, as it were, a posteriori, by establishing for yourself a purpose, a final goal, a to this end. a high and noble to this end. If you are destroyed by this, well, I know no better purpose for life than to die in service of the great and the impossible, animi magni prodigus, filled with a great spirit. If, by contrast, the doctrines of the sovereign becoming, of the fluidity of all ideas, types and styles, of the lack of all cardinal differences between man and animal, doctrines which I consider true but deadly, are still foisted on the people for another generation with the frenzy of instruction which is now customary, then it should take no one by surprise if people destroy themselves in egotistical trifles and misery through ossification and self-absorption, initially falling apart and ceasing to be a people. Then, in place of this condition, perhaps systems of individual egotism, alliances for the systematic larcenous exploitation of those non-members of the alliance, and similar creations of utilitarian nastiness will step forward onto the future scene. Let people just proceed to prepare these creations, to write history from the standpoint of the masses, and to seek for those laws in it which are to be inferred from the needs of these masses, as well as for the laws of motion of the lowest clay and loam layers of society. To me, the masses seem to be worth a glance only in three respects. First, as blurred copies of great men presented on bad paper with worn-out printing plates, then as the resistance against the great men, and finally as working implements of the great. For the rest, let the devil and statistics carry them off. How's that? Might statistics demonstrate that there could be laws in history? Laws? Yes, statistics prove how coarse and disgustingly uniform the masses are. Are we to call the effects of the force of gravity, stupidity, mimicry, love and hunger laws? Now, we are willing to concede that point, but by the same token, the principle is then established that, as far as there are laws in history, they are worth nothing, and history is worth nothing. However, precisely this sort of history nowadays is generally esteemed, the history which takes the large mass tendencies as the important and principal thing in history, and considers all great men merely their clearest expression, like bubbles, as it were, which become visible in the watery flood. Thus the mass is to produce greatness out of itself, and chaos is also to produce order from itself as well. At the end, of course, the hymn is sung to the productive masses. Then everything which has prevailed upon such masses for a long time, and, as people say, has been a historical power, is called great. But is that not a case of quite deliberately exchanging quantity and quality? When the podgy masses have found some idea or other, for example a religious idea, quite adequate, has tenaciously defended it and dragged it along for centuries, then and only then the discoverer and founder of that idea is to be great. But why? The most noble and highest things have no effect at all on the masses. The historical success of Christianity, its historical power, tenacity and duration, all that fortunately proves nothing with respect to the greatness of its founder. Basically, that would act as a proof against him. But between him and that historical success lies a very earthly and dark layer of passion, error, greed for power and honour, the persisting powers of the Imperium Romanum, the imperial power of Rome, the layer from which Christianity acquired that earthy taste and scrap of ground which made possible its continued presence in this world and, as it were, gave it its durability. Greatness should not depend upon success. Demosthenes had greatness, although at the same time he had no success. The purest and most genuine followers of Christianity were always more likely to put their worldly success, their so-called historical power, into question, and to restrict it rather than to promote it, for they trained themselves to stand outside the world and did not worry themselves about the process of the Christian idea. That is the reason why they are also, for the most part, entirely unknown to history and have remained unnamed. To state the issue in a Christian manner, in this way the devil is the regent of the world and the master of success and progress. He is in all historical powers the essential power, and so it will substantially remain, although it may for some time sound quite embarrassing to ears which have become accustomed to the idolatry of success and historical power. For in this matter our age has practiced giving things new names, and has even rechristened the devil. It is certainly a time of great danger. Human beings seem to be close to discovering that the egoism of the individual, the group, or the masses was the lever of historical movements at all times. However, at the same time, people are not at all worried by this discovery. On the contrary, people declaim, egoism is to be our God. With this new faith, people are on the point of building with the clearest of intentions future history on ego, only it is to be a clever egoism, subject to a few limitations, in order that it may consolidate itself in an enduring way. It is the sort of egoism which studies history just in order to acquaint itself with foolish egoism. Through this study, people have learned that the state has received a very special mission in the established world system of egoism. The state is to become the patron of all clever egoism, so that, with its military and police forces, it may protect against the frightening outbreak of foolish egoism. For the same purpose, history, that is, the history of animals and human beings, is also carefully stirred into the popular masses and working classes, who are dangerous because they are not clever. For people know that a small grain of historical education is capable of breaking the rough and stupefied instincts and desires, or diverting them into the path of refined egoism. In summa, people are paying attention now, to use E. von Hartmann's words, to deliberate looking around for a practical domestic structure in their earthly homeland, considering the future with care. The same writer calls such a period the manhood of mankind, and makes fun about what is now called man, as if with that term one is to understand only the sober, selfish person. Just as in the same way, he also prophesies that after such a period of adulthood there comes an appropriate old age, but apparently only with this idea to vent his ridicule on our contemporary old men. For he speaks of the mature tranquillity with which they review all the chaotic, stormy suffering of their past lives and understand the vanity of the previously assumed goals of their striving. No, a maturity of this sly and historically educated egoism is appropriate for an old age of hostile craving and disgraceful clinging to life, and then a final act with its last scene of all, that ends this strange, eventful history, is second childhood and mere oblivion, sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. Whether the dangers to our life and our culture now come from these desolate, toothless and tasteless old men, whether they come from those so-called men of Hartmann's, in opposition to both, we wish to hold on with our teeth to our right to our youth, and not to grow tired of defending in our youth the future against those who strike against images of that future. In this fight, however, we would have to acknowledge a particularly unpleasant perception, that people intentionally promote the excesses of the historical sense from which the present time suffers. They encourage them and they use them. However, people use history against the young in order to train them for that maturity of egoism which is striven for everywhere. People use it to break the natural aversion of youth through a transfiguring, that is to say, a magically scientific illumination of that manly, unmanly egoism. Yes, people know what a certain predominance of history is capable of. People know it only too well to uproot the strongest instincts of youth, fire, defiance, forgetting of the self, and love, to dampen down the heat of their sense of justice, to hold back or repress the desire to mature slowly, with the contrary desire to be finished quickly, to be useful quickly, and to be productive quickly, to infect the honesty and boldness of feeling with doubts. Indeed, history is itself capable of deceiving the young about their most beautiful privilege, about their power to cultivate in themselves with complete conviction a great idea, and to allow an even greater idea to grow forth out of it. A certain excess of history is capable of all this. We have seen it. And this is the reason. Through its incessant shifting of the horizons of significance, through the elimination of a surrounding atmosphere, it no longer allows a person to perceive and to act unhistorically. He then draws himself from the infinity of his horizon back into himself, into the smallest egoistic region, and there must wither away and dry up. He probably achieves cleverness, but never wisdom. He permits himself inner conversations, calculates and gets along well with the facts, does not boil over, winks and understands how to seek out his own advantage or that of his party amid the advantages and disadvantages of strangers. He forgets superfluous modesty and thus step by step becomes a man, and an old man on the Hartmann model. But he should become this. That is precisely the meaning of the cynical demand nowadays for the complete dedication of the personality to the world process, so far as his goal is concerned, for the sake of the redemption of the world, as that rascal E. von Hartmann assures us. Now the will and goal of those Hartmann men and old men is indeed hardly the very redemption of the world. Certainly the world would be more redeemed if it were redeemed from these men and old men, for then the kingdom of youth would come. 10. Thinking of this position youth finds itself in, I cry out, land, land! Enough and more than enough of the passionate seeking and the wandering of the voyage on dark alien seas. Now finally a coast reveals itself. Whatever it may be, we must land on it. The worst emergency port is better than returning once more to plunging around in hopeless, infinite skepticism. If at first we only hold on to the land, we will soon afterwards find the good havens and ease the approach for those who come later. This journey has been dangerous and exciting. How far we are now from the calm contemplation with which we first saw our ship set out to sea. By investigating the dangers of history, we have found ourselves exposed to all these dangers in the strongest possible way. We ourselves manifestly bear the traces of that suffering which has come over humanity in more recent times as a result of an excess of history. It is on display. This very treatise shows its modern character, the character of the weak personality, which I will not conceal from myself, in the intemperance of its criticism, in the immaturity of its humanity, in the frequent transitions from irony to cynicism, from pride to skepticism. Nevertheless, I trust in the inspiring power which, in the place of genius, controls the vessel for me. I trust in youth, that it has led me correctly when it requires from me now a protest against the recent historical education of modern people, and when the protester demands that the human being above all learn to live, and to use history only in the service of the life which he has learned to live. One must be young to understand this protest. In fact, among the contemporary grey-haired types of our present youth, one can hardly be young enough still to feel what is here essentially being protested against. To help people understand this point, I will use an example. In Germany, it is not much longer than 100 years ago that a natural instinct for what people call poetry arose in a few young people. Do people think that the previous generations up to that time would never have spoken at all of that art, however inwardly strange and unnatural to them? We know the opposite is true. They thought about poetry with loving passion, wrote and argued about it with words about words, words, words. The appearance of that revival of words for living was not the immediate death of those word makers. In a certain sense, they are still alive nowadays, because if, as Gibbon says, for a world to go under only takes time, but plenty of time, then in Germany too, the land of gradual change, for a false idea to be destroyed takes nothing but time, but it takes even a great deal more time. Nevertheless, today there are perhaps 100 people more than 100 years ago who know what poetry is. Perhaps 100 years from now there will be another 100 people more who in the meantime have also learned what culture is, and that the Germans up to this point have had no culture, no matter how much they may talk and boast about it. For them, the very general contentment of the Germans with their culture would seem just as incredible and stupid as the formerly acclaimed classicism of Gottsched or the appraisal of Rambler as a German Pindar seem to us. They will perhaps judge that this culture has been only a sort of knowledge about culture, and in addition, a completely false and superficial knowledge. I say false and superficial because people endured the contradiction of life and knowledge, for they did not see anything characteristic of the education of a truly cultured people, that the culture can only grow up and blossom forth out of living. By contrast, with the Germans, culture is put up like a paper flower, or poured over things like a coating of sugar, and therefore it must always remain untruthful and infertile. The German education of the young, however, begins directly from this false and barren idea of culture. Its end goal, imagined in all purity and loftiness, is not at all the freely educated man, but the scholar, the scientific person, indeed the scientific person who is useful as early as possible, the person who sets himself apart from life in order to understand it really clearly. The product of this education, considered in a properly empirical and general way, is the historically and aesthetically educated Philistine, the precocious and freshly wise chatterer about state, church and art, the sensorium for thousands of sensations, the inexhaustible stomach which nevertheless does not know what honest hunger and thirst are. The fact that an education with this goal and result is an unnatural education is felt only by the person who is not yet completely developed in it. That is, felt only by the instinct of the young, because they still have the instinct of nature, which is first artificially and powerfully broken through that education. But the person who wants to break this education in its turn must assist the young in expressing themselves. He must shine the bright light of ideas to illuminate their unconscious resistance and turn that into an aware consciousness with a powerful voice. How is he to reach such a strange goal? Above all, through the fact that he destroys a superstition, the faith in the necessity of that method of education. But people think that there could be no other possibility than our contemporary, highly tiresome reality. Just let someone examine the literature of the last decades about the nature of higher schools and education precisely on this point. For all the varieties of proposals and for all the intensity of the opposition, the examiner will, to his astonishment and dismay, realize how uniform the thinking is about the entire purpose of education, how thoughtlessly people assume that the present result, the educated person, as the term is now understood, is a necessary and reasonable fundamental basis for all further education. That monotonous orthodoxy would sound something like this. The young person has to begin with a knowledge of culture, not at first with a knowledge of life, and even less with life and experience themselves. Moreover, this knowledge about culture is poured over or stirred into the youth as historical knowledge. That is, his head is filled up with a monstrous number of ideas derived from extremely indirect knowledge of past times and peoples, not from the immediate contemplation of living. His desire to experience something for himself and to feel growing in him a coordinated and living system of his own experiences, such a desire is narcotized and, as it were, made drunk through opulent deceptions, as if it were possible in a few years to sum up in oneself the highest and most remarkable experiences of older times, especially of the greatest ages. It is precisely this insane procedure which leads our young developing artists into the halls of culture and galleries, instead of into the workshop of a master, and, above all, into the unique workshops of the unique master craftswoman, nature. Yes, as if people were able to acquire their ideas and arts, their actual life's work, as cursory strollers in the history of past times. Yes, as if life itself were not a craft which must be learned continuously from the ground up and practiced diligently, if we are not to let it produce bundlers and chatterers. Plato considered it necessary that the first generation of his new society, in the perfect state, would be brought up with the help of a powerful, necessary lie. The children were to learn to believe that they had all already lived a long time dreaming under the earth, where they had been properly kneaded and formed by nature's master worker. It was impossible to rebel against this past, impossible to have any effect against the work of the gods. It is to stand as an inviolable law of nature that the person who is born a philosopher has gold in his body, whoever is born as a guard has only silver, and whoever is born as a worker has iron and bronze. Since it is not possible to mix these metals, Plato explains, then it should not be possible ever to overthrow or mix up the order of classes. The faith in the eterna veritas, or eternal truth, of this order is the basis of the new education, and thus of the new state. Now, the modern German similarly has faith in the eterna veritas of his education, of his style of culture. Nevertheless, this faith would collapse, as the Platonic state would have collapsed, if in opposition to the necessary lie there was for once set up a necessary truth, that the German has no culture because he can have nothing whatsoever on the basis of his education. He wants the flowers without roots and stalk, so he wants them in vain. That is the simple truth, one that is unpleasant and gross, a correct, necessary truth. In this necessary truth, however, our first generation must be educated. Certainly they will suffer the greatest difficulties from it, for they must educate themselves through it, in fact, divided against themselves, to new habits and a new nature, derived out of an old and first nature and habits, so that they may be able to say with the ancient Spaniards, Defienda me Dios de mí. God defend me from myself, that is, from the nature already instilled into me. They must taste that truth drop by drop, as if sampling a bitter and powerful medicine, and each individual of this generation must overcome himself, so as to make a judgment on himself which he might more easily endure as a general judgment concerning an entire age. We are without culture, even more, we are ruined for living, for correct and simple seeing and hearing, for the fortunate grasping of what is closest at hand and natural, and we have up to this moment not yet even the basis of a culture, because we ourselves are not convinced that we have a genuine life within us. Fractured and fallen apart, in everything carved up mechanically into an inner and an outer half, saturated with ideas like dragon's teeth producing dragon ideas, thus suffering from the sickness of words and without trust in any unique sensation, which is not yet franked with words, as such a non-living and yet uncannily lively factory of ideas and words, I still perhaps have the right to say about myself, cogito ergo sum, but not vivo ergo cogito. That empty being, not that full and green living, is ensured for me. My original feeling guarantees only that I'm a thinking being, not that I'm a living essence, that I am no animal, but at most a cogital. First give me life, then I will make a culture out of it for you. So shouts each individual of this first generation, and all these individuals will recognize each other from this call. Who will make a present of this life to them? No God and no human being, only their own youth. Unleash this, and with it you will have liberated life. For it only lay hidden in prison. It has not yet withered away and died. Inquire of yourself. But this unbridled life is sick and must be healed. It is ailing from many ills. Not only does it suffer from the memory of its fetters, it suffers from what is here our principal concern, from the historical sickness. The excess of history has seized the plastic force of life. It no longer understands how to make use of the past as a powerful nourishment. The evil is fearsome, and yet, if youth did not have the clairvoyant gift of nature, then no one would know that that is an evil, and that a paradise of health has been lost. This same youthfulness surmises, however, also with the healing instinct of this same nature, how this paradise can be won back. It knows the juices for wounds and the medicines to combat the historical sickness, to combat the excess of the historical. What are they called? Now, people should not be surprised that they are the names of poisons. The antidotes against the historical are called the unhistorical and the superhistorical. With these names we turn back to the start of our examination and its quiet composure. With the phrase the unhistorical, I designate the art and the power of being able to forget and to enclose oneself in a horizon with borders. Superhistorical I call the powers which divert the gaze from what is developing back to what gives existence an eternal and unchanging character, to art and religion. Science, for it is science which would talk about poisons, sees in that force, in these powers, opposing forces, for it maintains that only the observation of things is true and right, the scientific way of considering things, which everywhere sees what has come into being as something historical, and never as something that exists, something eternal. Science lives in an inner contradiction with the eternalizing powers of art and religion, just as much as it hates forgetfulness, the death of knowledge, when it seeks to remove all limitations of horizons and to hurl human beings into an infinite sea of light without frontiers, a sea bright with waves of acknowledged becoming. If only a person could live there. Just as the cities collapse in an earthquake and become desolate, and the human being, trembling and in haste, erects his house only on volcanic ground, so life itself breaks apart and becomes weak and dispirited when the earthquake of ideas, which science arouses, takes from a person the basis of all his certainty and rest, his faith in what is stable and permanent. Is life to rule over knowledge now, over science, or is knowledge to rule over life? Which of the two forces is the higher and decisive one? No one will have any doubt. Life is the higher, the ruling power, for knowledge which destroyed life would in the process have destroyed itself. Knowledge presupposes life, and has the same interest in preserving life which every being has in its own continuing existence. So science needs a higher supervision and control. A doctrine of healthy life is positioned close beside science, and a principle of this doctrine of health would sound like this. The unhistorical and the superhistorical are the natural countermeasures against the excessive growth of history on life, against the historical sickness. It is probable that we, the historically ill, also have to suffer from the countermeasures, but the fact that we suffer from them is no proof against the correctness of the course of treatment we have chosen. And here I recognize the mission of that youth, that first generation of fighters and dragon slayers, which brings forth a more fortunate and more beautiful culture and humanity, without having more of this future happiness and beauty still to come than a promise-filled premonition. This youth will suffer from the evil and the countermeasures simultaneously, and nevertheless it believes it may boast of a more powerful health and in general a more natural nature than the generations before it, the educated men and old men of the present. However, their mission is to shake the ideas which this present holds about health and culture, and to develop contempt and hatred against such hybrid conceptual monsters. The guaranteed mark of their own stronger health is to be precisely the fact that they, I mean these young people, themselves can use no idea, no party slogan from the presently circulating currency of words and ideas as a designation of their being, but are convinced only by a power acting in it, a power which fights, eliminates and cuts into pieces, and by a constantly heightened sense of life in every good hour. People may dispute the fact that these youth already have culture, but for what young person would this be a reproach? People may speak against their crudeness and immoderation, but they are not yet old and wise enough to make do with less. Above all, they do not need to feign and to defend any ready-made culture, and they enjoy all the comforts and rights of youth, especially the privilege of a braver, spontaneous honesty, and the energizing consolation of hope. Of these hopeful people, I know that they understand all these generalities at close hand, and in their own most personal experience will translate them into a personally thought-out teaching for themselves. The others may for the time being perceive nothing but covered-over bowls, which could also really be empty, until, surprised one day, they see with their own eyes that the bowls are full, and that attacks, demands, living impulses, passions lay mixed in and impressed into these generalities, which could not lie hidden in this way for a long time. I refer these doubters to time, which brings all things to light, and in conclusion I turn my attention to that society of those who hope, in order to explain to them, in an allegory, the progress and outcome of their healing, their salvation from the historical sickness, and thus their own history, up to the point in time where they will be again healthy enough to take up history once more, and to make use of the past under the control of life in that threefold sense, that is, monumental, or antiquarian, or critical. At that point of time they will be less knowledgeable than the educated of the present, for they will have forgotten a good deal, and even have lost all pleasure of still looking for what those educated ones wish above all to know. Their distinguishing marks, from the point of view of those educated ones, are precisely their lack of culture, their indifference and reserve with respect to many famous things, even with respect to many good things. But they have become, at that final point of their healing, once again human beings, and have ceased to be human-like aggregates. That is something. That is still something to hope for. Are you not laughing at that in your hearts, you hopeful ones? And you will ask, how do we come to that end point? The Delphic god shouts out to you at the very start of your trek to that goal his aphorism, "Know thyself." It is a difficult saying, for that god hides nothing and announces nothing, but only points the way, as Heraclitus has said. But what direction is he indicating to you? There were centuries in which the Greeks found themselves in a danger similar to the one in which we find ourselves, that is, the danger of destruction from being swamped by what is foreign and past from history. The Greeks never lived in proud isolation. Their culture was for a long time much more a chaos of foreign, Semitic, Babylonian, Lydian and Egyptian forms and ideas, and their religion a real divine struggle of the entire Orient, something similar to the way German culture and religion are inherently now a struggling chaos of all foreign lands and all previous ages. Nevertheless, Hellenic culture did not become an aggregate, thanks to that Apollonian saying. The Greeks learned gradually to organize the chaos, because in accordance with the Delphic teaching, they directed their thoughts back to themselves, that is, to their real needs, and let the apparent needs die off. So they seized possession of themselves again. They did not remain long the over-endowed heirs and epigones of the entire Orient. After an arduous battle with themselves, through the practical interpretation of that saying, they became the most fortunate enrichers and increasers of the treasure they had inherited, and the firstlings and models for all future national cultures. This is a parable for every individual among us. He must organize the chaos in himself by recalling in himself his own real needs. His honesty, his more courageous and more genuine character must at some point or other struggle against what will only be constantly repeated, relearned and imitated. He begins then to grasp that culture can still be something other than a decoration of life, that is basically always only pretense and disguise. For all ornamentation covers over what is decorated. So the Greek idea of culture reveals itself to him in opposition to the Roman, the idea of culture as a new and improved nature, without inner and outer, without pretense and convention. Culture as a unanimous sense of living, thinking, appearing and willing. Thus he learns out of his own experience that it was the higher power of moral nature through which the Greeks attained their victory over all other cultures, and that each increase of truthfulness must also be a demand preparing for true culture, even if this truthfulness may also occasionally seriously harm the idea of culture esteemed at the time, even if it is capable of assisting a totally decorative culture to collapse. Michael Luntz was reading On the Use and Abuse of History by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Ian Johnston. Richard Wagner in Bayreuth by Friedrich Nietzsche, translated by Anthony M. Ludovici. Chapter 1. For an event to be great, two things must be united: the lofty sentiment of those who accomplish it, and the lofty sentiment of those who witness it. No event is great in itself, even though it be the disappearance of whole constellations, the destruction of several nations, the establishment of vast empires, or the prosecution of wars at the cost of enormous forces. Over things of this sort, the breath of history blows as if they were flocks of wool. But it often happens, too, that a man of might strikes a blow which falls without effect upon a stubborn stone. A short, sharp report is heard, and all is over. History is able to record little or nothing of such abortive efforts. Hence the anxiety which everyone must feel, who, observing the approach of an event, wonders whether those about to witness it will be worthy of it. This reciprocity between an act and its reception is always taken into account when anything great or small is to be accomplished, and he who would give anything away must see to it that he find recipients who will do justice to the meaning of his gift. This is why even the work of a great man is not necessarily great when it is short, abortive, or fruitless. For at the moment when he performed it, he must have failed to perceive that it was really necessary. He must have been careless in his aim, and he cannot have chosen and fixed upon the time with sufficient caution. Chance thus became his master, for there is a very intimate relation between greatness and the instinct which discerns the proper moment at which to act. We therefore leave it to those who doubt Wagner's power of discerning the proper time for action to be concerned and anxious as to whether what is now taking place in Bayreuth is really opportune and necessary. To us who are more confident, it is clear that he believes as strongly in the greatness of his feat as in the greatness of feeling in those who are to witness it. Be their number great or small, therefore, all those who inspire this faith in Wagner should feel extremely honoured, for that it was not inspired by everybody, or by the whole age, or even by the whole German people, as they are now constituted, he himself told us in his dedicatory address of the 22nd of May, 1872, and not one amongst us could, with any show of conviction, assure him of the contrary. I had only you to turn to, he said, when I sought those who I thought would be in sympathy with my plans. You, who are the most personal friends of my own particular art, my work and activity. Only you could I invite to help me in my work, that it might be presented pure and whole to those who manifested genuine interest in my art, despite the fact that it has hitherto made its appeal to them only in a disfigured and adulterated form. It is certain that in Bayreuth even the spectator is a spectacle worth seeing. If the spirit of some observant sage were to return after the absence of a century, and were to compare the most remarkable movements in the present world of culture, he would find much to interest him there. Like one swimming in a lake, who encounters a current of warm water issuing from a hot spring, in Bayreuth he would certainly feel as though he had suddenly plunged into a more temperate element, and would tell himself that this must rise out of a distant and deeper source. The surrounding mass of water, which at all events is more common in origin, does not account for it. In this way, all those who assist at the Bayreuth festival will seem like men out of season. Their raison d'etre and the forces which would seem to account for them are elsewhere, and their home is not in the present age. I realize ever more clearly that the scholar, in so far as he is entirely the man of his own day, can only be accessible to all that Wagner does and thinks by means of parody. And since everything is parodied nowadays, he will even get the event of Bayreuth reproduced for him through the very unmagic lanterns of our facetious art critics. And one ought to be thankful if they stop at parody, for by means of it a spirit of aloofness and animosity finds a vent which might otherwise hit upon a less desirable mode of expression. Now the observant sage already mentioned could not remain blind to this unusual sharpness and tension of contrasts. They who hold by gradual development as a kind of moral law must be somewhat shocked at the sight of one who, in the course of a single lifetime, succeeds in producing something absolutely new. Being dawdlers themselves, and insisting upon slowness as a principle, they are very naturally vexed by one who strides rapidly ahead, and they wonder how on earth he does it. No omens, no periods of transition, and no concessions preceded the enterprise at Bayreuth. No one except Wagner knew either the goal or the long road that was to lead to it. In the realm of art it signifies, so to speak, the first circumnavigation of the world, and by this voyage not only was there discovered an apparently new art, but art itself. In view of this, all modern arts, as arts of luxury which have degenerated through having been insulated, have become almost worthless. And the same applies to the nebulous and inconsistent reminiscences of a genuine art, which we as modern Europeans derive from the Greeks. Let them rest in peace, unless they are now able to shine of their own accord in the light of a new interpretation. The last hour has come for a good many things. This new art is a clairvoyant that sees ruin approaching, not for art alone. Her warning voice must strike the whole of our prevailing civilization with terror the instant the laughter which its parodies have provoked subsides. Let it laugh and enjoy itself for yet a while longer. And as for us, the disciples of this revived art, we shall have time and inclination for thoughtfulness, deep thoughtfulness. All the talk and noise about art, which has been made by civilization hitherto, must seem like shameless obtrusiveness. Everything makes silence a duty with us, the quinquennial silence of the Pythagoreans. Which of us has not soiled his hands and heart in the disgusting idolatry of modern culture? Which of us can exist without the waters of purification? Who does not hear the voice which cries, "Be silent and cleansed. Be silent and cleansed"? Only the merit of being included among those who give ear to this voice will grant even us the lofty look necessary to view the event at Bayreuth. And only upon this look depends the great future of the event. When, on that dismal and cloudy day in May 1872, after the foundation stone had been laid on the height of Bayreuth amid torrents of rain, and while Wagner was driving back to the town with a small party of us, he was exceptionally silent, and there was that indescribable look in his eyes as of one who has turned his gaze deeply inwards. The day happened to be the first of his 60th year, and his whole past now appeared as but a long preparation for this great moment. It is almost a recognized fact that in times of exceptional danger, or at all decisive and culminating points in their lives, men see the remotest and most recent events of their career with singular vividness, and in one rapid inward glance obtain a sort of panorama of a whole span of years in which every event is faithfully depicted. What, for instance, must Alexander the Great have seen in that instant when he caused Asia and Europe to be drunk out of the same goblet? But what went through Wagner's mind on that day, how he became what he is and what he will be, we only can imagine who are nearest to him, and can follow him up to a certain point in his self-examination. But through his eyes alone is it possible for us to understand his grand work, and by the help of this understanding vouch for its fruitfulness. Chapter 2. It was strange if what a man did best and most liked to do could not be traced in the general outline of his life. And in the case of those who are remarkably endowed, there is all the more reason for supposing that their life will present not only the counterpart of their character, as in the case of everyone else, but that it will present above all the counterpart of their intellect and their most individual tastes. The life of the epic poet will have a dash of the epos in it, as from all accounts was the case with Goethe, whom the Germans very wrongly regarded only as a lyrist, and the life of the dramatist will probably be dramatic. The dramatic element in Wagner's development cannot be ignored from the time when his ruling passion became self-conscious and took possession of his whole being. From that time forward there is an end to all groping, straying and sprouting of offshoots, and over his most tortuous deviations and excursions, over the often eccentric disposition of his plans, a single law and will are seen to rule, in which we have the explanation of his actions, however strange this explanation may sometimes appear. There was, however, an anti-dramatic period in Wagner's life, his childhood and youth, which it is impossible to approach without discovering innumerable problems. At this period there seems to be no promise yet of himself, and what one might now, in a retrospect, regard as a pledge for his future greatness amounts to no more than a juxtaposition of traits which inspire more dismay than hope. a restless and excitable spirit, nervously eager to undertake 100 things at the same time, passionately fond of almost morbidly exalted states of mind, and ready at any moment to veer completely round from calm and profound meditation to a state of violence and uproar. In his case, there were no hereditary or family influences at work to constrain him to the sedulous study of one particular art. Painting, versifying, acting, and music were just as much within his reach as the learning and the career of a scholar. And the superficial inquirer into this stage of his life might even conclude that he was born to be a dilettante. The small world within the bounds of which he grew up was not of the kind we should choose to be the home of an artist. He ran the constant risk of becoming infected by that dangerously dissipated attitude of mind in which a person will taste of everything, as also by that condition of slackness resulting from the fragmentary knowledge of all things which is so characteristic of university towns. His feelings were easily roused and but indifferently satisfied. Wherever the boy turned, he found himself surrounded by a wonderful and would-be learned activity, to which the garish theatres presented a ridiculous contrast, and the entrancing strains of music a perplexing one. Now, to the observer who sees things relatively, it must seem strange that the modern man who happens to be gifted with exceptional talent should, as a child and a youth, so seldom be blessed with the quality of ingenuousness and of simple individuality, that he is so little able to have these qualities at all. As a matter of fact, men of rare talent, like Goethe and Wagner, much more often attain to ingenuousness in manhood than during the more tender years of childhood and youth. And this is especially so with the artist, who, being born with a more than usual capacity for imitating, succumbs to the morbid multiformity of modern life as to a virulent disease of infancy. As a child, he will more closely resemble an old man. The wonderfully accurate and original picture of youth which Wagner gives us in the Siegfried of the Nibelungenring could only have been conceived by a man, and by one who had discovered his youthfulness but late in life. Wagner's maturity, like his adolescence, was also late in making its appearance, and he is thus, in this respect alone, the very reverse of the precocious type. The appearance of his moral and intellectual strength was the prelude to the drama of his soul, and how different it then became. His nature seems to have been simplified at one terrible stroke, and divided against itself into two instincts or spheres. From its innermost depths there gushes forth a passionate will which, like a rapid mountain torrent, endeavours to make its way through all paths, ravines and crevices in search of light and power. Only a force completely free and pure was strong enough to guide this will to all that is good and beneficial. Had it been combined with a narrow intelligence, a will with such a tyrannical and boundless desire might have become fatal. In any case, an exit into the open had to be found for it as quickly as possible, whereby it could rush into pure air and sunshine. Lofty aspirations, which continually meet with failure, ultimately turn to evil. The inadequacy of means for obtaining success may, in certain circumstances, be the result of an inexorable fate, and not necessarily of a lack of strength. But he who under such circumstances cannot abandon his aspirations, despite the inadequacy of his means, will only become embittered and consequently irritable and intolerant. He may possibly seek the cause of his failure in other people. He may even, in a fit of passion, hold the whole world guilty, or he may turn defiantly down secret byways and secluded lanes, or resort to violence. In this way, noble natures, on their road to the Most High, may turn savage. Even among those who seek but their own personal moral purity, among monks and anchorites, men are to be found who, undermined and devoured by failure, have become barbarous and hopelessly morbid. There was a spirit full of love and calm belief, full of goodness and infinite tenderness, hostile to all violence and self-deterioration, and abhorring the sight of a soul in bondage. And it was this spirit which manifested itself to Wagner. It hovered over him as a consoling angel. It covered him with its wings and showed him the true path. At this stage, we bring the other side of Wagner's nature into view. But how shall we describe this other side? The characters an artist creates are not himself, but the succession of these characters, to which it is clear he is greatly attached, must at all events reveal something of his nature. Now try and recall Rienzi, the Flying Dutchman and Center, Tannhäuser and Elizabeth, Lohengrin and Elsa, Tristan and Marker, Hans Sachs, Woden and Brunhilde. All these characters are correlated by a secret current of ennobling and broadening morality which flows through them and becomes ever purer and clearer as it progresses. And at this point we enter with respectful reserve into the presence of the most hidden development in Wagner's own soul. In what other artist do we meet with the like of this in the same proportion? Schiller's characters, from the robbers to Wallenstein and Tell, do indeed pursue an ennobling course and likewise reveal something of their author's development. But in Wagner the standard is higher, and the distance covered is much greater. In the Nibelungen Ring, for instance, where Brunhilde is awakened by Siegfried, I perceive the most moral music I have ever heard. Here Wagner attains to such a high level of sacred feeling that our mind unconsciously wanders to the glistening ice and snow peaks of the Alps to find a likeness there, so pure, isolated, inaccessible, chaste, and bathed in love beams does nature here display herself, that clouds and tempests, yea, and even the sublime itself, seem to lie beneath her. Now, looking down from this height upon Tannhäuser and the Flying Dutchman, we begin to perceive how the man in Wagner was evolved, how restlessly and darkly he began, how tempestuously he strove to gratify his desires, to acquire power, and to taste those rapturous delights from which he often fled in disgust, how he wished to throw off a yoke, to forget, to be negative, and to renounce everything. The whole torrent plunged, now into this valley, now into that, and flooded the most secluded chinks and crannies. In the night of these semi-subterranean convulsions, a star appeared and glowed high above him with melancholy vehemence. As soon as he recognized it, he named it fidelity, unselfish fidelity. Why did this star seem to him the brightest and purest of all? What secret meaning had the word fidelity to his whole being? For he has graven its image and problems upon all his thoughts and compositions. His works contain almost a complete series of the rarest and most beautiful examples of fidelity, that of brother to sister, of friend to friend, of servant to master, of Elizabeth to Tannhäuser, of Center to the Dutchman, of Elsa to Lohengrin, of Isolde, Kurvenau, and Marker to Tristan, of Brunhilde to the most secret vows of Woden, and many others. It is Wagner's most personal and most individual experience, which he reveres like a religious mystery, and which he calls fidelity. He never wearies of breathing it into hundreds of different characters, and of endowing it with the sublimest that in him lies, so overflowing is his gratitude. It is, in short, the recognition of the fact that the two sides of his nature remained faithful to each other, that out of free and unselfish love, the creative, ingenuous, and brilliant side kept loyally abreast of the dark, the intractable, and the tyrannical side. Chapter 3. The relation of the two constituent forces to each other, and the yielding of the one to the other, was the great requisite by which alone he could remain wholly and truly himself. At the same time, This was the only thing he could not control, and over which he could only keep a watch, while the temptations to infidelity and its threatening dangers beset him more and more. The uncertainty derived therefrom is an overflowing source of suffering for those in process of development. Each of his instincts made constant efforts to attain to unmeasured heights, and each of the capacities he possessed for enjoying life seemed to long to tear itself away from its companions in order to seek satisfaction alone. The greater their exuberance, the more terrific was the tumult, and the more bitter the competition between them. In addition, accident and life fired the desire for power and splendor in him, but he was more often tormented by the cruel necessity of having to live at all, while all around him lay obstacles and snares. How is it possible for anyone to remain faithful here, to be completely steadfast? This doubt often depressed him, and he expresses it as an artist expressed his doubt in artistic forms. Elizabeth, for instance, can only suffer, pray, and die. She saves the fickle and intemperate man by her loyalty, though not for this life. In the path of every true artist whose lot is cast in these modern days, despair and danger are strewn. He has many means whereby he can attain to honour and might. Peace and plenty persistently offer themselves to him, but only in that form recognized by the modern man, which to the straightforward artist is no better than choke-damp. In this temptation, and in the act of resisting it, lie the dangers that threaten him, dangers arising from his disgust at the means modernity offers him of acquiring pleasure and esteem, and from the indignation provoked by the selfish ease of modern society. Imagine Wagner's filling an official position, as for instance that of bandmaster at public and court theatres, both of which positions he has held. Think how he, a serious artist, must have struggled in order to enforce seriousness in those very places which, to meet the demands of modern conventions, are designed with almost systematic frivolity to appeal only to the frivolous. Think how he must have partially succeeded, though only to fail on the whole. How constantly disgust must have been at his heels, despite his repeated attempts to flee it, how he failed to find the haven to which he might have repaired, and how he had ever to return to the bohemians and outlaws of our society as one of them. If he himself broke loose from any post or position, he rarely found a better one in its stead, while more than once distress was all that his unrest brought him. Thus Wagner changed his associates, his dwelling place, and country, and when we come to comprehend the nature of the circles into which he gravitated, we can hardly realize how he was able to tolerate them for any length of time. The greater half of his past seems to be shrouded in heavy mist. For a long time he appears to have had no general hopes, but only hopes for the morrow, and thus, although he reposed no faith in the future, he was not driven to despair. He must have felt like a nocturnal traveller, broken with fatigue, exasperated from want of sleep, and tramping wearily along beneath a heavy burden, who, far from fearing the sudden approach of death, rather longs for it as something exquisitely charming. His burden, the road, and the night, all would disappear. The thought was a temptation to him. Again and again, buoyed up by his temporary hopes, he plunged anew into the turmoil of life and left all apparatus behind him. But his method of doing this, his lack of moderation in the doing, betrayed what a feeble hold his hopes had upon him, how they were only stimulants to which he had recourse in an extremity. The conflict between his aspirations and his partial or total inability to realize them tormented him like a thorn in the flesh. Infuriated by constant privations, his imagination lapsed into the dissipated whenever the state of want was momentarily relieved. Life grew ever more and more complicated for him, but the means and artifices that he discovered in his art as a dramatist became ever more resourceful and daring. albeit these were little more than palpable dramatic makeshifts and expedients which deceived and were invented only for the moment. In a flash such means occurred to his mind and were used up. Examined closely and without prepossession, Wagner's life, to recall one of Schopenhauer's expressions, might be said to consist largely of comedy, not to mention burlesque. And what the artist's feelings must have been, conscious as he was during whole periods of his life of this undignified element in it, he who more than anyone else perhaps breathed freely only in sublime and more than sublime spheres, the thinker alone can form any idea. In the midst of this mode of life, a detailed description of which is necessary in order to inspire the amount of pity, awe, and admiration which are its due, he developed a talent for acquiring knowledge, which even in a German, a son of the nation learned above all others, was really extraordinary. And with this talent, yet another danger threatened Wagner, a danger more formidable than that involved in a life which was apparently without either a stay or a rule, borne hither and thither by disturbing illusions. From a novice trying his strength, Wagner became a thorough master of music and of the theatre, as also a prolific inventor in the preliminary technical conditions for the execution of art. No one will any longer deny him the glory of having given us the supreme model for lofty artistic execution on a large scale. But he became more than this, and in order so to develop, he, no less than anyone else in like circumstances, had to reach the highest degree of culture by virtue of his studies. And wonderfully he achieved this end. It is delightful to follow his progress. From all sides material seemed to come unto him and into him, and the larger and heavier the resulting structure became, the more rigid was the arch of the ruling and ordering thought supporting it. And yet access to the sciences and arts has seldom been made more difficult for any man than for Wagner, so much so that he had almost to break his own road through to them. The reviver of the simple drama, the discoverer of the position due to art in true human society, the poetic interpreter of bygone views of life, the philosopher, the historian, the aesthete and the critic, the master of languages, the mythologist and the myth-poet, who was the first to include all these wonderful and beautiful products of primitive times in a single ring, upon which he engraved the runic characters of his thoughts. What a wealth of knowledge must Wagner have accumulated and commanded in order to have become all that, and yet this mass of material was just as powerless to impede the action of his will as a matter of detail, however attractive, was to draw his purpose from its path. For the exceptional character of such conduct to be appreciated fully, it should be compared with that of Goethe, he who, as a student and as a sage, resembled nothing so much as a huge river basin which does not pour all its water into the sea, but spends as much of it on its way there, and at its various twists and turns, as it ultimately disgorges at its mouth. True, a nature like Goethe's not only has, but also engenders more pleasure than any other. There is more mildness and noble profligacy in it, whereas the tenor and temper of Wagner's power at times provoke both fear and flight. But let him fear who will, we shall only be the more courageous in that we shall be permitted to come face to face with a hero who, in regard to modern culture, has never learned the meaning of fear. But neither has he learned to look for repose in history and philosophy, nor to derive those subtle influences from their study which tend to paralyze action or to soften a man unduly. Neither the creative nor the militant artist in him was ever diverted from his purpose by learning and culture. The moment his constructive powers direct him, history becomes yielding clay in his hands. His attitude towards it then differs from that of every scholar, and more nearly resembles the relation of the ancient Greek to his myths. That is to say, his subject is something he may fashion, and about which he may write verses. He will naturally do this with love and a certain becoming reverence, but with the sovereign right of the Creator notwithstanding. And precisely because history is more supple and more variable than a dream to him, he can invest the most individual case with the characteristics of a whole age, and thus attain to a vividness of narrative of which historians are quite incapable. In what work of art of any kind has the body and soul of the Middle Ages ever been so thoroughly depicted as in Lohengrin? And will not the Meistersingers continue to acquaint men, even in the remotest ages to come, with the nature of Germany's soul? Will they not do more than acquaint men of it? Will they not represent its very ripest fruit, the fruit of that spirit which ever wishes to reform and not to overthrow, and which, despite the broad couch of comfort on which it lies, has not forgotten how to endure the noblest discomfort when a worthy and novel deed has to be accomplished? And it is just to this kind of discomfort that Wagner always felt himself drawn by his study of history and philosophy. In them he not only found arms and coats of mail, but what he felt in their presence above all was the inspiring breath which is wafted from the graves of all great fighters, sufferers, and thinkers. Nothing distinguishes a man more from the general pattern of the age than the use he makes of history and philosophy. According to present views, the former seems to have been allotted the duty of giving modern man breathing time in the midst of his panting and strenuous scurry towards his goal, so that he may, for a space, imagine he has slipped his leash. What Montaigne was as an individual amid the turmoil of the Reformation, that is to say, a creature inwardly coming to peace with himself, serenely secluded in himself and taking breath, as his best reader, Shakespeare, understood him. This is what history is to the modern spirit today. The fact that the Germans for a whole century have devoted themselves more particularly to the study of history only tends to prove that they are the stemming, retarding, and becalming force in the activity of modern society, a circumstance which some, of course, will place to their credit. On the whole, however, it is a dangerous symptom when the mind of a nation turns with preference to the study of the past. It is a sign of flagging strength, of decline and degeneration. It denotes that its people are perilously near to falling victims to the first fever that may happen to be rife, the political fever among others. Now, in the history of modern thought, our scholars are an example of this condition of weakness as opposed to all reformative and revolutionary activity. The mission they have chosen is not of the noblest. They have rather been content to secure smug happiness for their kind and little more. Every independent and manly step leaves them halting in the background, although it by no means outstrips history. For the latter is possessed of vastly different powers, which only natures like Wagner have any notion of. But it requires to be written in a much more earnest and severe spirit, by much more vigorous students, and with much less optimism than has been the case hitherto. In fact, it requires to be treated quite differently from the way German scholars have treated it until now. In all their works there is a continual desire to embellish, to submit, and to be content, while the course of events invariably seems to have their approbation. It is rather the exception for one of them to imply that he is satisfied only because things might have turned out worse, for most of them believe, almost as a matter of course, that everything has been for the best, simply because it has only happened once. Were history not always a disguised Christian theodicy, were it written with more justice and fervent feeling, it would be the very last thing on earth to be made to serve the purpose it now serves, namely that of an opiate against everything subversive and novel. And philosophy is in the same plight. All that the majority demand of it is that it may teach them to understand approximate facts, very approximate facts, in order that they may then become adapted to them. and even its noblest exponents press its soporific and comforting powers so strongly to the fore that all lovers of sleep and of loafing must think that their aim and the aim of philosophy are one. For my part, the most important question philosophy has to decide seems to be how far things have acquired an unalterable stamp and form. And once this question has been answered, I think it the duty of philosophy unhesitatingly and courageously to proceed with the task of improving that part of the world which has been recognized as still susceptible to change. But genuine philosophers do, as a matter of fact, teach this doctrine themselves, inasmuch as they work at endeavouring to alter the very changeable views of men, and do not keep their opinions to themselves. Genuine disciples of genuine philosophies also teach this doctrine, for, like Wagner, they understand the art of deriving a more decisive and inflexible will from their master's teaching, rather than an opiate or a sleeping draught. Wagner is most philosophical where he is most powerfully active and heroic. It was as a philosopher that he went not only through the fire of various philosophical systems without fear, but also through the vapours of science and scholarship, while remaining ever true to his highest self. And it was this highest self which exacted from his versatile spirit works as complete as his were, which bade him suffer and learn that he might accomplish such works. Chapter 4. The history of the development of culture since the time of the Greeks is short enough, when we take into consideration the actual ground it covers and ignore the periods during which man stood still, went backwards, hesitated or strayed. The Hellenizing of the world, and to make this possible, the Orientalizing of Hellenism, that double mission of Alexander the Great, still remains the most important event. The old question whether a foreign civilization may be transplanted is still the problem that the peoples of modern times are vainly endeavouring to solve. The rhythmic play of those two factors against each other is the force that has determined the course of history heretofore. Thus Christianity appears, for instance, as a product of Oriental antiquity, which was thought out and pursued to its ultimate conclusions by men with almost intemperate thoroughness. As its influence began to decay, the power of Hellenic culture was revived, and we are now experiencing phenomena so strange that they would hang in the air as unsolved problems if it were not possible, by spanning an enormous gulf of time, to show their relation to analogous phenomena in Hellenistic culture. Thus, between Kant and the Eleatics, Schopenhauer and Empedocles, Aeschylus and Wagner, there is so much relationship, so many things in common, that one is vividly impressed with the very relative nature of all notions of time. It would even seem as if a whole diversity of things were really all of a piece, and that time is only a cloud which makes it hard for our eyes to perceive the oneness of them. In the history of the exact sciences, we are perhaps most impressed by the close bond uniting us with the days of Alexander and ancient Greece. The pendulum of history seems merely to have swung back to that point from which it started when it plunged forth into unknown and mysterious distance. The picture represented by our own times is by no means a new one. To the student of history, it must always seem as though he were merely in the presence of an old familiar face, the features of which he recognizes. In our time, the spirit of Greek culture is scattered broadcast. While forces of all kinds are pressing one upon the other, and the fruits of modern art and science are offering themselves as a means of exchange, the pale outline of Hellenism is beginning to dawn faintly in the distance. The earth which, up to the present, has been more than adequately orientalized, begins to yearn once more for Hellenism. He who wishes to help her in this respect will certainly need to be gifted for speedy action and to have wings on his heels in order to synthesize the multitudinous and still undiscovered facts of science and the many conflicting divisions of talent so as to reconnoitre and rule the whole enormous field. It is now necessary that a generation of anti-Alexanders should arise, endowed with the supreme strength necessary for gathering up, binding together, and joining the individual threads of the fabric so as to prevent their being scattered to the four winds. The object is not to cut the Gordian knot of Greek culture after the manner adopted by Alexander, and then to leave its frayed ends fluttering in all directions. It is rather to bind it after it has been loosed. That is our task today. In the person of Wagner, I recognize one of these anti-Alexanders. He rivets and locks together all that is isolated, weak, or in any way defective. If I may be allowed to use a medical expression, he has an astringent power. And in this respect, he is one of the greatest civilizing forces of his age. He dominates art, religion, and folklore, yet he is the reverse of a polyhistor or of a mere collecting and classifying spirit, for he constructs with the collected material and breathes life into it and is a simplifier of the universe. We must not be led away from this idea by comparing the general mission which his genius imposed upon him with the much narrower and more immediate one which we are at present in the habit of associating with the name of Wagner. He is expected to effect a reform in the theatre world, but even supposing he should succeed in doing this, what would then have been done towards the accomplishment of that higher, more distant mission? But even with this lesser theatrical reform, modern man would also be altered and reformed, for everything is so intimately related in this world that he who removes even so small a thing as a rivet from the framework shatters and destroys the whole edifice. And what we here assert, with perhaps seeming exaggeration of Wagner's activity, would hold equally good of any other genuine reform. It is quite impossible to reinstate the art of drama in its purest and highest form without effecting changes everywhere in the customs of the people, in the state, in education, and in social intercourse. When love and justice have become powerful in one department of life, namely in art, they must, in accordance with the law of their inner being, spread their influence around them, and can no more return to the stiff stillness of their former pupil condition. In order even to realize how far the attitude of the arts towards life is a sign of their decline, and how far our theatres are a disgrace to those who build and visit them, everything must be learnt over again, and that which is usual and commonplace should be regarded as something unusual and complicated. An extraordinary lack of clear judgment, a badly concealed lust of pleasure, of entertainment at any cost, learned scruples, assumed airs of importance, and trifling with the seriousness of art on the part of those who represent it, brutality of appetite and money-grubbing on the part of promoters, the empty-mindedness and thoughtlessness of society, which only thinks of the people in so far as these serve or thwart its purpose, and which attends theatres and concerts without giving a thought to its duties. All these things constitute the stifling and deleterious atmosphere of our modern art conditions. When, however, people like our men of culture have grown accustomed to it, they imagine that it is a condition of their healthy existence, and would immediately feel unwell if, for any reason, they were compelled to dispense with it for a while. In point of fact, there is but one speedy way of convincing oneself of the vulgarity, weirdness, and confusion of our theatrical institutions, and that is to compare them with those which once flourished in ancient Greece. If we knew nothing about the Greeks, it would perhaps be impossible to assail our present conditions at all, and objections made on the large scale conceived for the first time by Wagner would have been regarded as the dreams of people who could only be at home in outlandish places. For men, as we now find them, people would have retorted, art of this modern kind answers the purpose and is fitting. and men have never been different. But they have been very different, and even now there are men who are far from satisfied with the existing state of affairs. The fact of Bayreuth alone demonstrates this point. Here you will find prepared and initiated spectators, and the emotion of men conscious of being at the very zenith of their happiness, who concentrate their whole being on that happiness in order to strengthen themselves for a higher and more far-reaching purpose. Here you will find the most noble of self-abnegation on the part of the artist, and the finest of all spectacles, that of a triumphant creator of works which are in themselves an overflowing treasury of artistic triumphs. Does it not seem almost like a fairy tale to be able to come face to face with such a personality? Must not they who take any part whatsoever, active or passive, in the proceedings at Bayreuth, already feel altered and rejuvenated, and ready to introduce reforms and to effect renovations in other spheres of life? Has not a haven been found for all wanderers on high and desert seas, and has not peace settled over the face of the waters? Must not he who leaves these spheres of ruling, profundity and loneliness for the very differently ordered world with its plains and lower levels cry continually like Isolde, "Oh, how could I bear it? How can I still bear it?" And should he be unable to endure his joy and his sorrow, or to keep them egotistically to himself, he will avail himself from that time forward of every opportunity of making them known to all. Where are they who are suffering under the yoke of modern institutions, he will inquire? Where are my natural allies with whom I may struggle against the ever-waxing and ever more oppressive pretensions of modern erudition? For at present, at least, we have but one enemy, at present, and it is that band of aesthetes to whom the word Bayreuth means the completest rout. They have taken no share in the arrangements. They were rather indignant at the whole movement, or else availed themselves effectively of the deaf-ear policy, which has now become the trusty weapon of all very superior opposition. But this proves that their animosity and knavery were ineffectual in destroying Wagner's spirit or in hindering the accomplishment of his plans. It proves even more, for it betrays their weakness and the fact that all those who are at present in possession of power will not be able to withstand many more attacks. The time is at hand for those who would conquer and triumph. The vastest empires lie at their mercy. A note of interrogation hangs to the name of all present possessors of power, so far as possession may be said to exist in this respect. Thus educational institutions are said to be decaying, and everywhere individuals are to be found who have secretly deserted. If only it were possible to invite those to open rebellion and public utterances who even now are thoroughly dissatisfied with the state of affairs in this quarter. If only it were possible to deprive them of their faint heart and lukewarmness. I am convinced that the whole spirit of modern culture would receive its deadliest blow if the tacit support which these natures give it could in any way be cancelled. Among scholars, only those would remain loyal to the old order of things who had been infected with a political mania or who were literary hacks in any form whatever. The repulsive organization which derives its strength from the violence and injustice upon which it relies, that is to say, from the state and society, and which sees its advantage in making the latter ever more evil and unscrupulous, this structure, which without such support would be something feeble and effete, only needs to be despised in order to perish. He who is struggling to spread justice and love among mankind must regard this organization as the least significant of the obstacles in his way, for he will only encounter his real opponents once he has successfully stormed and conquered modern culture, which is nothing more than their outworks. For us, Bayreuth is the consecration of the dawn of the combat. No greater injustice could be done to us than to suppose that we are concerned with art alone, as though it were merely a means of healing or stupefying us, which we make use of in order to rid our consciousness of all the misery that still remains in our midst. In the image of this tragic artwork at Bayreuth, we see rather the struggle of individuals against everything which seems to oppose them with invincible necessity, with power, law, tradition, conduct, and the whole order of things established. Individuals cannot choose a better life than that of holding themselves ready to sacrifice themselves and to die in their fight for love and justice. The gaze which the mysterious eye of tragedy vouchsafes us neither lulls nor paralyzes. Nevertheless, it demands silence of us as long as it keeps us in view, for art does not serve the purposes of war, but is merely with us to improve our hours of respite before and during the course of the contest, to improve those few moments when, looking back, yet dreaming of the future, we seem to understand the symbolical and are carried away into a refreshing reverie when fatigue overtakes us. Day and battle dawn together, the sacred shadows vanish, and art is once more far away from us. But the comfort she dispenses is with men from the earliest hour of day, and never leaves them. Wherever he turns, the individual realizes only too clearly his own shortcomings, his insufficiency and his incompetence. What courage would he have left were he not previously rendered impersonal by this consecration? The greatest of all torments harassing him, the conflicting beliefs and opinions among men, the unreliability of these beliefs and opinions, and the unequal character of men's abilities, all these things make him hanker after art. We cannot be happy so long as everything about us suffers and causes suffering. We cannot be moral so long as the course of human events is determined by violence, treachery, and injustice. We cannot even be wise so long as the whole of mankind does not compete for wisdom and does not lead the individual to the most sober and reasonable form of life and knowledge. How then would it be possible to endure this feeling of threefold insufficiency if one were not able to recognize something sublime and valuable in one's struggles, strivings, and defeats, if one did not learn from tragedy how to delight in the rhythm of the great passions and in their victim? Art is certainly no teacher or educator of practical conduct. The artist is never in this sense an instructor or adviser. The things after which a tragic hero strives are not necessarily worth striving after. As in a dream, so in art, the valuation of things only holds good while we are under its spell. What we, for the time being, regard as so worthy of effort, and what makes us sympathize with the tragic hero when he prefers death to renouncing the object of his desire, this can seldom retain the same value and energy when transferred to everyday life. That is why art is the business of the man who is recreating himself. The strife it reveals to us is a simplification of life's struggle. Its problems are abbreviations of the infinitely complicated phenomena of man's actions and volitions. But from this very fact, that it is the reflection, so to speak, of a simpler world, a more rapid solution of the riddle of life, art derives its greatness and indispensability. No one who suffers from life can do without this reflection, just as no one can exist without sleep. The more difficult the science of natural laws becomes, the more fervently we yearn for the image of this simplification, if only for an instant, and the greater becomes the tension between each man's general knowledge of things and his moral and spiritual faculties. Art is with us to prevent the bow from snapping. The individual must be consecrated to something impersonal, that is the aim of tragedy. He must forget the terrible anxiety which death and time tend to create in him. For at any moment of his life, at any fraction of time in the whole of his span of years, something sacred may cross his path which will amply compensate him for all his struggles and privations. This means having a sense for the tragic. And if all mankind must perish some day, and who could question this, it has been given its highest aim for the future, namely, to increase and to live in such unity that it may confront its final extermination as a whole, with one spirit, with a common sense of the tragic. In this one aim, all the ennobling influences of man lie locked. Its complete repudiation by humanity would be the saddest blow which the soul of the philanthropist could receive. That is how I feel in the matter. There is but one hope and guarantee for the future of man, and that is that his sense for the tragic may not die out. If he ever completely lost it, an agonized cry, the like of which has never been heard, would have to be raised all over the world. For there is no more blessed joy than that which consists in knowing what we know, how tragic thought was born again on earth. For this joy is thoroughly impersonal and general. It is the wild rejoicing of humanity, anent the hidden relationship and progress of all that is human. Chapter 5. Wagner concentrated upon life, past and present, the light of an intelligence strong enough to embrace the most distant regions in its rays. That is why he is a simplifier of the universe. For the simplification of the universe is only possible to him whose eye has been able to master the immensity and wildness of an apparent chaos, and to relate and unite those things which before had lain hopelessly asunder. Wagner did this by discovering a connection between two objects which seemed to exist apart from each other as though in separate spheres, that between music and life, and similarly between music and the drama. Not that he invented or was the first to create this relationship, for they must always have existed and have been noticeable to all, but as is usually the case with a great problem, it is like a precious stone which thousands stumble over before one finally picks it up. Wagner asked himself the meaning of the fact that an art such as music should have become so very important a feature of the lives of modern men. It is not necessary to think meanly of life in order to suspect a riddle behind this question. On the contrary, when all the great forces of existence are duly considered, and struggling life is regarded as striving mightily after conscious freedom and independence of thought, only then does music seem to be a riddle in this world. Should one not answer, music could not have been born in our time? What then does its presence amongst us signify? An accident? A single great artist might certainly be an accident, but the appearance of a whole group of them, such as the history of modern music has to show, a group only once before equalled on earth, that is to say in the time of the Greeks. A circumstance of this sort leads one to think that perhaps necessity rather than accident is at the root of the whole phenomenon. The meaning of this necessity is the riddle which Wagner answers. He was the first to recognize an evil which is as widespread as civilization itself among men. Language is everywhere diseased, and the burden of this terrible disease weighs heavily upon the whole of man's development. Inasmuch as language has retreated ever more and more from its true province, the expression of strong feelings, which it was once able to convey in all their simplicity, and has always had to strain after the practically impossible achievement of communicating the reverse of feeling, that is to say, thought, its strength has become so exhausted by this excessive extension of its duties during the comparatively short period of modern civilization, that it is no longer able to perform even that function which alone justifies its existence, to wit, the assisting of those who suffer in communicating with each other concerning the sorrows of existence. Man can no longer make his misery known unto others by means of language, hence he cannot really express himself any longer. And under these conditions, which are only vaguely felt at present, language has gradually become a force in itself which, with spectral arms, coerces and drives humanity where it least wants to go. As soon as they would fain understand one another and unite for a common cause, the craziness of general concepts and even of the ring of modern words lays hold of them. The result of this inability to communicate with one another is that every product of their cooperative action bears the stamp of discord, not only because it fails to meet their real needs, but because of the very emptiness of those all-powerful words and notions already mentioned. To the misery already at hand, man thus adds the curse of convention, that is to say, the agreement between words and actions without an agreement between the feelings. Just as, during the decline of every art, a point is reached when the morbid accumulation of its means and forms attains to such tyrannical proportions that it oppresses the tender souls of artists and converts these into slaves, so now, in the period of the decline of language, men have become the slaves of words. Under this yoke, no one is able to show himself as he is, or to express himself artlessly, while only few are able to preserve their individuality in their fight against a culture which thinks to manifest its success not by the fact that it approaches definite sensations and desires with the view of educating them, but by the fact that it involves the individual in the snare of definite notions and teaches him to think correctly, as if there were any value in making a correctly thinking and reasoning being out of man before one has succeeded in making him a creature that feels correctly. If now the strains of our German master's music burst upon a mass of mankind sick to this extent, what is really the meaning of these strains? Only correct feeling, the enemy of all convention, of all artificial estrangement and misunderstandings between man and man. This music signifies a return to nature, and at the same time a purification and remodeling of it. For the need of such a return took shape in the souls of the most loving of men, and through their art, nature transformed into love makes its voice heard. Let us regard this as one of Wagner's answers to the question, what does music mean in our time? For he has a second. The relation between music and life is not merely that existing between one kind of language and another, it is, besides, the relation between the perfect world of sound and that of sight. Regarded merely as a spectacle, and compared with other and earlier manifestations of human life, the existence of modern man is characterized by indescribable indigence and exhaustion, despite the unspeakable garishness at which only the superficial observer rejoices. If one examines a little more closely the impression which this vehement and kaleidoscopic play of colours makes upon one, does not the whole seem to blaze with the shimmer and sparkle of innumerable little stones borrowed from former civilizations? Is not everything one sees merely a complex of inharmonious bombast, aped gesticulations, arrogant superficiality, a ragged suit of motley for the naked and the shivering, a seeming dance of joy enjoined upon a sufferer, airs of overbearing pride assumed by one who is sick to the backbone, and the whole moving with such rapidity and confusion that it is disguised and masked, sordid impotence, devouring dissension, assiduous ennui, dishonest distress. The appearance of present-day humanity is all appearance and nothing else. In what he now represents, man himself has become obscured and concealed, and the vestiges of the creative faculty in art, which still cling to such countries as France and Italy, are all concentrated upon this one task of concealing. Wherever form is still in demand in society, conversation, literary style, or the relations between governments, men have unconsciously grown to believe that it is adequately met by a kind of agreeable dissimulation, quite the reverse of genuine form conceived as a necessary relation between the proportions of a figure, having no concern whatever with the notions agreeable or disagreeable, simply because it is necessary and not optional. But even where form is not openly exacted by civilized people, there is no greater evidence of this requisite relation of proportions A striving after the agreeable dissimulation already referred to is, on the contrary, noticeable, though it is never so successful, even if it be more eager than in the first instance. How far this dissimulation is agreeable at times, and why it must please everybody to see how modern men at least endeavour to dissemble, everyone is in a position to judge, according to the extent to which he himself may happen to be modern. Only galley slaves know each other, says Tasso, and if we mistake others, it is only out of courtesy and with the hope that they, in their turn, should mistake us. Now, in this world of forms and intentional misunderstandings, what purpose is served by the appearance of souls overflowing with music? They pursue the course of grand and unrestrained rhythm with noble candour, with a passion more than personal. They glow with the mighty and peaceful fire of music, which wells up to the light of day from their unexhausted depths. And all this to what purpose? By means of these souls, music gives expression to the longing that it feels for the company of its natural ally, gymnastics, that is to say, its necessary form in the order of visible phenomena. In its search and craving for this ally, it becomes the arbiter of the whole visible world, and the world of mere lying appearance of the present day. This is Wagner's second answer to the question, what is the meaning of music in our times? Help me, he cries to all who have ears to hear, help me to discover that culture of which my music, as the rediscovered language of correct feeling, seems to foretell the existence. Bear in mind that the soul of music now wishes to acquire a body, that, by means of you all, it would find its way to visibleness in movements, deeds, institutions, and customs. There are some men who understand this summons, and their number will increase. They have also understood for the first time what it means to found the state upon music. It is something that the ancient Hellenes not only understood, but actually insisted upon. And these enlightened creatures would just as soon have sentenced the modern state to death as modern men now condemn the Church. The road to such a new, though not unprecedented goal would lead to this, that we should be compelled to acknowledge where the worst faults of our educational system lie, and why it has failed hitherto to elevate us out of barbarity. In reality, it lacks the stirring and creative soul of music. Its requirements and arrangements are moreover the product of a period in which the music, to which we seem to attach so much importance, had not yet been born. Our education is the most antiquated factor of our present conditions, and it is so more precisely in regard to the one new educational force by which it makes men of today in advance of those of bygone centuries, or by which it would make them in advance of their remote ancestors, provided only they did not persist so rashly in hurrying forward in meek response to the scourge of the moment, through not having allowed the soul of music to lodge within them. They have no notion of gymnastics in the Greek and Wagnerian sense, and that is why their creative artists are condemned to despair, as long as they wish to dispense with music as a guide in a new world of visible phenomena. Talent may develop as much as may be desired. It either comes too late or too soon, and at all events out of season. For it is in the main superfluous and abortive, just as even the most perfect and the highest products of earlier times, which serve modern artists as models, are superfluous and abortive, and add not a stone to the edifice already begun. If their innermost consciousness can perceive no new forms, but only the old ones belonging to the past, they may certainly achieve something for history, but not for life, for they are already dead before having expired. He, however, who feels genuine and fruitful life in him, which at present can only be described by the one term music, could he allow himself to be deceived for one moment into nursing solid hopes by this something which exhausts all its energy in producing figures, forms, and styles? He stands above all such vanities, and as little expects to meet with artistic wonders outside his ideal world of sound as with great writers bred on our effete and discoloured language. Rather than lend an ear to elusive consolations, he prefers to turn his unsatisfied gaze stoically upon our modern world, and if his heart be not warm enough to feel pity, let it at least feel bitterness and hate. It were better for him to show anger and scorn than to take cover in spurious contentment or steadily to drug himself as our friends of art are wont to do. But if he can do more than condemn and despise, if he is capable of loving, sympathizing, and assisting in the general work of construction, he must still condemn notwithstanding, in order to prepare the road for his willing soul. In order that music may one day exhort many men to greater piety and make them privy to her highest aims, an end must first be made to the whole of the pleasure-seeking relations which men now enjoy with such a sacred art. Behind all our artistic pastimes, theatres, museums, concerts, and the like, that aforementioned friend of art is to be found, and he it is who must be suppressed. The favour he now finds at the hands of the state must be changed into oppression. Public opinion, which lays such particular stress upon the training of this love of art, must be routed by better judgment. Meanwhile, we must reckon the declared enemy of art as our best and most useful ally, for the object of his animosity is precisely art as understood by the friend of art. He knows of no other kind. Let him be allowed to call our friend of art to account for the nonsensical waste of money occasioned by the building of his theatres and public monuments, the engagement of his celebrated singers and actors, and the support of his utterly useless schools of art and picture galleries, to say nothing of all the energy, time, and money which every family squanders in pretended artistic interests. Neither hunger nor satiety is to be noticed here, but a dead and alive game is played with the semblance of each, a game invented by the idle desire to produce an effect and to deceive others. Or, worse still, art is taken more or less seriously, and then it is itself expected to provoke a kind of hunger and craving, and to fulfill its mission in this artificially induced excitement. It is as if people were afraid of sinking beneath the weight of their loathing and dullness, and invoked every conceivable evil spirit to scare them and drive them about like wild cattle. Men hanker after pain, anger, hate, the flush of passion, sudden flight, and breathless suspense, and they appeal to the artist as the conjurer of this demoniacal host. In the spiritual economy of our cultured classes, art has become a spurious or ignominious and undignified need, a nonentity or a something evil. The superior and more uncommon artist must be in the throes of a bewildering nightmare in order to be blind to all this, and like a ghost, diffidently and in a quavering voice, he goes on repeating beautiful words which he declares descend to him from higher spheres, but whose sound he can hear only very indistinctly. The artist who happens to be moulded according to the modern pattern, however, regards the dreamy gropings and hesitating speech of his nobler colleague with contempt, and leads forth the whole brawling mob of assembled passions on a leash, in order to let them loose upon modern men as he may think fit. For these modern creatures wish rather to be hunted down, wounded and torn to shreds, than to live alone with themselves in solitary calm. Alone with oneself? This thought terrifies the modern soul. It is his one anxiety, his one ghastly fear. When I watch the throngs that move and linger about the streets of a very populous town, and notice no other expression in their faces than one of hunted stupor, I can never help commenting to myself upon the misery of their condition. For them all, art exists only that they may be still more wretched, torpid, insensible, or even more florid and covetous. For incorrect feeling governs and drills them unremittingly, and does not even give them time to become aware of their misery. Should they wish to speak, convention whispers their cue to them, and this makes them forget what they originally intended to say. Should they desire to understand one another, their comprehension is maimed as though by a spell. They declare that to be their joy, which in reality is but their doom, and they proceed to collaborate in wilfully bringing about their own damnation. Thus they have become transformed into perfectly and absolutely different creatures, and reduced to the state of abject slaves of incorrect feeling. Chapter 6. I shall only give 2 instances showing how utterly the sentiment of our time has been perverted, and how completely unconscious the present age is of this perversion. Formerly, financiers were looked down upon with honest scorn, even though they were recognized as needful, for it was generally admitted that every society must have its viscera. Now, however, they are the ruling power in the soul of modern humanity, for they constitute the most covetous portion thereof. In former times people were warned especially against taking the day or the moment too seriously. The nil admirari was recommended, and the care of things eternal. Now there is but one kind of seriousness left in the modern mind, and it is limited to the news brought by the newspaper and the telegraph. Improve each shining hour, turn it to some account, and judge it as quickly as possible. One would think modern men had but one virtue left: presence of mind. Unfortunately, it much more closely resembles the omnipresence of disgusting and insatiable cupidity, and spying inquisitiveness become universal. For the question is whether mind is present at all today. But we shall leave this problem for future judges to solve. They at least are bound to pass modern men through a sieve. But that this age is vulgar, even we can see now, and it is so because it reveres precisely what nobler ages condemned. If, therefore, it loots all the treasures of bygone wit and wisdom, and struts about in this richest of rich garments, it only proves its sinister consciousness of its own vulgarity in so doing. For it does not don this garb for warmth, but merely in order to mystify its surroundings. The desire to dissemble and to conceal himself seems stronger than the need of protection from the cold in modern man. Thus scholars and philosophers of the age do not have recourse to Indian and Greek wisdom in order to become wise and peaceful. The only purpose of their work seems to be to earn them a fictitious reputation for learning in their own time. The naturalists endeavour to classify the animal outbreaks of violence, ruse, and revenge in the present relations between nations and individual men as immutable laws of nature. Historians are anxiously engaged in proving that every age has its own particular right and special conditions, with the view of preparing the groundwork of an apology for the day that is to come, when our generation will be called to judgment. The science of government, of race, of commerce, and of jurisprudence all have that preparatorily apologetic character now. Yea, it even seems as though the small amount of intellect which still remains active today and is not used up by the great mechanism of gain and power has as its sole task the defending and excusing of the present. Against what accusers, one asks, surprised? Against its own bad conscience. And at this point we plainly discern the task assigned to modern art, that of stupefying or intoxicating, of lulling to sleep or bewildering, by hook or by crook, to make conscience unconscious, to assist the modern soul over the sensation of guilt, not to lead it back to innocence, and this for the space of moments only, to defend men against themselves, that their inmost heart may be silenced, that they may turn a deaf ear to its voice. The souls of those few who really feel the utter ignominy of this mission and its terrible humiliation of art must be filled to the brim with sorrow and pity, but also with a new and overpowering yearning. He who would fain emancipate art and reinstall its sanctity, now desecrated, must first have freed himself from all contact with modern souls. Only as an innocent being himself can he hope to discover the innocence of art, for he must be ready to perform the stupendous tasks of self-purification and self-consecration. If he succeeded, if he were ever able to address men from out his enfranchised soul, and by means of his emancipated art, he would then find himself exposed to the greatest of dangers and involved in the most appalling of struggles. Man would prefer to tear him and his art to pieces rather than acknowledge that he must die of shame in presence of them. It is just possible that the emancipation of art is the only ray of hope illuminating the future, an event intended only for a few isolated souls, while the many remain satisfied to gaze into the flickering and smoking flame of their art, and can endure to do so, for they do not want to be enlightened, but dazzled. They rather hate light, more particularly when it is thrown on themselves. That is why they evade the new messenger of light. But he follows them. The love which gave him birth compels him to follow them and to reduce them to submission. "Ye must go through my mysteries," he cries to them. "Ye need to be purified and shaken by them. Dare to submit to this for your own salvation, and abandon the gloomily lighted corner of life and nature which alone seems familiar to you. I lead you into a kingdom which is also real, and when I lead you out of my cell into your daylight, ye will be able to judge which life is more real, which, in fact, is day and which night. Nature is much richer, more powerful, more blessed and more terrible below the surface. Ye cannot divine this from the way in which ye live. Oh, that ye yourselves could learn to become natural again, and then suffer yourselves to be transformed through nature and into her by the charm of my ardour and love." It is the voice of Wagner's art which thus appeals to men. And that we, the children of a wretched age, should be the first to hear it, shows how deserving of pity this age must be. It shows, moreover, that real music is of a piece with fate and primitive law, for it is quite impossible to attribute its presence amongst us precisely at the present time to empty and meaningless chance. Had Wagner been an accident, he would certainly have been crushed by the superior strength of the other elements in the midst of which he was placed. Out in the coming of Wagner there seems to have been a necessity which both justifies it and makes it glorious. Observed from its earliest beginnings, the development of his art constitutes a most magnificent spectacle, and, even though it was attended with great suffering, reason, law, and intention mark its course throughout. Under the charm of such a spectacle, the observer will be led to take pleasure even in this painful development itself, and will regard it as fortunate. He will see how everything necessarily contributes to the welfare and benefit of talent and a nature foreordained, however severe the trials may be through which it may have to pass. He will realize how every danger gives it more heart, and every triumph more prudence, how it partakes of poison and sorrow, and thrives upon them. The mockery and perversity of the surrounding world only goad and spur it on the more. Should it happen to go astray, it but returns from its wanderings and exile loaded with the most precious spoil. Should it chance to slumber, it does but recoup its strength. It tempers the body itself and makes it tougher. It does not consume life, however long it lives. It rules over man like a pinioned passion, and allows him to fly just in the nick of time when his foot has grown weary in the sand, or has been lacerated by the stones on his way. It can do naught else but impart. Everyone must share in its work, and it is no stinted giver. When it is repulsed, it is but more prodigal in its gifts. Ill used by those it favours, it does but reward them with the richest treasures it possesses. And, according to the oldest and most recent experience, its favoured ones have never been quite worthy of its gifts. That is why the nature foreordained, through which music expresses itself to this world of appearance, is one of the most mysterious things under the sun, an abyss in which strength and goodness lie united, a bridge between self and non-self. Who would undertake to name the object of its existence with any certainty, even supposing the sort of purpose which it would be likely to have could be divined at all? But a most blessed foreboding leads one to ask whether it is possible for the grandest things to exist for the purpose of the meanest, the greatest talent for the benefit of the smallest, the loftiest virtue and holiness for the sake of the defective and faulty. Should real music make itself heard because mankind of all creatures least deserves to hear it, though it perhaps need it most? If one ponder over the transcendental and wonderful character of this possibility, and turn from these considerations to look back on life, a light will then be seen to ascend, however dark and misty it may have seemed a moment before. Chapter 7. It is quite impossible otherwise. The observer who is confronted with a nature such as Wagner's must willy-nilly turn his eyes from time to time upon himself, upon his insignificance and frailty, and ask himself, "What concern is this of thine? Why, pray, art thou there at all?" Maybe he will find no answer to these questions, in which case he will remain estranged and confounded, face to face with his own personality. Let it then suffice him that he has experienced this feeling. Let the fact that he has felt strange and embarrassed in the presence of his own soul be the answer to his question. For it is precisely by virtue of this feeling that he shows the most powerful manifestation of life in Wagner, the very kernel of his strength, that demoniacal magnetism and gift of imparting oneself to others, which is peculiar to his nature, and by which it not only conveys itself to other beings, but also absorbs other beings into itself, thus attaining to its greatness by giving and by taking. As the observer is apparently subject to Wagner's exuberant and prodigally generous nature, he partakes of its strength and thereby becomes formidable through him and to him. And everyone who critically examines himself knows that a certain mysterious antagonism is necessary to the process of mutual study. Should his art lead us to experience all that falls to the lot of a soul engaged upon a journey, i.e., feeling sympathy with others and sharing their fate, and seeing the world through hundreds of different eyes, we are then able, from such a distance and under such strange influences, to contemplate him once we have lived his life. We then feel with the utmost certainty that in Wagner the whole visible world desires to be spiritualized, absorbed, and lost in the world of sounds. In Wagner, too, the world of sounds seeks to manifest itself as a phenomenon for the sight. It seeks, as it were, to incarnate itself. His art always leads him into two distinct directions, from the world of the play of sound to the mysterious and yet related world of visible things, and vice versa. He is continually forced, and the observer with him, to retranslate the visible into spiritual and primeval life, and likewise to perceive the most hidden interstices of the soul as something concrete and to lend it a visible body. This constitutes the nature of the dithyrambic dramatist, if the meaning given to the term includes also the actor, the poet, and the musician, a conception necessarily borrowed from Aeschylus and the contemporary Greek artists, the only perfect examples of the dithyrambic dramatist before Wagner. If attempts have been made to trace the most wonderful developments to inner obstacles or deficiencies, if, for instance, in Goethe's case, poetry was merely the refuge of a foiled talent for painting, if one may speak of Schiller's dramas as of vulgar eloquence directed into uncommon channels, if Wagner himself tries to account for the development of music among the Germans by showing that, inasmuch as they are devoid of the entrancing stimulus of a natural gift for singing, they were compelled to take up instrumental music with the same profound seriousness as that with which their reformers took up Christianity, if, on the same principle, it were sought to associate Wagner's development with an inner barrier of the same kind, it would then be necessary to recognize in him a primitive dramatic talent, which had to renounce all possibility of satisfying its needs by the quickest and most methods, and which found its salvation and its means of expression in drawing all arts to it for one great dramatic display. But then one would also have to assume that the most powerful musician, owing to his despair at having to appeal to people who were either only semi-musical or not musical at all, violently opened a road for himself to the other arts, in order to acquire that capacity for diversely communicating himself to others, by which he compelled them to understand him, by which he compelled the masses to understand him. However the development of the born dramatist may be pictured, in his ultimate expression he is a being free from all inner barriers and voids. The real emancipated artist cannot help himself. He must think in the spirit of all the arts at once, as the mediator and intercessor between apparently separated spheres, the one who reinstalls the unity and wholeness of the artistic faculty, which cannot be divined or reasoned out, but can only be revealed by deeds themselves. But he in whose presence this deed is performed will be overcome by its gruesome and seductive charm. In a flash he will be confronted with a power which cancels both resistance and reason, and makes every detail of life appear irrational and incomprehensible. Carried away from himself, he seems to be suspended in a mysterious fiery element. He ceases to understand himself. The standard of everything has fallen from his hands. Everything stereotyped and fixed begins to totter. Every object seems to acquire a strange colour and to tell us its tale by means of new symbols. One would need to be a Plato in order to discover, amid this confusion of delight and fear, how he accomplishes the feat, and to say to the dramatist, "Should a man come into our midst who possessed sufficient knowledge to simulate or imitate anything, we would honour him as something wonderful and holy. We would even anoint him and adorn his brow with a sacred diadem. But we would urge him to leave our circle for another, notwithstanding." It may be that a member of the Platonic community would have been able to chasten himself to such conduct. We, however, who live in a very different community, long for and earnestly desire the charmer to come to us, although we may fear him already, and we only desire his presence in order that our society and the mischievous reason and might of which it is the incarnation may be confuted. A state of human civilization, of human society, morality, order, and general organization which would be able to dispense with the services of an imitative artist or mimic is not perhaps so utterly inconceivable. But this perhaps is probably the most daring that has ever been posited, and is equivalent to the gravest expression of doubt. The only man who ought to be at liberty to speak of such a possibility is he who could beget and have the presentiment of the highest phase of all that is to come, and who then, like Faust, would either be obliged to turn blind or be permitted to become so. For we have no right to this blindness. Whereas Plato, after he had cast that one glance into the ideal Hellenic, had the right to be blind to all Hellenism. For this reason we others are in much greater need of art, because it was in the presence of the realistic that our eyes began to see, and we require the complete dramatist in order that he may relieve us, if only for an hour or so, of the insufferable tension arising from our knowledge of the chasm which lies between our capabilities and the duties we have to perform. With him we ascend to the highest pinnacle of feeling, and only then do we fancy we have returned to nature's unbounded freedom, to the actual realm of liberty. From this point of vantage, we can see ourselves and our fellows emerge as something sublime from an immense mirage, and we see the deep meaning in our struggles, in our victories and defeats. We begin to find pleasure in the rhythm of passion and in its victim. In the hero's every footfall we distinguish the hollow echo of death, and in its proximity we realize the greatest charm of life. Thus transformed into tragic men, we return again to life with comfort in our souls. We are conscious of a new feeling of security, as if we had found a road leading out of the greatest dangers, excesses and ecstasies, back to the limited and the familiar. There where our relations with our fellows seem to partake of a superior benevolence, and are at all events more noble than they were. For here everything seemingly serious and needful, which appears to lead to a definite goal, resembles only detached fragments when compared with the path we ourselves have trodden, even in our dreams. Detached fragments of that complete and grand experience whereof we cannot even think without a thrill. Yes, we shall even fall into danger and be tempted to take life too easily, simply because in heart we were in such deadly earnest concerning it, as Wagner says somewhere anent certain incidents in his own life. What if we, who are but the spectators and not the creators of this display of dithyrambic dramatic art, can almost imagine a dream to be more real than the actual experiences of our wakeful hours, how much more keenly must the Creator realize this contrast? There he stands amid all the clamorous appeals and importunities of the day and of the necessities of life, in the midst of society and state, and as what does he stand there? Maybe he is the only wakeful one, the only being really and truly conscious, among a host of confused and tormented sleepers, among a multitude of deluded and suffering people. He may even feel like a victim of chronic insomnia, and fancy himself obliged to bring his clear, sleepless and conscious life into touch with somnambulists and ghostly, well-intentioned creatures. Thus everything that others regard as commonplace strikes him as weird, and he is tempted to meet the whole phenomena with haughty mockery. But how peculiarly this feeling is crossed when another force happens to join his quivering pride, the craving of the heights for the depths, the affectionate yearning for earth, for happiness and for fellowship. Then, when he thinks of all he misses as a hermit creator, he feels as though he ought to descend to the earth like a god and bear all that is weak, human and lost, in fiery arms up to heaven, so as to obtain love and no longer worship only, and to be able to lose himself completely in his love. But it is just this contradiction which is the miraculous fact in the soul of the dithyrambic dramatist, and if his nature can be understood at all, surely it must be here. For his creative moments in art occur when the antagonism between his feelings is at its height, and when his proud astonishment and wonder at the world combine with the ardent desire to approach that same world as a lover. The glances he then bends towards the earth are always rays of sunlight, which draw up water, form mist and gather storm clouds. Clear-sighted and prudent, loving and unselfish at the same time, his glance is projected downwards, and all things that are illumined by this double ray of light, nature conjures to discharge their strength, to reveal their most hidden secret, and this through bashfulness. It is more than a mere figure of speech to say that he surprised nature with that glance, that he caught her naked. That is why she would conceal her shame by seeming precisely the reverse. What has hitherto been invisible, the inner life, seeks its salvation in the region of the visible. What has hitherto been only visible repairs to the dark ocean of sound. Thus nature, in trying to conceal herself, unveils the character of her contradiction. In a dance, wild, rhythmic and gliding, and with ecstatic movements, the born dramatist makes known something of what is going on within him, of what is taking place in nature. The dithyrambic quality of his movements speaks just as eloquently of quivering comprehension and of powerful penetration as of the approach of love and self-renunciation. Intoxicated speech follows the course of this rhythm. Melody resounds coupled with speech, and in its turn melody projects its sparks into the realm of images and ideas. A dream apparition, like and unlike the image of nature and her wooer, hovers forward. It condenses into more human shapes. It spreads out in response to its heroically triumphant will and to a most delicious collapse and cessation of will. Thus tragedy is born, thus life is presented with its grandest knowledge, that of tragic thought. Thus, at last, the greatest charmer and benefactor among mortals, the dithyrambic dramatist, is evolved. Chapter 8. Wagner's actual life, that is to say, the gradual evolution of the dithyrambic dramatist in him, was at the same time an uninterrupted struggle with himself, a struggle which never ceased until his evolution was complete. His fight with the opposing world was grim and ghastly only because it was this same world, this alluring enemy, which he heard speaking out of his own heart, and because he nourished a violent demon in his breast, the demon of resistance. When the ruling idea of his life gained ascendancy over his mind, the idea that drama is, of all arts, the one that can exercise the greatest amount of influence over the world, it aroused the most active emotions in his whole being. It gave him no very clear or luminous decision at first as to what was to be done and desired in the future, for the idea then appeared merely as a form of temptation, that is to say, as the expression of his gloomy, selfish, and insatiable will, eager for power and glory. Influence, the greatest amount of influence, how, over whom? These were henceforward the questions and problems which did not cease to engage his head and his heart. He wished to conquer and triumph as no other artist had ever done before, and, if possible, to reach that height of tyrannical omnipotence at one stroke for which all his instincts secretly craved. With a jealous and cautious eye, he took stock of everything successful, and examined with special care all that upon which this influence might be brought to bear. With the magic sight of the dramatist, which scans souls as easily as the most familiar book, he scrutinized the nature of the spectator and the listener, and although he was often perturbed by the discoveries he made, he very quickly found means wherewith he could enthrall them. These means were ever within his reach. Everything that moved him deeply he desired and could also produce. At every stage in his career he understood just as much of his predecessors as he himself was able to create, and he never doubted that he would be able to do what they had done. In this respect his nature is perhaps more presumptuous even than Goethe's, despite the fact that the latter said of himself, "I always thought I had mastered everything, and even had I been crowned king, I should have regarded the honour as thoroughly deserved." Wagner's ability, his taste and his aspirations, all of which have ever been as closely related as key to lock, grew and attained to freedom together. But there was a time when it was not so. What did he care about the feeble but noble and egotistically lonely feeling which that friend of art fosters, who, blessed with a literary and aesthetic education, takes his stand far from the common mob? But those violent spiritual tempests which are created by the crowd when under the influence of certain climactic passages of dramatic song, that sudden bewildering ecstasy of the emotions, thoroughly honest and selfless, they were but echoes of his own experiences and sensations, and filled him with glowing hope for the greatest possible power and effect. Thus he recognized grand opera as the means whereby he might express his ruling thoughts. Towards it his passions impelled him, his eyes turned in the direction of its home. The larger portion of his life, his most daring wanderings and his plans, studies, sojourns and acquaintances, are only to be explained by an appeal to these passions and the opposition of the outside world, which the poor, restless, passionately ingenuous German artist had to face. Another artist than he knew better how to become master of this calling, and now that it has gradually become known by means of what ingenious artifices of all kinds, Meyerbeer succeeded in preparing and achieving every one of his great successes, and how scrupulously the sequence of effects was taken into account in the opera itself, people will begin to understand how bitterly Wagner was mortified when his eyes were opened to the tricks of the métier which were indispensable to a great public success. I doubt whether there has ever been another great artist in history who began his career with such extraordinary illusions, and who so unsuspectingly and sincerely fell in with the most revolting form of artistic trickery. And yet the way in which he proceeded partook of greatness, and was therefore extraordinarily fruitful. For when he perceived his error, despair made him understand the meaning of modern success, of the modern public, and the whole prevaricating spirit of modern art. And while becoming the critic of effect, indications of his own purification began to quiver through him. It seems as if from that time forward the spirit of music spoke to him with an unprecedented spiritual charm, as though he had just risen from a long illness and had for the first time gone into the open. He scarcely trusted his hand and his eye, and seemed to grope along his way. Thus it was an almost delightful surprise to him to find that he was still a musician and an artist, and perhaps then only for the first time. Every subsequent stage in Wagner's development may be distinguished thus, that the two fundamental powers of his nature drew ever more closely together. The aversion of the one to the other lessened. The higher self no longer condescended to serve its more violent and baser brother. It loved him and felt compelled to serve him. The tenderest and purest thing is ultimately, that is to say, at the highest stage of its evolution, always associated with the mightiest. The storming instincts pursue their course as before, but along different roads, in the direction of the higher self, and this in its turn descends to earth and finds its likeness in everything earthly. If it were possible, on this principle, to speak of the final aims and unravelments of that evolution, and to remain intelligible, it might also be possible to discover the graphic terms with which to describe the long interval preceding that last development. But I doubt whether the first achievement is possible at all, and do not therefore attempt the second. The limits of the interval separating the preceding and the subsequent ages will be described historically in two sentences. Wagner was the revolutionist of society. Wagner recognized the only artistic element that ever existed hitherto, the poetry of the people. The ruling idea, which in a new form and mightier than it had ever been obsessed Wagner after he had overcome his share of despair and repentance, led him to both conclusions. Influence, the greatest possible amount of influence, to be exercised by means of the stage. But over whom? He shuddered when he thought of those whom he had, until then, sought to influence. His experience led him to realize the utterly ignoble position which art and the artist adorn. How a callous and hard-hearted community that calls itself the good, but which is really the evil, reckons art and the artist among its slavish retinue, and keeps them both in order to minister to its need of deception. Modern art is a luxury. He saw this, and understood that it must stand or fall with the luxurious society of which it forms but a part. This society had but one idea: to use its power as hard-heartedly and as craftily as possible in order to render the impotent, the people, ever more and more serviceable, base and unpopular, and to rear the modern workman out of them. It also robbed them of the greatest and purest things which their deepest needs led them to create, and through which they meekly expressed the genuine and unique art within their soul, their myths, songs, dances, and their discoveries in the department of language, in order to distill therefrom a voluptuous antidote against the fatigue and boredom of its existence. Modern art. How this society came into being, how it learned to draw new strength for itself from the seemingly antagonistic spheres of power, and how, for instance, decaying Christianity allowed itself to be used, under the cover of half measures and subterfuges, as a shield against the masses and as a support of this society and its possessions, and finally how science and men of learning pliantly consented to become its drudges, all this Wagner traced through the ages, only to be convulsed with loathing at the end of his researches. Through his compassion for the people, he became a revolutionist. From that time forward he loved them and longed for them as he longed for his art. For, alas, in them alone, in this fast disappearing, scarcely recognizable body, artificially held aloof, he now saw the only spectators and listeners worthy and fit for the power of his masterpieces as he pictured them. Thus his thoughts concentrated themselves upon the question, how do the people come into being? How are they resuscitated? He always found but one answer. If a large number of people were afflicted with the sorrow that afflicted him, that number would constitute the people, he said to himself. And where the same sorrow leads to the same impulses and desires, similar satisfaction would necessarily be sought, and the same pleasure found in this satisfaction. If he inquired into what it was that most consoled him and revived his spirits in his sorrow, what it was that succeeded best in counteracting his affliction, it was with joyful certainty that he discovered this force only in music and myth, the latter of which he had already recognized as the people's creation and their language of distress. It seemed to him that the origin of music must be similar, though perhaps more mysterious. In both of these elements he steeped and healed his soul. They constituted his most urgent need. In this way he was able to ascertain how like his sorrow was to that of the people, when they came into being, and how they must arise anew, if many Wagners are going to appear. What part did myth and music play in modern society, wherever they had not been actually sacrificed to it? They shared very much the same fate, a fact which only tends to prove their close relationship. Myth had been sadly debased and usurped by idle tales and stories. Completely divested of its earnest and sacred virility, it was transformed into the plaything and pleasing bauble of children and women of the afflicted people. Music had kept itself alive among the poor, the simple, and the isolated. The German musician had not succeeded in adapting himself to the luxurious traffic of the arts. He himself had become a fairy tale, full of monsters and mysteries, full of the most touching omens and auguries, a helpless questioner, something bewitched and in need of rescue. Here the artist distinctly heard the command that concerned him alone, to recast myth and make it virile, to break the spell lying over music and to make music speak. He felt his strength for drama liberated at one stroke, and the foundation of his sway established over the hitherto undiscovered province lying between myth and music. His new masterpiece, which included all the most powerful, effective, and entrancing forces that he knew, he now laid before men with this great and painfully cutting question. Where are ye all who suffer and think as I do? Where is that number of souls that I wish to see become a people, that ye may share the same joys and comforts with me? In your joy ye will reveal your misery to me. These were his questions in Tannhäuser and Lohengrin. In these operas he looked about him for his equals. The anchorite yearned for the number. But what were his feelings withal? Nobody answered him. Nobody had understood his question. Not that everybody remained silent. On the contrary, answers were given to thousands of questions which he had never put. People gossiped about the new masterpieces as though they had only been composed for the express purpose of supplying subjects for conversation. The whole mania of aesthetic scribbling and small talk overtook the Germans like a pestilence, and with that lack of modesty which characterizes both German scholars and German journalists, people began measuring and generally meddling with these masterpieces, as well as with the person of the artist. Wagner tried to help the comprehension of his question by writing about it. But this only led to fresh confusion and more uproar, for a musician who writes and thinks was at that time a thing unknown. The cry arose, "He is a theorist who wishes to remould art with his far-fetched notions. Stone him." Wagner was stunned. His question was not understood, his need not felt. His masterpieces seemed a message addressed only to the deaf and blind, his people an hallucination. He staggered and vacillated. The feasibility of a complete upheaval of all things then suggested itself to him, and he no longer shrank from the thought. Possibly, beyond this revolution and dissolution, there might be a chance of a new hope. On the other hand, there might not. But in any case, would not complete annihilation be better than the wretched existing state of affairs? Not very long afterwards, he was a political exile in dire distress. And then only, with this terrible change in his environment and in his soul, there begins that period of the great man's life over which, as a golden reflection, there is stretched the splendour of highest mastery. Now at last the genius of dithyrambic drama doffs its last disguise. He is isolated, the age seems empty to him, he ceases to hope, and his all-embracing glance descends once more into the deep, and finds the bottom. There he sees suffering in the nature of things, and henceforward, having become more impersonal, he accepts his portion of sorrow more calmly. The desire for great power, which was but the inheritance of earlier conditions, is now directed wholly into the channel of creative art. Through his art he now speaks only to himself, and no longer to a public or to a people, and strives to lend this intimate conversation all the distinction and other qualities in keeping with such a mighty dialogue. During the preceding period, things had been different with his art. Then he had concerned himself too, albeit with refinement and subtlety, with immediate effects. That artistic production was also meant as a question, and it ought to have called forth an immediate reply. And how often did Wagner not try to make his meaning clearer to those he questioned? In view of their inexperience in having questions put to them, he tried to meet them halfway and to conform with older artistic notions and means of expression. When he feared that arguments couched in his own terms would only meet with failure, he had tried to persuade and to put his question in a language half strange to himself, though familiar to his listeners. Now there was nothing to induce him to continue this indulgence. All he desired now was to come to terms with himself, to think of the nature of the world in dramatic actions, and to philosophize in music. What desires he still possessed turned in the direction of the latest philosophical views. He who is worthy of knowing what took place in him at that time, or what questions were thrashed out in the darkest holy of holies in his soul, and not many are worthy of knowing all this, must here observe and experience Tristan and Isolde, the real opus metaphysicum of all art, a work upon which rests the broken look of a dying man with his insatiable and sweet craving for the secrets of night and death, far away from life, which throws a horribly spectral morning light sharply upon all that is evil, delusive, and sundering. Moreover, a drama austere in the severity of its form, overpowering in its simple grandeur, and in harmony with the secret of which it treats, lying dead in the midst of life, being one in two. And yet there is something still more wonderful than this work, and that is the artist himself, the man who, shortly after he had accomplished it, was able to create a picture of life so full of clashing colours as the Meistersingers of Nuremberg, and who, in both of these compositions, seems merely to have refreshed and equipped himself for the task of completing at his ease that gigantic edifice in 4 parts which he had long ago planned and begun. The ultimate result of all his meditations and poetical flights for over 20 years, his Bayreuth masterpiece, The Ring of the Nibelung. He who marvels at the rapid succession of the 2 operas, Tristan and the Meistersingers, has failed to understand one important side of the life and nature of all great Germans. He does not know the peculiar soil out of which that essentially German gaiety which characterized Luther, Beethoven and Wagner can grow, the gaiety which other nations quite fail to understand and which even seems to be missing in the Germans of today. That clear, golden and thoroughly fermented mixture of simplicity, deeply discriminating love, observation and roguishness which Wagner has dispensed as the most precious of drinks to all those who have suffered deeply through life, but who nevertheless return to it with the smile of convalescence. And as he also turned upon the world the eyes of one reconciled, he was more filled with rage and disgust than with sorrow, and more prone to renounce the love of power than to shrink in awe from it. As he thus silently furthered his greatest work and gradually laid score upon score, something happened which caused him to stop and listen. Friends were coming. A kind of subterranean movement of many souls approached with a message for him. It was still far from being the people that constituted this movement, and which wished to bear him news, but it may have been the nucleus and first living source of a really human community, which would reach perfection in some age still remote. For the present they only brought him the warrant that his great work could be entrusted to the care and charge of faithful men, men who would watch and be worthy to watch over this most magnificent of all legacies to posterity. In the love of friends his outlook began to glow with brighter colours. His noblest care, the care that his work should be accomplished and should find a refuge before the evening of his life, was not his only preoccupation. Something occurred which he could only understand as a symbol. It was as much as a new comfort and a new token of happiness to him. A great German war caused him to open his eyes, and he observed that those very Germans whom he considered so thoroughly degenerate, and so inferior to the high standard of real Teutonism of which he had formed an ideal both from self-knowledge and the conscientious study of other great Germans in history, he observed that those very Germans were, in the midst of terrible circumstances, exhibiting two virtues of the highest order: simple bravery and prudence. And with his heart bounding with delight, he conceived the hope that he might not be the last German, and that some day a greater power would perhaps stand by his works than that devoted yet meagre one consisting of his little band of friends, a power able to guard it during that long period preceding its future glory as the masterpiece of this future. Perhaps it was not possible to steel this belief permanently against doubt, more particularly when it sought to rise to hopes of immediate results. Suffice it that he derived a tremendous spur from his environment, which constantly reminded him of a lofty duty ever to be fulfilled. His work would not have been complete had he handed it to the world only in the form of silent manuscript. He must make known to the world what it could not guess in regard to his productions, what was his alone to reveal, the new style for the execution and presentation of his works, so that he might set that example which nobody else could set, and thus establish a tradition of style, not on paper, not by means of signs, but through impressions made upon the very souls of men. This duty had become all the more pressing with him, seeing that precisely in regard to the style of their execution, his other works had meanwhile succumbed to the most insufferable and absurd of fates. They were famous and admired, yet no one manifested the slightest sign of indignation when they were mishandled. For, strange to say, whereas he renounced ever more and more the hope of success among his contemporaries, owing to his all too thorough knowledge of them, and disclaimed all desire for power, both success and power came to him, or at least everybody told him so. It was in vain that he made repeated attempts to expose with the utmost clearness how worthless and humiliating such successes were to him. People were so unused to seeing an artist able to differentiate at all between the effects of his works that even his most solemn protests were never entirely trusted. Once he had perceived the relationship existing between our system of theatres and their success and the men of his time, his soul ceased to be attracted by the stage at all. He had no further concern with aesthetic ecstasies and the exaltation of excited crowds, and he must even have felt angry to see his art being gulped down indiscriminately by the yawning abyss of boredom and the insatiable love of distraction. How flat and pointless every effect proved under these circumstances, more especially as it was much more a case of having to minister to one quite insatiable than of cloying the hunger of a starving man. Wagner began to perceive from the following repeated experience: everybody, even the performers and promoters, regarded his art as nothing more nor less than any other kind of stage music, and quite in keeping with the repulsive style of traditional opera. Thanks to the efforts of cultivated conductors, his works were even cut and hacked about until, after they had been bereft of all their spirit, they were held to be nearer the professional singer's plane. But when people tried to follow Wagner's instructions to the letter, they proceeded so clumsily and timidly that they were not incapable of representing the midnight riot in the second act of the Meistersingers by a group of ballet dancers. They seemed to do all this, however, in perfectly good faith, without the smallest evil intention. Wagner's devoted efforts to show, by means of his own example, the correct and complete way of performing his works, and his attempts of training individual singers in the new style, were foiled time after time, owing only to the faultlessness and iron tradition that ruled all around him. Moreover, he was always induced to concern himself with that class of theatricals which he most thoroughly loathed. Had not even Goethe, in his time, once grown tired of attending the rehearsals of his Iphigenia? "I suffer unspeakably," he explained, "when I have to tumble about with these spectres which never seem to act as they should." Meanwhile, Wagner's success in the kind of drama which he most disliked steadily increased, so much so, indeed, that the largest theatres began to subsist almost entirely upon the receipts which Wagner's art, in the guise of operas, brought into them. This growing passion on the part of the theatre-going public bewildered even some of Wagner's friends, but this man who had endured so much had still to endure the bitterest pain of all. He had to see his friends intoxicated with his successes and triumphs, everywhere where his highest ideal was openly belied and shattered. It seemed almost as though a people otherwise earnest and reflecting had decided to maintain an attitude of systematic levity only towards its most serious artist, and to make him the privileged recipient of all the vulgarity, thoughtlessness, clumsiness and malice of which the German nature is capable. When, therefore, during the German War, a current of greater magnanimity and freedom seemed to run through everyone, Wagner remembered the duty to which he had pledged himself, namely, to rescue his greatest work from those successes and affronts which were so largely due to misunderstandings, and to present it in his most personal rhythm as an example for all times. Thus he conceived the idea of Bayreuth. In the wake of that current of better feeling already referred to, he expected to notice an enhanced sense of duty even among those with whom he wished to entrust his most precious possession. Out of this twofold duty, that event took shape which, like a glow of strange sunlight, will illumine the few years that lie behind and before us, and was designed to bless that distant and problematic future which to our time and to the men of our time can be little more than a riddle or a horror, but which to the few who are allowed to assist in its realization is a foretaste of coming joy, a foretaste of love in a higher sphere, through which they know themselves to be blessed, blessing and fruitful, far beyond their span of years, and which to Wagner himself is but a cloud of distress, care, meditation and grief, a fresh, passionate outbreak of antagonistic elements, but all bathed in the starlight of selfless fidelity, and changed by this light into indescribable joy. It scarcely need be said that it is the breath of tragedy that fills the lungs of the world, and every one whose innermost soul has a presentiment of this, every one unto whom the yoke of tragic deception concerning the aim of life, the distortion and shattering of intentions, renunciation and purification through love are not unknown things, must be conscious of a vague reminiscence of Wagner's own heroic life in the masterpieces with which the great man now presents us. We shall feel as though Siegfried from some place far away were relating his deeds to us. The most blissful of touching recollections are always draped in the deep mourning of waning summer, when all nature lies still in the sable twilight. Chapter 9. All those to whom the thought of Wagner's development as a man may have caused pain will find it both restful and healing to reflect upon what he was as an artist, and to observe how his ability and daring attained to such a high degree of independence. If art mean only the faculty of communicating to others what one has oneself experienced, and if every work of art confutes itself which does not succeed in making itself understood, then Wagner's greatness as an artist would certainly lie in the almost demoniacal power of his nature to communicate with others, to express itself in all languages at once, and to make known its most intimate and personal experience with the greatest amount of distinctness possible. His appearance in the history of art resembles nothing so much as a volcanic eruption of the united artistic faculties of nature herself, after mankind had grown to regard the practice of a special art as a necessary rule. It is therefore a somewhat moot point whether he ought to be classified as a poet, a painter, or a musician, even using each of these words in its widest sense, or whether a new word ought not to be invented in order to describe him. Wagner's poetic ability is shown by his thinking in visible and actual facts, and not in ideas. That is to say, he thinks mythically, as the people have always done. No particular thought lies at the bottom of a myth, as the children of an artificial culture would have us believe, but it is in itself a thought. It conveys an idea of the world, but through the medium of a chain of events, actions and pains. The ring of the Nibelung is a huge system of thought, without the usual abstractness of the latter. It were perhaps possible for a philosopher to present us with its exact equivalent in pure thought, and to purge it of all pictures drawn from life, and of all living actions, in which case we should be in possession of the same thing portrayed in two completely different forms, the one for the people, and the other for the very reverse of the people, that is to say, men of theory. But Wagner makes no appeal to this last class, for the man of theory can know as little of poetry or myth as the deaf man can know of music, both of them being conscious only of movements which seem meaningless to them. It is impossible to appreciate either one of these completely different forms from the standpoint of the other. As long as the poet's spell is upon one, one thinks with him just as though one were merely a feeling, seeing and hearing creature. The conclusions thus reached are merely the result of the association of the phenomena one sees, and are therefore not logical, but actual causalities. If, therefore, the heroes and gods of mythical dramas, as understood by Wagner, were to express themselves plainly in words, there would be a danger, inasmuch as the language of words might tend to awaken the theoretical side in us, of our finding ourselves transported from the world of myth to the world of ideas, and the result would be not only that we should fail to understand with greater ease, but that we should probably not understand at all. Wagner thus forced language back to a more primeval stage in its development, a stage at which it was almost free of the abstract element, and was still poetry, imagery and feeling. The fearlessness with which Wagner undertook this formidable mission shows how imperatively he was led by the spirit of poetry, as one who must follow whithersoever his phantom leader may direct him. Every word in these dramas ought to allow of being sung, and gods and heroes should make them their own. That was the task which Wagner set his literary faculty. Any other person in like circumstances would have given up all hope, for our language seems almost too old and decrepit to allow of one's exacting what Wagner exacted from it. And yet, when he smote the rock, he brought forth an abundant flow, precisely owing to the fact that he loved his language and exacted a great deal from it. Wagner suffered more than any other German through its decay and enfeeblement, from its manifold losses and mutilations of form, from its unwieldy particles and clumsy construction, and from its unmusical auxiliary verbs. All these are things which have entered the language through sin and depravity. On the other hand, he was exceedingly proud to record the number of primitive and vigorous factors still extant in the current speech, and in the tonic strength of its roots he recognized quite a wonderful affinity and relation to real music, a quality which distinguished it from the highly evolved and artificially rhetorical Latin languages. Wagner's poetry is eloquent of his affection for the German language, and there is a heartiness and candour in his treatment of it which are scarcely to be met with in any other German writer, save perhaps Goethe. Forcibleness of diction, daring brevity, power and variety in rhythm, a remarkable wealth of strong and striking words, simplicity in construction, an almost unique inventive faculty in regard to fluctuations of feeling and presentiment, and therewithal a perfectly pure and overflowing stream of colloquialisms. These are the qualities that have to be enumerated, and even then the greatest and most wonderful of all is omitted. Whoever reads two such poems as Tristan and the Meistersingers consecutively will be just as astonished and doubtful in regard to the language as to the music, for he will wonder how it could have been possible for a creative spirit to dominate so perfectly two worlds as different in form, colour, and arrangement as in soul. This is the most wonderful achievement of Wagner's talent, or the ability to give every work its own linguistic stamp, and to find a fresh body and a new sound for every thought, is a task which only the great master can successfully accomplish. Where this rarest of all powers manifests itself, adverse criticism can be but petty and fruitless, which confines itself to attacks upon certain excesses and eccentricities in the treatment, or upon the more frequent obscurities of expression and ambiguity of thought. Moreover, what seemed to electrify and scandalize those who were most bitter in their criticism was not so much the language as the spirit of the Wagnerian operas, that is to say, his whole manner of feeling and suffering. It were well to wait until these very critics have acquired another spirit themselves. They will then also speak a different tongue, and by that time it seems to me things will go better with the German language than they do at present. In the first place, however, no one who studies Wagner the poet and word-painter should forget that none of his dramas were meant to be read, and that it would therefore be unjust to judge them from the same standpoint as the spoken drama. The latter plays upon the feelings by means of words and ideas, and in this respect it is under the dominion of the laws of rhetoric. But in real life, passion is seldom eloquent. In spoken drama it perforce must be in order to be able to express itself at all. When, however, the language of a people is already in a state of decay and deterioration, the word dramatist is tempted to impart an undue proportion of new colour and form, both to his medium and to his thoughts. He would elevate the language in order to make it a vehicle capable of conveying lofty feelings, and by so doing he runs the risk of becoming abstruse. By means of sublime phrases and conceits, he likewise tries to invest passion with some nobility, and thereby runs yet another risk, that of appearing false and artificial. For in real life passions do not speak in sentences. and the poetical element often draws suspicion upon their genuineness when it departs too palpably from reality. Now Wagner, who was the first to detect the essential feeling in spoken drama, presents every dramatic action threefold: in a word, in a gesture, and in a sound. For, as a matter of fact, music succeeds in conveying the deepest emotions of the dramatic performers direct to the spectators, and while these see the evidence of the actors' states of soul in their bearing and movements, a third, though more feeble, confirmation of these states, translated into conscious will, quickly follows in the form of the spoken word. All these effects fulfill their purpose simultaneously, without disturbing one another in the least, and urge the spectator to a completely new understanding and sympathy, just as if his senses had suddenly grown more spiritual and his spirit more sensual, and as if everything which seeks an outlet in him and which makes him thirst for knowledge were free and joyful in exultant perception. Because every essential factor in a Wagnerian drama is conveyed to the spectator with the utmost clearness, illumined and permeated throughout by music as by an internal flame, their author can dispense with the expedients usually employed by the writer of the spoken play in order to lend light and warmth to the action. The whole of the dramatist's stock in trade could be more simple, and the architect's sense of rhythm could once more dare to manifest itself in the general proportions of the edifice, for there was no more need of the deliberate confusion and involved variety of styles whereby the ordinary playwright strove in the interests of his work to produce that feeling of wonder and thrilling suspense which he ultimately enhanced to one of delighted amazement. The impression of ideal distance and height was no more to be induced by means of tricks and artifices. Language withdrew itself from the length and breadth of rhetoric into the strong confines of the speech of the feelings, and although the actor spoke much less about all he did and felt in the performance, his innermost sentiments, which the ordinary playwright had hitherto ignored for fear of being undramatic, was now able to drive the spectators to passionate sympathy, while the accompanying language of gestures could be restricted to the most delicate modulations. Now, when passions are rendered in song, they require rather more time than when conveyed by speech. Music prolongs, so to speak, the duration of the feeling, from which it follows, as a rule, that the actor who is also a singer must overcome the extremely unplastic animation from which spoken drama suffers. He feels himself incited all the more to a certain nobility of bearing, because music envelops his feelings in a purer atmosphere, and thus brings them closer to beauty. The extraordinary tasks which Wagner set his actors and singers will provoke rivalry between them for ages to come, in the personification of each of his heroes with the greatest possible amount of clearness, perfection, and fidelity, according to that perfect incorporation already typified by the music of drama. Following this leader, the eye of the plastic artist will ultimately behold the marvels of another visible world, which, previous to him, was seen for the first time only by the creator of such works as the Ring of the Nibelung, that creator of highest rank who, like Aeschylus, points the way to a coming art. Must not jealousy awaken the greatest talent, if the plastic artist ever compares the effect of his productions with that of Wagnerian music, in which there is so much pure and sunny happiness that he who hears it feels as though all previous music had been but an alien, faltering, and constrained language, as though in the past it had been but a thing to sport with in the presence of those who are not deserving of serious treatment, or a thing with which to train and instruct those who are not even deserving of play. In the case of this earlier kind of music, the joy we always experience while listening to Wagner's compositions is ours only for a short space of time, and it would then seem as though it were overtaken by certain rare moments of forgetfulness, during which it appears to be communing with its inner self and directing its eyes upwards, like Raphael's Cecilia, away from the listeners and from all those who demand distraction, happiness, or instruction from it. In general, it may be said of Wagner the musician that he endowed everything in nature which hitherto had had no wish to speak with the power of speech. He refuses to admit that anything must be dumb, and, resorting to the dawn, the forest, the mist, the cliffs, the hills, the thrill of night and the moonlight, he observes a desire common to them all. They too wish to sing their own melody. If the philosopher says it is will that struggles for existence in animate and inanimate nature, the musician adds, and this will, wherever it manifests itself, yearns for a melodious existence. Before Wagner's time, music for the most part moved in narrow limits. It concerned itself with the permanent states of man, or with what the Greeks call ethos. And only with Beethoven did it begin to find the language of pathos, of passionate will, and of the dramatic occurrences in the souls of men. Formerly, what people desired was to interpret a mood, a stolid, merry, reverential, or penitential state of mind by means of music. The object was, by means of a certain striking uniformity of treatment and the prolonged duration of this uniformity, to compel the listener to grasp the meaning of the music and to impose its mood upon him. To all such interpretations of mood or atmosphere, distinct and particular forms of treatment were necessary. Others were established by convention. The question of length was left to the discretion of the musician, whose aim was not only to put the listener into a certain mood, but also to avoid rendering that mood monotonous by unduly protracting it. A further stage was reached when the interpretations of contrasted moods were made to follow one upon the other, and the charm of light and shade was discovered. And yet another step was made when the same piece of music was allowed to contain a contrast of the ethos, for instance, the contest between a male and a female theme. All these, however, are crude and primitive stages in the development of music. The fear of passion suggested the first rule, and the fear of monotony the second. All depth of feeling and any excess thereof were regarded as unethical. Once, however, the art of the ethos had repeatedly been made to ring all the changes on the moods and situations which convention had decreed as suitable, despite the most astounding resourcefulness on the part of its masters, its powers were exhausted. Beethoven was the first to make music speak a new language, till then forbidden, the language of passion. But as his art was based upon the laws and conventions of the ethos, and had to attempt to justify itself in regard to them, his artistic development was beset with peculiar difficulties and obscurities. An inner dramatic factor, and every passion pursues a dramatic course, struggled to obtain a new form, but the traditional scheme of mood music stood in its way and protested, almost after the manner in which morality opposes innovations and immorality. It almost seemed, therefore, as if Beethoven had set himself the contradictory task of expressing pathos in the terms of the ethos. This view does not, however, apply to Beethoven's latest and greatest works, for he really did succeed in discovering a novel method of expressing the grand and vaulting arch of passion. He merely selected certain portions of its curve, imparted these with the utmost clearness to his listeners, and then left it to them to divine its whole span. Viewed superficially, the new form seemed rather like an aggregation of several musical compositions, of which every one appeared to represent a sustained situation, but was in reality but a momentary stage in the dramatic course of a passion. The listener might think that he was hearing the old mood music over again, except that he failed to grasp the relation of the various parts to one another, and these no longer conformed with the canon of the law. Even among minor musicians there flourished a certain contempt for the rule which enjoined harmony in the general construction of a composition, and the sequence of the parts in their works still remained arbitrary. Then, owing to a misunderstanding, the discovery of the majestic treatment of passion led back to the use of the single movement with an optional setting, and the tension between the parts thus ceased completely. That is why the symphony, as Beethoven understood it, is such a wonderfully obscure production, more especially when, here and there, it makes faltering attempts at rendering Beethoven's pathos. The means ill befit the intention, and the intention is, on the whole, not sufficiently clear to the listener, because it was never really clear even in the mind of the composer. But the very injunction that something definite must be imparted, and that this must be done as distinctly as possible, becomes ever more and more essential the higher, more difficult, and more exacting the class of work happens to be. That is why all Wagner's efforts were concentrated upon the one object of discovering those means which best served the purpose of distinctness, and to this end it was above all necessary for him to emancipate himself from all the prejudices and claims of the old mood music, and to give his compositions, the musical interpretations of feelings and passion, a perfectly unequivocal mode of expression. If we now turn to what he has achieved, we see that his services to music are practically equal in rank to those which that sculptor-inventor rendered to sculpture who introduced sculpture in the round. All previous music seems stiff and uncertain when compared with Wagner's, just as though it were ashamed and did not wish to be inspected from all sides. With the most consummate skill and precision, Wagner avails himself of every degree and colour in the realm of feeling. Without the slightest hesitation or fear of its escaping him, he seizes upon the most delicate, rarest and mildest emotion, and holds it fast, as though it had hardened at his touch, despite the fact that it may seem like the frailest butterfly to everyone else. His music is never vague or dreamy. Everything that is allowed to speak through it, whether it be of man or of nature, has a strictly individual passion. Storm and fire acquire the ruling power of a personal will in his hands. Over all the clamouring characters and the clash of their passions, over the whole torrent of contrasts, an almighty and symphonic understanding hovers with perfect serenity, and continually produces concord out of war. Taken as a whole, Wagner's music is a reflex of the world as it was understood by the great Ephesian poet, that is to say, a harmony resulting from strife, as the union of justice and enmity. I admire the ability which could describe the grand line of universal passion out of a confusion of passions which all seem to be striking out in different directions. The fact that this was a possible achievement I find demonstrated in every individual act of a Wagnerian drama, which describes the individual history of various characters side by side with a general history of the whole company. Even at the very beginning we know we are watching a host of cross-currents dominated by one great violent stream, and though at first this stream moves unsteadily over hidden reefs, and the torrent seems to be torn asunder as if it were travelling towards different points, gradually we perceive the central and general movement growing stronger and more rapid. The convulsive fury of the contending waters is converted into one broad, steady, and terrible flow in the direction of an unknown goal. And suddenly, at the end, the whole flood, in all its breadth, plunges into the depths, rejoicing demoniacally over the abyss and all its uproar. Wagner is never more himself than when he is overwhelmed with difficulties, and can exercise power on a large scale with all the joy of a lawgiver. To bring restless and contending masses into simple rhythmic movement, and to exercise one will over a bewildering host of claims and desires, these are the tasks for which he feels he was born, and in the performance of which he finds freedom. and he never loses his breath withal, nor does he ever reach his goal panting. He strove just as persistently to impose the severest laws upon himself as to lighten the burden of others in this respect. Life and art weigh heavily upon him when he cannot play with their most difficult questions. If one considers the relation between the melody of song and that of speech, one will perceive how he sought to adopt as his natural model the pitch, strength, and tempo of the passionate man's voice in order to transform it into art. And if one further considers the task of introducing this singing passion into the general symphonic order of music, one gets some idea of the stupendous difficulties he had to overcome. In this behalf, his inventiveness in small things as in great, his omniscience and industry are such that at the sight of one of Wagner's scores, one is almost led to believe that no real work or effort had ever existed before his time. It seems almost as if he too could have said, in regard to the hardships of art, that the real virtue of the dramatist lies in self-renunciation. But he would probably have added, there is but one kind of hardship, that of the artist who is not yet free. Virtue and goodness are trivial accomplishments. Viewing him generally as an artist, and calling to mind a more famous type, we see that Wagner is not at all unlike Demosthenes. In him also we have the terrible earnestness of purpose, and that strong prehensile mind which always obtains a complete grasp of a thing. In him, too, we have the hand's quick clutch, and the grip as of iron. Like Demosthenes, he conceals his art, or compels one to forget it, by the peremptory way he calls attention to the subject he treats. And yet, like his great predecessor, he is the last and greatest of a whole line of artist minds, and therefore has more to conceal than his forerunners. His art acts like nature recovered and restored. Unlike all previous musicians, there is nothing bombastic about him, for the former did not mind playing at times with their art and making an exhibition of their virtuosity. One associates Wagner's art neither with interest nor with diversion, nor with Wagner himself and art in general. All one is conscious of is of the great necessity of it all. No one will ever be able to appreciate what severity, evenness of will, and self-control the artist required during his development in order, at his zenith, to be able to do the necessary thing joyfully and freely. Let it suffice if we can appreciate how, in some respects, his music, with a certain cruelty towards itself, determines to subserve the course of the drama, which is as unrelenting as fate, whereas in reality his art was ever thirsting for a free ramble in the open and over the wilderness. Chapter 10. An artist who has this empire over himself subjugates all other artists, even though he may not particularly desire to do so. For him alone there lies no danger or stemming force in those he has subjugated, his friends and his adherents, whereas the weaker natures who learn to rely on their friends pay for this reliance by forfeiting their independence. It is very wonderful to observe how carefully, throughout his life, Wagner avoided anything in the nature of heading a party, notwithstanding the fact that at the close of every phase in his career a circle of adherents formed, presumably with the idea of holding him fast to his latest development. He always succeeded, however, in wringing himself free from them, and never allowed himself to be bound. For not only was the ground he covered too vast for one alone to keep abreast of him with any ease, but his way was so exceptionally steep that the most devoted would have lost his breath. At almost every stage in Wagner's progress, his friends would have liked to preach to him, and his enemies would fain have done so too, but for other reasons. Had the purity of his artist's nature been 1 degree less decided than it was, he would have attained much earlier than he actually did to the leading position in the artistic and the musical world of his time. True, he has reached this now, but in a much higher sense, seeing that every performance to be witnessed in any department of art makes its obeisance, so to speak, before the judgment stool of his genius and of his artistic temperament. He has overcome the most refractory of his contemporaries. There is not one gifted musician among them, but in his innermost heart would willingly listen to him, and find Wagner's compositions more worth listening to than his own and all other musical productions taken together. Many who wish by hook or by crook to make their mark even wrestle with Wagner's secret charm and unconsciously throw in their lot with the older masters, preferring to ascribe their independence to Schubert or Handel rather than to Wagner. But in vain. Thanks to their very efforts in contending against the dictates of their own consciences, they become ever meaner and smaller artists. They ruin their own natures by forcing themselves to tolerate undesirable allies and friends. And in spite of all these sacrifices, they still find, perhaps in their dreams, that their ear turns attentively to Wagner. These adversaries are to be pitied. They imagine they lose a great deal when they lose themselves, but here they are mistaken. Albeit it is obviously all one to Wagner whether musicians compose in his style or whether they compose at all. He even does his utmost to dissipate the belief that a school of composers should now necessarily follow in his wake. Though insofar as he exercises a direct influence upon musicians, he does indeed try to instruct them concerning the art of grand execution. In his opinion, the evolution of art seems to have reached that stage when the honest endeavour to become an able and masterly exponent or interpreter is ever so much more worth talking about than the longing to be a creator at all costs. For at the present stage of art, universal creating has this fatal result, that inasmuch as it encourages a much larger output, it tends to exhaust the means and artifices of genius by everyday use, and thus to reduce the real grandeur of its effect. Even that which is good in art is superfluous and detrimental when it proceeds from the imitation of what is best. Wagnerian ends and means are of one piece. To perceive this, all that is required is honesty in art matters, and it would be dishonest to adopt his means in order to apply them to other and less significant ends. If, therefore, Wagner declines to live on amid a multitude of creative musicians, he is only the more desirous of imposing upon all men of talent the new duty of joining him in seeking the law of style for dramatic performances. He deeply feels the need of establishing a traditional style for his art, by means of which his work may continue to live from one age to another in a pure form until it reaches that future which its creator ordained for it. Wagner is impelled by an undaunted longing to make known everything relating to that foundation of a style mentioned above, and accordingly everything relating to the continuance of his art. To make his work, as Schopenhauer would say, a sacred depository and the real fruit of his life, as well as the inheritance of mankind, and to store it for the benefit of a posterity better able to appreciate it, these were the supreme objects of his life, and for these he bore that crown of thorns which, one day, will shoot forth leaves of bay. Like the insect which, in its last form, concentrates all its energies upon the one object of finding a safe depository for its eggs, and of ensuring the future welfare of its posthumous brood, then only to die content, so Wagner strove with equal determination to find a place of security for his works. This subject, which took precedence of all others with him, constantly incited him to new discoveries, and these he sought ever more and more at the spring of his demoniacal gift of communicability, the more distinctly he saw himself in conflict with an age that was both perverse and unwilling to lend him its ear. Gradually, however, even this same age began to mark his indefatigable efforts to respond to his subtle advances and to turn its ear to him. Whenever a small or a great opportunity arose, however far away, which suggested to Wagner a means wherewith to explain his thoughts, he availed himself of it. He thought his thoughts anew into every fresh set of circumstances, and would make them speak out of the most paltry bodily form. Whenever a soul only half capable of comprehending him opened itself to him, he never failed to implant his seed in it. He saw hope in things which caused the average dispassionate observer merely to shrug his shoulders, and he erred again and again, only so as to be able to carry his point against that same observer. Just as the sage, in reality, mixes with living men only for the purpose of increasing his store of knowledge, so the artist would almost seem to be unable to associate with his contemporaries at all, unless they be such as can help him towards making his work eternal. He cannot be loved otherwise than with the love of this eternity, and thus he is conscious only of one kind of hatred directed at him, the hatred which would demolish the bridges bearing his art into the future. The pupils Wagner educated for his own purpose, the individual musicians and actors whom he advised, and whose ear he corrected and improved, the small and large orchestras he led, the towns which witnessed him earnestly fulfilling the duties of his calling, the princes and ladies who half boastfully and half lovingly participated in the framing of his plans, the various European countries to which he temporarily belonged as the judge and evil conscience of their arts, everything gradually became the echo of his thought and of his indefatigable efforts to attain to fruitfulness in the future. Although this echo often sounded so discordant as to confuse him, still the tremendous power of his voice repeatedly crying out into the world must in the end call forth reverberations, and it will soon be impossible to be deaf to him or to misunderstand him. It is this reflected sound which even now causes the art institutions of modern men to shake. Every time the breath of his spirit blew into these coverts, all that was overripe or withered fell to the ground. But the general increase of scepticism in all directions speaks more eloquently than all this trembling. Nobody any longer dares to predict where Wagner's influence may not unexpectedly break out. He is quite unable to divorce the salvation of art from any other salvation or damnation. Wherever modern life conceals a danger, he, with the discriminating eye of mistrust, perceives a danger threatening art. In his imagination he pulls the edifice of modern civilization to pieces and allows nothing rotten, no unsound timber-work to escape. If in the process he should happen to encounter weather-tight walls or anything like solid foundations, he immediately casts about for means wherewith he can convert them into bulwarks and shelters for his art. He lives like a fugitive whose will is not to preserve his own life, but to keep a secret, like an unhappy woman who does not wish to save her own soul, but that of the child lying in her lap. In short, he lives like Sieglinde, for the sake of love. For life must indeed be full of pain and shame to one who can find neither rest nor shelter in this world, and must nevertheless appeal to it, exact things from it, contemn it, and still be unable to dispense with the thing contemned. This really constitutes the wretchedness of the artist of the future, who, unlike the philosopher, cannot prosecute his work alone in the seclusion of a study, but who requires human souls as messengers to this future, public institutions as a guarantee of it, and, as it were, bridges between now and hereafter. His art may not, like the philosopher's, be put aboard the boat of written documents. Art needs capable men, not letters and notes, to transmit it. Over whole periods in Wagner's life rings a murmur of distress, his distress at not being able to meet with these capable interpreters before whom he longed to execute examples of his work, instead of being confined to written symbols, before whom he yearned to practice his art instead of showing a pallid reflection of it to those who read books, and who, generally speaking, therefore are not artists. In Wagner, the man of letters, we see the struggle of a brave fighter whose right hand has, as it were, been locked off, and who has continued the contest with his left. In his writings he is always the sufferer, because a temporary and insuperable destiny deprives him of his own and the correct way of conveying his thoughts, that is to say, in the form of apocalyptic and triumphant examples. His writings contain nothing canonical or severe. The canons are to be found in his works as a whole. Their literary side represents his attempts to understand the instinct which urged him to create his works, and to get a glimpse of himself through them. If he succeeded in transforming his instincts into terms of knowledge, it was always with the hope that the reverse process might take place in the souls of his readers. It was with this intention that he wrote. Should it ultimately be proved that in so doing Wagner attempted the impossible, he would still only share the lot of all those who have meditated deeply on art. And even so, he would be ahead of most of them in this, namely, that the strongest instinct for all arts harboured in him. I know of no written aesthetics that give more light than those of Wagner. All that can possibly be learnt concerning the origin of a work of art is to be found in them. He is one of the very great who appeared amongst us as a witness, and who is continually improving his testimony and making it ever clearer and freer. Even when he stumbles as a scientist, sparks rise from the ground. Such tracts as Beethoven, concerning the art of conducting, concerning actors and singers, state and religion, silence all contradiction, and like sacred reliquaries impose upon all who approach them a calm, earnest and reverential regard. Others, more particularly the earlier ones, including opera and drama, excite and agitate one. Their rhythm is so uneven that, as prose, they are bewildering. Their dialectics is constantly interrupted, and their course is more retarded than accelerated by outbursts of feeling. A certain reluctance on the part of the writer seems to hang over them like a pall, just as though the artist were somewhat ashamed of speculative discussions. What the reader who is only imperfectly initiated will probably find most oppressive is the general tone of authoritative dignity which is peculiar to Wagner, and which is very difficult to describe. It always strikes me as though Wagner were continually addressing enemies, for the style of all these tracts more resembles that of the spoken than of the written language. Hence they will seem much more intelligible if heard read aloud, in the presence of his enemies, with whom he cannot be on familiar terms, and towards whom he must therefore show some reserve and aloofness. The entrancing passion of his feelings, however, constantly pierces this intentional disguise, and then the stilted and heavy periods, swollen with accessory words, vanish, and his pen dashes off sentences and even whole pages which belong to the best in German prose. But even admitting that while he wrote such passages he was addressing friends, and that the shadow of his enemies had been removed for a while, all the friends and enemies that Wagner, as a man of letters, has, possess one factor in common which differentiates them fundamentally from the people for whom he worked as an artist. Owing to the refining and fruitless nature of their education, they are quite devoid of the essential traits of the national character, and he who would appeal to them must speak in a way which is not of the people, that is to say, after the manner of our best prose writers and Wagner himself, though that he did violence to himself in writing thus is evident. But the strength of that almost maternal instinct of prudence in him, which is ready to make any sacrifice, rather tends to reinstall him among the scholars and men of learning, to whom, as a creator, he always longed to bid farewell. He submits to the language of culture and all the laws governing its use, though he was the first to recognize its profound insufficiency as a means of communication. For if there is anything that distinguishes his art from every other art of modern times, it is that it no longer speaks the language of any particular caste, and refuses to admit the distinctions literate and illiterate. It thus stands as a contrast to every culture of the Renaissance, which to this day still bathes us modern men in its light and shade. Inasmuch as Wagner's art bears us from time to time beyond itself, we are enabled to get a general view of its uniform character. We see Goethe and Leopardi as the last great stragglers of the Italian philologist poets, Faust as the incarnation of a most unpopular problem in the form of a man of theory thirsting for life. Even Goethe's song is an imitation of the song of the people, rather than a standard set before them to which they are expected to attain, and the poet knew very well how truly he spoke when he seriously assured his adherents, "My compositions cannot become popular. He who hopes and strives to make them so is mistaken." That an art could arise which would be so clear and warm as to flood the base and the poor in spirit with its light, as well as to melt the haughtiness of the learned, such a phenomenon had to be experienced, though it could not be guessed. But even in the mind of him who experiences it today, it must upset all preconceived notions concerning education and culture. To such a one, the veil will seem to have been rent in twain that conceals a future in which no highest good or highest joys exist that are not the common property of all. The odium attaching to the word common will then be abolished. If presentiment venture thus into the remote future, the discerning eye of all will recognize the dreadful social insanity of our present age, and will no longer blind itself to the dangers besetting an art which seems to have roots only in the remote and distant future, and which allows its burgeoning branches to spread before our gaze when it has not yet revealed the ground from which it draws its sap. How can we protect this homeless art through the ages until that remote future is reached? How can we so dam the flood of a revolution seemingly inevitable everywhere that the blessed prospect and guarantee of a better future, of a freer human life, shall not also be washed away with all that is destined to perish and deserves to perish? He who asks himself this question shares Wagner's care. He will feel himself impelled with Wagner to seek those established powers that have the good will to protect the noblest passions of man during the period of earthquakes and upheavals. In this sense alone, Wagner questions the learned through his writings, whether they intend storing his legacy to them, the precious ring of his art among their other treasures, and even the wonderful confidence which he reposes in the German mind and the aims of German politics seems to me to arise from the fact that he grants the people of the Reformation that strength, mildness, and bravery which is necessary in order to divert the torrent of revolution into the tranquil riverbed of a calmly flowing stream of humanity. And I can almost believe that this, and only this, is what he meant to express by means of the symbol of his imperial march. As a rule, though, the generous impulses of the creative artist and the extent of his philanthropy are too great for his gaze to be confined within the limits of a single nation. His thoughts, like those of every good and great German, are more than German, and the language of his art does not appeal to particular races, but to mankind in general, but to the men of the future. This is the belief that is proper to him. This is his torment and his distinction. No artist of what past soever has yet received such a remarkable portion of genius. No one, save him, has ever been obliged to mix this bitterest of ingredients with the drink of nectar to which enthusiasm helped him. It is not as one might expect, the misunderstood and mishandled artist, the fugitive of his age, who adopted this faith in self-defense. Success or failure at the hands of his contemporaries was unable either to create or to destroy it. Whether it glorified or reviled him, he did not belong to this generation. That was the conclusion to which his instincts led him. and the possibility of any generations ever belonging to him is something which he who disbelieves in Wagner can never be made to admit. But even this unbeliever may at least ask what kind of generation it will be in which Wagner will recognize his people, and in which he will see the type of all those who suffer a common distress, and who wish to escape from it by means of an art common to them all. Schiller was certainly more hopeful and sanguine. He did not ask what a future must be like if the instinct of the artist that predicts it prove true. His command to every artist was rather, "Soar aloft in daring flight, out of sight of thine own years. In thy mirror gleaming bright, glimpse of distant dawn appears." Chapter 11. May blessed reason preserve us from ever thinking that mankind will at any time discover a final and ideal order of things, and that happiness will then and ever after beam down upon us uniformly like the rays of the sun in the tropics. Wagner has nothing to do with such a hope. He is no utopian. If he was unable to dispense with the belief in a future, it only meant that he observed certain properties in modern men which he did not hold to be essential to their nature, and which did not seem to him to form any necessary part of their constitution. In fact, which were changeable and transient, and that precisely owing to these properties art would find no home among them, and he himself had to be the precursor and prophet of another epoch. No golden age, no cloudless sky will fall to the portion of those future generations which his instinct led him to expect, and whose approximate characteristics may be gleaned from the cryptic characters of his art, insofar as it is possible to draw conclusions concerning the nature of any pain from the kind of relief it seeks. Nor will superhuman goodness and justice stretch like an everlasting rainbow over this future land. To like this coming generation will, on the whole, seem more evil than the present one, for in good as in evil it will be more straightforward. It is even possible, if its soul were ever able to speak out in full and unembarrassed tones, that it might convulse and terrify us, as though the voice of some hitherto concealed and evil spirit had suddenly cried out in our midst. Or how do the following propositions strike our ears? That passion is better than stoicism or hypocrisy, that straightforwardness, even in evil, is better than losing oneself in trying to observe traditional morality, that the free man is just as able to be good as evil, but that the unemancipated man is a disgrace to nature and has no share in heavenly or earthly bliss. Finally, that all who wish to be free must become so through themselves, and that freedom falls to nobody's lot as a gift from heaven. However harsh and strange these propositions may sound, they are nevertheless reverberations from that future world which is verily in need of art, and which expects genuine pleasure from its presence. They are the language of nature, reinstated even in mankind. They stand for what I have already termed correct feeling, as opposed to the incorrect feeling that reigns today. But real relief or salvation exists only for nature, not for that which is contrary to nature or which arises out of incorrect feeling. When all that is unnatural becomes self-conscious, it desires but one thing, nonentity. The natural thing, on the other hand, yearns to be transfigured through love. The former would fain not be, the latter would fain be otherwise. Let him who has understood this recall, in the stillness of his soul, the simple themes of Wagner's art, in order to be able to ask himself whether it were nature or nature's opposite which sought by means of them to achieve the aims just described. The desperate vagabond finds deliverance from his distress in the compassionate love of a woman who would rather die than be unfaithful to him, the theme of the Flying Dutchman. The sweetheart, renouncing all personal happiness owing to a divine transformation of love into charity, becomes a saint and saves the soul of her loved one, the theme of Tannhäuser. The sublimest and highest thing descends a suppliant among men, and will not be questioned whence it came. When, however, the fatal question is put, it sorrowfully returns to its higher life, the theme of Lohengrin. The loving soul of a wife, and the people besides, joyfully welcome the new benevolent genius, although the retainers of tradition and custom reject and revile him, the theme of the Meistersingers. Of two lovers that do not know they are loved, who believe rather that they are deeply wounded and contemned, each demands of the other that he or she should drink a cup of deadly poison, to all intents and purposes as an expiation of the insult. In reality, however, as the result of an impulse which neither of them understands, through death they wish to escape all possibility of separation or deceit. The supposed approach of death loosens their fettered souls and allows them a short moment of thrilling happiness, just as though they had actually escaped from the present, from illusions, and from life. The theme of Tristan and Isolde. In the Ring of the Nibelung, the tragic hero is a god whose heart yearns for power, and who, since he travels along all roads in search of it, finally binds himself to too many undertakings, loses his freedom, and is ultimately cursed by the curse inseparable from power. He becomes aware of his loss of freedom owing to the fact that he no longer has the means to take possession of the golden ring, that symbol of all earthly power, and also of the greatest dangers to himself, as long as it lies in hands of his enemies. The fear of the end and the twilight of all gods overcomes him, as also the despair at being able only to await the end without opposing it. He is in need of the free and fearless man who, without his advice or assistance, even in a struggle against gods, can accomplish single-handed what is denied to the powers of a god. He fails to see him, and just as a new hope finds shape within him, he must obey the conditions to which he is bound. With his own hand he must murder the thing he most loves, and purest pity must be punished by his sorrow. Then he begins to loathe power, which bears evil and bondage in its lap. His will is broken, and he himself begins to hanker for the end that threatens him from afar off. At this juncture, something happens which had long been the subject of his most ardent desire. The free and fearless man appears. He rises in opposition to everything accepted and established. His parents atone for having been united by a tie which was antagonistic to the order of nature and usage. They perish, but Siegfried survives. And at the sight of his magnificent development and bloom, the loathing leaves Wotan's soul, and he follows the hero's history with the eye of fatherly love and anxiety. How he forges his sword, kills the dragon, gets possession of the ring, escapes the craftiest ruse, awakens Brunhilde. How the curse abiding in the ring gradually overtakes him, how, faithful in faithfulness, he wounds the thing he most loves, out of love, becomes enveloped in the shadow and cloud of guilt, and, rising out of it more brilliantly than the sun, ultimately goes down, firing the whole heavens with his burning glow and purging the world of the curse. All this is seen by the god whose sovereign spear was broken in the contest with the freest man, and who lost his power through him, rejoicing greatly over his own defeat. Full of sympathy for the triumph and pain of his victor, his eye burning with aching joy looks back upon the last events. He has become free through love, free from himself. And now ask yourselves, ye generation of today, was all this composed for you? Have ye the courage to point up to the stars of the whole of this heavenly dome of beauty and goodness, and to say, "This is our life, that Wagner has transferred to a place beneath the stars"? Where are the men among you who are able to interpret the divine image of Wotan in the light of their own lives? and who can become ever greater while, like him, ye retreat? Who among you would renounce power, knowing and having learned that power is evil? Where are they who, like Brunhilde, abandon their knowledge to love, and finally rob their lives of the highest wisdom? Afflicted love, deepest sorrow opened my eyes. And where are the free and fearless, developing and blossoming in innocent egoism? And where are the Siegfrieds among you? He who questions thus, and does so in vain, will find himself compelled to look around him for signs of the future. And should his eye, on reaching an unknown distance, espy just that people which his own generation can read out of the signs contained in Wagnerian art, he will then also understand what Wagner will mean to this people, something that he cannot be to all of us, namely, not the prophet of the future, as perhaps he would fain appear to us, but the interpreter and clarifier of the past.